We have a panoramic view of a large city with many skyscrapers and mountains visible in the distance. The main character appears. He is frightened in the reflection of his eye. We see three figures, clearly unfriendly. Three grown men beat a little boy and left him bleeding in the street. The boy looked at these people with an angry and offended look. The tears disappeared, but the blood did not stop. The child has now grown up, but the fights in the alleys still remained with him, of course. Now he can fight back against his offenders. The man who swung the stick at him was the first to be punched in the face. Having beaten three men, our hero left them behind and walked out of the alley. Something happened that no one could have imagined. On January 1st, 2020, the world turned into a game. Dungeons suddenly began to appear everywhere, and monsters came out of them. The monsters that appeared destroyed everything around them, so due to the destruction of the city, many people died. Divine beings called the Shining Ones also began to appear, and they passed on their power to a small group of people. This is how a small group of people gained their abilities, and only they could destroy dungeons. People believed that players with special powers could save the world. But the players, taking advantage of this chaos, were only busy satisfying their own selfish goals. There were many rumors among people about the approaching end of the world, but for our hero, the world remained the same place in which he does not trust anyone. He also received abilities, and among the other players he met someone he began to trust. Lei was one of the original 7 players, a warrior, the heir to the sacred light, and the strongest player in the entire world. He selflessly helped the weak, protecting them from monsters and saving the world. The guy is like a hero from the legend of King Arthur. All cool. After killing another monster, the guy turned to the team and said with a serious look that he would destroy the very last boss in this game. Our protagonist looks at Lei with admiration when he says that he will put an end to this game. Looking straight into the hero's eyes, he said that he intended to put this world to sleep. The hero, who had seen the last scumbag since childhood, was clearly delighted by the boy's nobility. The brave men who wanted to save the world gathered around Lei one after another, just like our character. He fought bravely with the monsters along with everyone else, even though he said he hated this world. For the first time in his life, the guy met people he could trust. He happily watched his comrades as they rested after another battle. For the first time, all the players came together for one purpose. The hero thought with a smile that now he had the power to change this world. Here they have reached the final battle that could change everything. Lei stood behind our hero and said that this battle could indeed be their last. Ken, that's the name of our hero, immediately understood what Lei meant and turned around to take out a knife, but before he could, Lei had already plunged his sword into him. He told him that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. Ken fell to his knees, sword in his chest, betrayed again, but this time by someone he trusted. He looked at Lei and asked angrily if he had planned all this from the beginning. Ken asked why he did this, when suddenly a girl came out of the shadows and mockingly asked him how it happened that he still didn't understand anything. She continued that when the game ended, everything would disappear, their powers, items, and everything in general. And most importantly, the reason to read them will disappear. Ken angrily called the girl by her name, Paula, when she calmly approached him. Approaching Ken, she whispered that if the game ended, then they would not be able to take over this world. As is usually the case, the crowd favorites turned out to be the villains, looking down on Ken, who was suffering from pain. The betrayal was unbearable for our hero. He was poisoned by his own people, and the leader plunged a sword into him. Ken started coughing up blood. Paula said that it was Baelman's curse that had just poisoned him, admitting that Ken was indeed very strong. For others, just the poison was enough to kill them, Paula admitted. Others, Ken asked in surprise, and immediately realized that all his friends had died at the hands of these two. Ken was shaking, and it was clearly from anger, not pain. He shouted that he believed them and wanted to save this world. He and the team risked their lives for this goal, and now they find themselves in their way, so they decide to get them out of the way. Paula haughtily said that it was exactly like that, and praised him for his intelligence. Ken listed everyone they had killed and asked what their plans were now. The villains began to leave, and Paula finally said that don't they have the right to rule this world as they please? Ken shouted loudly at Lei that he should just try to justify his actions with his vain mouth. The traitors left, leaving Ken alone to bleed to death. Ken thought again that no one in this world could be trusted, so he died bleeding, with the leader's sword in his chest. A car appeared, from which came conversations about the mission, monsters, and money. Our main character, who was just dead, suddenly opens his eyes and is now dressed in uniform. Ken is shocked and asks what is happening because he was killed and he is still alive. In horror, he began to touch the place where the sword was sticking out, but there was no wound. Ken began to remember his past life. There were men sitting around in the same uniform as him. The men were talking to each other. Then Ken thought that this could be a simple dream. The car in which the soldiers and Ken were sitting stopped abruptly. There was an accident on the road and the cars were surrounded by huge orcs. The driver, in horror, began to hit the car and shout that there was a crowd of orcs in front of them and called everyone to arms. The men jumped out of the car and began to aim at the orcs. The enraged orcs saw the boys and all of them began to attack the people. The frightened driver asked the guys to hurry up. But the soldiers themselves were just as frightened when their leader called them. The older man said they were short of bullets, so they should only pull the trigger when they were sure. Suddenly, the whole group froze in horror and surprise froze on their faces. One guy started to exterminate the orcs one after another. Of course, this guy turned out to be Ken, who, despite his confusion, was able to pull himself together and fight the orcs. He began to kill the orcs who kept attacking him. Ken skillfully killed all the monsters single-handedly. The rest of the soldiers could only watch with their mouths open as Ken easily dealt with a bunch of monsters. Ken realized that this was too real to be a dream. He walked sullenly towards the car when the old man called him over. The man started yelling at him that he was a reckless idiot, but Ken didn't react to his words in any way. He understood that this was all real. Ken walked past the man, which angered him. Our hero realized that he had returned to the past while the old man was yelling at him. Ken sat down wearily on the box, putting his rifle aside. We see Ken's anger when he remembers Lei and Paula and what they did to him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and Ken became a player again. 3 weapon options appeared in front of Ken. In the past, it was on this day that he became a player, but compared to the past, now the scoundrel has no choice. One of the 3 options caught his attention. It was a representative of the dark world. Roles give you the ability to control different types of curses, or using dead monsters as material, create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one gave her cheating abilities. Therefore, one player could master all the skills. John George, the so-called King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player who received the favor of the Dark World representative and all the abilities. If Lei was a hero, we know he wasn't, then John was a monster. And in order to find this monster, our Ken will do everything he can. Now he will become a monster who will fight with the hero, a commercial organization for uniting players. Of all of them, the Phoenix Guild was able to obtain money and power in any way, and so it became the second guild in the country. Compared to the corruption in the Phoenix Guild, the Messiah Guild looks even more ideal. At the Phoenix Guild headquarters, a man presents a contract to join the Phoenix Guild. Ken sits at the table and reads the contract. The man informs that each clearing of the dungeon entails additional costs. Reading the documents, Ken realized that this was not enough to buy the item, but there was most likely no other choice. Ken immediately asked the man how he could prove his qualifications as a player. After all, only the player himself can see the status window, and there is no way for others to see it. At this, the man grinned and began to take something out of his pocket. He took out 5 envelopes and laid them out on the table. These were the unique skill pages of the representatives of the Dark World, and told Ken to choose one of the papers. The man said that if he was a player, he could check everything with his own eyes. One of the envelopes caught Ken's attention. Hemotoxin is blood poisoning, a representative of the Dark World, level 1 and above. This skill turns blood into a powerful poison that is very difficult to resist. The skill itself is very simple, but with the golem's blood the effect increases, so it's a very useful ability. Ken confidently chose this ability and tore open the envelope. After tearing this envelope, a bright light immediately appeared and the man looked at Ken in surprise. The girl asked the boy why Ken was chosen as a bloodhound. She said that the role was completely unsuitable for him. To this, the man replied that among the entire guild his character was the most dog-like, which surprised the girl. The man continued that if he spent enough time with him, she would understand what a bad character he had. While they were gossiping about Ken right behind his back, he shouted that someone was approaching. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ken woke up. Despite being revived, he still has dreams about his past life. He thought that if he had gone back in time, they might still be alive, and we were now being shown a sports park. In the underground parking lot, next to luxury cars, there was a group. The girl said pitifully that today was their first hunt, and that they could simply trust Daniel. Daniel said this was his 4th lead, so they could just trust and follow him. The man asked the guys when the last participant would arrive. Everyone turned around when they heard a car coming, a small yellow and old car. The blonde said that this was his first time, but he was so slow, and that this newbie needed to become more disciplined. The car stopped and a guy got out of it. His face was not visible because of the hood. The girl supported the blonde and said that the guy should be grateful that they allowed him to join them, and pointed out the poor condition of the car. Another man said that since he was dressed like that, it meant that he hadn't even received the guild equipment. It seems that on his first operation the guy decided to focus on survival, and all 4 of them turned away. Daniel said that they needed to pretend that they were missing one member and that he had a new weapon. While the whole group was chatting happily, a new guy was walking behind. The brief briefing on the dungeon is over. The main thing is to remember the goal and conditions, said the guy in the suit. The guy said that if they had any questions or if anyone wanted to refuse, they should say so now, and asked to check the inventory. Instead of checking, they, like complete fools, laughed and joked. Ken sat opposite, nervously tapping the table. He thought that he didn't know anyone here, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about them. The dungeon has opened and the entire group must enter it. The girl said in surprise that it was the first time she had seen a portal so close. She was the first to enter the portal and her clothes immediately changed. All four had already entered the portal, and only Ken was still standing behind. The girl realized with delight that there was a completely different world in the portal. The archer was also surprised and said that he felt like he was in a game. The bald man responded to these words and said that this is now their reality. He ordered everyone to stay alert, because everyone only had one life, but Ken ignored his words and stepped aside. Ken walked up to the trees and noticed claw marks. He immediately realized that there were a lot of goblins here. At that moment, Daniel came up to him and asked his name. He suggested that he explore the surrounding area while they set up camp. Ken readily agreed to his proposal. One of the participants said that he thought Ken would be clingy, but he was so easily taken in. The blonde laughed at Ken, saying that he didn't know how dangerous it could be there. The bald one said, "Everyone get ready for the hunt because now the items will go only to them." He smiled, just like I do when I see that you, my dear YouTube viewer, subscribe to my channel and leave comments. I tried for you. Don't forget to like. Have a nice day. SSS rank viewer. Ken, of course, realized that they were trying to use him as bait, as he expected. Meanwhile, in the guild building, Paula comes out into the world with the same cold gaze. It turns out they have a council, and Paula decided to introduce a new participant for the mission. The player with the scar repeated her words about the new participant in surprise. In the dark room where all the participants have gathered, the door opens and we see the shadow of a man. The member with the scar is clearly not thrilled about the new member's arrival. A man walks into the office and introduces himself as Simon. But when he sees everyone, he recognizes each one and says that he doesn't need to introduce himself. He is greeted by Lei and praised for his ambition. The new member, ignoring Lei's words, immediately asks what he needs to do. For some reason, this angered the man with the scar, and he yelled that Simon didn't dare talk to the boss in such a tone. The other participants, who also recognized Simon, were unhappy with his appearance. The man stood up and said that it would be no problem for him to strangle him. But Simon lightly hits him on the arm and asks if they are all angry about last time. Apparently, Simon is right after all, judging by the participants' reactions. Lei shouted loudly, "Stop!" and everyone looked in his direction at once. And the huge giant immediately got scared and sat down on his chair. But looking at Simon, he promised himself that he would soon knock all his arrogance out of him. Paula asked everyone to get back to work and asked how much longer they would have to wait for the previously indicated work. Simon replied that if she was talking about searching for the location of the material, then 3 days. Let's get back to Ken, who is now in the tree examining the claw marks. He smirked and said that this type of reconnaissance and fighting style was all taught to him by him. In the flashback, where Ken is also examining the tracks, and next to him is most likely Simon, who says that the information will help him survive. But Ken asks why he needs information if he can just become stronger. No matter how strong you are, you will always have a weakness, Simon tells him. Ken thought about his words, which had become a lesson for him. Jumping from the tree, he remembered that Simon became a dog for the Messiah Lei, but now this knowledge will turn into a knife in his back, Ken thought. As soon as Ken jumped from the tree, a projectile flew towards him. It turned out to be 3 goblins, who were not as big as the previous ones. Ken began to use his ability, and a knife appeared in his hands. Now that he has the ability of hemotoxin, goblins have become Ken's main target. One of the bravest among the goblins quickly ran up to Ken. Of course, Ken attacked the goblin with ease. Despite the fact that goblins are vulnerable to poison, he was able to move. Perhaps the poison had not yet begun to work. The second goblin also began to attack him. Ken threw a knife at him and dealt a fatal blow. Ken easily figured out the goblin's strategy, so he won't have any trouble dealing with them. If Ken drags his feet, they'll only continue to pile up. Ken activated the Goblin King's whip effect. Each goblin has gained an extra 6% fear, and our hero was only glad that he had prepared this whip in advance. In another part of the forest, at the same time, the rest of the participants are walking. They behaved rather carelessly, and turning around at the noise, the girl became frightened. A pack of goblins began to run towards them. The goblin ran up to the girl and swung his weapon, but she simply closed her eyes in fear. Opening her eyes, she saw blood and a shadow in front of her. The bald participant killed the goblin and shouted that there was no need to be afraid of ordinary goblins. The others joyfully shouted his name, "Daniel, Daniel." He ordered them to concentrate and was glad that he had prepared the long sword. Daniel was only happy, for him goblins are just bags of meat. But something unexpected happened. The sword got stuck. While Daniel was trying to pull out his sword, one of the goblins ran up and hit him on the head. The entire team quickly became nervous when Daniel fell to the ground. The goblins began to attack more actively, and Daniel called for help. The boys were terribly nervous and afraid, but they still rushed to help. Meanwhile, Ken fought off a bunch of goblins with ease. The goblins were dying one after another, and one of them decided to run away. But Ken quickly threw his whip and caught it. After killing the last goblin, Ken's level increased again. Now a representative from the Dark World is interested in him. Ken received the attention-grabbing achievement. Only fools swing heavy swords, the goblin's whip was enough. In another part of the forest, the exhausted team was resting after the battle. One of the participants asked what happened to the new guy. Daniel said that he most likely died, since there was no news from him. They started arguing that they needed another participant and that they trusted Daniel. Suddenly, everyone turned around in horror. Everyone quickly huddled together in fear. Ken leveled up again and gained a new skill. And Ken called the reference book, he received the skill of the skeleton warrior. He already had this skill in his hands, which surprised Ken. John George, the immortal king who could control the army of the dead with his own hands. This is one of his most powerful skills. However, this skill was not perfect. Its flaw was fatal, which allowed him to be killed. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands could be sacrificed. There were also huge restrictions. Ken tore open the envelope. At least it would save him some time. He thought that now it would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt. Ken decided to use his power and began to suck the life out of the goblin, and all the skin peeled off the bones. The goblin skeleton rises from the dead. Ken watches calmly. He liked this skeleton, especially the sparkle in its eyes. He stood by the tree and watched as his skeleton raised his sword. The skeleton turned out to be strong. The indicators of magical power in it were too low, and Ken thought about how this could be fixed. Ken thought it would be difficult to use it as a primary weapon. He noticed something next to him. The remains of the players, their rotting bodies hanging like puppets. One thing all monsters have in common, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, is the desire to harm people. So there is no reason to be merciful to these monsters. It was already evening and the team was still alive. They made a fire and sat around it. Daniel, with a bandage on his head, complained that they were just goblins. While the girl was crying, the archer asked Daniel what they should do now. The guy admits that they definitely underestimated this dungeon, but Daniel only thought that he couldn't just die like that, and he decided that it was worth it. No matter what, they had to win. This surprised his team and they began to listen to him attentively. Daniel continued that, although it was difficult, they could still try. However, the boy said that it was not his words that surprised him, and Daniel, in fear, asked him what he was talking about. The blonde said that there was something above his head, and everyone looked in that direction. Level up, everyone is shocked, because Daniel is not even in battle. The level only increases when someone on the team fights. At that moment, everyone realized that the newcomer was still alive and continuing to fight. Ken walked up to a large pile of trunks with his dead goblin. He decided to use the most effective way to kill the crowd of goblins. He lit a torch and threw it into a huge fire. The goblins saw and smelled the smoke and ran in that direction. They became noticeably nervous, some even began to choke. Ken stood by a huge fire that was burning hotter and hotter. Suddenly, the maddened goblins literally jumped into this fire. This only amused Ken, and he said that this way he could bury the dead players with the goblins. A new level immediately came to Ken, and the representative of the Dark World was pleased with his cruelty. But Ken is upset. He wanted to see at least his face. Maybe he's just hiding somewhere. Ken was already starting to leave when suddenly a huge monster burst out from under the ground. Although the skeleton was terribly scared, Ken was only happy. Ken was pleased that this monster showed him himself. The goblin was huge and looked scarier. Before the guild intervened, millions of newbies died in this dungeon. In the first level goblin dungeon, meeting the hidden goblin king is tantamount to meeting death. However, Ken decided that he would not allow this monster to continue taking lives. The skeleton saw Ken take out his sword and stepped forward. Ken noticed this and thought that the skeleton was already raring to fight. Ken liked his enthusiasm and looked at him approvingly. Even his look changed. Ken himself walked over to the tree, and the skeleton took up the sword and prepared to fight. Suddenly, the skeleton ran up to the big monster. Having overtaken the monster and delivered the first blow, he cut its ankle. This moment caught Ken's attention, and he remembered something from their past. We are shown Ken's previous battle, where a huge dragon stood in front of a team of players. While everyone around him was panicking, Ken was urging everyone to attack his legs. If you knock the monster down, you will have a better chance of winning. Ken, of course, was the first to rush into battle. He quickly cut off the dragon's legs. He recognized his own in the skeleton's movements. Ken looked scared. The skeleton continued to attack the huge monster quickly and deftly. Ken recognized this fighting style. He could recognize hundreds of them. After all, the skeleton used the same style as Ken. The fighting power of the skeleton servant, Ken's power affects him, but it is surprising that the skeleton decided to copy Ken's style. Before he returned to the past, Ken could handle almost any weapon in existence. Even in the guild, there were only a few people who could fight Ken one-on-one. The skeleton looked at Ken questioningly. At this rate, Ken will need to reconsider his plan. A table appeared in front of Ken. For the achievements he achieved, he was sent a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. Legendary shooting range. Ken was happy with this skill, because he didn't expect to get it so soon. The soldiers on the towers shouted at once that the dungeon was cleared. The guy who sent them there wasn't very happy about it and ran to the entrance. Everyone gathered around the portal as a team of players emerged from it. The players returned, and they had only been in the dungeon for a day. The dungeon was cleared in less than a day, and the guy asked in surprise if this was even possible. The ambulance was already waiting for the players. Danil sat down on the couch, and the rest of the players stood nearby while the guy ran towards them. He said that he was glad that they all returned alive when he approached them. He noticed that another member was missing and asked them about Ken. All four of them hung their heads in shame. The guy decided that since he was not with them, he was most likely already dead. Suddenly, someone shouted that another person was coming out, and everyone turned to look in shock. Of course, it was Ken, who emerged from the portal in perfect condition and walked past everyone. The guy ran towards Ken and asked him to stop. The players looked at Ken in surprise, and Daniel asked what kind of dirty tricks he used to clear the dungeon. The guy was covered in sweat and was asking Ken about something while he looked at him sullenly. For some reason, Daniel got angry. He probably thought that he had been deceived. Now everyone looked at him and wondered who he was. On the building's big screen, the news was shown, talking about the greed of the players, which was increasing every day. According to the analysis, the dungeons can only be cleared by players, so they try to abuse their powers. But even at this time, the Messiah Guild cleared the 5-story dungeon without any effort. The host says that Lei saved the world again. After successfully clearing the 5-story dungeon, the guild's sponsor, the Han Corporation, saw its stock price rise sharply. Daniel picked up the phone and cursed the freaks from the Messiah. Then he angrily put the phone on the table and continued that all the news was only about them. Because of the Messiah, the players look like freaks who do everything only for money. A friend consoled him, reminding him that they were not the first to go through all this. The man asked curiously what happened in that dungeon. He said pitifully that because of Ken, they all almost died, despite the fact that he cleared the entire dungeon single-handedly. He pointed to the bandage on his head and said it was because of Ken. Said Ken wanted the new items so much that he even ran into a crowd of goblins, liar. And in order to save him, he ran after him, and this happened. To this his friend said that he must be punished. But the bald man said that Ken only needed that money. His friend said that his action was wrong, and he should be punished. We are shown a board with various information. Ken decided not to meet with Lei this time. He decided to become stronger so that Lei would become interested in him. Ken tore off a piece of paper and decided to start from the most forgotten corner of his life. In the building, Kana was sitting in an office with two men who were talking about a rumor that was spreading throughout the guild. But Ken said he hadn't heard any rumors and that he just wanted to make some money. The man looked at Ken seriously and said that money was certainly important, but he needed to worry about his life. He said that if he needed money so much, the guild could lend it to him. But Ken stopped him and asked him to simply name the date of the mission. The rumors even made Ken happy, because now he could go to all the battles alone. The second man said that the rumors about Ken were probably true, but his boss said that rumors were just rumors and asked what level the dungeon he wanted to go to was. Recently, a group went there and was killed. Since then, no one has applied for a whole month. The man asked whose team died in that dungeon, and it turned out that they were Rising Stars. Then he became worried that Ken was going to get into a dungeon that the experts had not mastered. He decided that Ken would not live long at this rate. At that moment, Ken received a notification. The man said that they should support him to some extent, just in case. Ken, with a smirk on his face, said that in order to kill the hero, he needs to make friends with the villain. As soon as Ken got out of the car, a man ran up to him and asked if he was Ken. All in a sweat, he asked if it was true that he came alone. He thought that Ken probably couldn't find partners because he was greedy for money. Ken was looking at him so sullenly. The man suggested going straight to the dungeon. He kept looking at him like he was crazy because Ken was going to go through the dungeon alone. Ken finally entered the dungeon through the portal. Clearing the dungeon is impossible according to his level if he goes through it alone. As soon as he pulled out his sword, a huge orc pounced on him. Ken skillfully jumped back just before the orc's blow. This is a normal orc, but his skin is thicker. Ken's attack left only a small scratch, and with such orc strength, Ken will die in one hit. Ken thought it would be great if he could kill him by summoning him as a skeleton warrior. Then, he would have a chance to clear the dungeon alone. Ken quickly and deftly continued to attack the huge orc's legs over and over again. Orca was left without legs. He fell straight to the ground. Ken raised his sword and said that a predator without legs is no longer scary. An office appears in which two men are sitting on sofas. One of them reads the piece of paper with a smile, and the blonde asks what he is staring at. He throws a sheet of paper on the table and invites him to look at it since he is so curious. We see the profile of our main character, Ken, a newbie who recently awakened, cleared the dungeon on his own. They say that he has now entered the second cave, and he is alone from the very beginning. The man thought that he was arrogant for a person who just became a player. The blonde man, surprised by Ken, said that even he had difficulties in the beginning. He said that he was too naive to believe some piece of paper from an unknown source. While they were talking, a girl entered the office. The girl with the tray asked menacingly if there were any problems with her report, and the guy got a little scared. He started to make excuses and said that since she wrote it, the report seemed ideal to him, and asked flatteringly where she got all the information. She put the tray down on the table with a bang and said that it was her job to get accurate information. The man also praised the report because Secretary Lee had collected the information. As he continued to praise her for her work, he noticed 3 packets of instant coffee on the tray. The praise immediately disappeared and he began to scold her for the instant coffee, which he asked her not to buy anymore. She didn't even raise an eyebrow and calmly drank her coffee while he asked why she bought it. After finishing her coffee, she said that the coffee was left over from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild that took place last week. The anger immediately disappeared when he heard about the Phoenix Guild, and he began to praise this delicious coffee. Transforming into Buddha, he repeated again that if they could not trust Secretary Lee, then who else in the whole world could they trust? The guy looked at the man with almost contempt. After finishing his coffee, he asked Secretary Lee how things were going with the purchase of the dungeon. There were some good dungeons, but the price was too high, so she kept looking. The guy was surprised to hear about the purchase of a new dungeon, and asked what happened to the old ones. His eyes lit up and he said that every time he entered them, the dungeons ended. The blonde asked what he was hinting at, since he had just returned from the dungeon yesterday. He continued by saying that he deserved to rest, but the bald man said that if he rested too often, he could get sick, so he was taking care of him in this way. Let's get back to our hero, who was able to turn that huge orc into a skeleton. Ken sat quietly on the orc's corpse and watched the battle. Due to the low skill level, the orc's durability was rather weak, so he died quickly. But Ken did not give up, and jumping off the orc, he remembered the words of John George, the king of the immortals, with whom he fought in his past life. Ken summoned another giant skeleton. With a smile on his face, he said that as long as his magical power allowed, he would have the same number of skeleton warriors. How many victims fell on this battlefield? The orcs clearly didn't expect this, and then it all started. First his level increased, then all the points increased, then the skill reached the second level. But Ken was not satisfied with this. It is more difficult to level up in this dungeon. He decided to stop fighting with ordinary orcs and find an orc hunter. He crouched down and began to scribble, thinking out loud that as a creature who hunted alone, Ken thought he would lead the pack. But it seems like he doesn't hang out with bands, so that leaves only one thing. While Ken was drawing, a skeleton orc approached him, and Ken looked at it in surprise. Maybe the orc knows something. That's why he's watching so closely. But Ken ignored this and began to wonder where the hunter was. The orc wrote funny and looked at Ken's scribbles, and he thought that if a hunter was in this place, then there would be no useful monsters there that could be used as sacrifices. He stood up and set off on his journey with the skeleton warrior. When Ken left, a huge orc appeared from somewhere, dragging another half-meter orc. We see an orc sitting around the corpses. He is probably the main one in this dungeon. While the chief orc was eating, Ken appeared behind him. The dungeon boss is stronger than the others, so Ken prepared his bow and decided not to engage him right away. If only Ken could pierce his body with an arrow with poisoned blood on the end. Skeleton warrior Kina headed towards the dungeon boss with a sword. He immediately noticed him and ran to attack him. The skeleton and the boss began the battle. While the skeleton was holding off the dungeon boss, Ken stepped forward and drew his bowstring. Ken knew full well that his skin was thicker than the others, and he needed to hit his one weak spot to kill him. Ken fired his bow, and the arrow hit the boss with great force. The arrow hit the orc right in the eye with such force that he fell to the ground. The main boss was very angry, judging by the look in his eyes. He pulled out the arrow and threw it on the ground, the poisonous blood affecting the orc. The weaker the point of impact, the faster the poison spreads. Thanks to the poison blood skill, the orc's health will gradually decrease. The second level of the poisonous blood skill will not increase the chance of a fatal outcome. But this effect is quite enough. The skeleton warrior raised his sword when the orc fell to the ground. It's all over with him. The skeleton warrior killed the boss of this dungeon. Ken was able to defeat the boss. Ken approached the pile. It seems the orc ate everything that was in his way. Perhaps among this pile there are players who could not pass this dungeon. One of the skeletons caught Ken's attention. This injury was definitely not inflicted by an orc. From his appearance, one could tell that he was attacked from behind by someone who was used to killing in dungeons. It is not yet clear whether this was a deliberate murder or not, but if they are part of the Phoenix Guild, then in principle, for money, someone could even commit murder. There was very little time left in this dungeon, and Ken again began to think about how to find this guy. If Ken finds that guy, it will bring him closer to Lei's enemy. There was something shining inside the cave. Because of the darkness, Ken did not immediately see the cave, and he decided to see what was inside. As Ken walked inside, he thought that only one person could have come in here. Inside the cave sat a skeleton, hugging his sword and pressed against the wall. Ken noticed that the skeleton was not as damaged as the others, and the weapon was surprisingly clean. This means that while his comrades were dying, he ran away and counted the days until he himself died. An act worthy of the Phoenix Guild. It is better to die in battle than to wait for death. The skeleton belongs to a rising star of the Phoenix Guild. There is no more suitable place in the world for the grave of such a person than here. As soon as Ken got up to leave, something fell to the ground. It was a diary. It seemed like there was something important in it. It turned out to be Weston's group's blacklist. Ken was very happy about the find. He was lucky today. In this dungeon, Ken achieved legendary rank. Ken received the Eye of Anubis as a gift. With this skill, he has the ability to look into the past of the dead. He tore open the envelope. Maybe he was unlucky in his past life, but not in this one. They say that dead people can't speak, but now apparently they can. Ken touched the skeleton to see its past. With his new ability he can do this, his eyes glowing bright blue. The Eye of Anubis is activated. It doesn't look very nice. Ken saw the guild members screaming for help. The guy ran away and hid in a cave in terror, repeating that he couldn't die. Hunting for people, players began to kill each other instead of orcs. A coward who runs away from a real battle calmly kills one of his comrades. The last person Ken sees in his vision is Vincent, the main man in the guild. A bright light burned in Ken's eyes as he used his new ability. Throwing the skull to the ground, he grabbed his face. It must have hurt. These were the memories of a dead man. It seemed he had a painful past. Ken spent more magic power than expected, but at least his preparations were complete. If he uses this information and the list he found, he will be able to get closer to him. And now it doesn't matter how careful he can be. Inside the house, the man is beaten and accused of allowing another player to take over the dungeon. The man, beaten, asks for forgiveness and promises that he will take care of him just in case. The man at the table with the newspaper replies that the dungeon he was able to deal with was cleared out by some newbie and that he does not dare ask for forgiveness. The girl standing next to him turned out to be a secretary. She apologized and promised to start doing the task. The man was dragged out of the office, continuing to ask for another chance and begging not to kill him. But it seems that the suffering of others does not bother this man. He continued to read the newspaper about a newbie who single-handedly dealt with an entire dungeon. Without looking up from his newspaper, he asked his secretary if he had a bad reputation, to which she replied in the affirmative. In the first dungeon, he abandoned his companions. There are also rumors that he kept all the reward for himself, although this is not confirmed. Whether this is true or not doesn't matter, but if this continues, it will be difficult to move forward with him. The man received a notification and pressed the button. The man reported that a guy named Ken had requested a meeting with him, which didn't surprise Weston much. In another room, a guy is giving the assembled information about the dungeons. 3 guilds, including Weston, are currently vying for the remaining 20 spots. The biggest problem is that even if they divide each faction into 6 seats, there will still be 2 seats left. Since it is a rank A+ dungeon, the drop rate of rare items is higher. Moreover, since it is a single-floor dungeon, the efficiency is also good. That's the whole argument. Most likely they will not give in to each other. Each one is filled with self-confidence. The man loosened his tie, irritated by the news. He asked if anyone outside the faction had applied for the remaining seats. They can be understood. Who knows what can happen in the dungeon, when suddenly the man received a call from Vincent. The situation is already quite complicated, and now Vincent himself is calling. The man picked up the phone and was very surprised to hear something. He rose from his chair shouting Ken's name. Apparently something had happened. Ken's name was mentioned again. The man ended the call and said he would call him later. The worker asked the boss what happened, and he replied that Ken wanted to take the remaining 2 seats without the knowledge of the other factions. Now the man was convinced that the rumors that Ken always walked alone were true. It's possible that Ken is being used for the dungeon and then disposed of, or that he is now part of Vincent's group. But factions may start fighting over the spot, so Vincent said he would give in to other factions if they put Ken in. Vincent is an amazing strategist, and now he has an ace hidden away called Ken. In fact, sometimes it is better to retreat in order to get the greatest benefit later, but now it is more interesting how Ken got to Vincent. In Vincent's office at the same time, the secretary asked why he accepted Ken's application. On the table lay the diary that Ken had found in the dungeon. Vincent was glad that he had brought him this diary. Moreover, Vincent decided that he could manipulate him and then throw him away at any moment as soon as he became useless. An hour ago, Vincent was waving the diary in front of Ken. He asked Ken if he knew what it was, and Ken was taken away to look at the contents of the diary. Vincent thought that Ken came to him here to blackmail him and get money, but Ken immediately replied that he came here with an offer, not blackmail. Ken continued that everyone was talking about A+ rank dungeons, and he wanted to go there, which surprised Vincent greatly. This amused Vincent and he burst out laughing, saying that Ken was funny. But then he became serious and asked if he understood what kind of dungeon it was to tell him such a thing. Ken calmly replied that he knew that two factions, the Phoenix and the Messiah, were fighting for this dungeon because there was a limited number of places in it. "A man who knows this wants to go there?" asked Vincent. With a creepy smile, Vincent accepted Ken's arrangements, but on one condition. A university appears before us. Ken stood behind everyone and listened to the man who was talking about the dungeon. There are at least more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. Ken listened to him and remembered that he had survived the previous attacks. There were about 70 people in that battle, and half of them died. Everyone in the hall listened attentively to the lecture. The hall was filled with only elite players from each guild, so considering this, it couldn't be said that all the deaths were caused by fighting monsters alone. Ken was forced to turn a blind eye to this due to lack of evidence. There is a high chance that the murders occurred among players, because it would be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal items. Also, in this dungeon, the reward for killing the Doom Warrior is the Fang of the Doom of the clan. In the end, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. Ken didn't know anything, but thinking about it now, he realizes it was very strange. This Lei, perhaps at that time he was already thinking about corruption. Even if Lei was behind this incident, there was a possibility that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. Instead, they could plant spies in other guilds. If Ken had to predict their next move based on his memories, all players have gathered at the portal to enter the dungeon right now. The guilds gathered together. There was the Lion, Skull, Phoenix, and Messiah Guild. Among them was Ken. Ken entered the portal first. He decided to rip the orc's fang right out of his hands. So many people have gathered in this dungeon that they cannot find their own partners. Guild leader Messiah, order everyone to line up. The other players were surprised by their coherence and said that it was not for nothing that they were praised so much. But one of the players said that the fact that they were the first to gather doesn't mean anything because there are thousands of orcs there. And indeed, as soon as he said about the orcs, one large orc came out of the forest. A player from the Messiah Guild stepped forward and said that his guild would deal with him. The orc ran up to the player and hit him with all his might, but the player pulled out his shield in time. This did not impress the player, and he arrogantly asked if this was all he could do. Another player from the same guild began to use her abilities. Skill of the Lord of the Source of Wisdom, containment succeeded. The two of them began to fight this huge monster together. In another part of the forest, the orcs' cries could be heard from another guild. Everyone thought it was an earthquake. The scream was so loud, but their guild leader pointed to the forest and said that there was something there. Suddenly, a group of orcs jumped out of the forest and immediately began to attack them. The orcs rushed forward, sweeping away everyone in their path. The mages began to use their abilities and delayed these orcs. The time has come. All players have started fighting. The swordsman dealt fatal blows to the large orcs. While the others were fighting the orcs, Ken sat in a tree, realizing that no one would notice his absence, and he decided it was time for his plan. He watched the battle and decided that the enemies would not be able to push the players back. You should take advantage of the situation and determine the location of the orc warrior. The task is to get rid of an orc warrior and 1,000 more orcs. Guilds will first try to reduce the number of orcs to minimize losses. And after the destruction of 1,000 orcs, they will begin to look for the orc warrior. Before that moment, Ken must have time to get the fang of the orc warrior. We are shown an army of orcs, and on the throne sits an orc warrior, and one wounded orc comes to him. The main orc has the very same fang that Ken is hunting hanging around his neck. The wounded orc who came to the army had his head cut off and it flew to the side. The chief orc rose from his throne and raised his axe in a sign of war. The entire orc army turned and headed towards battle. Ken watched them from a high cliff. It turned out that the orc was killed for running away from the battle. He looked at the main orc warrior and noticed that he was stronger than those he had fought before. But he sent his minions to fight and was left alone. Luck was on Ken's side. While the rest are fighting on the front lines, he sits on his throne. Ken can get close to the orc warrior and strike first. The leader of one of the guilds said that the orcs were not that difficult to fight, and they needed to move on. He thought that there were fewer orcs here than he expected. The main forces were probably elsewhere. A player from his team approached him and reported that many orcs were heading their way. There are approximately 900 to 1,000 orcs heading their way. Apparently this is their main force. Their master ordered that this should be stopped today, and that they needed more equipment to move against the main force of the orc army. But the crowd that stood nearby sent them away. One of the leaders of the Lion Guild team told them that he was not their dog. He ordered his to continue the attack. Many orcs are heading this way. Despite the competition between guilds, they should work together. Altogether, they will die in this dungeon if they start arguing with each other, said the leader of the group, the Messiah. However, that guy started to mock and said why they were so unsure of their abilities. and he added that they should not have come to the dungeon at all. The Lion Guild, laughing, went into the forest, while the Messiah Guild remained in place. The master of the Messiah ordered to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Ken summoned 2 skeletons and headed towards the main orc. The evil orc rose from his throne and walked towards him. Ken stood next to the skeletons and prepared his bow. The main orc of the dungeon activated his orc warrior fang. He swung his axe as 2 huge skeletons ran towards him. Ken was slightly puzzled when he saw the abilities of the main orc. A fierce battle began. The skeletons near the dungeon boss looked small. Ken noticed this and realized that the skeletons would not last long, and he prepared his bow. There is only one chance to kill the main orc. He decided to attack now while the last skeleton was distracting him. While the orc was fighting the skeleton, Ken fired an arrow, but the orc boss dodged the shot. Ken clearly didn't expect this, and it seems he is now in great danger. This chief orc turned out to be stronger than Ken thought. The skeleton warrior's sword broke at the most inopportune moment, and the chief orc swung his axe at the poor skeleton. Crash, and there is no skeleton of a warrior. Pieces flew everywhere, and Ken realized that it would not be so easy to win. So Ken decided to change his plan. Ken realized that it was useless to fight him while the fang was in his possession. His magical power is also insufficient, so it would be better to retreat. Ken turned around and started to run away, but for some reason the orc stood still. He turns his head. Apparently he really doesn't intend to chase after him. It may be too much trouble for him to pursue a retreating enemy. In fact, this is even a plus, because Ken can run away. But Ken thought that when he returned to him, he would regret not having killed him. As Ken slipped through the trees, several players below noticed him. The player thought that, in addition to the Lion Guild, someone had fled from the battlefield. Another said that perhaps this guy had discovered the orc warrior before them. But their leader said that it was not certain whether he was returning back because he found the orc. They should not blindly believe him until they saw it with their own eyes. The item dropped by the boss must belong to the Lion Guild, the leader said. Suddenly, one after another, the players began to fall to the ground. No one has heard anything about other monsters appearing here except orcs. But now he stands alone in a forest teeming with monsters. Left alone with the monsters, he shouted at them to come out into the light. And Ken had already reached the shelter that the other guilds had built. Ken thought to himself that it was a good thing there were no factions interested in him here. But the atmosphere around the shelter is strange, as if everyone is at a funeral. It turned out that the guess was not far from the truth. So many players died on the very first day. But something is wrong, even though only well-prepared soldiers have gathered here. A man approached the group and pointed out how terrible they looked. He sat down next to them and asked if there was any news about the other guilds. The man said that it seemed that the Lion Guild had suffered the greatest losses. One group had gone into the forest and disappeared there. They couldn't recognize the bodies of the dead because they were so badly mutilated after all. Orcs eat people. The group gathered around the fire and they talked among themselves. Ken sat and watched them. They continued their conversation, telling him that this whole dungeon was strange. If this had been a normal mission, there would have been casualties, but there were still more survivors. The man said that human life should be put above objects, and Ken stared at him. Even though they were in an A+ rank dungeon, the chances of so many groups being wiped out in one day weren't that high. There is definitely something behind this mission. Ken's plan could fail if the soldiers become weaker. Ken decided to work harder from tomorrow, and so the morning came. From early morning, a crowd of orcs headed towards the players. The players are terribly scared because the orc attacks do not stop. While one of the players was whining about his unenviable situation, the man told him to shut up and fight. Ken also woke up and he was already in another part of the forest. He opened his inventory and decided that this was his problem. He wouldn't be able to deliver a killing blow with these items. Using skeleton warriors as bait will no longer work. But it seems Ken had an idea. He thought that if skeletons can use a bow. Here, Ken came to the main boss of the dungeon again with a new plan. Ken noticed that the orc warrior was still not too excited when he saw Ken. Well, the second round of the battle will begin. The fang of the orc warrior has become active. The orc warrior rose from his throne and rushed at Ken as the arrow flew towards him. But he was able to notice the arrow earlier and raised his axe, thereby fighting off the arrow. The dungeon boss was attacked by 2 simple skeleton warriors with bows. As Ken thought, the skeleton warriors also know how to shoot a bow. Ken was pleased with this, because everything was going exactly according to his plan. While the orc boss was fighting Ken's warriors, he was distracted and gave Ken a chance to attack him. Ken took this chance and suddenly rushed down and tore the necklace of the dungeon boss, which had an orc fang on it. The fang fell from the orc warrior's neck straight into the hands of our hero. Ken received the orc lord's fang. The orc warrior's strength was weakened, and the orc warrior's strength was also reduced, as was his defense. The orc warrior became very angry, and as soon as he raised his axe, 2 arrows pierced him, and now the orc leader is poisoned by the toxin in his blood. Now Ken has this fang, and his attacks will finally be able to reach the orc leader. Fang of the Orc Lord, legendary level. This is the fang of an orc warrior. It carries tremendous power, available for use from level 2. Ken has earned the Orc Lord's Fang Owner achievement. Now there's only one thing left he needs to do. Obtain a weapon that can cut off an orc warrior's head. While the skeleton warriors distracted the dungeon boss in every possible way and injected toxin into his blood, Ken headed straight towards him. Ken deftly dodged the blows of the huge orc, and jumping on him, he plunged his sword into him. The orc warrior's blood was poisoned again. Ken noticed the axe that the orc warrior was using and seemed to have another idea. The axe flew from the hands of the orc warrior straight into the hands of the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior held this axe. It should be the perfect weapon to cut off the dungeon boss's head. Far from this battle, one of the players stood on a tree and, hearing a scream, thought that such a scream was made by an unusual orc. He realized that someone was fighting the rock warrior and headed there. The player decided that he needed to quickly figure out the situation and report to the guild as soon as possible. The guy ran to the battle site and saw 2 summoned skeleton warriors and 1 player. There is no sense of other players, meaning he is fighting the orc champion alone. Seeing that he was fighting alone, he decided to report it to the guild right away. The guy quickly ran back into the forest. But as soon as the guy started running back to the camp, an arrow flew at him. The guy fell to the ground and began to look around in the hope of seeing who had shot him. He realized that perhaps Ken had noticed him, and thus decided to hint that he should keep quiet and not tell anyone who killed the main orc. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of this guy. He was glowing bright blue. The guy turned out to be from the Skull Guild. He swung his sword and killed the player. The stranger took out a diary and crossed out the guy, and said that there were only 5 people left. He said that the orc fight can be better when there is another player killed during that fight. Another guy was sitting in a tree and ordered his partner that half of the items from this guy belonged to the guild, so he should divide them. The killer asked his partner in the tree if he was really going to kill that guy. He replied that he was not on the list, but he was going to get rid of him and collect the reward if the opportunity presented itself. But the guy said he was a monster going up against an orc champion alone. I think they were talking about our Ken. After the battle, he will be very tired, and then getting rid of him will be as easy as taking candy from a child, said the guy in the mask. Having finished speaking, the guy disappeared from the forest, leaving the killer alone. The guy started dragging the body of the dead player and decided to throw it to the orcs to get rid of the evidence. It turned out that all this time, when these two were discussing their affairs, Ken was nearby and listened to their entire conversation. Meanwhile, the players finished the battles with the orcs. They were glad that the battle went faster than they thought. The player master agreed that they could finish quickly, but added that from now on they would not be overzealous and would return to the rear at the first opportunity. He thought that the infantry was almost done hunting, that by tomorrow everyone would be preparing for the attack on the orc champion, and that they should prepare for the main event. It seems no one knows about Ken and his victory. At that moment, the glow appeared. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces when they read that the orc champion had been defeated. It's funny how everyone started going crazy and wondering who killed the main orc of the dungeon. One of the players wondered who could have done this, since the main groups of each guild were supposed to be busy fighting the orcs. The player decided that the missing people from the Lions Guild were still alive and that they were the ones who did this. But his master was not sure about this, as he thought that the people from this guild were bluffing. While everyone was arguing and guessing, Ken's skeleton warrior killed the orc champion and Ken's level was increased. Ken was given a catalog as a reward, and Ken hoped that there would be something useful in it. He came across a Grim Reaper book, a skill rank ebook that contains the power of Osiris and can store 5 living dead. This book is something like an inventory in which you can store the living dead. Weakened spirits sealed in the book will help to obtain the power of Osiris and increase his abilities by 5%. Ken decided to try to save the dead man and see how everything would look. He decided to secure this orc skeleton that helped him kill the main orc in this dungeon. Now there would be no need to use his hands to deal damaging blows to the monsters. Instead, he decided to summon skeleton soldiers as soon as he entered the dungeon. Ken looks pleased, and indeed with this book the main drawback of the skill of summoning skeleton soldiers disappears. In the forest, the master of one guild could not calm down and ran to the orc champion, while his subordinates tried to stop him. He yelled at him that he needed to at least see what happened so he could come up with an explanation. To tell the true story to Vincent when they get out of this dungeon. Everyone immediately remembered how formidable Vincent could be, and got scared. The Skull Guild players hid behind the trees. They were unhappy that the orc champion was defeated so quickly. They decided to change the plan and leave Ken alone, and thought that they needed to get rid of the remaining targets first. And then one of them remembered the new guy who was supposed to restore order and asked where he had gone. The guy with purple hair said that he ordered him to follow him immediately as soon as he finished. The chief of them said that if their identities were revealed, their superiors here would be very concerned, and that if the worst-case scenario developed, they should be prepared to commit suicide. Time was running out. He ordered them to act as covertly as possible. But suddenly he heard someone approaching them and turned around. This is their newcomer, but why is he running towards them with such noise? This made them wary. Behind the guy stood two skeleton warriors. It was not their partner, but Ken running towards them. The guy thought that the fool went and provoked Ken and brought him here. He yelled at him for bringing them here. Now they would have problems. The purple guy said that because of this stupid newbie, their location would be known. But their master thought that if the battle dragged on, it might attract the attention of the other guilds, and if that happened, it would be all over for them. Even if he had to leave the mission unfinished, he had to get rid of this guy. But by the time he turned to tell his men to prepare for battle, they were attacked. The entire team was lying on the ground, and their leader decided that the newcomer had betrayed them. But surprise, surprise, as I thought, it was not their newcomer, but Ken. It turned out that Ken killed that guy, and when he looked at his memories, Ken realized whose fault it was that only half of the people survived in the past. But in this guy's memories, Ken couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild. Even in the past, this guy was listed as missing, Ken recalled. Then Ken decided to visit the Skull Guild, so he changed into their clothes. Ken was lucky enough to discover the connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first he decided to finish things with the Orc Champion. I want to draw attention to the fact that Ken buried that guy before leaving. The Skull Guild leader clearly didn't expect this outcome. Ken thought he was lucky today, since all the guys from the rookie's memories were gathered here together. Ken sent his skeleton soldiers to the regular players, look at the skulls, so that they would kill these freaks. And he himself headed towards their leader, who noticed how Ken killed without any hesitation, which meant he had definitely killed before. The team's foreman stated that although he didn't know who this guy was, Ken certainly wouldn't learn anything from him. He thought that even if he got out of here alive, he would only be a hindrance to his leader, and decided that there was only one way out of this situation: suicide. The skeleton soldiers had already killed those guys, and Ken thought that he had gone so far in vain, committing such a useless act. Or maybe it's the other way around and Ken should be grateful to him, because he just proved that he has the information that Ken needs. Ken activated his Eye of Anubis and heard people saying that these great changes that were opening up to the world would give Japan an opportunity to move forward. We will cooperate with Lei from the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation and then spread our influence, the voice continued to say. Two men were sitting at a table, and one told the other to go to Korea and become a member of the Skull Guild and dedicate himself to serving his native country. The man continued that if they could take possession of the dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appeared in Korea, they are going to recreate an empire even more powerful than before. He was going to introduce him to the people who would guide him on this difficult path, representatives of Japan's elite who would help found a new nation. Two men entered the door, and the player immediately bowed to these two. They turned out to be two masters. One of them was an archer, and the other a swordsman he was glad to meet. He was told that there was one guy who needed to be taken out when the A+ dungeon opened. Korean dungeon broker, Sally is a good guy, but apparently he got in the way of his Japanese brokers, and now they have to get rid of him, no matter what. In Korea there was also a talented broker named Oven. Ken finished watching the guy's memories and managed to become disappointed when he hoped that the reason would be something else. But it seems that it was all about vanity. This caused disgust in Ken. It can be understood. Even in the worst times, we trusted each other and fought together, Ken thought out loud. He was very annoyed. It turned out that the Master Swordsman and Master Archer were familiar to our main character, and apparently they betrayed him. Ken remembered how before his return, he conquered many dungeons with them, always moving forward to save the world. Ken wanted to be like them. For our Ken, they were not only his teachers, but also his moral support. Now it is clear why he was so angry when he saw them in that man's memories. They were dear comrades, to whom Ken could trust his life. Even in the harshest battles, Ken trusted them, so he thought before. But it turned out that they shouldn't have been trusted either, because they were no different from Lei, and this time Ken couldn't allow them to do what they had planned. They said their next target is Oven, the dungeon broker. He must be pretty talented to be on the blacklist. The fact that he is not in his memories means that the assassination was successful. If people from that group take his place, Lei will benefit from it. As long as he remained on the blacklist, the attempts to get rid of this guy would not stop. They would find him like moths find a light, and Ken decided that maybe he could find a way to weaken their group. Ken decided that he also needed a broker who could find dungeons for him, so things weren't going so badly. So Ken finished his business and decided that he should start preparing to enter the dungeon. Two guys were sitting in the car and they were talking. One asked if it was always so quiet near the gate. The second sat quite calmly and answered that there was no chance that a monster would come out of the gate, so there was only silence here, and maybe, as soon as they cleared the dungeon, chaos would begin here, so he suggested that he rest until then. The younger guy said that everyone would probably interview the players once they cleared the dungeon, but the older guy sullenly replied that chaos would break out because the players would fight each other for items. The guy asked in surprise why they were fighting each other, and the man replied that, except for the Messiah Guild, everyone would be trying to get at least one extra item, but in any case, nothing had started yet, so he suggested just sleeping, because they wouldn't have time to rest soon. When the guy distracted his boss again, the boss yelled at him and asked why he was so annoying, and at that moment, the gate lit up. Ken came out of the gate. He was all beaten up and bleeding. He could barely walk towards the entrance. Ken fell to his knees as doctors ran up to him, dragging a couch with them, while the journalists were just taking their photos. Poor Ken fell to the ground, exhausted from the battle. The man shouted that the players were about to start coming out of the gate, and asked them to carry the stretcher, quickly. The situation turned out to be worse than they expected. The factions began to argue among themselves, accusing each other of betrayal. While journalists were filming all this, articles about the Skull Guild began to appear on the internet. People wondered who killed the main orc champion. The missing dungeon reward caused a fight between the guild members. Vincent crumpled the newspaper in his hands and angrily asked how they couldn't find the bastard who defeated the orc champion. The guys who were on Vincent's team were apologizing to him, when suddenly one of them said loudly that he would do everything possible to ensure that this never happened again. But this did not calm him down in any way, and he continued to talk about how he was going to compensate him for the time and resources he had spent. And also, the disappointment he feels now. This is not a charity business where I can give endless chances to insects like you, Vincent said as he looked menacingly at the guys. Vincent ordered them to give him back 5 times what he had invested in a week. It would be better if they did it while Vincent was giving them this chance. When the whole team left, Vincent asked about Ken, if he was being treated in the hospital, and the secretary replied that he was injured in the dungeon, so he was in the hospital. Vincent was disappointed. He decided that he had no useful person left, and laughed at Ken, who was injured in a 1-story dungeon. The girl said that she learned from Ken that he was not injured by a monster, but perhaps was attacked by members of another guild, and Vincent said to clarify this. But she said that over time the truth could be hidden, so it was better for them to hear the story directly from Ken. Vincent then ordered her to go to the hospital and asked if he would stupidly blab about it to other people, but she assured him that she had taken care of it. A guy in a suit came out of Ken's room, bowed, and said that if he remembered anything, he should call the guild. The guy said pitifully that Ken couldn't remember anything, and wondered if everything was supposed to happen exactly like this. Then why did Vincent himself ask to be included in the team? Vincent himself also came to the hospital and, noticing the face of the guy he had missed, realized that Ken was keeping his mouth shut. He calmly walked into his room and greeted him and asked Ken how he was feeling. As soon as Vincent sat down, he immediately started talking about the Skull Guild. He said that he didn't have much information on them, but it made him suspicious. Ken said he saw them attacking the orc champion, but the fact that they were all killed means the items were stolen by another group. He continued that the last thing he saw was them using the Silent Hunter skill, which was stealth. Vincent said that he knows about this skill. It allows the one who uses it to completely hide, and said that it is now clear that the target of those guys was the orc champion, as well as the players. Ken said that if it weren't for his blood poison skill, he would have died right there and then, that if the one who attacked him hadn't been exposed to the blood he spilled, then he wouldn't be here now. Vincent said that Ken was just lucky. Since all the guys from the Skull Guild were destroyed, then no one except him witnessed this incident. But Ken replied that, although it was true, he should be careful for a while. And he asked if the Phoenix Guild had managed to get anything from the dungeon, but Vincent was angry remembering this, because he had lost so much because of the guys from the Skull. Vincent thought that he couldn't just leave things like this, and that he needed to dig up more information on the Skull Guild to reduce his losses. He decided that what Ken had told him was much more useful than he had expected, so he asked what Ken wanted. Ken pretended not to understand him and asked what he was talking about, but Vincent told him to stop pretending to be innocent. He continued that maybe Ken was spying on the players because of their deal, but he didn't come to him in the first place because he wanted something from him. Ken remained silent for a moment and then said that if Vincent didn't mind, he would like to find one person. Vincent asked who he was talking about, and Ken told him about a broker named Oven, who was famous in his field, but Ken couldn't find him because of his limited connections. The guy's name didn't surprise Vincent, and he gave Ken some advice, saying that if he got a call from an unknown number, he should pick up the phone. After these words, he headed for the exit, but added that he was an arrogant man who picked his own clients, but he was definitely a professional. Vincent warned Ken to keep everything that happened to him in the dungeon a secret, and if rumors spread, the situation would only become more dangerous for him. Ken said that he understood everything himself, and Vincent said goodbye to him and left his room. After Vincent left, Ken got out of bed and thought that everything was going according to plan, even if Vincent didn't trust him completely. Vincent doesn't know anything about the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild. Once he starts digging information on them, Lei, as well as the Master Swordsman or Master Archer, will turn their attention to Vincent. Leader Vincent, who doesn't know that Ken inflicted these injuries on himself, will have to suffer a little, and while Lei and Vincent compete to see who is more nervous, Ken will be able to focus on improving his powers. It is not surprising that Ken inflicted these injuries himself. Then in the car, Vincent said that despite the fact that the Skull Guild is quite large, they do not have any sponsors, and this can only mean one thing. This means they make money transactions by selling items abroad. Vincent decided he needed to explore the black markets outside of Korea so he could meet the traders who were doing business with these guys. He felt that these traders were birds of a feather, and Vincent was quite confident in his plan. So Ken left the hospital and was worried because they should have contacted him by now, but everything was quiet for now. Just at that moment, Ken's phone rang and Ken happily answered the call. The voice on the phone said that he heard something, and that Ken apparently wanted to make a deal with him. So this must be Oven. Ken said that it was and that he needed more dungeons. The guy replied that maybe he would arrange everything after seeing his skills. Skills? Ken asked. But Oven said he would send the details in a message later and turned off the phone. So it's true that he's picking up clients for himself, even though it's a 1-story C+ rank dungeon. It's weird that he's using it as a test, but it would be good for Ken if he made a deal with him. The guys we already knew appeared in front of us again. The blonde asked who he had called, and the man replied that it was a new contender for the title of buyer, whose number he had received from Vincent. The news made the guy angry, and he said that it had been a while since the last incident, and that if it was someone trying to kill him. But the man replied that he didn't care, and that they could have a truckload of these guys, they would still be useless. The guy interrupted and said that he didn't like that this new guy was from Vincent. He walked up to the locker and said that the guy would be useless if he didn't pass the test, and even if he tried to kill him, as long as he had the necessary skills. One day we'll be able to destroy all the dungeons and end this game, and that's the kind of guy they need, he said, and threw the phone into the pile of others. The guy suddenly lit up and told his boss that if he was looking for this kind of guy, he was right here. But the man said that he still had a long way to go, because he couldn't even clear the dungeon alone. He sent Ken to the Kobold dungeon and decided to see how he would cope with this task. The guy was surprised and asked if he thought it was too much, but the man calmly replied that he had not forced him to do anything and that he could give in if he wanted to. These words only convinced the guy that his boss was a rather strange person, and he decided to remind him that he had a high metabolism and was already hungry. The man yelled at him, saying that he had already ordered and eaten tons of food just moments ago, and at that time Ken arrived at his destination. Ken got out of the car and said that the Kobold dungeon would not be easy for an ordinary player to pass alone. He was surprised by this choice because he might not earn money from this deal. He went down to the portal, and it seems that the task is really difficult, but only for others who do not know how to defeat the kobolds, and not for him. A man watches Ken through binoculars and reports where he is. This person turned out to be the secretary of the bald man we saw earlier. She reports on the radio that Ken is already approaching the portal. The man and the boy were surprised that Ken was already at the entrance to the portal when the girl asked if she needed to turn on the timer now. This amused the man, and picking up the radio, he asked her if he had prepared anything for going through the dungeon. She replied that he didn't seem to have brought anything special with him, and the man found this strange. When the guy heard this, he called Ken crazy. And he added that maybe he hadn't prepared anything because he was too self-confident, or maybe this confidence wasn't a bluff, the man thought. In the Japanese restaurant, there was talk about the guild, that they still didn't fully understand the current situation, and that the Messiah wasn't a big problem. Someone asked not to say that, and to calm down his anger, there were 3 pairs of shoes at the entrance. The young man from the Messiah Kim Guild continued that it was so hard to predict what might happen in the dungeon due to the huge number of interfering factors, and it was a pity that they returned empty-handed, but at least the damage wasn't that great. Not that great, the man asked him, adding that 5 of his students had died, and he believed the damage was not that great. The guy was clearly scared and regretted his words, and began to justify himself to him. The man asked the boy what Lei most likely knew about them, about their connection with the Skull Guild, because that was why he offered a job related to the A+ dungeon to them first. The guy from the Messiah Guild realized that he had told more than was necessary, and the player continued and said that of course, as he had said, no one could know about things that could pass into the dungeon. However, isn't he trying to say that their people were destroyed along with the orcs? The guy immediately apologized and said that he should have thought twice before saying such things, and that if they gave him a little time, he would investigate. But the man with the scar said that there was no need for that, because they themselves had already started the investigation and invited him to have a drink with them. The boy raised his glass, and the man continued that despite the current state of affairs, they were all allies, and that he just wanted him to understand how deeply they were offended. And if there are any disagreements between comrades, a glass of alcohol will help with this. If they are comrades, of course. The two Japanese went out and left, leaving the poor guy alone with the alcohol. The guy himself thought that he had underestimated the master archer, the master swordsman, and he needed to quickly come up with another plan, right now. The craftsman went out onto the street, where a car was already waiting for them. One of them received a call, and he was talking on the phone about the losses on their side. He was told that the edits to the kill list were not related to this, meaning that it was done by someone with less than perfect skills. The Phoenix Guild is their next target, and they are the only ones left. And if it wasn't someone from the list of victims who could have hidden their powers intentionally, then it was probably done by another faction that they don't know anything about yet. Not far from the Kobold dungeon, two men were talking about the players who entered the portal. One of them said that he hadn't seen any sane players, and that this guy would die pretty soon, which would probably activate the gate again. After all, he went there alone and was unlikely to survive. When the man said so, the portal behind him lit up brightly. The second thought that his elder was right when he saw the same light, but his elder said that this happens when the portal is cleared. Taking up his binoculars, he shouted that this was not a dungeon that could be cleared even by a whole crowd, when his partner distracted him. He got angry and said that they needed to find the guy who cleared out this dungeon, but it seems he has already been found. Having finished with the portal, Ken got into the car and drove away from there. This angered the man, and he started shouting that since they had taken money from him, they should do their job and catch the guy. He continued to yell at them for their incompetence when his secretary called him. She told him that she didn't pay them, and that he himself said that they were from his hometown, and they came to help him. He probably feels very awkward now. And she added that instead of payment, he said he would take them out for a few drinks. Embarrassed by the situation, he said that he had decided to quit drinking from that day on. The girl was about to leave and told him that if this guy was Ken, then he shouldn't worry, because he decided to work with them. The man thought about how coolly she answered, but he remembered that it was around this time that he first met her. While he was thinking about this, a blond man with a large bag entered the office and said that he offered Secretary Lee a snack, but she simply ignored him and left. The man replied that what was more important was that Ken had completed the task in half a day and met his expectations. Looking up, he saw what a huge bag the guy was carrying with him and yelled at him for his recklessness. Meanwhile, in the car, Ken was driving after clearing the dungeon. He looked fine, which meant he wasn't injured. When he first came out of the portal, there was a radio and a note on his car. Ken was surprised by this. He wondered why he needed a portable radio and whether they were going to make a deal with him or not. And in another part of the city, that guy from the guild was thinking how he was going to meet the master in such a state. Suddenly someone called him on the phone, and upon learning the news, he rushed off somewhere in his car. At the restaurant, Vincent told someone that it would be great if they dealt with this quietly, as usual. The man replied that he understood everything, and asked if Vincent had spoken to the person he was supposed to protect, but Vincent said that he would speak to him after this conversation. He said that he would tell his subordinates to be careful. Vincent asked him not to let the guy die. He would take care of the rest himself. A guy from the Messiah Guild overheard their conversation, and he became interested in how much Vincent knew about the Skull Guild. How a man approached him and said that he was also interested, because Vincent was quite influential. He said that Vincent, under the guise of his business, said that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild. The man said that it would be difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild, even with him, and Vincent noted that he was more cautious than usual. And then he told him about the secret, about the guys from the Skull Guild who died in that A+ dungeon. Having learned the news, the guy became nervous and decided that he couldn't handle it alone, and that he would have problems if he reported it to the master. The guy asked him who Vincent was talking to now, and he replied that it was Charles, and that Vincent often worked with him. Charles is a mercenary, unaffiliated with any guild, and can do whatever he's told as long as he gets paid. Vincent stood up and headed towards the exit, and Charles bowed after him. The guy thanked him for assisting the Messiah Guild and for providing information. But the guy had no intention of leaving and went down to Charles to talk to him. Charles was recognized by Call, a guy from the Messiah Guild. Call sat down opposite Charles and immediately got down to business, saying that he didn't know what they were talking about with Vincent, but he had a proposal for him. He started from afar, talking about something related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. Charles was already getting nervous and asked what he meant and asked him to speak more simply. Call said he was talking about a business that would bring him good profits, but he still didn't seem to understand. It seemed to take longer than he expected. Vincent sat down in his car, and the secretary said that she managed to take over the public dungeon, as he told her to do, but this surprised her, because he usually does not use other methods. She asked if it wouldn't complicate things if they intervened directly. Vincent replied that the Chatter Guild should take action since he had caused so much noise. Now that the location and supporting actors had been chosen, the stage had to be set for the main character. With these words, Vincent called Ken. Call was left alone in the restaurant, and wondering what Vincent was planning, he began to nervously bite his nail. Charles told him that 5 of them, including Charles, he asked to protect this man. He must be an important guy. Call decided to check the member's name on the list for the A+ rank dungeon, but there was no way he would go against the Skull Guild veterans alone, he thought. He thought it was too obvious a bait, and he didn't know whether he should hang on to it or not. And the next morning, Ken's car pulled up to the house. Ken said over the radio that he had definitely passed the test, and the voice over the radio confirmed this, adding that he had passed faster than he thought, and asked why he had hidden his true skills. Not suspecting him of anything, but pure curiosity, Ken replied that he showed his skills only because they asked him to. The voice said that since he wanted to buy a dungeon, he put the list of dungeons he had managed to protect in the 19th slot on the station. He offered to look over the list, and if he needed anything to contact them, but Ken said he had a few things to do, so he would call them in a few days. The man said he was ready to wait. The guy was also sitting in the office. The guy asked if his boss was really going to make a deal with this guy and that he had a gut feeling that this guy was dangerous. But the man said that his gut feeling had ever been right, and even if it was, being a broker was risky in itself. Ken sat in Vincent's office and asked him why he wanted to use him as bait. Vincent started to say that he didn't know what rumors were going around about what they had talked about, but it was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild. He thought that Ken was scared now, although he didn't care. He said that wouldn't Ken have lost his life if he had just sat there and done nothing? Vincent specially hired a couple of experienced guys and asked them to trust him and enter the dungeon with them. Ken said that his life was on the line, and maybe there was some reason why they had to do it this way. Vincent said that he was of course sorry, but he had several debts to these guys, and he was the kind of person who could no longer be indebted to anyone. Ken replied that he understood, since nothing could be done about it. Instead, he would like to increase his fee. Vincent decided that Ken had taken the bait. The secretary raised the envelope to Ken, saying that the boss had prepared something for him. Vincent said that if he became stronger than he was now, his survival rating would also increase. Ken left the house and thought how ridiculous I had sounded sorry from Vincent before his objection in the past. Vincent met with the Japanese faction, and that it all ended with him going down the path of betrayal was an opportunistic outcome, Ken thought. Ken didn't imagine that he would give it to him as a gift. Vincent turned out to be more useful to Ken than he himself thought. A group of players gathered in the forest, and one began to whine that with such a rating, it would all end with him only paying off debts for the rest of his life. Their leader shut him up and said that Vincent just threw them here. But the players started complaining that it was unfair and definitely not their fault, that they didn't know who did it. He yelled at him that if he had time to whine, he should spend it killing monsters. In the evening, Charles called Vincent and discussed his plan. But as soon as he finished talking to Vincent and he asked that he just needed to hand Ken over to them. He added that he felt they had given him too little, considering they were losing an important client. Shouldn't they compensate him a little more? Call replied that if he meant money, he could always give him more after he finished the job, and he could also find him a new client. But Charles said he wanted to make a deal with the Messiah instead, and if he could arrange that, he wouldn't need the extra payment. Call said he couldn't arrange it because it was his personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. When Call left, Charles told his men that they had struck gold and that they would be rich when they finished the job. Charles said that they should take advantage of this opportunity and enjoy life after they get the money. The portal was cleared and only 3 guys from the Skull Guild came out, and the employees ran up to them. One of them asked where the players from the Phoenix Guild were, if they were all dead, but he was ignored. Those guys were professional players from Vincent's faction. The man desperately asked the guys from the Skull what happened to his members, but they just got into the car. He ran up to this group and asked them to tell him at least a little information so that he could explain himself to the families of the dead. Hearing this, the player took off his mask and with a terrible mockery said that he tore them apart until they were completely unrecognizable. Then he got into the car and they drove away. Already in the car, another player reminded him that the mater asked them to be as quiet as possible. The guy called and said that they had just finished work and asked if there was another assignment. Call replied that he had found a target. He was going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day was over, and he ordered them to come there immediately. The guy didn't like his tone, but still agreed to come. Vincent stood in his office and thought that as long as he used the Skull Guild effectively, he would get a good opportunity. He thought that he always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. Even if things don't go according to plan and Ken dies, at least he'll have information about the Skull Guild. So Ken came to the guys to complete the task. Ken introduced himself, as did Charles, and then he told him that another team was due to arrive soon, but it looked like they were running late. The players from the Skull Guild, who were already familiar to us, got out of the car. Ken looked at these guys and asked where the restroom was. Charles replied that he was going there himself so they could go together. Charles asked Ken when he came out that he was the guy they were supposed to escort. Ken was interested in the players who came, but Charles said they had to go in soon and they could talk on the way back. He continued that the others don't know that they are on the same side, so first of all they shouldn't be seen together inside the dungeon, but they won't be far from Ken. Ken began to think about the mission when Charles mentioned that it was very likely that they would be ambushed on the second level and that if they started killing each other from the start, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon. Charles told Ken not to worry too much and just trust them because they know how to do their job. Ken said that he would trust them and do what they said. Then Charles suggested that he go into the dungeon first so as not to arouse suspicion among the others. As soon as Ken moved away, a wicked grin appeared on Charles's face, and he decided that Ken would be easy to deal with. Already in the dungeon, a notification about the goblin arrived, and Charles said that the clearing condition was not that difficult, and they could split up and move one at a time. And Ken was offered to borrow someone from another group, since he came here alone. One of the guys Charles said that he would go with him. Now that everyone was distributed, Charles ordered everyone to quickly kill the goblin and go to the second level. The Skull Guild went one way and Charles's team went the other, leaving Ken with one player. Charles looked back before leaving. And then Ken realized that the real battle would be on the second level of the game. Mike from the Skull Guild asked with displeasure why they weren't going after Ken now, and what they would do if he died prematurely. The caller who came with them said that he had hired people to accompany him, so there was no need to worry. And it would be too much trouble if Ken just ran away now. Call's last words hurt Mike, and he asked if he was implying that he didn't trust them since Call decided to go into the dungeon with them. But Call replied that there was no need to be so offended by everything. In fact, Call came here to get rid of Charles and his guys when this was over. Charles asked the team what Ken was doing now, and one of the players replied that he was quite skilled at using the blood poison skill to catch and kill orcs. The players jokingly asked if Charles was too worried because they could easily handle him, but Charles said he was worried about how smoothly things were going. He said that Vincent and Call were not the kind of people who would spend large sums of money for nothing, and then the player asked him what he was up to. The moment he lets his guard down, we'll get him, Charles told his boys. They came to Ken, but he was already gone. Then Charles said that he must have left some traces. Judging by the smell of blood, they had come to the right place, but he was worried that one of his players was not showing up. This alarmed Charles, and he decided that something obviously went wrong. Suddenly, a player from his team shouted and pointed to two bodies. Apparently Ken and their partner were lying there. Charles ordered that his player be examined first, and that the others should inspect the surrounding area while he was being treated. His neck was injured, and the player told him not to move because he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding, and he should also keep quiet. As he died, he pointed to Ken lying next to him. The player decided that his wounded partner wanted to help Ken and said that it didn't matter if Ken died, since they were going to give him to Call anyway. Charles asked how things were, but the doctor replied that he was in serious condition and that he could die like that. The whole situation confused Charles. He thought that they couldn't fight each other because they knew they were on the same side. Here he remembered Call's words that this task had nothing to do with his guild, and that it was he who told him not to tell anyone about this mission. Charles realized that Call had also decided to kill them in this dungeon when his partner began to scream that the guy was bleeding. Just as he said that his magic would not help him, suddenly an orc skeleton appeared from under the ground. One quick swing of his sword and the skeleton warrior cut down their healer. Charles realized that the player was intentionally injured because they wanted to get to their healer. They deliberately got rid of the healer, he thought. He told the last player that Call had betrayed them and that he should have known because the request was strange. Now the remaining players were surrounded by skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the Skull Guild players were unaware and continued to hunt the orcs. The creepy guy bragged that the orcs kept attacking him, probably because they decided he was strong. But his partner said that it was not that, but rather his terrible smell, and asked him to tone down his cologne when entering the dungeon next time. The player immediately became nervous and said that this cologne costs a lot of money. The partner said that he told this idiot that there are many monsters in the dungeons, sensitive to smells, and now another group of monsters is running towards them. But he replied that he always does his job well, so it's not a problem. One of the monsters ran up to him and jumped on the player, and he, like a real monster, stole it into two parts. Back to the other team, Charles is still alive, and he is very angry, asking how he could betray them. Ken is, of course, alive and tells Charles that for a dying man he is not being very honest, and that Ken is no longer surprised when he sees players who use their power only for their own benefit. But Charles' greed exceeded his expectations. He asked Charles if he was the one who said that each person's value is measured differently. We are shown the night where Call made the deal with Charles, the players discussing how Ken must be special if Vincent and Call are so interested in him. Charles said that Call ordered him to guard Ken, which meant there was something important he wanted to ask him. One of the players said that if they can't kill Ken, then how will their master enjoy this game? And Charles raises his hand and shows his scars, saying that he can play next time, because there are many players he can kill. His partner is surprised by the number of marks, and pointing to one scar, says that this is the one in which they killed 3 players at once. And this idiot said that it would be cool if they got more of these orders, because that way they earn more than when they just clear dungeons. But Charles asked him if he thought all lives were equally equal, and he said that everything has its value. As they left, they said that they had to kill with a method that suited the price, and all this time Ken sat and listened to their entire conversation while they laughed. Ken summoned his sword and said that he wondered how much Charles's life was worth, and killed him. In front of the goblin, Ken said that he was hiding in the same place as when he conquered this dungeon in his past life, and now it's time for him to move to the next level. After all, the guys from the Skull Guild are waiting for him. He kills the goblin and clears the first level of the dungeon. A bright light flashed, and Call turned around thinking that Charles was supposed to be waiting and sending him a signal if he found the goblin. Mike looked at Call and said that his reaction was a sign that things weren't going according to his plan. The first level was cleared so suddenly, Mike thought that they were probably going to move to the second level and wait for them to appear to kill him. The entire Skull Guild team and Call ran to the place where Ken killed that goblin. Call decided that Charles and his team had figured out his real plan and was angry that he had been stabbed in the back first. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ken opened the gate that appeared after he killed the goblin. We are shown Vincent's house where he talked about how most people don't buy them before they go underground. He asked his secretary what the problem was, and she said that he had purchased a flask to collect the liquid, and that seemed strange to her. Blood, body fluids, monster skin, and more sell for high prices, but there won't be any valuable items in the dungeon that he can sell, so she decided to report this to Vincent. Buying the flask, despite the fact that his life was in danger, Vincent thought about what Ken had come up with. The entire Skull Guild group ran to the gates to the second level, and Mike warned his teammates that an ambush might be waiting for them, and they should be careful. This monster said that thanks to him, he could have even more fun during the hunt, and that he should thank him for it. They armed themselves and were about to enter the dungeon, and Call was still angry with Charles. Entering the dungeon, Mike was surprised that they were not attacked immediately upon entering the second level. The creepy player said that they probably all hid in fear, when suddenly he touched the rope and broke it. Suddenly, arrows appeared out of nowhere and flew straight at them. But these arrows were not simple. They had flasks for collecting liquid. They had blood in them. Mike wondered why they didn't attack them. It was a good opportunity to kill them, and the creepy guy only cared about the smell of blood. Ken watched them and said that he had specially chosen this stench, which suited them so well. Call yelled at Charles to stop messing around, and did he really think he would be safe after they betrayed them? Ken thought that, as he expected, this guy thought he was on the same side as Charles. He stepped out of the shadows and said, "What was that supposed to be?" He knew they were planning on killing Charles and his crew after that, and he didn't think they would follow them all the way here, and he mentioned Call's name. But Ken decided that now was not the time for useless chatter. The water behind the team began to churn, and Mike turned around as soon as he noticed it. A huge monster jumped out of the water and caught the entire team by surprise. The monster immediately bit one of the members of the Skull team. Mike turned to Ken and asked what the bastard had done. Ken replied that the liquid on them belonged to the goblin, and it was also the warrior lizard's favorite snack. And since he poured so much of his favorite sauce on them, they would all be a great meal for the warrior lizard. Now I understand why Ken bought these flasks. Mike flew into an incredible rage and headed towards Ken to teach him. His partner shouted after him that he couldn't just leave them at a time like this. But Mike no longer listened to anyone, and his battle with Ken began. Mike angrily shouted that he would scratch Ken's eyes out. The guy was apparently really angry. However, Ken confidently replied that the guy only barks and doesn't bite. On the enemy's sword, Ken noticed that there was a mark on it that belonged to the master, which meant that it was his sword. Ken told him that he thought he was a simple guy when he came running here, but it turns out he is a student of a master swordsman. Mike was noticeably surprised when he heard Ken's words. Call wondered where Charles's team was, and Ken wasn't the main problem here. He thought that the four of them would have no trouble clearing out this dungeon, even if they were alone. While he was standing there thinking about everything, the player yelled at him and ordered him to help him with this monster. But Call kept thinking about what if Charles and his guys showed up here at this moment, when all their forces were scattered. Then it was they who would be dead, and the water monster would stand up to its full height, ready to attack. Ken continued to talk to Mike about how his Nastia must be losing his touch, since someone like him had become his student. Mike was angered by this and swung his sword. Ken was glad that he was giving in to his provocations, but he was definitely experienced. Ken decided that it would be difficult to defeat him with just a sword, so he began to come up with a new plan. He bit his lip and spat his blood at Mike. He probably wants to use the blood curse. Mike asked angrily how Ken dared to spit blood in his face. He hardly knew about Ken's skill. He had been poisoned with hematoxylin and his stamina was diminished, and Mike thought that since Ken was working with poison, a prolonged fight would put him at a disadvantage. Mike decided that he would not waste time and finish him off right now. He raised his sword up and it started to glow. It looks a little creepy. Ken thought that this was an attack skill that was only available to those who were chosen as the Holy Light Executioner. Holy Light Executioner's skill, Blade of Destruction, has been activated. Even as Mike began to attack Ken, the poison began to take its toll on his body. At the moment when he hesitated, Ken ran up to him and appeared behind his back. Ken managed to dodge the Blade of Destruction, which greatly surprised Mike. While he was thinking about this, Ken was able to strike him with his sword. We are shown Mike's past, probably one of his training sessions. Mike was so tired that he couldn't stand on his feet. He thought about finally being able to use the Blade of Destruction like his teacher. But he can only use it once. The Master Swordsman praised him and told him to repeat after him. But it's still too difficult for Mike to use in a real fight, since his arm is in such bad shape after only using the Blades of Destruction once. He continued that this move had great power, but he should refrain from using it against an enemy who knew of his weakness. And what if he meets a monster that remains unharmed even after he uses this technique? Then he will be caught and killed by this monster. Ken appeared before Mike and was killed by him. Mike thought one last time about the teacher and told him that today he met the monster he told him about. Meanwhile, the remaining player received a blow from the tail of a huge monster. Call saw this and remembered how they proudly said that they were the students of a master swordsman, but still turned out to be useless. On top of that, Charles and his guys never showed up. There was no way he was going to win now, Call thought. Frightened, he offered Ken a truce and said that they didn't need to fight each other. He shouted that he was asking for a truce and suggested that they first conquer the dungeon together. Otherwise, at this rate, they would simply become food for monsters. Ken found this funny and said that Call didn't need to worry about it. By killing you, Ken continued, it will be easier for him to clear the dungeon after all. Call asked in fear what Ken meant. He didn't know that Ken usually cleared the dungeon alone. At that moment, Ken summoned all of his skeleton warriors, who crawled out from underground. Ken said how could he trust him after he tried to finish him off just moments ago. Call realized that Ken not only had the blood poisoning skill, but he could also summon the dead. As Call looked at Ken in surprise, a large monster jumped out from behind him. He jumped away from the monster in time, but it began to use its tail. Suddenly, that creepy player, who turned out to be still alive, jumped on his tail and attacked him. He yelled at Call that he had been asking for help for ages, but he was a son of a bitch, just standing there begging for mercy. Suddenly, the water monster grabs the player in its tail and lifts him up. The player ordered that his stinking head be removed and that he would suffocate from the stinking smell. The monster squeezes the player with its tail. It seems he died this time. Call decided that if he wanted to get out of here alive, he had only one chance. He realized that he couldn't cope with this monster on his own and decided to run away from here and hide until the other guys conquer this dungeon. He decided to deal with the rest later. Now the most important thing for him was to survive. He thought that he couldn't die here so miserably, and he started to run away. Something ran past him, and Call turned to see what was happening behind him. That something turned out to be one of Ken's skeleton soldiers, who had already jumped onto the lizard and dealt the first blow. He inflicted blood poisoning on the lizard. Call was surprised that a skeleton soldier could move like that, and decided that his movement was like that of a high-level player. Besides how strong he was, there wasn't just one skeleton warrior, but 5, and then Call thought about Ken's strength. He realized that Ken had already gotten rid of Charles's team because they never showed up in the end. Call continued to think about how the members of the Devil's Guild were killed in the A+ dungeon. Now that he understood everything, he decided to run away from here and report everything he knew. But for some reason, the lizard continued to run only after Call, completely ignoring the skeletons. The lizard fell to the ground thanks to the poisoned blood skill. The lizard warrior's strength continued to decrease. When the lizard warrior fell, Call decided that the skeletons had defeated him and turned around. But turning around, he saw that the lizard was still standing undefeated. Call was horrified and asked why the lizard continued to follow only him, as if the skeletal soldiers were invisible. Ken stood to the side and said that now that Call was distracting the lizard warrior, it became easier for him. He thought that maybe Call didn't quite understand the current situation, due to the time when people could only rely on their level and items. We are shown the past of Ken and his partners. The girl asks why she puts dirt on her body. The man said he didn't know the details, but he had heard that the warrior lizard didn't have very good eyesight. So by putting this on themselves, they will be able to disguise themselves, he finished. Ken remembered his partners with a smile and wondered if everything was okay with them now. Meanwhile, Call continued to run away from the lizard, but realized that he could not get away from it forever. He decided that perhaps the lizard warrior was only aiming at players. Then he thought that he should not suffer alone, and that Ken should take part in this too. But as soon as he headed towards Ken, his path was blocked by one of Ken's skeleton soldiers. Call shouted how dare a skeleton soldier like him block the player's path. But as soon as he rushed at him, another skeleton struck him first. Call's mask split in two and he froze in horror, not knowing what to do. The lizard didn't hesitate and pounced on Call while he was sitting, but he didn't reach him. Call only injured his leg and screamed in pain. Turning around, Call realized that he was under the watchful gaze of the lizard warrior and was stopped by skeletons. Call thought they had managed to kill him and looked like a madman who hoped he could now escape from here. Ken approached him and thanked him for distracting the warrior lizard. But it was time to wrap up, and Call asked in fear what he meant by wrap up. He shouted that he wanted to talk to him and asked for help to get out of the dungeon. Ken said he should pay attention to that guy behind him. The lizard stood up and continued to look at Call, and Ken said that he must be wondering why the lizard was only going after him. His eyes act as heat sensors. And of course, he has no interest in chasing cold skeletons. The lizard quickly rose and aimed at Call, who could no longer run because of his leg. Now we are shown Vincent, who was sitting in his office with his secretary, and they were watching the news, which talked about the dungeon, and that the Phoenix Guild refused to enter the dungeon. The girl said that a similar problem arose when he was planning to conquer a 6-level dungeon. As she predicted, the public opinion of the Phoenix Guild is terrible, the girl said while scrolling through social media. Vincent said that listening to weaklings was a waste of time, and right now they should concentrate solely on the 6th-level dungeon. An announcement appeared about the objection of the Messiah Guild. The girl came out with an official statement that the Messiah Guild was postponing the entrance to the dungeon. Even the Messiah Guild has postponed its entry, and on the internet everyone is writing about how they support this guild. The guy said it was obvious. It had been 2 years since this monster appeared, but there was still a lot they didn't know about this monster. And no player has ever returned alive from hunting this monster, so there's no point in even discussing difficulty when it comes to this monster. There is no information about this monster, and such a dangerous monster appeared in the country. The people accepted the decision of the Messiah Guild without any doubt, but the man wondered if it was true that the Messiah simply announced it without any ulterior motive. But suddenly, something on the internet caught his attention. The man then asked the boy what he thought would happen if all the guilds delayed entering the dungeon. The boy didn't understand what he meant, and suggested that probably all the fearless players would gather, although it might still be difficult to clear the dungeon. Over time, the government will also want to get rid of this dungeon, and other countries will do the same. The man said that this was all true. Simply put, the dungeon would be conquered on a larger scale. But what if at that moment someone appeared and defeated the tailed lizard, the man suggested. Then the boy realized what his boss meant, that the Messiah Guild was deliberately trying to get more time. There must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon. The longer it is delayed, given the growing fear, the more unattended items will be in the dungeon. And when these guys defeat the tailed lizard, they will be able to get both fame and fortune. But let's get back to Ken, who received the Achievement Hunter and Lizard Warrior's catalog as a gift. Also, his level rose, and the rank of the Poisoned Blood skill increased, as did the Skeleton Soldiers. It was all over faster than he expected, thanks to the fact that the skeletal soldiers had no body temperature. But since he got involved with guys who have connections with the Messiah Guild, it will be difficult for him to move freely. Ken took Mike's sword made from the shell of an armadillo. This sword, forged from the shell of an armadillo, is not easy to destroy, rank unique. The weapon that the master swordsman used is not a bad option. Ken handed the sword to one of the skeleton soldiers and ordered him to use it. He walked up to Mike and said they needed to talk and activated his Eye of Anubis. The dungeon was cleared. Ken calmly walked out of the portal. When a worker ran up to him and asked what happened to the others, Ken immediately said that they were all killed except him. But his answer did not please the worker, and he asked him to explain everything in more detail because he still had to write a report and present it to the guild. Ken said he could just write that the warrior lizard was stronger than they thought. He called someone and said that he completed the task as Vincent ordered, and also one of the guys who aimed at him was using a sword of a unique rank that previously belonged to a master swordsman. Ken continued that the master is an important member of the Messiah Guild, as well as the head of the faction. The Japanese faction, Ken said he was sure they were the main branch of the Skull Guild. Other than that, he didn't find anything, but he might be able to get more information if he looked into it better. Having finished the conversation, he said that he would call him back, and as he left the room, he looked at the TV that was standing in the room. It seems it was not for nothing that Ken stood right in front of the TV and told everything he knew over the phone, because there is a camera installed in the TV. In Mike's memories, he was talking to some man. He was telling him that they had taken special precautions because he would be interacting with a person who was being monitored by the guild. He told Mike that he had planted a bug behind the TV so that he would be aware. Ken of course found out everything and said that those bastards from the Skull would fall into their own trap, and now the Skull Guild would turn its attention to Vincent. "Speak of the devil and he will appear," Vincent called Ken. Vincent said he had heard that everyone had been killed except him, as luck was on his side, and asked Ken if he had any information for him. Ken said he couldn't find anything else because he was focused on survival, but said he knew where the Skull Guild's main branch was. Vincent asked Ken to come to his house tomorrow because he wants to hear more information. Ken got into the car and drove to the station to storage cell number 19. He thought Oven was a pretty careful broker as he approached the right cell. Ken wondered if Oven knew he was a target too. The list of dungeons that Oven had prepared was already in the drawer, and Ken hoped that the list wasn't too disappointing. Ken took the list and began to look at it in the car. Ken was surprised by the quality of the work. He thought it was no wonder that the Messiah Guild considered him a nuisance. The content of the list and the quality are excellent. It reminded him of the dungeons he conquered when he was a member of the Messiah Guild. Now he finally understands where they got them from. Ken realized that Oven was not their target for nothing. There was a dungeon about an albino lizard egg on the list. Ken didn't think that Oven would have this dungeon too. There is not much information about the albino lizard egg. Even he could not find a source or variations. Ken was intrigued by this dungeon and wondered what might be inside the egg. He thought that he could only find out about this directly. Only Lei has this knowledge, a clue for him to get closer to the truth. He took the radio in his hand and decided, no matter what, that he should be the one to clear out this dungeon. Ken's voice came over the radio in Oven's office. Oven, if that was his real name, was delighted and thought that it was probably time for his first deal with Ken. The next day, Ken was already standing in Vincent's office. He asked Ken if Charles's group and the Skull Guild had died fighting each other. Ken replied that one of them was much stronger than the other members of the Skull Guild. Judging by their sword skills and fighting, there was no doubt that they were related to Japan. Vincent said that some factions have quite a lot of influence in Japan too. Once this dungeon was cleared, he would have to deal with this problem. With these words, he placed the newspaper on the table. He said that since Ken was the only one who came out alive from the dungeon where all the Skull Guild members were destroyed twice in a row, they would start keeping an eye on him. Vincent ordered Ken to refrain from any unauthorized actions until he had dealt with the dungeon and returned. Secretary Kim said the money was transferred to Ken's bank account. Vincent said it was his compensation. Vincent said he would contact him after clearing the dungeon. Ken thanked him. Ken left Vincent's house and slyly repeated Vincent's words about returning from the dungeon. Now that these assholes know that Vincent is supporting him behind their backs, they will soon focus their attention on him and not Ken. Before he got into the car, he thought that he couldn't wait to see Vincent's reaction when they met again. Ken has finished all his urgent matters and can now go against Vincent's warning and act alone. Lee's secretary said on the phone that the preparations were complete, but she didn't know if Ken would accept him. But Oven told her not to worry about it. If there was a problem, he would talk to Ken. While she continued talking on the phone with Oven, Ken was approaching his destination. Secretary Lee told Mr. Locke to get ready, and in response, the man asked her not to call him Mr. Ken stood at the entrance and listened to their conversation while the man whined about how he didn't like being addressed as Mr. Ken recognized the man's name. This guy was from the Phoenix Guild. Ken walked into the room where Secretary Lee and the guy we had already seen but only now learned his name were. The girl said that the examiner would accompany him since he had not chosen a dungeon that matched his level. If you agree, please sign this contract, the girl said, and invited Ken to ask her any questions he might have. But Ken was thinking about Locke, a player who couldn't be killed. When Ken was the Messiah Guild's tracker, he had eluded him twice, although Ken wouldn't give him a third chance. Ken sat down and said that this was the first time he had heard that he needed an examiner, but if so, that meant he had to go into the dungeon with this gentleman. These words, of course, angered Locke, and he asked Ken if he hadn't heard what he said to Secretary Lee. Ken mockingly apologized, saying that he had heard the entire conversation. Locke got even angrier, called Ken a bastard, and asked how he dared to look down on him, but Ken sat across from him quite calmly. Ken realized that Locke was short-tempered, but ignored it and asked to talk to Oven. The girl said that of course he could talk to him via radio. Ken picked up the radio and asked if Oven could hear him. Maybe he still didn't trust him and his team. Oven answered on the radio and immediately realized that Ken was probably unhappy with the examiner who would enter the dungeon with him. But Ken announced that this was not the issue, but something else. He asked what would happen if the examiner died during the clearing of the dungeon. Ken continued that no one would notice what could happen in the dungeon. Locke looked at Ken with such a menacing look. Locke looked angrily at Ken and thought that this freak was threatening him in this way. Oven, on the other end of the radio, laughed and said that Ken shouldn't worry about it because he was experienced enough to protect himself. While Ken was talking to Oven, Locke quietly approached him, looking all creepy and scary. He simply snatched the radio from Ken's hands and started talking to Oven. Locke started screaming. He said that he thought the new guy was a crazy idiot, and if when they entered the dungeon and he turned out to be different, then he would just get rid of him. Apparently, Locke wanted to show off just like Ken, but Oven yelled at him and told him to eat more modestly. Locke, of course, did not agree. One udon would not help him to eat enough, because he needs at least 10,000 calories a day. Oven only yelled louder at him to buy himself some vegetable oil and get him out. After all, 1 liter of oil contains 9,000 calories, and ordered him to turn off the radio, otherwise the battery would die. Poor Locke failed to introduce himself as a tough guy, and the secretary said that since the conversation was over, she would lead them to the entrance to the dungeon. They left the room, and Locke told Ken not to dare lie or anything like that. Locke said that he does not spare people who bare their fangs against him in the dungeon, and he did not let any of them go unpunished. Ken thought that Locke was telling the truth. Ken was happy about this, because he met the immortal Locke here. This is great luck. Ken will definitely need him. The girl looked at the guys leaving and asked Owen on the phone if everything would really be okay. She was worried that Mr. Locke might not actually come back if Ken was up to something. Owen replied that if Locke did not return, then Ken would never return either, in which case he would become an enemy to them. Upon entering the dungeon, they were warned that they needed to kill around 111 direwolves, and Locke asked Ken if he wasn't glad he pissed him off, but then said he would do his best to ignore him. Locke decided to stand aside and watch Ken defeat 111 direwolves on his own, or wait until Ken begged him to sleep. With these words, he sat down on a stone and ordered Ken to begin the battle. Ken looked at him sullenly without saying anything. It was funny to see him like that. Locke picked a cookie from his inventory, which usually contains various weapons, and said that Ken really thought this task was difficult. He suggested that he kneel down and ask for forgiveness if he wanted help, and then Locke might lend him a helping hand. Ken thought that perhaps Locke had received the blessing of the River Styx. Only people whose halo is a stern fighter for life can receive this legendary skill. Even if his head is cut off or his heart is torn out, it will not change anything. A person becomes immortal, who simply cannot die. I don't know, but it's more like a curse. Ken turned away and started to walk away, thinking that Locke probably thought he was very lucky to have an immortal body. While Locke continued to eat his treat, Ken called for help from one of his skeleton soldiers. Ken decided to make Locke understand that it was just him finding it. Locke looked at the skeleton and asked what his little friend's name was and if he could fight. Now Locke understood everything. He said that he had always wondered how he defended the dungeon alone. The small skeleton soldier dealt with the direwolves so quickly that they were already lying on the ground in a crowd. But Locke thought he still couldn't believe it even after he saw it with his own eyes, because he thought the skeleton would be a hindrance. Still, he can swing a sword like a high-level player, and the number of skeletons he can summon increases as his level increases. He thought it was dangerous to be his enemy. As he expected, he is not an ordinary person. Locke, looking at Ken's skills, decided that he would tell Owen everything when he returned. Ken asked how he was doing with his abilities. Locke said that everything was fine and that he probably didn't need his help. He said he was going to tell him all about it after they were done here, to which Ken casually replied, "Okay." Locke noticed this and said that he had just suddenly spoken to him informally. Suddenly, Ken summoned all his skeleton soldiers, and they surrounded Locke. Locke said that these cute skeletons seemed to suddenly become a little more aggressive, and asked what he did. Ken looked down at Locke and said, "Wasn't he the one who said he would just sit and watch until he begged him?" Locke laughed and said that of course he was just joking. He kept saying that it was just a joke, and it was his fault if he offended him. Shouting that it was his fault, he suddenly lunged at Ken, swinging his fist. However, Ken immediately understood everything and easily grabbed Locke and, turning him over, threw him to the ground. Trying to attack the summoner himself first instead of the skeletons is a good try, Ken said when Locke woke up. Locke thought that Ken was moving as if he had foreseen all this, and then he realized that Ken had been hiding his true abilities all this time. He told Ken that he didn't know what he wanted from him, but he wouldn't get anything from him. Locke wondered for what purpose he had approached them. Locke told Ken that he could keep a secret. Ken looked at him with his creepy eyes and mockingly asked if it was true. "But it doesn't matter anyway," Ken said, and his skeletons presented their swords to Locke. He tied up Locke and hung him from a tree, Locke screaming and ordering Ken to untie him. Locke started shouting that he was hungry and was he really going to starve him to death. After listening to him, Ken cut the rope, and Locke fell from such a height straight to the ground. When he fell, Ken said he would give him a chance and time to prepare. But Locke didn't understand anything. Then Ken said that he showed his skills, so now it's his turn to show his. He said to use him as bait so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack them, then he would let him go. But Locke said he wasn't going to follow his orders, so Ken tied the rope tighter and asked him if he was sure about that. Ken asked if he wanted to hang on the tree some more. Locke thought this guy was definitely crazy. He said that Ken was right, and that he had no right to object, because he was the best trunk, the player who usually distracted the monsters. Locke began his work, attracting the attention of all the monsters by fighting them. But there were too many of them for one to fight, and the skeletons appeared behind the wolves and began to fight them. Here, Locke broke free from this crowd of wolves. Thanks to his ability, he remained alive. He was incredibly tired after all. He was fighting a pack of wolves alone, and with his bare hands at that. As Ken stood in the tree and looked at him, he thought that it wasn't like before, but Locke was still not that easy to kill. He'd be a nice little asset in the future, Ken thought as he watched Locke suffer alone. Locke continued to fight alone, not even getting a chance to take a break. The skeletons continued to fight the wolves as ferociously as before. Locke was incredibly tired. While he was distracting the wolves, suddenly the one remaining wolf began to gnaw at his leg. He grabbed it and threw it straight at the skeleton, sweetly telling the skeleton that this wolf was his. They were able to clear the dungeon, and for some reason Locke started talking to the skeletons, asking them that they were probably being overworked because they met the wrong master. He kindly praised them for their hard work and said that they were more useful than some. Locke looked at the skeleton soldier and decided to give him a high five. The skeleton soldier looked at Locke and simply turned away, ignoring his kind gesture. This, of course, angered Locke, and he yelled at the skeleton that how could he ignore him. When he tried to grab it, the skeleton dodged, and Locke angrily asked if the skeleton could do anything other than stare at him. While he screamed for the skeleton to attack him, Ken watched from afar. Ken watched him with his stern gaze. He remembered that in his past life, Locke was not the same as he remembered him. A powerful man with an immortal body who fought against the Messiah Guild, Locke was one of the strongest people he recognized at the time, and now this same guy is trying to make friends with dead skeletons. To make use of his immortality, he uses a fighting method that involves bones rather than flesh, Ken thought. Ken couldn't get to him quickly because of this destructive method. Looking at him now, he doesn't see the anger that was in him before. There must definitely be a trigger that changed him. Ken has no memories of Owen, but it seems like they were very close in the past. Perhaps Owen's death awakened Locke, meaning that if Owen survives, there is a high chance that the Messiah Guild will be excluded from the blueprint for the future. While Ken stood there by the door, pondering everything, Locke looked at him suspiciously, wondering about his intentions. He remembered that Ken had lured just enough wolves here for him to be able to deal with them without dying. It's not just a coincidence. It's continuous. Right during his recovery. It's not just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that can only be done by someone who has an absolute understanding of what's going on. This kind of sensation is not just a high-level ability. Locke admitted that it surpasses him in every aspect. Just at that moment, Ken came up and said that he had done well, and now they could move on to the second level. With a smirk on his face, Ken said that the second level would be much better than here. After moving to the second level, Locke admitted to Ken that he was so tired that he thought he was going to die. He told Ken that he had been working all day and that he could at least take a break now. But Ken again ignored his words and held out the flasks of blood. Locke noticed that these were not elixirs and asked what he was holding out to him. Ken asked if he was a good runner. The unexpected question surprised Locke, and he asked what Ken was getting at. He smashed all the vials of blood around Locke, and Locke asked what the hell he was doing. Ken arrogantly told Locke that he better start running away right now. What an asshole Ken was. At that moment, a huge white lizard, or dragon, appears from the forest and looks straight at Locke. Poor Locke said with displeasure that because of this idiot he couldn't even relax. At the same time, in Owen's office, he tells the secretary that as he predicted, this will happen since the Messiah Guild refused to take part. And he was interested in how long the list of foreign guilds would be. The girl said that they had finished making the list this morning. It remained to compare and analyze it. Owen replied that there was still time before Locke returned, and they should hurry. Secretary Lee asked if everything would be okay with Mr. Locke. I don't understand if she was showing her respect by calling him Mr., even though Locke doesn't like it, or if she was just making fun of him. And in the dungeon, poor Locke, running away from a huge monster, wonders why it is chasing only him. Of course, the white monster is also being chased by Ken's skeleton soldiers. Locke thought that although he didn't understand everything, for some reason he knew that he had to act like bait. He turned sharply and stopped right in front of this huge monster. Remembering Ken's words about how it would be more fun on the second level, he got angry and promised that as soon as they got out, he would definitely kill him. The huge monster opened its mouth and rushed at Locke, but he grabbed it and stopped it with his strength. Locke is really very strong. And Ken, of course, watched this battle from afar, standing on a tall tree. I think Ken was also surprised by Locke's strength when he saw him leave such a huge monster. I don't know how, but Locke stopped this huge monster, continued to smile and said that there was no need to delay this any longer. And one of the large skeleton warriors of Ken ran up to this monster with his sword. The albino lizard was subjected to the blood poisoning skill when the skeleton stabbed it with his sword. Then other skeleton warriors jumped on this huge lizard and also wounded it. Now the blood poisoning skill is activated to the maximum. Locke thought that each of these skeletons looked like they had been individually trained to such a high level that if someone else had been calling on the skeleton warriors, they would have been called in for support or to stall for time. Due to the use of the blood poisoning skill, the albino lizard's health has been greatly reduced. But still, the lizard had some strength left, and when he got up, he looked around as if he was looking for those who had caused him such harm. It was then that Locke realized that she couldn't see the skeleton warriors, so she was only chasing him. And he immediately looked at Ken and thought what kind of magic he possessed. Remembering his words that it would be more fun here, he realized that Ken had planned all this from the very beginning. At that moment, the lizard hit Locke with all his might, who was already exhausted, he flew back to the tree and literally broke it into pieces. But he rose from the rubble by activating the skill blessing of the river Styx. Locke recovered instantly after taking as much damage as Ken expected him to. True, only Ken was happy now, but definitely not Locke, who was angry that he was wasting calories on this monster. He decided to deal with this lizard as quickly as possible and prepared to attack it. Locke ran up to the monster and started hitting him with all his might. The skeleton soldiers didn't hesitate either and immediately ran up to the monster. Locke realized that these skeletons were using him as bait, just like their master. The two skeletons stabbed their swords into the albino lizard's sides, the blood poisoning skill spreading throughout the albino lizard's entire body. At this moment, when the lizard was most distracted, the skeleton soldier jumped on top with a sword in his hands. The skeleton shot him right in the head. The albino lizard was defeated, and Ken's level rose. Ken climbed down from the tree. He earned the achievement Albino Lizard Hunter, and as a reward, he will receive a catalog. The rank of the poison blood skill increased, and the rank of the skeletons also increased, and the messenger of the underworld admired his endurance, and the messenger bestowed his favor on him. Now we are shown other skeleton soldiers fighting the monster. But they couldn't cope with the monster. One after another they died. And the player thought that if they kept moving back and forth like that, they would all fall down one after another, and he decided that he needed to summon more skeletons. He's leveled up. 50 trolls have been slain. He's earned the Troll Hunter achievement, but he's still not advanced enough to get the attention of the underworld's messenger. The player thought that he was able to kill 50 trolls by himself, but still couldn't get his attention. This made him angry, and he started wondering who this guy was. Meanwhile, Ken and Locke stood in front of the dead lizard. Locke thought how hungry he was to death because of Ken, and told him that if they were finished, they should get out of here. Or is there something left? Locke asked. Ken looked at him and said gloomily that the most important thing remained. He walked up to the lizard's body and, with a sword in his hands, ran the second one across the lizard's stomach. With a sharp movement, he cut the lizard's belly with his sword. Ken reached his hand inside. "Finally, it's in my hands," Ken said. The guys cleared the dungeon and they found an albino lizard egg. Ken was pleased with his work. The Messiah Guild went far for what was in this egg, and right now it was in Ken's hands, and now he had a chance to find out what was inside this egg. The egg also surprised Locke, who assumed that all this clearing was to protect this item. He had completely forgotten about the egg, having been running around all day because of Ken, and now he decided to ask what he was going to do with this object. Ken ignored his words. Locke must have been used to being unnoticed. Ken took the sword in his hands and began to break the egg. This greatly surprised Locke, and he told Ken that they didn't know what it was capable of, so there was no need to break it. Inside the egg was a skill page, not what I expected. It turns out that Ken didn't expect this either. Locke was also surprised when he saw the skill page inside the egg. He came across the power of Apophis, the required condition of the messenger of the underworld, the effect of resistance to any type of poison. The king of deadly poison, he has dealt with all types of poisons, but has not been damaged by any of them thanks to his skill, Apophis's power. A villain who uses his power to take what he wants from people and brutally kills them with poison. At the peak of his crime, the Messiah Guild declared that they would judge the king by lethal poisoning. Messi's guild has said it will try the king of deadly poisoning, with many losing their lives in the process. Even now, Ken can remember every single one of his comrades who died from that bastard's poison. An albino lizard egg, Ken didn't know anything about it, except that the Messiah Guild had it. He had never heard of this skill, but the Deadly Poison King couldn't steal it. The only option is that the Messiah Guild gave it to the king of deadly poisoning. They deliberately created the king as a villain to look like the saviors. Anger filled Ken again, and he clutched the envelope in his hands, thinking that once again, Lei had made him realize that their comrades' deaths were in vain. He tore open the envelope, Ken deciding that if he could master this skill, their senseless deaths would never happen again. Ken gained the power of Apophis and became resistant to any type of poison. But remembering Lei, Ken was absolutely certain that he would kill him with his own hands. Locke was surprised that Ken was in such a bad mood. Even though he kept the reward for himself, Ken told Locke that it was time to get out. The dungeon was cleared, and Locke and Ken returned to the office, which was empty except for a package on the table. Reca was pleased by this and ran to the bag in the hope of seeing the food he had been waiting for all this time. But unfortunately, there was no food in the bag, only 2 bottles of water and a radio, which made Locke very angry. Alvin was in his office and thought that someone was talking about him because his ears were itching. The radio rang, and Alvin was surprised that they had done it so quickly. Understanding the radio, he said that they were able to clear the dungeon in less than 3 days, although it was not of a low level of difficulty, and asked how everything went. "Not bad," he answered, and asked if anything was happening outside. Alvin said that there was no news yet about Vincent's side that went underground. However, there is a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild that belong to the 5 leading world guilds have merged. and also a dragon hunter has captured the 100th dragon in a 5-level dungeon. Golden Dragon. When the first Golden Dragon appeared, people were only interested in its skin. The skin was durable and resistant to high temperatures, and they thought that armor made from this skin would open up a new world for players. But it was the Golden Dragon's digestive juices that changed history, not its skin. Ken is unsure of how exactly it was used, as it was banished at the time, but was later discovered to be helpful in removing seals and curses. From Balmung-lei, the seal was also removed using the gastric juice of the Golden Dragon. Its value exceeded all expectations. Ken decided that he had to get it before people found out about it. Oven said that this was the only significant event in the last few days and asked Ken if he wanted to ask anything else. Since Ken had no questions left, Oven said that he would ask the examiner for details on how to complete the dungeon, and they would give him a regular phone number to contact him in the future. They gave him an old phone because its connection can't be tracked, so it's much safer. Loku ordered him not to run away anywhere and to return straight to the office. Poor Locke started screaming that it was his fault that he worked so much, and now he deserved a rest. He told him not to talk to him informally and said that he had prepared food for him. But Locke wasn't particularly happy, and, snatching the radio from Ken's hands, he said that one dish wouldn't be enough. Before leaving the office, Locke looked at Ken. He looked at him sternly, wondering if he was going to have to hang around with this guy in the future. Ken looked at Locke with the same look, but said nothing. The very next morning, in Oven's office, Locke again began to whine that he couldn't rest, and asked Oven why he had called him so early, and hadn't he submitted his report yesterday. But Oven said that he had called him specifically about his report, to speed up the process, and threw the tablet on the table. Tailed Lizard Hunt, rank A+ dungeon. Locke was surprised to think that he would have to clear this dungeon alone. Of course, no one was going to send him there alone, because then he would definitely die there. And then Locke began to think who could join him, who had such skills, maybe a dragon hunter. Locke hoped that it was not Lei, although his level was too high, and he would not be able to enter the 2-level dungeon. Oven asked Locke why he was considering Ken, since he was perfect for this dungeon. But Locke, horrified, said he never wanted to work with him again. What did he say about this yesterday? Despite his skills, this guy is a sick freak. People should at least have a sense of camaraderie. And this guy has personality problems. He literally made Locke pray for a monster. Locke said that if he was forced to work with this guy again, he would then go on a hunger strike, but Oven said that would only suit him. Oven took a voice recorder out of his pocket and turned it on. On it, Locke said that he needed a partner who would not interfere during the battle. I don't care about his personality. Monsters attack people with personality problems. No, only skills matter, Locke, hearing his speech, turned pale with shame. If there is anyone suitable, call them, although they will not be stronger than me. Wah ha ha, the fiery speech ended there. Locke, stressed, asked him when he managed to write this down. No, how could he have kept something like this all this time? In any case, Oven already registered them both, and gave them a great bait. They've already registered it, Locke asked discontentedly, but he was more interested in what kind of bait they were talking about. But Oven only looked meaningfully at Locke and smiled. Meanwhile, on the abandoned outskirts of the city, Ken sharpened his sword. The blade was badly damaged, and Ken decided he should take it to a workshop. But now he was looking at something else and decided to start with this item. He opened the box and was surprised that Oven even had such an item. Since Ken wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, things were getting more interesting. Ken wants to try using the item when he meets them, but let's get back to Oven and Locke. Locke asked Oven if there was still poison left in the Tailed Lizard's dungeon, and reminded him that the government had already allowed a foreign guild to participate. Oven replied that Locke didn't need to worry about that, since he and Secretary Lee had prepared everything in advance. But first, will it be too difficult for him and Ken to participate in this in the remaining positions? How much money will he spend this time? At that moment, the door to the office opened and Oven sarcastically asked why he needed to spend so much money. Secretary Lee entered the office, and Oven asked if she had finished all her work. She replied that the American Guild had finished the bidding, and she also brought the item he had prepared for Ken, and pointing to the case, said that these were the masks he had asked for. In another part of the city, where there was that very dungeon that everyone was talking about, the man complained that the mask was terribly uncomfortable, and that it was difficult to eat in it. He looked at his partner and asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied why he was so worried. To this, the boy began to grumble that he had never been worried, ever since he was born. But the guy was definitely worried, stamping his foot. He thought about how no one returns from the Tailed Lizard's dungeon, so why is this guy so calm? He began to tease him, saying that even though he said so, he was probably scared. The guy calmly agreed with him. While the guy was jokingly repeating that he shouldn't worry too much, the guy was just thinking about how he couldn't imagine getting to that thing. He told his partner to remember to buy him some meat for the final attack after they were done with this dungeon, and to remember that they were partners in the dungeon, so he can't do that weird thing again like last time. The phone that Owen gave Ken rang, and Ken answered the call. Owen immediately said that he heard about his great performance in the dungeon. He asked Ken if he wanted to take part in the Tailed Lizard's dungeon. Ken said that he didn't know yet, because just entering it was already dangerous. Owen laughed and said he understood why he didn't like the idea, but asked if he was good at dealing with skeleton warriors. He said he had prepared something legendary that suited him perfectly. Those two guys are actually Ken and Locke in masks. And here's Ken in a mask looking at his inventory, and he notices the Undead King. He's been dreaming about this for a long time, and now it's in his hands. Ken has never seen the guy use it before, so he has no idea what effect it has. However, with this, his plan to destroy the Messiah Guild will be realized much faster. A man entered the office and asked the players to prepare to enter the dungeons. The guys got up and headed towards the entrance. Ken thought that he would try out the Grim Reaper mask on the first level. The dungeon has already gathered many players who have received a notification to live in the dungeon for 5 days in order to move to the next level. None of the players liked these conditions, and everyone started complaining. Locke said that it may seem like survival is easy, since they only have to survive for 5 days. But it will be difficult to survive here alone, because there can be countless monsters there. Locke asked Ken what they were going to do, and Ken suggested they do a test first. The word test did not please Locke at all, rather it made him even more nervous. After all, he thought that he would have to go through the same thing again as the second dungeon. Frustrated, Locke asked Ken if he heard him in the office and asked if he was going to put him through that torture again. But Ken said he just got a new item, so it's okay to check his actions now. Locke was glad that Ken was going to test the item and not him. Ken suggested finding a quiet place to test it. Deep in the forest, Ken summoned his skeleton warrior. Locke greeted him warmly and noticed that the skeleton had prepared his armor. While Locke decided to play with the skeleton, Ken was looking for something in his inventory. He prepared the Grim Reaper mask. With the mask he can control and connect himself with the undead. Ken put on his mask, got the Grim Reaper mask achievement. Ken's magic power increased, and he thought that was already a good addition. Suddenly he noticed a thread that connected him to the skeleton warrior. But as Ken said earlier, he had never seen the mask in action, so he didn't know what to do. Suddenly the thread connected to Ken's nervous system. And opening his eyes, Ken saw Locke in front of him, who had been playing with the skeleton all this time. Locke continued to chat pleasantly with the skeleton, unaware that Ken had already joined him. Suddenly the skeleton spoke and ordered Locke to remove his hand. Poor Locke jumped back and said in horror that the skeleton had learned to talk. The skeleton soldier began to walk strangely. Locke asked in surprise why he was moving so strangely. Suddenly the poor skeleton fell to the ground, and Locke thought that he was dead and began to check with his foot whether he was alive. Ken realized that controlling the skeleton warrior was more difficult than he thought. While the guys were checking the mask, one group was discussing what to do. A guy named Alex said that they don't know what kind of monsters might appear here, so they need to act slowly. He suggested just watching for a couple of days. He thought it would be wise to join forces with others to survive. They looked at the other players and decided that they thought the same thing. Alex thought that anyway. No one here has the same influence as the Messiah Guild, so being with the crowd seems more reasonable. The guy decided to convince the others so that his guild could focus on hunting. Let's get back to our guys who were still practicing the mask. Locke fought a goblin, who died immediately after he hit him. He decided that he had worried in vain, because there were only a bunch of weak monsters in this dungeon. Just when he thought he had simply become stronger, the warrior soldier cut down 2 goblins in an instant. Once again, poor Locke's nose was wiped, and he looked devastatedly at the skeleton. He looked back and saw how Ken was controlling this skeleton, and thought that he was a real monster. At first, even walking was difficult for Ken, although he still falls sometimes. But just look at how he started running, and even fighting with a sword. Summoning skeleton warriors is no joke, but now he can control them directly. It's too much. Locke decided that it was unfair, because someone was fighting dangerous monsters like a tank, head-on, while he was hiding in a safe place with his mask. Suddenly, a huge skeleton warrior was summoned. Locke was very surprised that, being in such a state, Ken managed to summon another skeleton warrior. Ken thought that although he was able to use the summoning skill while connected to the skeleton, he had used up 3 times his magical energy to do so. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to use the poisoned blood skill in this state. The skeleton, that is. Ken asked Locke how his condition was. Locke replied with displeasure that good manners meant looking your interlocutor in the face when you were talking to him. He said he didn't like that even ordinary bones ignored him. Ken suddenly appeared behind Locke and asked if he liked it when he talked to him like that. Ken looked cooler in this mask. Locke jumped back in surprise, and Ken asked him again how he was feeling. He replied that he felt better now that he had taught a lesson in good manners, but then he got scared and said that he had said that to monsters. Ken calmly replied that since everything was fine, they could leave here. But this made Locke angry, because as he said, he had been fighting like a madman all this time. He asked Ken why they needed to leave, and what about the orcs he had defeated. Ken put on his Grim Reaper mask and said with a smirk that this was just the beginning. Locke immediately became scared and began to lie that his body was not feeling well. He began to invent a diagnosis for himself and settled on anemia, and then suddenly his head started spinning. The guy was lying and not blushing. The skeleton warrior began to poke Locke with his sword, and Locke, frightened, asked what he wanted. Ken, through the skeleton, said that since he had anemia, he would give him iron. An angry Locke said he was just poking him with his sword. Iron still gets into your body, the skeleton said correctly. Locke started yelling at him, and Ken decided that since he was yelling like that, it meant he was feeling much better. Ken turned and ordered Locke to follow him so they could get ready. Locke was angry that he couldn't do anything to Ken and had to just obey all the time. Ken and Locke picked up axes and began to chop down trees. Locke wondered what Ken was thinking about, since ever since they entered the dungeon, all he had done was chop down trees, not monsters. On the second day, the teams began hunting for goblins that they came across. Also on the third day, all the players continued to fight. One of the players said that initially it was a survival quest, but it wasn't supposed to be like that, and that even the monsters weren't as numerous as they usually are. Alex said that the burnout quest was in the A+ dungeon, but here when they were all together, they relaxed too much. He realized that something was wrong here and decided to explore the area despite the fact that it could be dangerous. And Ken raised his level once more, and the messenger of the underworld, imbued with sympathy for his incredible essence, sent him a reward. Warriors Gathering Mastery crowns the power of skeleton warriors, and the number of skeletons summoned, the effects will multiply as the skill rank increases. After gaining a new skill, Ken immediately told Locke that it was time to move on. Locke said they could use all of this since they worked so hard yesterday to build it. But Ken said that the situation had changed, and he had revised the plan. Locke asked how the situation had changed, maybe there were more monsters. Ken, as always, didn't answer. He walked up to the monster and summoned several skeleton warriors at once. Locke asked Ken in shock that he could only summon 5 skeletons. Ken turned around and said that it was like that before, but now everything has changed. Alex's group ran to a pile of dead orcs that our guys had killed. Alex thought it looked more like a massacre than a battle, and wondered what kind of person could do such a thing. While he was thinking about who he might have missed, since Alex had gathered all the talented people, his partner said that he saw something on the other side. They came through the bushes, and Alex asked them what they saw there. The whole team froze in shock when they saw the huge maze. They started running around the entire labyrinth and saw a bunch of dead orcs. Alex realized that this wooden labyrinth was built to lure all these monsters into a trap. There are even more monsters outside, but it still doesn't compare to the inside of the labyrinth. Alex thought this was all so different from any battle he had seen before, and wondered what the guy was thinking when he was planning all this. Now he understood why they were able to relax so much despite the fact that the quest was a burnout, and decided to gather the remaining players. Locke said it wasn't really his style to kill orcs like that, but I guess it depended on the situation. He asked Ken why they kept moving around. He said with displeasure that he was not going to build such a maze anymore, but Ken reassured him by saying that they would not need them anymore. Ken patted the skeleton's head and said that now that his human strength had increased, the traps and maze would be a waste of time. Gathering around his skeletal warriors, he said that it would now be quicker for him to simply hunt down the monsters. Locke was glad that he could now show Ken his skills while they were catching monsters. Ken pulled out his sword, and Locke immediately became worried, saying that the anemia no longer bothered him, so he didn't need iron. But he calmly turned to Locke and said that he was going to lead him and his skeleton soldiers. Locke said that if that was the case, he was going to give it his all, and he wouldn't care about some clumsy guy running in front of him. But after just a few minutes, we see that Locke is already exhausted and barely breathing. He can barely stand on his feet and, in a trembling voice, asks Ken to slow down a little. Locke, tired from running, asks Ken for a rest. They have just started, but he can no longer stand on his feet. One of the skeleton warriors runs past Locke, turns around and looks at him meaningfully. And then he runs away without saying a word about Locke's torment. This made Locke very angry, and he yelled at him, telling him not to dare laugh at him. He gets angry quite easily. All sweaty, he began to think about what kind of person Ken was, and where he got such endurance from. Although that was not the point, his fighting style was completely different from his. Locke attacks head-on with his bare hands, and as a result, his stamina wears down pretty quickly. While this guy attacks his opponent from behind and easily avoids damage, an effective fighting style. Sadly, Locke also wanted to learn this style, since it was more effective. Ken turned around and looked at Locke, who was still lagging behind, and asked him what was the matter, and mockingly asked if he wasn't going to show his abilities to him. Locke wasn't particularly happy that Ken still remembered his cool line he said earlier, and of course he had to repeat that he intended to prove his strength. A bunch of monsters started heading towards them again, and Locke ran straight towards them. Locke thought that he had to do it, even if he had to die again because of it. Ken watched from afar as Locke fought and thought that if this was the Locke he knew, he would definitely use the moves he showed him. Until now, no one could guide him, so he only believes in his immortal body and mindlessly rushes into attack. This is an ineffective fighting style. Well, if Locke listens to Ken, he will become more useful to him in the future. But Ken decided not to wait for Locke to gain experience, but to make it useful himself. Today is already the 5th day of survival in the dungeon, and there are only 24 hours left until the end of the quest. Already exhausted, Locke wondered why he was taking the survival quest so seriously. Their level increased. Locke looked at the unperturbed Ken, who was checking his inventory, and thought maybe he lost something because of the monsters. That's why he was so cruel. The messenger of the underworld took a liking to their impetuous nature and sent gifts, and Locke began to shout that it was too much work for one man, for he had been working 8 hours straight. Ken stopped him, saying that it was time for them to rest, and Locke's expression immediately changed to a happy one, and he asked where they would sit. The long-awaited break that Locke had been waiting for had arrived, and he began to eat everything in sight when a skeleton approached him. He immediately offered the skeleton one of his bars, even though the skeleton soldiers were dead. Locke held out the candy bar and told the skeleton to come up to him and hold out his hand, and then he would give him the chocolate bar. Surprisingly, the skeleton soldier actually extended his hand, and Locke was surprised by this too. Locke was delighted and said that now the skeleton had decided to open up to him after all. He immediately turned to Ken and asked if he had seen it, and told him that this was what was called camaraderie. Locke was so touched by this that even a tear appeared in his eyes. How could he be so naive? Then he remembered Ken and asked him if he was hungry, but then he noticed something. The skeleton brought Ken the candy bar he asked Locke for. It was then that Locke realized that Ken had been controlling the skeleton all this time, and this made him angry. Ken looked at Locke with a grin and said that he wanted to know what so-called camaraderie tasted like. Locke was yelling that Ken was telling him he did a good job, but instead of buying him food, he was stealing it, and that if he liked free things so much, he would quickly become bald like Oven, whatever that meant. These words caught Ken's attention, not because he was worried about his appearance, but because it was the first time he had heard anything about Oven's appearance. Suddenly, the boys heard a noise from another part of the forest and turned to look at it. Locke said that this could be a distress signal, since there is not much time left before the end of the quest. He said they had dealt with quite a few monsters, but there were probably still some left. But Ken said it wasn't a distress signal. Locke was surprised and asked Ken what kind of signal it was. Ken began to explain that after the survival quest on the first level, they would be moving on to the second level, and so they were gathering the players to decide in what order they would hunt the spiny snake. Locke said with displeasure that it was not enough for these guys to unite their forces. They were also deciding in what order to hunt. Locke considered them arrogant. Ken calmly replied that of course they would be confident, because over the past 5 days they had allowed the players to relax. Having opened the catalog, Ken decided to check it and only then move on. Ken pulled out a gold envelope from the catalog, and Locke was very surprised by this. This is the main skill that John George used. Ken smiled when he saw this envelope. Ken got the skill of corpse explosion. The effect is that if the player enters the manual into the monster's body, it will explode at any moment, and all the players gathered together and listened to Alex. Alex climbed onto a large rock and shouted loudly, drawing the players' attention to himself. He began to say that since all the survivors had already gathered, they could begin. Alex continued that in a few minutes the survival mission would be completed, and they would move on to the next level. The Union, including its guild, will try to attack the spiny snake first. Locke looked at Ken and said that everything was happening as he said, and was surprised that they actually decided in what order the players would start entering the second level. Alex said that since there were no more objections, he decided to warn the other players. He warned that if they interfered with their hunt, he would kill them immediately. Locke whispered to ask what they were going to do now and if Ken had any plan. Suddenly, the man standing next to him pushed Locke away sharply and told him to listen to Alex. This of course made Locke furious, and he thought that this guy was crazy. He wanted to attack this lunatic, but Ken immediately stopped him and shook his head. Ken stepped forward and raised his hands, calmly wishing him luck. This calmed the man down. He looked at them approvingly and began to walk away into the crowd. Locke didn't understand why Ken stopped him and said that he could have stopped him. Ken said, "Can Locke really stop all the participants?" He noticed that they had a red ribbon tied around their forearms, showing that they were on the same team. Most players have that red ribbon tied to their arm. Locke would hardly have noticed it at first, but here he lied and said that he had noticed it, but still understood that this was the reason everyone had kept silent. He said that everyone had these ribbons and asked Ken if that meant they had no chance against them. Ken smiled suspiciously and asked his partner if he really thought so. The players completed the survival quest and entered the second level, where a huge, simply monstrously huge snake was already waiting for them. We see only part of it. As you already understood, it is simply impossible to see the whole snake at once, because it is of unrealistic size. The players who are hiding behind the trees look like babies in front of this monster. We see how scared the players are. I think as soon as they realized how big it was, they immediately regretted their red ribbons. This serpent of terrifying proportions towered over the trees, and its glowing eyes were terrifying, not to mention the spines that protruded from its head. At the moment when everyone was hiding near the trees, Alex shouted to his players to start attacking this monster. At first, the sorcerers used their magic to hold him back, and all at once they began to attack the snake. The snake's head caught fire from the blows of the mages, who continued to aim at the huge monster. Ken and Locke watched this battle near the cliff. Locke asked Ken if they were just going to stand there and watch while they caught the spiny snake at this rate. But Ken was unwavering. He watched the battle without emotion, and told Locke that they would not be able to catch her. Locke was surprised by Ken's confidence, and asked why they couldn't catch this monster, because with such a number of people, wouldn't that be enough? Ken asked Locke what he does when he encounters a monster. The first thing Locke said was that he first tried to attack it and strike it, since he doesn't know what it's capable of. It's hard to deal with unexpected developments when you show everything you can do at the very beginning, Ken agreed, and turned his attention to the ongoing battle. He pointed to this huge, spiny snake and asked if he would give it the same blow. Locke froze for a moment, and it was clear from his face that he didn't understand what Ken meant. After a minute of silence, he said that of course it was better to get rid of her right away, with such a crowd of people. Ken said it would be easy, of course, but if it was such an easy task, why has no one conquered this dungeon yet? Did they lack the manpower? All those who failed lacked the human resources, unlike these guys, Ken asked. Alex started shouting for them to move in the same direction, but the needle snake suddenly began to run away from the players' attacks. Alex was in high spirits, thinking that if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before they would manage to catch her. He thought that he could become the first player to catch this monster and clear this dungeon. But here the skill of the master of the source of knowledge, the rift was activated, probably by these players. A huge snake seemed to be stuck in these piles of stones that appeared from underground. Slightly scared, Locke decided that these players seemed to have prepared everything. They even predicted that the needle snake would escape. But then Ken said that it was all starting. Locke got scared and asked what was starting because it looked like it would all end very quickly. Ken said with a stern look that the spiny snake never attacked properly, and also that it had something like needles on its body, which was quite strange. Alex started yelling for them to keep attacking the snake and focused on its head. Players continued to attack the head of this terrible monster, one of the most terrifying monsters we have seen. At this point, when everyone was focused on the attack, one of the players noticed that another part of the snake was flying towards them from the forest. She blew that part of the forest apart with her tail, and one player ordered everyone to gather and continue the attack. The player said that they were assigned to protect this area, and indeed, the players held back part of the snake with their shields. The young player agreed with him and said that it was time to finish with this snake. Alex said the snake's movement slowed and ordered the battle line to move forward. But then this huge monster rose up quite quickly, and the snake showed its abilities. It turned into its more terrible form. Horrified by what he saw, Alex ordered the attack to be stopped and told everyone to remain in their positions. But the snake had no intention of stopping. Its needles began to fall at great speed right onto the players. These needles rained down on the players. The attack was so unexpected that no one could even run away. The spiny snake had lost its spines but still looked incredibly creepy. Our guys continued to watch everything that was happening in the distance, but the smoke from the strike reached them too. Ken thought he suspected the needles were coated with deadly poison. He knew they weren't just thorns. Locke froze in horror from this attack of the snake. He himself already understood how strong this snake was. Among these clouds of smoke and dust, Alex stood, his glasses broken, he himself in shock from what happened, and he just stood there. He thought he knew the snake would have some kind of trick up its sleeve, but it was just a long-range attack, which wasn't much of a problem. The poor players tried to recover from the attack of the huge monster. They slowly began to rise. One of the players decided to lean on the snake's needle, which was sticking out right in front of him, but suddenly it fell apart. He was surprised. These were the needles that flew out of the body of the spiny snake, and he did not think that they would break so easily. Not only did they just fall apart, but they were also completely empty inside. Alex decided to start commanding again despite the previous failure, and told everyone that now the needle snake had no needles left. And what is worth attacking now, before she restores them, Alex did not take into account that not all the players are in the best shape. After all, they were just attacked. All the surviving players got up and went to attack the snake. Alex, confident again, thought that if they needed to kill a snake or something else, they just needed to leave it all to them. The players continued running towards the snake, and one noticed that another player had stopped for some reason. He told him to stop fooling around and keep running. The man fell to the ground and began to choke. Ken was right about the poison. One by one, the players began to fall to the ground, and the man also began to cough and fell. The players were poisoned by a spiny snake. Others immediately stopped and warned those behind that there was poison in front. The man turned and told Alex that the damage was severe and most would not be able to get forward. Alex froze in fear when he heard about the poison. He clearly didn't expect that. How the hell did this happen? There was nothing to indicate that they had been exposed to poison, Alex continued to think, and then it finally dawned on him that the spikes were laced with poison. For some reason, one of Ken's soldier skeletons was hanging on a tree. Suddenly, Alex stood still while everyone continued to run away when they realized the poison was deadly. Ken watched everything that was happening through the skeleton. The poor players screamed in fear and begged for help. The picture was quite unpleasant, and Ken watched everything sadly and thought that it was all disgusting. Locke impatiently asked Ken what was going on. Ken told him that everyone had died because of the poison of the spiny snake, and their plan had failed, and they were now retreating. Poison, Locke said loudly. He asked Ken if those things that came out of the snake's body were spikes, right? So what does poison have to do with it? Locke realized that these thorns were laced with poison from the very beginning. But Ken said that wasn't the case. Before the massive attack, the damage dealers in the rearguard had already taken damage. If the spikes were laced with poison, the dealers would have taken damage first, not the tanks with high health. So what the hell happened then? Locke asked. It was still not clear why everyone was poisoned by the venom of the spiny snake. The voice said that he thought so, that their attack was too smooth. It's not for nothing that they call it a deadly snake. Locke asked what they were going to do. Join those people, but Ken immediately said no. He said that since they had already found the hidden cards of this snake, it was their turn to make a move. Ken stood up and started walking. Locke asked him what he was going to do and told him that going there would be madness. But Ken said he was going to go to the spiny snake alone and told him to wait here and get ready. What a relief, Locke thought, but immediately shouted at Ken that he was not here to follow his orders. Then Ken decided to joke with him and said with a grin that he could go to the snake with him, he wouldn't mind. All objection vanished at once, and Locke said that he meant that he would deliberately remain there and carry out his orders. There was smoke billowing around the snake, and steam was escaping from the holes that had spikes in them. Perhaps this was poison. Ken stood by the tree and thought that the poison had no smell or color and was easy to miss. The players must have let their guard down. Now he understands why all the attacking groups were quickly defeated. They had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison, but Ken has an ace up his sleeve for this case. Ken activated the power of Apophis. This skill allowed him to resist any kind of poison. The poison of the needle snake improved the poison blood skill. Ken smiled when he realized that with the activation of Apophis's power, even the poison blood skill had improved. How convenient for our Ken, and then something caught his attention. Ken dropped to the ground and began to check his inventory. He thought that maybe the spear would help him. With such a build, her skin must be quite thick too. He looked through the inventory, thinking about a convenient weapon. He smiled and said that it would be more effective to deal with her this way. It turns out that Alex is still alive. He thought that he had completely lost his vigilance. All the blame for what happened lies with him. Others also managed to survive, and one of the players asked how many people were able to escape. The other replied that he didn't know, and when he ran away he saw about 30 people, but now they were all scattered. The man advised Alex to find everyone he could to help, but Alex refused and said that they should stand here and gather the remaining people again. He said that those who remained there were probably already dead. But the man started shouting that Alex didn't understand that with the remaining people, they wouldn't be able to attack again. Alex said that they would only lose more men if they searched for the dead. He decided to reorganize the attack squad and try again. He continued that he himself no longer expects victory, but returning there would be tantamount to suicide. The players started shouting that he was sure some of them were still alive, and didn't they have any choice but to just abandon their comrades. Alex's hands continued to shake as he thought that even if they regrouped and charged again, the outcome was quite obvious. But in times like these, he must keep a cool head, as suddenly the players heard a noise from the forest. They were afraid that the spiny snake had decided to attack them again. Alex shouted for everyone to quickly confirm the location of the spiny snake. One of the players jumped up the tree to see where the snake was, and the players eagerly asked him where the snake was now. The players shouted that they probably wouldn't believe it, but at the moment the spiny snake was fighting the player. They all stand there in shock and continue asking questions one after another. The player in the tree said that everything was as he said. Someone was fighting a spiny snake right now, and that if they didn't believe it, then let them come up here and see for themselves. Alex wasn't particularly happy and wondered who could breathe there, since everything there was soaked in poison. While all the players were in shock, Alex thought that it was impossible to get close to the spiny snake because of its poison. They stood in the tree and watched Ken fight this monster, and Alex continued to wonder how he did it. Here he thought that perhaps the poison that surrounded the snake had disappeared, but this certainly could not happen. But even if so, there might still be survivors, Alex thought. And Alex's courage came back to him again, and he said that they needed to go there too. The player said that Alex said a couple of minutes ago that going back there would be like committing suicide. Alex naively assumed that the poison of the spiny snake had disappeared. He thought only of himself. He decided to correct the mistake he had made earlier. He said that since they had gathered here, it was unknown whether they would have another chance to catch the spiny snake. Ken's skeleton soldiers continued to shoot their bows at the spiny snake. But as Ken thought, the arrows couldn't pierce her thick snakeskin. However, there is an easy way to bypass this protection. Ken can simply poison her. The snake looked at the skeleton warriors and opened its huge mouth and decided to attack them. Unlike the lizard, it can see them. And when she was distracted by the skeletons, Ken decided to take advantage of this moment and jumped on her back with 2 spears in his hands. The spiny snake was poisoned, a wound the snake could not help but notice, and it turned to look at Ken. There were no more spikes left. Instead, there were many holes, and through these holes, Ken decided to poison the snake. They're like human pores. It must be extremely painful from the wounds Ken inflicted on her. Ken mock asked the snake that last time she pretended to have to run away, but that was because she was trying to get people to come to her. He thought that those guys didn't even realize that she was cheating like that. The point is that minor spikes fly out of her body on purpose to leave behind holes from which a huge amount of poisonous gas comes out. Ken gave the snake a direct hit right in its eye, and the spiny snake was poisoned again. Due to severe pain, the needle-like snake began to bend violently and destroy everything in its path. Ken ran away and thought mockingly that she made so much noise for her size and asked how it felt to be the most poisoned. And Locke, who continued to stand by the rock, he thought that Ken himself had ordered him to hide as much as possible, but he himself was climbing forward. Locke continued to collect dead orcs, and asked himself who would want to collect these orcs, and complained that he treated a talented person, that is, him, too badly. He showed 2 middle fingers to the skeleton, or rather Ken, when suddenly the skeleton ordered him to report the situation. Frightened, he hid his hands behind his back and asked how long he had been here, but Ken ignored him and asked if he had prepared everything he asked for. Locke said that this orc was the last one, and asked if the spiny snake would really crawl here. How did he know that it would move in this direction? But Ken was in a hurry, and told Locke that he didn't have time to explain everything to him, and ordered him to finish quickly. While Locke was complaining that Ken would explain everything to him, he disconnected from the skeleton. Ken thought that it looked like all the preparations there were finished, and decided to start acting. One of the warrior skeletons continued to cut the needle snake. At that moment, Ken joined him. Having connected, he turned to the side where several copies were standing. He quickly grabbed 2 spears with poisoned blood and ran towards the snake's head. The skeleton ran to the snake with incredible speed and hit it right in the back. The needle snake was poisoned. Ken disconnected from the skeleton, and the huge monster, noticing the skeleton, opened its mouth and pounced straight on the skeleton. But then another skeleton soldier rushed at the snake and also attacked it with poison using a spear. The snake continued to be attacked by the skeletons, injecting it with poison over and over again, and Ken promised the snake that it would live up to its name. The spiny snake was poisoned, and the spiny snake's characteristics decreased significantly. Ken, in one of the skeletons, said that due to her size, the effect of the poison appeared later than he expected. The skeleton, when it ran over the body of the spiny snake, got stuck in it. But he still managed to get out and ran along the long back of the snake and again dealt it a heavy blow, and the poison was able to penetrate into its body. Now the resistance of the needle snake was greatly reduced. The skeletons hung on its body, digging into it with their spears. The skeleton jumped onto the first tree it saw, while the snake, realizing that it could not cope with the poison, decided to simply run away. As Ken had predicted, she began to move straight into his trap. The bunch of orcs that Locke threw there exploded. The skill of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of the dead, was activated. When the snake encountered this explosion, it decided to run the other way, but Ken said that there was no point in running the other way. The snake ran into the depths of the forest, but there too a bunch of orcs were waiting for it. The skill messenger of the underworld explosion of the dead was activated again. But we are returned to the real world, where Owen was reading the newspaper. He confidently said that the end had come for the elite troops that Vincent had gathered with all his might, and it was getting more and more interesting, and the 6th level dungeon could hurt his pride. Owen told Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the entrance of the Needle Snake dungeon. She was surprised and asked if they weren't supposed to leave until a week later. Owen said that he spent so much money for a reason, and he told Ken to focus on showing his skills without paying attention to his surroundings. She then said that they shouldn't rent a car from a junkyard like they usually do since they are undercover as Americans. She said that she would prepare a car for the diplomats to take them out of any possible chaos, and then Owen became afraid of how much it would cost. And he immediately said that it seemed like diplomats were driving small cars looking scared. But this did not stop Secretary Lee, and she interrupted him, refused him, and slammed the door. Back to our guys and the battle with the spiny snake. Locke thought that this guy not only predicted which direction the snake would try to escape, but also deliberately set off explosions to know it in a certain corner. The snake, attacked by Ken's skeletons, finally curled up and calmed down. and Ken and his soldiers were already waiting for her. Ken, pleased with the result of his attacks, decided that she must be in a state of panic, but it was too late for her. The skeleton soldiers continued to shoot at her with their bows, and she tried to turn away from them. Ken said that avoiding attacks was pointless because the poison had already spread and over time her health would also decrease, and by moving so much she was only making the situation worse. Meanwhile, Alex and his team ran towards the screams. Alex thought that these screams had been going on for some time, and he was sure that he had attracted most of the players who entered the dungeon. That's why he was consumed by greed when he wondered who was attacking this huge monster now. But before they could reach the battlefield, everyone received a message that the needle snake had been defeated. The players were happy about this. One player said that now they would be able to get out of the dungeon alive. Another player said that if they did everything right, they would be able to steal the skin of the spiny snake. But Alex didn't look so happy. He was surprised that he was able to kill this snake. Alex, like the other players, also decided that they could not leave the dungeon empty-handed and ran towards the snake. Alex, irritated by what was happening, could only think about the player who had arranged all this. Ken has achieved the achievement First Spike Snake Hunter. The messenger of the underworld sympathizes with him. The rank of the poisoned blood skill was increased, and Ken was awarded a mastery stone. A bright light appeared behind Ken. Ken's level also increased as he stood in front of this monstrous-sized monster. When the players were almost there, Locke appeared in front of him and blocked their way. The two players looked at each other in surprise and asked why he was respawning their path, and Alex told Locke that they weren't going to cause him any trouble. Raising his hands, he began to lie to him that they just wanted to look around here. He told him that they were not bad people, but suddenly froze in fear. Behind Locke, 3 huge skeletal soldiers appeared, armed, and looking menacingly at these players. Alex, seeing these skeletons, thought that the warrior skeletons were not affected by the poisonous gas, so they were effective in the fight against the spiny snake, but one detail bothered him. The attack that failed for them simply could not be successfully carried out by just these ridiculous soldiers. Dozens of players tried to attack the needle snake. As he thought, he simply needed to live the corpse of a spiny snake to make sure. A loud roar sounded in the distance, and all the players, including Locke, turned around in fear. The spiny snake has risen from the trees, but now everything seems different. The snake's skeleton with blue eyes lets us know that Ken now has such a monster in his set. Horror froze on Alex's face. He was scared when he saw the needle snake appear again. He decided that the players were trying to summon it, just like these skeletons. Without wasting a minute, Alex decided to run to the needle snake to see everything with his own eyes. He desperately tried to see the face of the player who had defeated this huge monster. But of course, he didn't succeed. As soon as the guy ran a couple of steps, Locke immediately grabbed him. He hit Alex and sent him flying back, causing Alex to literally fly over the ground and fall in front of the team. A beaten Alex asked Locke what his problem was. Locke glared at Alex and repeated again for them to get out. Alex and the other players froze, and Alex said that they needed to get out of this dungeon and told everyone to remember his face. The snake's flesh was peeling away from its bones, and a bright ball was glowing directly under its head. Ken was glad he didn't even have to look for her, but his attempt to summon the spiny snake failed. Ken's skill rank was too low, and he was unable to summon the spiny snake as his skeleton warrior. But Ken received the yellow dragon's magic sphere. This sphere contains powerful mana. There was a car parked at the entrance to the portal, waiting for the participants. There were 2 men in the car. The guy was already writing a report in which he wrote that the attack in the dungeon had failed. The man replied that from the very beginning no one expected that it would succeed, but the guy said that if they succeeded, it would be amazing. But the man said that he wanted it all to end quickly, since they had already been hanging around there for a week. And suddenly, the dungeon was cleared and the man got out of the car. A whole crowd of reporters had already gathered in the area, hoping to take good photographs. Alex and his team began calling their assistants. When he found them, he immediately started shouting for them to catch the Americans because they were the ones who killed the spiny snake. One of the players on his team found the boys among the crowd and pointed them out. When journalists learned that the 2 had defeated the spiny snake, they were bombarded with questions. The crowd was stopped by security guards while Alex shouted for them to catch them, but our guys were already approaching the car. Alex was pinned down by the crowd and could even get out of it, so he kept screaming to be let go. When Alex managed to get out of the crowd to see the car's license plate, another problem awaited him. The car turned out to be from the embassy. Already in the car, Ken began to take off his mask, while Locke suggested that Owen had spent a decent amount of money. Even the seats were soft, now he could rest a little. When Locke also took off his mask, he asked Ken what happened to the item after he killed the spiny snake. Ken remained silent, and Locke said, discontentedly, that he could at least have said what the object was, since he hadn't been toiling away on it for nothing. Ignoring Locke again, Ken called and said he had just come out of the dungeon. Owen greeted him happily and asked how he was enjoying the role of the hero, but Ken only asked what the press was writing. All the media outlets are talking about him now. It would be unwise not to take advantage of his current reputation, and if they add weight to this name, he will be able to play on the big stage. Ken decided that this image would really be useful to him to gain authority and enter a special dungeon. He was glad that Oven offered him this image, and he agreed to the deal. Oven, by the way, he said that something interesting happened while they were in the dungeon, and Oven asked if Ken knew Vincent's bodyguard. Jin led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one survived. It is not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it did not seem like anything special happened. However, Oven checked some information, and it seemed that there was a spy from the Skull Guild in Jin's team, and he obtained information about the players who were sponsored by the Japan faction. As everyone could guess, the Skull Guild made the right conclusions. Ken asked warily why Oven was telling him this, and he was told that it was useless to hide something like this from him, since he was well aware of his relationship with Vincent and the Skull Guild. The wiretapping began to affect Vincent. However, Oven, as Ken thought, is not so simple. The car suddenly stopped, and Ken told Locke to get out of there quickly. Naive Locke came out and asked Ken if Oven had decided to feed them for such hard work. Although even if this was not the case, Locke still wanted the horror as it was. Ken told him that they would transfer to his car. The dissatisfied Locke, who did not fit into the car, began to swear at Oven because he promised him an expensive car, but in the end, he was deceived again. Locke continued to complain, saying that he was being forced to drive a shitty wreck, that it looked worse than a junkyard car and was too dirty, and then Ken interrupted him, saying that it was his car. Locke's tone immediately changed, and he made excuses that compact cars were the best in the country because they needed very little fuel, and he began to suck up to Ken in every possible way. Ken remembered that there was a food allowance in the glove compartment, and Ken suddenly became kinder. He said he could take some if he was hungry. Locke wasted no time and opened the glove compartment. Locke's eyes lit up and he couldn't believe it. He was glad that Oven finally took pity on him and gave him money for food. But then reality hit Locke hard when he opened the envelope and a couple of coins fell out. Tired to death, hungry Locke looked like he had lost all hope. His gaze into the void was so sad, but the situation itself was very funny. For some reason, Alex put a collar on himself, and in an interview he said that our guys attacked him. He wrote whatever he wanted on the internet, but the comments were mostly angry. Secretary Lee said that the mood of the people in the press changed from curiosity to hatred, and this interview in particular worsened the public's attitude. The girl asked if she should begin to carry out the order that Oven had given now, and Oven gave permission. They released their article, where Ken went undercover and said that he always admired Lei, their guild messiah, and that he was his role model. And then the internet changed its mind. Some wrote that maybe this guy is not bad, since he takes an example from Lei. Others supported him. Everyone went over to his side when he mentioned Lei. Ken thought that Oven had impressed him, because this move had not only changed the course of events. Now that this statement had been made, the Messiah Guild would not be able to stay on the sidelines. They could try to recruit Ken or at least win his favor. Ken never thought he would use public opinion to lure the Messiah Guild. Ken couldn't wait for their answer and decided that he needed to prepare thoroughly before the Messiah contacted him, and in front of Ken lay several swords. But suddenly Ken received a notification. Urgent news. Vincent had cleared a 6-level dungeon. This urgent news made him happy. Apparently he was waiting for Vincent. Vincent was enjoying the attention of the press when his secretary Kim ran up to him. He whispered that she needed to tell him something. Vincent said that if it was not urgent, she could tell him everything later, but she said that it was urgent. She told him that Jean's team, who went into the dungeon, was completely destroyed. He didn't like this news at all, and Vincent called 2 employees over to him. The man quickly announced that the press conference was over because Mr. Vincent needed to visit the hospital for a medical examination. While the staff was talking to the press about the press release, Vincent and Secretary Kim were already leaving, and Vincent demanded details. In the car, she explained that a few days ago, an anonymous informant had sent them a bank statement to the office, and Vincent had asked if they could trust a source they didn't know. She said she didn't know the reason why they sent us this information, but it seemed to be partially true. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so it's possible that they weren't killed by monsters. Jean's team was the only one that went into the dungeon, so other guilds can't be involved. Vincent was completely overcome with anger and said that she meant that there was a rat among his royal guards. Vincent broke his tablet in half out of great anger. He realized that the Skull Guild had deceived them. At the same time, in the building of the Messiah Guild, where the players sat as if at a Sabbath, they decided what they would do with Vincent in the future. Paula said she was going to leave him to the mercy of public opinion, and remarked that it was all a bit late in the day for them to remember that. The Master Swordsman said that he is currently working with the Skull Guild, trying to get rid of this mess. But Paula didn't like it. She hit the table and said that now was not the time for rash actions, and asked what happened to the last dungeon of the Lizard Warrior. She said that if he was going to do something, he should do it properly, and she also reminded them about Cole, who was missing and probably already dead because he got caught up in his mess. The girl said, "Is he really going to show the whole world their relationship with the Skull Guild? It's not my business to interfere with how he does his job, but it can't be ignored," Paula said. While one of the members thought that Cole didn't even have any special skills, but he had already been mentioned several times, Paula suddenly declared that they could no longer work with the Skull Guild anymore. She said that she was stopping any business related to her, but the Master Swordsman said that he would not accept it, since there was not even a guild leader, and he was not going to obey her decision. But Paula looked at him with a terrible look and confidently said that he did not understand her because this was the head's decision. The Skull Guild leaders looked at her with displeasure, but said nothing. They stood up and walked out of the building and headed to the car, and one of the participants asked his partner what he thought about it. With a fierce look, they looked back, and one of them said that they could not stand this any longer, and the other replied that it was time for them to part ways with the Messiah Guild. At Vincent's house, Ken was standing next to him. He was blatantly lying to Vincent, asking in surprise if Jean's team was not a highly qualified team, and that he would never have thought that something like this could happen. Still angry, Vincent honestly admitted to Ken that he wanted to create a business with these skull bastards to get benefits, but everything has changed. Now it will be better to destroy them. Silence fell in Vincent's office, a little awkwardly. Ken thought Vincent was more ambitious than anyone else. Within a few years, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan and go into exile. People who didn't know the truth called Vincent a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because Vincent was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take away everything he had created. He would turn his back on his own country in an attempt to protect his life and wealth, of course, so he would not leave this situation, and Ken said he would become his bodyguard. Ken said that it seemed like he wanted to use him to deal with them, but he didn't want to be abandoned after he was no longer of use to him. Vincent was surprised by this. Vincent thought how this loser could become his bodyguard. He didn't think that Ken would have such an idea. He planned to win him over to his side, even if he had to threaten him. Although Vincent doesn't care about his intentions as long as he can get rid of the Skull Guild, and he said that he is interested in it. Vincent said that Ken said that he could destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for his protection. Ken said that he should protect him well if they needed him, and that he himself had something to repay the Skull Guild for. This answer made Vincent very happy, as it was the answer he had expected. Ken left the house and turned around to look at Vincent's house, and thought that now all responsibility for his actions would lie with Vincent. In the office where Ken signed the contract, Ken himself and the company's employees were sitting. The man said that the terms of the contract would be changed to the highest level. Ken stood up and said that he would be under their supervision. How did this Kina become Vincent's royal guard? The employee asked his boss, since he had joined the guild less than half a year ago. He had built up quite a reputation working here, but he didn't think it was enough to get into the royal guards. The man replied that he wasn't sure, but he figured it had to do with something they didn't know about. While Ken was in the elevator, he listened to everything the employees were saying. One of them asked if the others had heard that the traitor was among Vincent's royal guards. Another was surprised how he got there, and said that he was probably lucky to get a rare item. The man said that he was even a little jealous of him, although he clearly shouldn't be, because he was probably sucking up to get to the top. And the man those men were talking about was standing behind them, and Ken thought there was no denying that he was lucky. Ken called Oven and he happily answered his call. He figured Ken must have something urgent to ask him since he found time in his busy schedule. What Oven heard surprised him greatly, judging by his expression. A tired Locke, who was sitting in his office, asked what the idiot had come up with this time, but Oven continued talking to Ken. Oven said that it was a bit difficult for him to manipulate the people who ran the guild and were in charge of the dungeon, but he still agreed. He turned off the phone and told Locke that Ken wanted to use fake documents to enter the dungeon, and he assumed they would find out soon. Locke yawned and asked why he was helping him, even without knowing all the details, and whether he had really come to trust this Ken completely. Oven said that he doesn't believe in people, and is just trying to figure out which direction he is holding the sword in to determine whether he is with them or not. All the dots over the I's will be placed when they find out his ultimate goal. Two men were sitting in a car, and one asked the other if Ken was going to destroy the Skull Guild, and he agreed. It seems that Vincent is set to declare a full-scale war on the Skull Guild. Most of the Skull Guild members are entering the dungeon today, so this is a great opportunity for Vincent and Ken, the man continued. However, they cannot rule out the possibility that Ken created his own team, or is using fake documents. But the man with the scar said that he didn't care about it, as long as Ken went into the dungeon. Ken approached the tent where the two reporters were and introduced himself as Louis. The man asked Ken if he came here alone and asked him to sign some papers and said that they were not giving a dungeon briefing. Instead, he could read this. Ken thought that even though it was a D-rank dungeon, it could only accommodate 60 players, and it seemed like the dungeon management wasn't very responsible, so it was the best place to trick people. No. He already said this, but this dungeon is obviously a trap for Ken. In front of Ken's car, the headlights of 2 cars parked opposite him turned on, and several people got out of the cars. When they got together, Ken was surprised to see these guys, because he expected experienced people, but this guy. Oven was surprised when he saw Jan's name on the list. Secretary Lee said that she also checked the list, and she thinks he joined the dungeon under an alias. This caught Locke's attention, and Oven said with displeasure that this was the same dungeon that Ken went to. Unsuspecting, Locke asked who Ian was. A troublesome newbie guy with a level below 50, he is one of the Knights of the Round Table. Oven said they screwed up. Jan is a member of the Messiah Guild, the one who looks like a big gorilla. Ken didn't think the Messiah Guild would send Ian away so soon. Come to think of it, this guy is one of them, a Knight of the Round Table. A group of players who wield legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, as well as those under their command. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms on behalf of the fallen government to protect the suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. Over time, the weakened Knights of the Round Table became guardians and took root in the Messiah Guild. Much later, he learned that it was all planned. The Knights of the Round Table were weakened by none other than the King of Deadly Poisoning. Many knights became his victims. Gawain's necklace, which Ian now possesses, may have been taken from one of them. If they were knights, it would not be difficult for them to do something similar if there were any left. However, it is still a dangerous item, no matter who wields it. There is no need to conserve your strength. Ken got out of the car to enter the dungeon. Immediately a notification appeared to get rid of 3,000 monsters to move on to the next level. Everyone immediately became sad and began to whine that it would be better if they killed 1 or 2 monsters stronger than this. The man said that 3,000 monsters were not particularly dangerous, but it might take some time. Ian said that was a good thing. In the midst of this chaos, it would be easier to stab Ken in the back and pretend it was an accident. He ordered him not to waste any more time and find him, as one player noticed some guys. The Skull Guild just entered the dungeon in such clothes. Don't they understand the situation they're in? Yan thought. Unable to handle the situation on their own, but still continuing to ruin everything around them, Ian decided that they were incompetent bastards. Ian is sure they were warned not to interfere in this personally, and how dare they disobey the leader. He decided to kill them after he came out of the dungeon. He ordered to ignore the guys from the Skull Guild, because they were here to do their job. No matter what happens, they have to deal with Ken themselves. Creepy Yang said that they should report to him once they found him. The target skill was blood poisoning, so they had to act carefully. And also, they could kill anyone who got in their way. Yang would take responsibility. One player was running through the forest, and he thought he didn't know they were going to attack the Skull Guild on level 1. He hid behind a tree when he saw Vincent's royal guards. He didn't know that they had also entered here. In front of him, people from the Skull Guild were fighting with skeleton warriors. He decided that someone had brought a necromancer with them. He continued to wonder why he still hadn't seen Ken when something rushed past him. It was Ken who suddenly appeared behind the player. He looks quite menacing. Ken immediately dealt him the first blow, and he fell and began to justify himself by saying that he had nothing to do with the Skull Guild. But Ken said that the guy above said that he was from the Skull Guild and pointed up. The man looked up and saw a body hanging from a tree. He thought that the guy couldn't have said that. He remembered the previous conversation with this guy. That guy said that Mike failed, so even if they were in danger, he should not interfere. No matter what, he must survive and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the leader. But of course he lied to Ken, saying that he was seeing this guy for the first time in his life. Ken hit the man again, and he fell to the ground, but the player continued to repeat that he didn't know anything. Ken's eyes glowed blue as he activated his skill, and he said that these guys could only be trusted when they were dead. We are taken back to Oven, who frowned at Locke and told him that he knew Ken was a much stronger player than him. Locke angrily threw the pizza slice back onto the packaging and regretted asking, because he had lost his appetite. But Oven sarcastically said that this was the guy who ate 5 boxes of pizza and tapped the boxes. Locke only got angrier and shouted that he couldn't eat the pizza he bought himself. He even shared a huge slice with him, but Oven tiredly asked what he said about what kind of player Ken was. He is the most cunning, Locke said calmly. Locke said a little wearily that Ken would never enter into an unequal fight. Locke gave him a stern look and said that if Ken didn't have a chance to win, then he wouldn't fight. That was called using his brain. In the dungeon, skeleton warriors surrounded the players. One of them realized that it was Ken, who summoned all his skeletons. The gorilla player sat by the fire and confidently said that at least they knew what to do if they found this coward hiding in terror. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Skull Guild guys. They knew what was coming, so it would be nice to meet them soon. The next day, as they were running through the forest, one of them was wondering why they hadn't seen that bastard yet, even though he had also moved on to the 2nd level. The man assumed that Ken was going to hide until the dungeon was cleared, when suddenly he noticed something. The arrow flew past him and he realized that Ken had decided to show up. One player said that after stalling for time he finally showed up. Another said that it looked like there was a necromancer among his companions when he saw so many skeletons. The gorilla, with a cheeky grin, asked that Ken was going to use the skeleton warriors to fight the players. But then, out of nowhere, Ken appeared with a huge sword and his little skeleton warrior. This made Jan happy. He said that if he had continued to hide, he would not have gotten into trouble, and thanked him. He decided to test all of Ken's skills in battle. The little skeleton warrior rushed forward. Yang confidently swung his sword to attack the skeletons, but they deftly avoided his attack. The agility of the skeleton warriors did not please the gorilla player very much. He was surprised that they were able to just avoid his attack. This was the first time he had seen skeleton warriors move like that. And Ken, at that moment, when the gorilla player was distracted, ran up to him. Ken's fierce gaze suddenly appeared in front of us. He was holding his sword in his hands. But before Ken could raise his sword, the gorilla player stopped him with his sword. In front of this monster, Ken looked so small, not saying anything about the difference between their swords. Ken knew that Ian was strong, but it turned out that he was not only stronger, but also faster than he thought. By lowering his sword, Ken was able to turn away from the gorilla's attack. But this act did not amuse Jan much. He sternly asked Ken why he made him wait so long, just to show him this. Ken jumped back and realized that he was a strong opponent. It was not easy to fight him. Unlike his previous enemies, it was not easy for Ken to fight him, save his strength and remain cool at the same time. A notification came from an immortal fighter who was interested in this battle, and the gorilla asked jokingly if Ken had seen the notification from his patron. There was also a notification from the messenger of the underworld, who was also interested in this battle. Yang said that he only receives such notifications when he fights worthy opponents. Ian realized that Ken had also received the attention of his patron, and decided that he could get a good reward if he killed him. Ken remained silent and glared at him. Ken thought it would be difficult if things continued like this, and then Oven said that he had asked him to eat properly, but that they should stop here, but Locke said that it was not such a problem. Oven didn't understand what Locke meant by it being no big deal. Locke said Oven was worried about what kind of player Ken was. We were taken back to the dungeon where Ken stood next to his skeleton warriors. A dark aura enveloped him, and Ken's eyes lit up as they usually did during his battles. This unpleasantly surprised Ian, who thought that these skeletons were summoned by his partner, and after counting the skeleton soldiers, he asked Ken that he was saving his strength just to fight him. Ken of course didn't say anything. He's not one to talk during a battle, but Ian even liked it, and Ken began his attack. While Ken was stopping Ian with his sword, 2 skeleton soldiers also followed him in an attack. This only amused Jan. He began to shout for them all to come closer, because he could handle them all at once. But when the skeletons ran up to him, they quickly walked around him and continued running. Then it dawned on him that Ken didn't need him at all. The skeletons began to fight with his team. One of his teammates called him over and shouted that there were too many skeleton warriors and they couldn't handle them. Ian was angry that his team was so useless and asked Ken what kind of cowardly methods he was using. Ken just laughed at him and asked mockingly if that was the dog that just barked. He continued to tease him, saying that it was more like a puppy since he was not even able to comprehend the situation he was in. Our Ken was playing a dangerous game. As expected, the gorilla player got angry and warned Ken that he was messing with the wrong guy. Ian activated the effect of Gawain's necklace, the Sun's Blessing, one of the prized items of the Knights of the Round Table. This didn't surprise Ken. He probably expected it earlier. Suddenly, skeleton soldiers appeared behind Jan. I think he decided to attack him from behind now. But the power of the necklace worked, and he quickly turned and attacked our skeletons. One sharp swing of the sword, and our cute skeleton soldiers are no more, the bones flying in all directions. Sorry for the skeleton soldiers. Ken realized that Gawain's necklace belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. No joke. He knew about the effect. As expected, the gorilla's strength increased. Ken thought that now that he had decided to use it, it was time to start the next stage and summoned his skeletons. When Jan heard that he would howl his skeletons, he was very surprised. In an instant, when the skeleton warriors heard the order, they immediately ran away in different directions, just like Ken. Ian thought that Ken wanted to hide again because he thought he couldn't win in an open fight, but Ian needed to get rid of him before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. So Ian turned to his team and said that he would follow him forward and let them deal with the skeletons. Something tells me that this will be a big mistake. While Ken was running away, he thought that Ian had not changed at all. He still does not care about his subordinates, probably because of his self-confidence. Ken thought that of course Gawain's necklace would not help him in any way now. This item greatly increases all of the owner's stats, but this gorilla has no idea how to properly use this magnificent item. In his hands, it's the same as glasses in the hands of a monkey. It only plays into Ken's hands. While Ken was running away, Ian was catching up with him. There were pillars of dust around him. It must be admitted that he is fast. Ken himself also thought that it was impossible not to notice the difference in characteristics. Jan himself thought only that no matter how far Ken ran, he would catch him and kill him. He thought that Ken would not be able to escape from him now that he had used the sun's blessing. But while he was concentrating on the fleeing Ken, there was a pile of orcs lying at his feet. Activating the effect of the messenger of the Earthworld, corpse explosion, Ken used this trick again. The explosion was so big that it was noticed by players from Jan's team, who were in another part of the forest. One of the players became noticeably worried and asked what the explosion was. But another player immediately told them not to panic because their commander could not be defeated with a simple explosion, and that they needed to quickly get rid of the remaining skeleton warriors and join. Before he could finish the sentence, something flew at him. The arrow. It was an arrow. The player was exposed to poisoned blood. He cut off the arrow and told his companions that these pawns were not to be underestimated. They were stalling for time very well and ordered everyone to gather. Ian survived the explosion and started screaming vilely for the coward to stop running away and come out to fight him. Ken stood behind a tree and took out his mask. Ken came out with an interesting expression on his face and said, "So what if it was cowardly?" It was obvious that he would lose to him in an open fight, and teasingly said that if he wanted to catch him, then let him run faster. The trick worked, and Jan thought that when he caught it, he would tear it apart with his bare hands. And the Tom and Jerry scene continued. Ken ran away again, and Ian tried to catch up with him. However, Jan had now activated the Immortal Fighter effect. Hurry. He ran up to Ken and pulled out his sword, ready to cut Ken, even though he had just said he would kill him with his bare hands. Before he struck, he said, and I quote, "Let the filthy rat die." But before he could hit him, he fell into the ground. One could understand that the whole path was filled with such tricks. While he served, our Jerry continued to run away. There were orc corpses in the hole Ken dug. And again, an explosion. Jan fell into the same trap twice. In vain I called him a gorilla. They are smarter. He got angry, but still survived, and told Ken to stop playing these games. But Ken, who was standing over the pit, said that he wasn't playing, and began to tease Ian again, asking him if he still didn't understand what strategy was. "Do you think I play tag with you because I'm bored?" Ken said. Ken decided to give a lecture, saying that developing a strategy based on your opponent's weaknesses, topography, taking into account all possible scenarios, all this is the basics of combat. People like Yang are rowdy and useless leaders who rely only on their own strength and bring nothing but harm to their comrades. Then he remembered how everyone said that he was a famous killer from the Messiah's Guild, who was returning alone once again. Jan shouted out who had just told him this and ordered that if they had anything to say, they should come out and say it to his face. A man in the crowd said that from the way he spoke, he did not regret the deaths of his subordinates at all. Although this is not surprising, because instead of brains he has muscles that are incapable of emotions. Why now everyone called Jan a dumbass? The man continued that Jan probably chose a place for the camp that was unsafe. Enraged, Ian looked just like a gorilla. He screamed how dare he teach him. But the attempt to capture him, of course, failed. An enemy who cannot put two and two together is not scary. He tripped him, and he fell to the ground like a huge wardrobe. And yet he stood up and said that the members of his group died because they were weak, and it was not his fault, but he was immediately told that this was not so. He had killed his comrades. The man came close to him and said that he was just a useless leader who brought nothing but harm to his comrades. The same words that Ken said, the gorilla realized that Ken's tactics were similar to the tactics of Simon, the man. He promised himself that he would kill both Ken and Simon with his own hands. While he was getting up, Ken said that the time had come. Ken said that he didn't need to give his skeleton warriors commands out loud, which meant he didn't need to yell to retreat, but he did anyway, and Ken asked Ian if he had any idea why he did it. It just dawned on Ian that Ken had lured him here on purpose, better late than never. Ken said that it seemed to finally dawn on him, and said that if he was not mistaken, the sun's blessing was almost over. The necklace had 30 seconds left. The sun's blessing lasted for a while, and he used it for tag. Ian wondered how this idiot knew how long his skill lasted, then yelled at Ken, telling him what he was. Ken was amused by Ian's slowness, and said that he would tell him who he was. At this point, the necklace's effect ended, and the effect of the sun's blessing disappeared. Ken said he was glad that Ian had fallen for his trick like a fool, right up until the very end when the necklace stopped working. Ken noticed that they too had finished their work when the skeletons approached them. He was surrounded by skeletons who quickly returned to their master, something Yang had not foreseen when he left his comrades alone. Ken continued that Ian was so focused on catching him that he didn't even notice where he had ended up. He said it was actually quite close to where he first encountered him, as they were just running around in circles. Thanks to this, the skeleton warriors were able to finish off his allies. It's a pity for them. They chose a stupid leader who can't think straight. And that's why the skeleton warriors were able to get to Ken so quickly. Jan was surprised that his subordinates died. I don't understand why he was surprised. He was angry, not because his comrades were dead, but because Ken looked down on him. Ian activated the Immortal Fighter's speed skill and literally flew towards Ken. But the skeleton warrior ran up faster and repelled his attack. These cute skeletons are surprisingly very useful. Ken, with a confident face, told Ian not to get so excited since they were just getting started. Meanwhile, Locke was complaining in his car that he was being overloaded with work. It turns out he was given the task of checking this Jan from the Messiah Guild. Owen said he wanted Locke to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs. He thought about it and decided it would be calmer if they took him there. But Locke said they didn't need to check anything because he was sure Ken would come out alive and well, and asked if he was really worried about Ken losing after meeting Ian. Owen said that it was actually the opposite. If Ian loses, as he says, they need to be sure of something to come up with the next plan. Ken probably thinks so too, Owen said, because he's not a stupid guy, and so he'll want to know their goals. Like the reason why they created a fake name for Ken, or the relationship between Vincent's faction and the Skull Guild. For what reason do they continue to help him, knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind all of this, that this is just part of a big plan to eliminate the Messiah Guild? It's good to see a thinking person, after that gorilla. Owen said that even if Ken killed Ian, it would be difficult to understand his true intentions, but they still needed to get at least confirmation of whether he would continue to cooperate with them after or not. And in the dungeon we see the skeletal remains of soldiers lying around. I feel sorry for them. But Jan was barely standing holding onto his sword, and he thought that his body was becoming slower due to the effect of the poisoned blood. Ian is badly injured and already having trouble breathing when he notices how many skeletons there are in front of him. The skeleton hit Jan with such force that he broke the ground beneath him. While he was trying to hold back the huge skeleton, another smaller one ran up to him and dealt him several blows at once. The poisoned blood spread throughout his body, and it seems that hard times have come for Ian now. Jan wanted to hit them again, but they were already giving up. Ken, who was watching the battle from afar as usual, thought that Jan was doing well against the 12 skeleton warriors. Now there were only 2 left. It would have been much worse if he hadn't increased the number of skeleton warriors with the skill stone. Now that he was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, Ken decided that he would not have to entertain him anymore. Ian continued to yell at Ken to fight him and not stand by. Even when he was already lying on the ground, unable to stand, he continued to order Ken to fight him. With a shaking hand, he said that he still had the strength to fight him. But a second later his hand falls, and Jan dies, and that's the end of one of the Knights of the Round Table. The messenger of the underworld smiles at Ken's easy victory. The messenger of the underworld shared some of his influence with him. Now Gawain's necklace belongs to Ken. An item that belonged to Gawain, one of the Knights of the Round Table, contains the blessing of the sun. Ken said this was his first item that belonged to a Knight of the Round Table. If it's someone like Ian, he'll definitely show himself, Ken said, activating the Eye of Anubis. Ian and Simon appear in front of us, who says he bets it wasn't easy getting here, with his brain. He said that of course he meant his subordinates, not him. Ian said that if Simon was a bloodhound, then he should just bark. Jan said that since he was going to the master, he would let him go this time, but when he saw him next time, he would break his mouth. Simon just laughed and said he would look forward to it. John entered the office and bowed, introduced himself, and said that it was an honor for him to meet the great hero. Here we saw the face of Lei, who was sitting and looking at him with an arrogant look. Ken got really angry when he saw Lei. He thought that the Messiah Guild wouldn't just let it go after learning that Jan had died like this. Ken decided that anyone who supported Lei's ambitions over justice would be made to pay for it. Meanwhile, the players were busy with the dungeon, and one of the players said that the two-headed dog cannot be caught by acting thoughtlessly. They decided to attack him together when he was eating, because then they would be able to catch him without losses. But at that moment, everyone received the message that the two-headed dog had been defeated. The dungeon was cleared. There was no need to guess who killed the dog. Ken calmly walked out of the dungeon gates. As he approached his car, Locke was already standing there, greeting him as soon as he saw Ken. Ken asked what Locke was doing there, and Locke said that he was running errands and had come here because he had heard something interesting. Locke picked up the envelope and said he had something to give him and decided to talk on the way. In the car, Locke handed Ken an envelope and said that Owen wanted them to enter another dungeon together. Locke asked Ken how things went with Ian. Ken had half expected it, that they had already found out everything by the time he opened the envelope. According to Ian's recollection, he entered the dungeon under a fake name, meaning Owen knew why he asked for a fake identity and still agreed. Locke asked what he had fought him in the dungeon, hadn't he, and what he had been like. Ken didn't think twice before saying that Ian was much stronger than Locke. Locke is easily angered, and this time he was also angry and said that Ken, instead of working, was measuring the strength level of other players, and asked how he knew about his real skills, and maybe he should show him his real strength. Ken said that Ian encountered 12 skeletons and took out 10 of them by himself, and if Locke wants to show his true abilities, he can just ask him, and he will arrange everything. Locke immediately deflated and said that a real man should not boast about his strength and decided to move on to really important things. The Horned Fox Dungeon. There were 12 failed attempts, Ken said. Locke decided to skip the explanation since Ken already knew everything. It should be obvious, but he still said that Ken would go there in his mask, and it was obvious why. Ken thought that he would be sent to the Horned Fox's dungeon right after he defeated Ian. He began to think about what this could mean. But he still agreed to this proposal. Locke got out of the car, and Ken drove away. He immediately called Owen and told him that he had just broken up with him, and didn't he tell him not to worry about anything because he never chooses a losing option. Owen asked what he said about their offer, and Locke said that Ken immediately agreed and already knew about the characteristics of the dungeon. This news made Owen happy, and he told Locke to make a final choice for himself. Since Ken accepted their offers, there would be no turning back. Owen still didn't fully trust Ken, but he knew that if they wanted to take action against the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now, because they had little time left unless a group capable of holding off the Messiah Guild appeared in the meantime. Then they won't hesitate to bare their fangs, and Ken has already reached the abandoned building where he usually hangs out. Ken thought about his past. Now he will remove that it happened after he cleared the Horned Fox's dungeon. A moment from the past, a girl approached Ken and said that she had been watching him in the dungeon, and since his skills were excellent, why shouldn't he join the Messiah Guild? But Ken said that if they wanted to recruit him, they should tell their master to do it personally, and at that moment, a man got out of the car. He said he liked Ken's audacity, and that they needed him to help them cleanse this world. First meeting with Lei, when he asked to become his ally, Ken received a message that he was accepted into the dungeon and wrote to him not to forget to show his skills. Just like Ken thought earlier, he was sure that the guys from the Messiah Guild would be there too. Ken decided to show off his skills in a way that would make their hair stand on end. He would be very busy, so to finish the preparations in time, he took out the skin of a spiny snake from his inventory. But since he had already cleared this dungeon, it would be the perfect place to show himself. At the sports stadium, the players gathered together. Ken and Locke were there too, wearing their masks. It was announced that the entrance to the dungeon would soon be opened, and Ken asked Locke if he was ready, to which Locke confidently replied, "Always ready." Locke said that he was the same guy who conquered the Spiny Snake dungeon when everyone thought it was impossible. He confidently said that the dungeon was like pieces of cake to him. Already in the dungeon, the hero Locke said that he most likely would not be able to eat this piece because he was frozen. Players were told to change their clothes to winter ones and to act quickly, especially mages with low health. While the girl was talking about how important it was to take care of yourself so as not to disturb others, Locke was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Ken thought that the girl knew what she was talking about, because sometimes natural conditions are scarier than monsters, and poor Locke wondered how a tank like him could be so cold. Ken turned to Locke and told him to follow him. They ran away further, and Locke asked if it would be better for them to move with the Messiah's Guild now. Acting independently in such weather conditions could be dangerous. And Ken laughed at him, and asked if he was one of those who couldn't use his strength in the cold. Hearing this, he immediately became angry. How easy it was to get Locke angry. He straightened up, and said that his nickname was the Siberian Brown Bear, and this temperature was like a light breeze. Ken said, "Great, because he should know. This dungeon will be harder than the Spiny Snake dungeon. Ken knows what to push to make him act." Confidence vanished, and Locke asked in a trembling voice how much more difficult it would be. Ken is wearing Gawain's necklace. He feels warmth in the cold. He also has the Grim Reaper mask on, and he can connect with summoned monsters. Ken told Locke that they should move on. Locke asked Ken what his plan was for this dungeon, since it was a survival dungeon. Was he going to build a fortress like last time? But Ken said that there was no need for that, and Locke was glad that there would be no manual labor this time. Ken summoned his skeleton soldiers, and instead of the cute skeletons, a huge, creepy skeleton appeared. Locke asked why all the skeletons were dressed up like that. He said that since he had spent money on armor, he might as well try, but then Locke noticed that it was the skin of a spiny snake. Locke started shouting that despite the fact that they both worked hard, he took all the skin of the spiny snake for himself. He thought that it would cost a fortune to make just the armor, and all his skeletons were in it. Ken said his share was supposed to be delivered to the office. I don't know if I should believe him, but oh well. Locke started scolding Owen again, and his ears started itching again. The girl turned out to be attentive and noticed that 2 players were missing, and she asked the players if they saw where the 2 Americans went while they were building something. The player apologized and said that they were busy building the camp, but she interrupted him, saying that an apology would not help here, and reminded him of the orders from her superiors. She thought that clearing the dungeon was of course important, but what was even more important was to understand whether it was worth creating an alliance with these Americans. The girl ordered to finish and guard the camp until her return. The guy advised her to send scouts and not go herself. But she said that everything was fine, and that they should whistle to her if anything happened. She wanted to see for herself their professionalism, so she went looking for them. At this time, Ken's skeleton soldiers were fighting the wolves while Locke and Ken stood in the middle of the battle. The skeleton soldiers only became more aggressive in their fights as their rank increased. Seeing this picture, the girl couldn't believe that skeletons fight like that. She thought that his skill of summoning skeleton warriors was completely different from others. I don't understand why everyone is so surprised that skeletons fight well. The guy standing next to them asked if they needed help, but the girl said that these guys were showing off to show their strength. She told him that they would only hinder them if they interfered. The girl realized that their level was higher than his. As expected of a player who had ravaged the Spiny Snake dungeon, she decided that she needed to report this. They needed to recruit him and bring him to their side. There was a whistle, a single long whistle, an SOS signal. Something must have happened in the camp. Ken immediately drew attention to this. Whether he would help the guys from the Messiah's Guild, it was up to him to decide. A pack of wolves broke through the line of defense. There were so many of them that it was difficult to hold out. The girl showed up on time and yelled at them that all these monsters were only level 1. She ordered to protect the camp, slowly moving back, but if they were wounded, then let them retreat. Suddenly a wolf stood on the rock and began to howl. They do not look like monsters, rather like ordinary wolves. The player who was standing on the tree noticed a large wave of wolves approaching their side. I take it back, the whole flock really does look like monsters. The captain's wife, hearing about the wave of monsters, became scared, because their defense had already been interrupted, and it turned out that this was only a prelude. Ken and Locke stood on a cliff and watched the wave of monsters, and Locke said that if they did not help them, they would definitely be destroyed. But Locke immediately asked if he was going straight there, when he took something out of his pocket. We are shown Ken talking to Owen, about Ken asking him for a skill page, catching him off guard. But luckily, one was on sale. Aura Field Skill. The effect releases an aura with a buff effect. The aura radius increases with the skill rank. Ken said that he finally doesn't have to cast it on Locke anymore. A pack of wolves surrounded and cornered the players. The girl was in a difficult situation, and she realized that the 12 teams had not just lost. She thought that she had been too reckless since they were on the first level. Suddenly, an explosion thundered inside the pack of wolf monsters. The player decided that they were reinforcements, but the girl told him to stop talking nonsense because there was no one else here except them. But then she remembered the 2 foreign players and began to examine the area. Ken stood on top of the cliff, and then he threw the body of one wolf down. The Underworld Messenger's corpse explosion skill was activated, and another explosion thundered in the wolf pack. Locke appeared from the smoke with skeleton warriors, and they began to attack the wolves. Apparently Ken decided to help the players after all. While the skeleton warriors fought with Locke below, Ken activated the necklace, the Blessing of the Sun. Afterwards, he attached himself to one of the skeletons, used the aura fields, and by attaching himself to the skeleton, his mana consumption increased significantly. The skeleton that Ken joined had that same necklace on its neck, and the light started flying around the other skeletons. The aura of the skeleton warriors increased several times and Locke felt it. This is the first time Locke has seen skeleton warriors act like this. Literally, every skeleton acted like they'd been given a dose of steroids and gone crazy. One of the skeletons slammed his sword into the ground. Locke thought they were berserkers. Ken used some incredible magic to achieve this. It's not even suppression. Try to imagine that you are hunting a large number of monsters. And instead of using the buff, the sun's blessing alone, you activate an aura field that allows others to benefit from its effect as well. Of course, this is much more effective than using the necklace alone. Ken watched as his skeleton soldiers fought and then threw down another wolf, causing the corpses to explode. The girl watched in shock as it happened. She thought that they had formed a barrier and were now blocking the wave of monsters in the very middle. She realized how strong the player was who was able to defeat the needle snake. She turned to her teammates and said that now that the waves of monsters had stopped, their chance had come. At this time, in Owen's office, he was asked if they would really help the Messiah's Guild avoid arrest. Owen replied that this was true. They were being hailed as heroes, and they would not be able to openly oppose their rescuers, and under public pressure, the Messiah would be forced to reward his rescuers. In other words, they will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, with just 1 blow. But Secretary Lee pessimistically said that the Messiah Guild had many players in that level range, all with excellent skills, and for the plan to work, they needed players whose skills were far superior. She asked him if Ken was really that strong. Owen answered definitely. Based on the speed at which he had developed his abilities recently, Owen was even willing to lend him money. I think this is the highest form of trust for Owen, and it seems that Lee was also surprised to hear about money. He said that they should make every effort to ensure that their identities were not revealed so that they could gain benefits while hiding behind the mask for as long as possible. And in the dungeon, the players finally dealt with the pack of wolves. The player said that they definitely wouldn't have managed without these 2 here, and I can say for sure that he's right. A girl approached Ken and Locke and thanked them because thanks to them, no one from the guild was killed. She extended her hand, but Ken just looked at her. She remembered that they were foreigners, even though they weren't, and tried to translate when they told her in broken Korean that their work was finished. After these words they left, Ken looked confident as always, and Locke, of course, did not understand anything. Moving a little further, Locke asked him if he remembered their plan and why the Dean were leaving, but Ken calmly replied that they killed a bunch of monsters and it was no longer dangerous here, and that by staying with him, they would only increase the chances of being discovered, and now that they had demonstrated their skills, they would not dare to claim that they had carried out the cleanup on their own. This dungeon just became a great place to level up. Locke felt uneasy at these words and asked if they were really going to do everything they did in the last dungeon again. And unfortunately for Locke, this time he was right. Locke was scolding himself for teaming up with this crazy guy. But his level increased, and nearby lay the corpses of wolf monsters. Ken said that he had reached level 35. There was no point in thinking about more, unless it was to destroy the main target. The messenger of the underworld used his authority to impart great power to him. The rank of the poisoned blood skill increased by 1. The poisoned blood of X and the dark blood will allow Ken to realize his plans faster. Locke tensed when he saw the expression on Ken's face and immediately asked what was wrong this time. But Ken said that everything was fine. But before they went to the second level, there was one more thing they had to do together. Locke was not happy with this news. However, Ken said that they needed to have a snack because they would need more energy on the second level, and finally Locke heard these long-awaited words. Happy Locke had already started to devour his food and said happily that now he really felt like they were a team. How cute he was. Ken said that he wanted to ask him something before they went to catch the horned fox. Even with an immortal body, he still feels pain, and Ken asked if he was going to pass out in the middle of a battle, and a happy Locke began to boast that the courageous Locke does not pass out during battles. And Ken asked in a serious voice, if the fox pierced him with its horn, how long he could stand it. Poor Locke, out of fear, even dropped his piece of meat. Poor Locke, frightened, asked if he had done something wrong, and whether he should beg for forgiveness right now. The second day came, and all the players came to the second level. The atmosphere was not very good. One held his bow in his hands, but they said that the target was too fast and they could not catch it. Before the poor player could turn around, the monster's mouth suddenly opened right in front of him. The girl, watching the battle, realized that at this rate everyone would die. She began to worry more and more. A way to slow down the horned fox's movement speed, she continued to think about ways. But at that moment, Locke appeared in front of her and said that he himself would kill this horned fox. She could no longer stand on her feet, but she continued to think about what he had planned. The girl shouted that it was impossible to rush forward like that without a plan. The horned fox appeared before Locke. It looks incredible, but it is not yet clear why it is called horned. In a second, the horned fox flew up to Locke and opened its mouth. Luckily, Locke was wearing armor. He clearly didn't expect the fox to be so fast. He thought that Ken was right again when he said that the damage wouldn't be much, but she was still fast. Right now, Locke can only block her attacks. It would be too difficult to hit back, plus this slippery snow. Before he could finish his thought, a huge horned fox appeared in front of Locke. Of course she was able to grab poor Locke. The horned fox's attacks aren't too dangerous. The real problem is her speed. The skeleton warrior would break immediately, so that option is not suitable, Ken said. The wooden fence trap would take too long, and Locke asked what he wanted him to do to stop her movements. Now he understood why Ken had asked for a snack so suddenly. Ken started pressing the right points again and asked if he couldn't handle this task. Locke used his best efforts to hold the fox back with his hands as she bit him. Activating the skill, Blessing of the River Styx, Locke was in incredible pain, but he was still able to hold it back. The girl looked at him and couldn't believe that he was able to stop the horned fox by grabbing her by the head. She began to worry, because he would not be able to stand like this forever. Everything would be in vain if he did not defeat the fox. Then Ken arrived and fired his bow straight at the horned fox. And after his shot, skeleton warriors appeared and ran towards the fox. It looks like a scene from a cool blockbuster. The girl was stunned by Ken, thinking how their levels could be below 40. She realized that compared to them, these two were just monsters. Unsurprisingly, Ken and Locke quickly defeated the horned fox and cleared the dungeon. And at the entrance to the gate, there was already a bunch of journalists who immediately started asking them questions. As reporters were asking for answers to their questions, the diplomat's car pulled up to the building. Ken got into the car and he had the horns of that same fox in his hand. He called Oven and asked him to publish a statement. Oven said that they returned earlier than he expected and asked why Ken needed to make a statement. Ken replied that he wanted to let them know that if the Messiah Guild was eager to get it, they were willing to sacrifice the horned fox horn, which Locke didn't like since they worked so hard to get it. Oven realized that Ken had a pretty serious plan, and Locke continued to shout that if he didn't need him, then let him give him to him. Ken, of course, was not paying attention to Locke, and asked Oven to emphasize if the Messiah was eager to get him. Ares agreed and immediately published an article. The girl who was with them admitted that without the Americans, the cleanup would have been impossible. Ken looked at the article and thought that they could always be relied upon in this matter. They did as he asked, and quite quickly. At that moment, Vincent called Ken. I had already forgotten about him. Ken arrived at Vincent's house, where he was watching the news about unknown Americans who cleared out the dungeon. Vincent was unhappy that lately everyone was only talking about the Americans. But looking at Ken, he told him that he was doing better than he expected. Those bastards from the Skull Guild, apparently they completely shut down all their operations in Korea and returned to Japan. Vincent said he still wants to destroy them, but he's still happy with how things turned out. He pointed to his secretary and said that he had been able to fulfill his part of the deal, and the reward should correspond to that. The girl placed the envelope on the table and handed it to Ken while Vincent told him not to get cocky and to continue working hard. An envelope with the Bloody Mist skill. The effect creates a mist from your own blood, which suits him because his blood is poisoned. Vincent began to lure Ken, saying that he could become even better if he joined his elite squad. Then the news said that the Messiah Guild had issued an official statement that they would be grateful to the Americans, but were only willing to accept his words. Instead, they would send him a modest gift, as thanks for saving the lives of the guild members. Vincent started to swear that these damn idiots would lose so easily defending their pride. Ken thought that if he remained silent, they would try to steal the horn through the influence of heightened opinion, but this only works against those people whom the Messiah Guild considers enemies. In addition to saving the guild members, he states that he will give this item as a gift. After this, even they will not call him an enemy. If they want to save the face of the merciful heroes and get the horn of the horned fox, they will have to pay a huge price. But back in Vincent's office, Ken was given a level 40 skill page, so he hinted to him to focus on leveling up. Ken asked if he could provide him with some dungeons in which he could level up, and Vincent readily agreed. He ordered him to buy a few through a broker and send him the invoice, and he would take care of the rest himself. Ken thanked him, but with such a smile that if I were Vincent, I would have been nervous. Locke was eating and watching the news about the Messiah Guild planning to send them a gift, and Locke realized that Ken had staged this show with the sacrifice for this. He acknowledged that Ken knew what he was doing and asked what they would send, and Oven responded with a golem summoning skill. Locke asked in surprise how he knew this, and Oven calmly replied that they had decided all this before the public announcement was made. No matter what the gift, it's always better to give it. Before the press finds out, they offered a summoning skill, and we immediately agreed. Then it dawned on Locke that the gifts had been given to Ken, and he said in a rage that he had also worked hard and that he deserved a gift as well. And suddenly Oven put several boxes on the table, and knowing that they were his, Locke just froze in place. Oven said that since Locke loved food, he saved it for him, and Locke continued to remain silent. And he finally threw up and started screaming that these gifts were sent to them by fans, and Oven was acting as if he bought it. After cooling down a bit, Locke started eating his treats again when Oven received a request to purchase a dungeon from Vincent. Locke asked if Oven hadn't stopped working with him and reminded him that he had cursed him out, calling him a bastard who only thought about lining his pockets. Oven responded with a sneer that Oven had decided to purchase several dungeons for his new elite soldier. Locke asked who this elite player was, and Oven said that he knew this player very well. He immediately realized that it was Ken, and calling Oven and Ken swindlers, asked if they were blackmailing him. Oven just laughed and said that it was called business. Oven suggested that Locke learn business from Ken, and then handed him a piece of paper. Locke picked up the piece of paper and said sullenly that it was a survival quest. Dungeons that immediately made it clear that they were a survival quest were quite rare, so Oven would get to make some money. Surviving 7 days in a B-rank dungeon seemed like the perfect place to level up while risking your life. Locke handed back the piece of paper, and Oven asked him in surprise why he was doing this. Oven ordered Locke to go and take this task to him. He also added that Locke should also level up. Fear enveloped Locke. Locke immediately regretted that he had approved this dungeon, and began to shout that this was not the best solution after all. And here's another dungeon with Ken. You can see how happy Locke is about it. But Ken is only amused by this, and he asks Locke if he is ready for their easy walk. We are shown the tasks, the #1 financial company in South Korea. They became the most influential company in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Someone asked about Ian's death. Another person said that he entered the dungeon with words about catching Ken, but never returned. The girl did not understand why he needed to do something that no one asked him to do. She also learned that Gawain's necklace had been stolen, and she ordered it to be returned no matter what the cost. All this time, Paula, whom we know very well, was talking. I thought that replacing Ian is not such a problem for the guild, but they do not have an item that can replace Gawain's necklaces. At first, the Skull Guild's frequent failures didn't seem like a big deal to her. But that small spark turned into a flame, creating tension between us, both the Master Swordsman and the Master Archer. The union, which was considered ideal, began to come apart at the seams. She decided that the source of their problems was that bastard Vincent, which is partly true. Paula bit her lip nervously, thinking that if she had known how things would turn out, she would have dealt with him earlier, but now that his powers had grown so much, she would have to act gradually. She asked her subordinate what happened to Vincent's new elite squad. He gave his name. The guy, stuttering and nervous, said that they were doing everything possible to get rid of Ken, but Vincent was protecting him with all his might, so they couldn't even get close to him. He continued to say that besides protection, he gives Ken as many items and skill pages as possible to level him up. But then Paula stopped him. She doesn't need his excuses. She said she wanted to know about his plans to eliminate Ken, every detail. The guy said that they had already created a team to catch him. The leader of this team was Simon. Simon, who holds the Lancelot ring in his hands. Paula decided that she could trust him. She asked where they were now. At the moment they were fully prepared. In this dungeon, Ken reached level 40. The messenger of the underworld, impressed by his growth, sent him 8 additional slots in his inventory. Ken was glad that he could now use the gifts he received, while Locke was barely standing on his feet. A tired Locke looked at a joyful Ken and thought that the more he learned about him, the more amazed he became. He thought that perhaps only he could level up so quickly and with such ease. Setting traps after studying the territory is more important than it seems at first glance. He not only knows the type of monsters and their number depending on the dungeon, he knows their exact location. In addition, he has information about the most effective ways to defeat them. He knows everything, as if it had already happened to him, but interestingly, Locke began to think about it. While Locke was thinking about Ken's past, he himself was glad that now he could even get out of the tiger's den unharmed. Ken received the skill of summoning golems, and learned the skill of bloody fog, Locke asked. Since they were able to achieve their goal, then now they can calmly and leisurely clear this dungeon. But Ken has his own plans. As always, he has received new abilities, and it is time to put them into practice, so they can understand how much offensive power they actually possess. They finally got out of the dungeon, but while Ken calmly walked out of the gate, Locke could only extend his hand. Poor Locke can't even stand after his joint missions with Ken. When they went out, Secretary Lee ran up to them. The first thing she asked was what happened to Locke, and if he was okay. How sweet that she was worried about him. The girl decided that he was wounded and began to hold him. It must be interesting to watch such a cute moment, being a cold-blooded Ken. But when asked if Locke was wounded, he only replied that he was hungry, as always. The sweet moment was gone. She stood up when Ken asked to talk to Owen, and Locke fell right on his face. They don't really value him. She handed over her phone instead of the old one, and Ken immediately called Owen. Owen responded by asking Secretary Lee what was the matter, and Ken said that he was talking to him and that he had somewhere to go. After the conversation, Owen wondered why out of all the possible options it had to be Kaesong. I think that made him worried. With the gates in place, isolated North Korea opened a small door for the rest of the world to help. It became a special city, Kaesong, free entry for everyone, and if you destroy the dungeon, you get absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kaesong became a haven for gamblers who committed crimes and, over time, was completely consumed by the thirst for profit. There was a guy sitting on the bus and a man came up to him and said that he was seeing him for the first time and asked if he was a porter, but the guy didn't understand anything. He told him that people like him were hired so that they could take as many items as possible from the dungeon, but the guy began to refuse and said that he was not here for this. The man immediately said that it was obvious that he was there for the first time and that he did not look like someone who was wanted for a serious crime and asked whether he had deceived anyone or not. But then he said that maybe he's not with them because most of these guys are rapists and murderers and they don't get touched because they're players. The idiot liked this and said that they could come back at any time if they could find a way to get money and asked what he was doing there. He replied that he had been betrayed by someone he trusted, which did not impress the man at all. And the man said that he had no idea who this fucking traitor was and tried to cheer him up by saying that if he tried, he would make him pay. With these words, he stood up and told him to call him if anything happened and left. Naturally, the guy was none other than Ken. Of course, he couldn't go there without backup. Ken thought that the man was right. For betraying the whole world, he would make Lei pay. The man walked away and started writing to someone that the situation was normal, nothing suspicious, they were suitable as expendable material, and there should be no problems. The man didn't know who was sitting on his bus. Finally, the bus stopped and the man ordered everyone to get out as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in Owen's office, Locke said that Ken had gone crazy because the most hardened bastards gather there and asked what he was looking for, that he needed to go into this criminal world. But Owen did not listen to him at all, but read in fear the bill that he had received from Locke. Then he finally got carried away, and he started yelling at Locke that there was only one idiot here, and it was him, who showed up here in the evening to suck the juices out of him. And the check was not small, but Locke didn't work much either. But Locke didn't lose his composure and reminded him that Ken had talked about the skin of a spiny snake, and Ovna immediately fell silent and replied that he had no idea why Ken had gone to Kaesong. Locke of course caught him simply changing the subject because he had something to hide, but avoiding Locke's gaze, he said that Ken was there at the wrong time because this guy was also in Kaesong. This interested Locke, and he asked who he was talking about. Oven said that there was a monster there now, stronger than Ken. He said hesitantly that this guy was like level 50. At that rank no one could compare to him now, but he still hoped that these two wouldn't run into each other. But Locke said without a doubt that such a thing could not be, and that if there was such a person who was stronger than Ken, he would know his name. Alvin said that he had probably heard this name more than once, Simon, the hunting dog of the Messiah Guild. Here, Simon himself appears before us. He speaks on the phone and says that he will begin preparations. After finishing the conversation, he informed his subordinates that the Queen wanted them to maintain the same leveling rate because of the next target. As the boys from the bus started to get off, Simon said that their next target was Ken. While Simon's subordinates were saying that they were hearing his name for the first time, their target got off the bus. Simon said that if the Queen wanted them to be on guard, then this was no ordinary guy, and they continued discussing Ken as he stood there listening to everything. He continued that since the new victim was known, it was necessary to quickly clear this dungeon and begin an investigation. He then asked what was going on with the porters. One of his guys replied that they had received a message from the guy they had left in charge. He said that everything was fine, and the guys decided that they could continue with the plan, to which Simon agreed. And Ken, who had been watching them all this time, thought that just a few days ago he had avoided him like no one else, and now they met like this. Simon is a hunting dog who would tear anyone to pieces for the sake of the Messiah Guild, so the teacher and student met, but somehow not happily. Having barely reached level 100, he was limited in his actions because this level was too high. For this reason, the Messiah had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. Ken found out about all this later, but if things weren't like this, that bastard Lei wouldn't have come looking for him personally. But still, don't underestimate Simon. Besides, he probably already got Lancelot's ring from Paula. If he doesn't deal with it now, it will be impossible to stop this monster. Ken decided to nip it in the bud. They finally entered the dungeon, and everyone received a notification that they had to defeat the Red Orc to move on to the next level. But as soon as they entered the dungeon, one of the porters killed one of the people and escaped. Simon walked over to inspect the dead man's body, and his subordinate asked if they needed to run after him. The porter had killed him without hesitation, delivering a single, precise blow to the vital places, Simon thought. He realized that this guy had killed before. I think I can guess who the killer is. Simon stood up and told his subordinates that their plans were changing and ordered him to take care of the remaining porters. As soon as Simon left, all his subordinates took out their weapons and surrounded the porters. The man immediately became nervous and began to tell them that they were just porters and that they didn't even have weapons. Before he could finish saying that he had a separate contract, one of the players attacked him. Seeing this horror, the rest of the porters began to run away in fear, but there was no success in this. After finishing the order, the player returned and reported this. He asked Simon if they needed to split up and find him. Simon said that he escaped after killing one guy because he was buying time. He himself was most likely planning to eliminate everyone one by one when they split up. Then he asked if they should follow his plans. While Simon was ordering his men to find all the information about the murdered man, a tree suddenly fell near them. A huge golem came out of the forest. I remind you that Ken recently received the skill of summoning golems. Seeing the golem, Simon realized that his patrons were a messenger from the underworld. Simon thought that since he couldn't use the other summoning skills without making a sacrifice, the golem was obviously just a distraction to buy time. Simon was a dangerous opponent because he could think clearly. He ordered his men to start pursuing him and quickly deal with the golem. One of the players used the Fountain of Knowledge Keeper's skill conclusion. Roots emerged from the ground and captured the golem. Golems have high resistance to cutting weapons, so all participants use impact weapons. One ran up to him and kicked him in the leg, saying that they weren't so dangerous if you took away their legs first. Ken watched the battle and was impressed by the players' ability to switch weapons without orders, and how well they worked as a team, as well as knowing where to aim first. Having deprived the golem of its legs, the player jumped up to finish off the golem. Having finished with the golem, a cloud of dust surrounded the entire area, and the healer heard some sound. And at that very second an arrow appeared in front of him and he couldn't move. But Simon, as a good leader, immediately reacted and saved his subordinate. The doctor, trembling, began to apologize to her captain. Simon said with displeasure that he shouldn't be underestimated just because he was alone. He himself thought that the guy was aiming directly at the healer while the others were busy with the golem. Not only does he know what a healer looks like, he must have incredibly good skills, be capable of long-range attacks, and summon monsters. While Simon was pondering Ken's abilities, his player shouted that another attack was coming their way. They decided that they were players, so they began to wonder where they came from, since they were the only ones in the dungeon. The man said he would buy them some time to get ready, and took out his bow. The silent hunter's skill, multiple shot, was used, but when the arrows reached their targets, they simply flew on. The man was surprised that they were shot at, but they went right through. He still thought they were just players. But instead of players, skeleton soldiers, not people, ran out from the cloaks at the players. The player reacted quickly and jumped back as the skeleton warrior swung his sword at him. He was lucky and only got a scratch, but he was surprised that the skeleton warriors were so agile. A new battle between players and skeleton warriors began. The player was angry that the skeleton warriors were hitting point blank because they did not need to worry about injuries. He had never heard of skeleton warriors who fought using their minds. The Holy Light Executioner's skill, Slash, was used. Simon was able to quickly defeat the skeleton warrior. Cool not to say anything. He realized that the skeleton warriors were copying their master's movements. It was strange that no one else realized it. By observing the abilities of the skeletal warriors, Simon has an idea of the abilities of their summoner. Simon thought that nothing good would come of this as he watched the battle. He again helped one of his subordinates by cutting a skeletal warrior in half. Simon shouted at his men not to relax into thinking they were just skeleton warriors and ordered them to treat them as players and use their power. And aiming at places unprotected by armor, the player listened to his captain and accepted all the comments. Then, running into battle, he shouted to the other players to focus on the weak spots in the armor. Having reached one of the warrior skeletons, he cut off his leg. The players began to chop down the skeleton warriors one after another at their weak points. While his subordinates were fighting, Simon was running inside the battle because he felt that Ken was hiding somewhere here. He wanted to deal with the owner, and then the fighting would stop immediately. As soon as he thought about it, a figure of a man appeared in front of him, and he decided that he had found him. Turning around, he flew towards the figure with incredible speed. He cut the figure in half and turned around to check everything. But Ken appeared in front of him, wearing his alien mask and skull mask. Simon thought he had seen him before, and remembered that he was the player who had killed the spiny snake. Just when the player thought there were only 2 warrior skeletons left, he noticed his captain next to another man. The player was blonde with a skull mask on his face. He also recognized him as the spiny snake hunter. He was in doubt because he thought that this player was on friendly terms with their Messiah guild. Ken turned around and decided it was time to put the second part of the plan into action. And with his remaining skeletal warriors, he fled into the forest. Simon thought he wanted to wear them out, and remembered that he was a necromancer, and if they gave him time, he would lose his advantage. The player shouted that they had lost 4 and they had to catch him, but Simon said they would not do so until they knew his intentions and ordered everyone to wait. But that player didn't listen to him and ran away, calling Ken weak, and Simon thought that if they had played by the rules, then when he lost his puppets, they should have chased after him. But he thought that what if he suddenly had more than just summoning skills when his subordinate entered the forest? He shouted after the player that it was a trap and ordered him to return. And then, an explosion thundered from the forest. The skill of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of corpses, was used. And after the explosion, the entire area was enveloped in ominous smoke. Simon ordered his players to be ready because they don't know what will happen next, how much trouble he has because of Ken. From the smoke appeared the guy who ran headlong after Ken, still alive, although wounded. Before he could finish saying that he was sorry when he disobeyed his leader, he began coughing up blood. Simon noticed that the guy's blood was black. I guess he realized he was poisoned. A doctor ran up to him from the smoke and shouted for him not to move and that he would cure him. But Simon stopped him as soon as he ran up and said that it was too late because the color of his blood had completely changed. The guy fell to his knees and in a panic began to say that he was fine, because it was just poison, and asked to help him. The picture was really terrible. The hysterical boy stood up and ran towards the doctor, shouting that he didn't want to die here. But when he just ran up to him, Simon took out his sword and cut him, cruelly, although he would have died in agony if he had poisoned him. Simon thought that the source did not say that this guy uses poison, but he still used it, and it was so deadly that the player died immediately. He wondered why he hadn't used this deadly poison from the beginning. And then it dawned on him and he turned around, seeing that all the players were already injured. One player said that due to the explosion, he didn't notice that the fog was dark red and didn't disappear, and Simon activated his Lancelot ring. Lancelot's ring activates high resistance to blood poisoning. Then he shouted for everyone to move away from the fog because it was poisoned. The player said that he felt no poison, but without finishing he was poisoned. Their health will gradually decrease due to the effect of the poison. Then all the players started coughing and fell to their knees. Simon realized that everyone had been poisoned, and that this was exactly what he wanted. He wanted the poisonous fog to deprive Simon and his subordinates of their protection. While he was thinking about this, a huge skeleton warrior appeared from behind. Simon quickly jumped back, but the skeleton ran past him towards his players. He also realized that he was not his target, but his subordinates. While Simon was distracted by this skeleton warrior, Ken quietly ran up to him. Of course, Simon was able to block his attack, and they jumped aside together. He received a notification from his patron. The executioner of the Holy Light became interested in this battle, and Ken noticed that Simon managed to hit him in that moment. Of course, the messenger of the underworld also became interested in this battle. Ken, as he expected, realized that his level was very different from Ian's. He wanted to distract him and defeat him with one blow. He thought that if he was not careful, he himself might die, and activated Gawain's necklaces, the blessing of the sun. This time it would be difficult for him to win. Meanwhile, in Oven's office, Secretary Lee reported that she had managed to track down Ken's location. As they had predicted, he had gone to that dungeon, and Oven realized that he had gone there to get rid of Simon. If that meant he was targeting the Messiah Guild, Oven decided that Ken could be a good ally. Of course, if he returns from there alive, and told the secretary to start preparing. What the secretary had been working on for many months was the power of the Pharaoh. All of Simon's subordinates were dead and lying on the ground, and Ken fell to the ground while Simon destroyed another warrior skeleton. I think we should start worrying. After killing the last skeleton, Simon said that now only they were left and asked if he was done with his tricks. Ken looked terribly tired. Even though he had applied all the effects of the sun's blessing to himself, there was still a huge difference between him and Simon. Simon was stronger than Ken remembered. The situation was dire. Ken was already at the limit, while Simon was still standing on his feet. He realized that he had been too confident when he decided that he was ready to face Simon. Ken had already been hurt many times. Simon admitted that he was the first one he had to deal with, and said that he himself had to realize that he had lost too much blood and that he didn't have much left. He was poisoned again, but thanks to the ring he was able to resist the poison. Simon himself knew that if it weren't for the ring, he would have been dead long ago, like his subordinates. Simon continued to confidently approach Ken, who knew that if he lost any more blood, he would die. Walking up to Ken and raising his sword, he said goodbye to him, the first time Ken had been in such a difficult situation. Ken watched as Simon raised his sword, unsure of what to do. Luckily, Ken remembered what Vincent had told him. Since the blood was poisonous because it was running through his veins, they would not be able to provide him with adequate surgery or a transfusion if he was mortally wounded. Secretary Kim handed over the envelope and said that the boss had prepared it especially for him. Vincent said that it might be useless once he became stronger, but until then, she had to save his life at least once. Ken remembered the envelope he gave him. I have never been so happy about Vincent. Then Ken jumped on Simon. Apparently he had come up with something. Simon thought that this bastard was fighting to the last. Of course, everyone wants to live. Ken reached out to Simon's stomach, and the underworld messenger's blood absorption skill was used. After that, Simon flew in the opposite direction. However, like Ken, they both fell to the ground. Simon suffered from profuse bleeding. All of his stats were sharply reduced. Ken sat on the ground and he had restored 5% of his health, better than nothing, and his bleeding had stopped. He then stood up and walked towards Simon and asked that someone like him should know Lei's true nature, so why was he still subservient to that bastard? Simon laughed and asked if that was his real reason for attacking, and said that although everyone says the world has gone crazy, it is far from true. For those who have the power, the players, to rule the world, that is justice. To end the game stupidly, that is the law of nature, Simon said. Ken took out Lancelot's ring, and the ring's effect disappeared. Simon was poisoned, and his resistance was sharply reduced due to profuse bleeding. Justice, the laws of nature, Ken began. I am stronger than you, and therefore you should easily accept death at my hands, Ken said as Simon died. When Ken cleared the dungeon and came out, there were 2 cars and 1 man standing in front of him. The man handed him a radio saying that they had been waiting for him, and Oven's voice came through the radio, unable to believe that he had defeated Simon. Oven said that Ken wasn't going to spout nonsense about not knowing who he was killing, and Ken asked if there was any problem with him killing the Messiah Guild's watchdog. To this, Oven said that he personally had no problems with this, but he did not think that Ken would be so much trouble, because at first he thought that Ken was just an eccentric customer. He continued by saying that they were interested in what he was going to do next, so he suggested that they meet when he arrived from Kaesong to discuss business. This is an important issue that needs to be discussed in person. This is a serious step. Oven decided to meet with Ken, which means he began to trust him. Ken replied that everything suited him, and he saw no reason to refuse this offer, and that if he wanted to talk to him about destroying the Messiah, then he was with them. I personally like this alliance. Let's see what happens next. Early in the morning, Lee came to the storage lockers, looking very sad. Opening the drawer, she saw a photograph that was kept there. In the photograph, she was with some person. But unable to bear the pain, she closed the locker and began to leave. We were shown a small part of Lee's past. There was a battle in the dungeon, and when the players heard the signal to retreat, they began to run away. While all the players were running away, the guy walked straight ahead. Of course, that man was Locke. Locke wore a foreigner's mask and thanked the other players. On Locke's finger, Lancelot's ring that Ken had taken from Simon was glittering. Locke was asking what Ken wanted him to grab that burning thing. Ken started teasing him again, asking if he was so insecure that he was afraid of getting a small burn, having such a body, and Locke of course started saying that he was not afraid, but just worried about whether they would be able to carry out the plan in principle. Then Ken told him that he had to endure 5 seconds for her to remain immobile, and he would take care of the rest. After these words, he threw him the rings and told him to put it on just in case. Locke thanked him hesitantly and said he respected his preferences. It seemed the fool thought Ken had proposed to him. Ken told him to stop being a fool and that it was Lancelot's ring, and it protected the wearer from almost everything except burns. And Locke asked what good it was if it couldn't protect against simple burns. He replied that if the firefox's flames had any negative effects on him, the ring would save his life, and that in A-rank dungeons, such risks were unavoidable. Locke was thinking about how he had promised to buy him as much food as he wanted if he could hold off the firefox for 5 seconds. His life was in question, and he was thinking about food. With these heroic thoughts, he ran straight towards the fiery fox. He grabbed the fox by the neck and held it. A few moments later, the fire burst into flames, a terrible sight, and he still has to stand there for 5 seconds. The flame of the firefox gives you the curse of darkness, and Locke is blinded. Lancelot's ring activates a powerful resistance to the curse of darkness. Locke thought he would succeed no matter what, and he would eat until his wallet was empty. Ken stepped forward with a blood weapon. With it, he can create weapons using his blood. Alvin was reading his newspaper in his office. The A+ rank Firefox dungeon went to the Messiah Guild. He thought that if the Messiah Guild acquired Japan's treasure, then they have something to blackmail other countries with. Since Ken's appearance in the American Mask, the Mission Guild's actions have become more aggressive. It was quite possible that they were holding more than just Japan in their hands. While he was thinking about this, Lee entered the office. Alvin noticed that her shoes were covered in mud. She sat down at her desk and said that she was now going to present the report that Oven had asked her to, and Oven went to the calendar. Oven said that working hours had not started yet, so she could take her time. Today was the 8th, her birthday. He understood where she went today. How nice that he highlighted her birthday on his calendar. He happily thought that he should buy her something and suggested steak for lunch today. She immediately asked if he got any free coupon or anything. Lee knows him well. But he wasn't particularly happy about her remark. Korea Airport. Locke and Ken walked out of the building, and Locke thought that if Ken hadn't lent him the ring, he would already be dead. Locke had no idea that the firefox's flames could do so much damage, and Ken had calculated everything and came prepared. He already thought that he had begun to catch up with him, but in fact, he had a long way to go. Ken pulled him away, saying that they would split up here, but Locke stopped him with a serious look and said that he had to keep his promise before he left. Locke said that if he could hold the fox for 5 seconds, he would buy him as much food as he wanted. Ken said he only lasted 4.9 seconds to be exact. What a cheater. This angered Locke, and he began to shout that Ken could not play so dirty with the sacred stake of food. He ran after him, calling him a cheater, and that he lasted longer than Ken thought, but Ken kept saying 4.9 seconds. The very next day, Vincent was sitting and reading about the Americans who defeated the Firefox, and he said that at first he thought he was just an idiot hanging around, but now he was impressed. Putting the newspaper aside, Vincent asked Ken what he thought of him, and he simply agreed. Suddenly, Secretary Kim came into the office and said that she needed to tell him something. But when she saw Ken, she said that since he had a visitor, she could tell him about it later. Vincent said that she could tell him everything now and asked what happened. She revealed that John George, whom they were trying to recruit, had joined the Messiah's Guild. It seemed that the Messiah had passed them by due to John's growing influence in Europe, and Ken at that time thought that he remembered that they had started working together much later. Could Simon's murder move the chain of events forward? He decided he needed to understand the situation and adjust the plan. Vincent said that he wanted to use John George to keep the Messiah in check, but now he had become a threat to them. Darkened by the news, he decided to come up with a plan B. And then Ken quietly asked what he had just said about those Americans. Vincent said it would be great to recruit them, but they don't have any information about him. Secretary Kim said that there were rumors that they had been appearing quite often on the black market recently to purchase the Skeleton Knight skill. Vincent said that it was a rather rare skill, which meant he was trying to find the Skeleton Knight, Vincent repeated. And then he decided that it looked like everything might be much more forgiving than he thought. In the Messiah building, Paula approached Lei and said that Simon was dead. She is clearly nervous as she tells him that not only is Simon dead, but so are his subordinates. Lei asked about the base, and she replied that the base in Kaesong had been destroyed without a trace. He turned and asked who the daredevil was who had decided to provoke them in such a way. Paula is literally shaking with fear as she reports that they have information that one of Vincent's men was seen in Kaesong under an assumed name, which may be hard to believe, but she believes that Vincent's forces made the first move. She looks like an A student who got a bad grade for the first time when Lei asked her how she reacted. Paula said that if he meant Vincent, she had already done something. Soon, his reckless attempt to keep the Messiah Guild under control will lead to his death. Paula said she recruited the man to spy on the Americans, a player who shows ambition by spreading his powers throughout Europe. His patron is the messenger of the underworld, and his main skill is the skeleton warrior. Apparently, he is capable of producing countless skeleton warriors, enough to create an army. And no matter how strong the enemy is, presumably no one will be able to stand against such an army. Players who have witnessed his overwhelming power call him the King of the Immortals. John George, the very hero that Ken spoke of earlier, appeared. He looks younger than I expected and reminds me a bit of Ken. They decided that instead of the mysterious American, it would be easier to deal with John George, since he did not hide his intentions. Even though this player told the journalists that he was friendly towards their guild, they suffered too many losses because of this person. When she said that they would use John George to keep an eye on them just in case, Lei put his hand on her shoulder and she looked like he had killed her. Lei said she was right, the bigger their desire, the easier it was to deal with them. He looks creepy. Lei said he likes the name King of the Immortals, but he doesn't seem happy with it. Then he turned and headed for the exit, telling her that he was giving her one last chance. She seems to be more afraid of him than anyone else. It will be interesting to watch these two in the future. Vincent got into the car after negotiating with the Overseas Guild, but he looked thoughtful, and Kim asked if the negotiations had failed, but he said that the negotiations were fine. These guys from the border had wanted to enter the Korean market for a long time, but being rivals of the Messiah, their pride would not allow them to bow down to her for this, so the deal was the best option for them. Kim said that partnering with one of the top 5 guilds in the world seemed like a great way to keep the Messiah Guild in line. She asked if there was anything bothering him. Vincent agreed. He was worried that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He thought that people who were kind to you were probably plotting behind your back. He would have thought the same about Ken. He decided that if the Frontier Guild was going to cheat him, he would use their fame against them. Vincent told her to call Ken to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, Ken was already sitting in the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. Ken asked that he would now have to work with the border. Vincent said that he would not work with them, but he would just need to get their protection and calmly raise his level. He continued and said that they were preparing to enter the dungeon in 2 days, and Ken needed to be ready by then. Ken walked out of the office and took off his cute suit. He thought that in order to continue to control the Messiah, he had to involve third parties, but these actions seem a little obvious. This Fox Paula probably already foresaw all of Vincent's plans to cooperate with another American mega guild now. Judging by the situation, it is very likely that the Frontier and the Messiah are working together behind the scenes, but relying on guesses is a bad idea, and then Ken received a call from Owen. The day of entering the dungeon arrived. The other members of Vincent's elite team were talking about how they couldn't wait to meet the Frontier Guild, while Ken sat silently with a gloomy look. One player, speaking as the Frontier Guild, called their best players, and he naively assumed that clearing the dungeon under the supervision of these guys was a huge stroke of luck. He personally was glad that he joined Vincent's squad. At that moment, a man entered the office, apologized for the delay, and introduced himself as James. He is a member of the Frontier Guild's team of lawyers, asked everyone to sit down so that he could begin to bring them up to speed. James ended by saying that the Frontier Guild was doing everything they could to keep them safe. How funny it was that no one was sitting next to Ken. He added that from now on they were forbidden to enter any dungeon without a boundary escort. Bad news for our Ken. And in the dungeon they are generally forbidden to do anything. They are definitely in cahoots with the Messiah's Guild. The man, who was happy about this union, became nervous and asked what it meant that they couldn't do anything. James picked up the contract and pointed to it, saying that it looked like they were mistaken. This contract stated that they should only ensure their safety during the level up. It was not an offer, it was an order. He said that the contract did not contain a single word about respecting their rights and freedoms. James said that if they didn't honor the terms of the contract, both parties would suffer, and he literally sat him down in a chair and said that he would make sure they understood everything. The sick bastard began to threaten them not to even think about taking any action in the dungeon, and his guild would spoon-feed them like little children. James said that if they had any complaints, he would personally convey the news to Vincent that the contract was cancelled due to their unwillingness to cooperate. The crazy man, leaving the office, said that silence would be considered consent, and reminded that they were leaving for the dungeon in 30 minutes. Ken thought that they were going to control Vincent's people, under the guise of fulfilling the terms of the contract. Suddenly he received a call and Ken asked how he could help. The voice said that they needed to radically change their plans. Alvin said that maybe entering this dungeon is not the best idea. After some searching, he thinks that the Messiah and the Frontier are in cahoots as expected. The Messiah's recent actions had been strange, and now they had joined forces with a large guild, and Owen said he needed to look into the matter further to find out for sure if they were working with the entire guild or just a part of it. and he suggested to Ken that they leave this dungeon. He could find him a safer one, but Ken said that he underestimated him. To catch the tiger, you need to go into his den. Owen began to shout that going there, knowing that they were plotting, was recklessness. Ken said that if he hadn't been reckless, they wouldn't be talking to him now, and he thought now that they knew they were working together, it wasn't the best time to talk. Owen agreed and said that they needed to come up with a new plan as soon as possible. Ken said he wanted to ask for two things. First, to keep him updated on any new information about these guys on their frontier, and second, he needed him to deal with the aftermath. Owen, after a short silence, agreed and said that he could rage as much as he liked, since he had already made up his mind. He will deal with the consequences. The whole team entered the dungeon, but Team Phoenix just sat next to each other and did absolutely nothing. The level increased. One of them asked how many times they had already increased the level. The other answered that it was the second time. This was already the third dungeon, but he still couldn't get used to the fact that they were just sitting and doing nothing. One said it wasn't that bad. They were making money without working hard and the cleanups were over pretty quickly. At this rate, they could clear the dungeon with Vincent soon enough. He heard that Vincent was preparing for a raid on the 6th level. He had already started recruiting players for the elite squad. Ken thought that it seemed like the Frontier Guild was speeding up their cleansing to weaken Vincent, since it would be much easier to carry out their plan once Vincent entered the dungeon. The dungeon was successfully cleared and the guys were already relaxed. Some weirdo came out of the woods and said he wasn't allowed to move, so why did he stand up? Ken turned around to look at this weirdo. The man said that a notification about clearing the dungeon had popped up. The guy told them not to forget themselves. They were not here to make friends. He said they were not allowed to do anything unless they were ordered to. Ken looked at this strange guy, silently with a menacing look. Owen said mockingly that he probably felt bad because they didn't let him do anything. But Vincent was an amazing person. He was vigilant enough to prevent them from doing shady things behind his back. Although it might end soon, he threw the newspaper on the table. It said that Vincent was going to the 6th level dungeon. He must be losing his patience because he issued a press release earlier than expected. Ken said it was extremely important to him to lay the foundation as soon as possible, so he didn't have much of a choice. The moment Vincent entered the dungeon, those bastards from the frontier would show their true colors. Ken asked, what about the information he requested? Owen told him not to worry, she should be with him tomorrow. A disgruntled Ken said that he thought Owen himself would come here. But Secretary Lee came and said that quite a lot of time had passed. Owen said that he should meet Ken in person at least once. But he noticed that Secretary Lee wanted to say something, and she said that the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, and she could go instead of him. He asked if she really wanted this, and she said that it was important to her too. She was interested in how Lee would develop. At the cafe, she apologized to Ken, saying that at the last minute, the boss had some important things to do. She took out documents from her briefcase and said that the plan would be implemented without any problems. Ken was surprised when he looked at the documents. There was not only information about the main members of the Messiah, but also the guilds with which she is in close relations. She reported that according to the information found, the Messiah Guild has infiltrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds in the world. Lee looks quite mysterious. Lee said that first, they need to destroy the hands that are helping the Messiah. Ken asked if she was suggesting he start trimming the branches, and Lee replied that was exactly what she said. Because only then will they be able to see a glimmer of hope. Then she handed over an envelope, saying that it would be more than enough to pay for this. The information contained in this document is invaluable. It provides a list of items used by the Messiah Guild. As well as the supposed rat Messiah in the top 5 guilds, she is uniquely good at her job. Ken was pleased and said that she was right and that this payment was more than enough. He flipped through the document and found that guy from the dungeon, Sam Oliver, the guy who was following him. He heard his name, but that he owned Percival's spear. Ken put the document on the table and asked to pass on the message to the busy Mr. Owen. He pointed to the document with Sam and told him to get him the same one as last time. Lee didn't understand and asked what he meant by the same one. In the evening, in the office where the guys met with James, someone called Sam. The huge man said he asked him how many there would be today, then asked why he was disconnecting. The weirdo replied that he was just thinking and said that today there would only be one. It didn't matter whether to kill or spare the other 4. The main thing was to eliminate only that guy. His partner replied that he thought there would be a lot of them. That's why he was so disconnected. He said that he started working with him on the team because his name was Lucky Sam, and he really was lucky. The weirdo continued that he heard how other teams had to deal with 4 and 7 people. He also thought that he was lucky until he got the call. Chief Naomi told him that Vincent was in the dungeon, so they needed to make a move today, and Sam said that he was probably the only one called in for a reason. She asked if he was taking good care of Percival's spear, and told him that Ken, whom he had been following, had survived several assassination attempts by other guilds and was at the top of the hit list. The girl reminded him that they had not lent him the spear for his pretty eyes. The boy was nervous. thinking that he had to succeed no matter what. After everything he had been through, he couldn't let this spear be taken away from him. So they entered the dungeon. Now it was clear why he was so nervous, and it was no longer surprising that they still wanted to kill Ken. A notification came for a quest that in order to get to the second level, you need to live here for 4 days, and Sam thought that because of this stupid survival quest, he might sense something was wrong and start running away, then they would have to chase him for all 4 days. And if he suddenly survives and goes to the second level, Sam thought, and turned to look at Ken. He thought things would be more difficult if he survived, and it seemed Ken felt the weirdo's gaze. Ken realized that they were going to make their move on the first level. But this only amused him, and he decided that it was time for him to make his move. Sam was asked in a whisper when they planned to take action. Sam also whispered back that they didn't need to carry him around all the time, and that it would be better to finish him off quickly. He said they just needed to take him aside, and then make it look like an accident, and suddenly someone started yelling, "Where are you going?" The sly man turned and smiled at Sam, hinting that he was ready to accept their challenge. After that, he ran into the forest, and Sam began shouting to his men to stop standing and catch up with him. And the other players from the Phoenix continued to stand, not understanding what was happening. One of them even thought that Ken might have eaten something wrong. They continued to joke, not knowing what was coming next. Having reached the forest, they still hadn't found Ken, and one said that they had lost him, and that the area was not visible because of the trees, and the other asked if they should split up to find him faster. But he said that this was a survival quest, which meant that the place was crawling with monsters, and if they split up they would put themselves in even more danger, and he said that they should go back and discuss it with Sam. While they were laughing and talking about Sam, Ken was watching them from a flock of trees, very close. When they left, Ken came down and said that due to the increased security, he never had a chance to try his moves, but now such an opportunity presented itself, he took out a ring from his inventory. In the A+ rank Firefox dungeon, the War Trophy Ultra Plus ring was obtained. Ken put on the ring. This ring helps to go beyond your capabilities. Its value is immeasurable. The ranks of all skills have been increased by 1. The rank of the Skeleton Warrior skill has become outstanding. Now he can summon skeleton warriors using the corpses of any monsters. Ken was delighted that he could finally summon a new skeleton warrior when suddenly guests arrived. The unexpected guests were wolf monsters. Ken decided that it was worth increasing his strength a little. The players returned to Sam and told him that he had managed to escape, and he was angry that everything was not going according to plan. The man asked Sam if it was possible that someone had leaked the information, or if there was a traitor among them. But Sam replied that if someone had leaked the information, he would have rather brought help than run away. No, he wouldn't have come here at all. The naive one doesn't know how crazy Ken is. Another player asked what he was going to do, since they couldn't just wait for him to show up. Sam told them to calm down and that they would have to use all the possibilities of this quest. He decided that they would not kill monsters and focus on finding him quietly. But the player asked why he killed these guys, to which Sam began to complain that he had no other choice, and he got rid of them before everything got out of control, then ordered everyone to leave before the monsters were drawn to the smell of blood. All the guys were running away, and Sam thought that so far everything was going according to the information from Chief Naomi. He's not easy to deal with, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't figure out what's going on, Sam thought. As he was running away, he noticed the corpse of a monster lying on the ground. He thought that Ken was hunting when he ran away. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the forest. It seems Ken began to act. Sam himself realized that they themselves had now become targets and began to look around. He shouted that it looked like a trap and that they needed to prepare for the impending attack. The man screamed that he had been wounded in the arm and asked to be treated quickly. But from the smoke, a skeleton warrior appeared and quickly attacked this player. The other one also shouted at Sam to do something. He wanted to say that he couldn't see anything because of the dust, but he didn't finish. An arrow flew out of nowhere and hit him, killing another player. Sam was panicking, thinking that at this rate he would get rid of them faster than they could strike back. The Silent Hunter's wind wall skill was used. Sam slammed his spear into the ground. The dust cleared and a skeleton warrior began to appear. Sam could have done it right away, so he could have helped his partners. A huge skeleton warrior appeared behind Sam and was already swinging at him. He was able to jump back further, but his spear was damaged. Sam said, disgruntled, that he never thought he would use it here. The boy took out his spear Percival. This spear belongs to the Knight of the Round, Percival. The wound inflicted by this spear will not heal so easily. Percival's spear is the third legendary item in the Knights of the Round Table item set. Ken has already encountered a player wielding this spear. Since it has the effect of enhanced penetration, its attack cannot be blocked by unique rank armor. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the spear cannot be healed for a certain period of time. The skeleton warriors quickly retreated, and Sam wondered why they were retreating so quickly. When all the skeleton warriors had fled, a huge skeleton of some kind of beast emerged from the depths of the forest. Sam noticed that this skeleton was moving too fast. And so the skeleton began to run at incredible speed. Sam thought that he had decent speed. He stood there unable to do anything and decided that all he could do was wait until he struck again. Then at least he would be able to get him. Sam relied on his spear, which only needed one strike, and as the skeleton approached, he prepared himself. The silent hunter skill had dealt the final blow, and the skeleton and Sam began the battle. But when Sam struck with his spear, the skeleton managed to turn away from the blow. Sam was of course in shock. He couldn't understand how he was able to dodge the spear. The skeleton turned around and grabbed Sam's arm, and he continued to wonder how any skeleton could jump away at the right moment. And Ken, who was standing behind the tree, he took off his mask, and his connection was broken. Despite its sharp fangs and claws, a skeleton warrior in beast form is no different in strength from a skeleton in human form. Human-type skeleton warriors who walk on two legs can freely use various types of weapons, such as swords, bows, and axes, while beast-type skeletons are unable to do so. However, on the other hand, due to the human body structure, human-shaped skeleton warriors do not move as fast as animal-shaped skeleton warriors, who do so on all fours. The skeleton warrior squeezed Sam tightly in his mouth, and Sam thought that he could not die here. Even without an arm, while he was still able to lift Percival's spear, he reached for the spear that was very close. But then Ken came along and said that no matter how good the spear was, until he could strike it, it was useless. Ken said he didn't know why they were targeting him, but since things had gotten this way, any further conversation would be pointless. Sam began to panic and scream that he was just following orders and that he had no choice and that if he spared him, he would cooperate with him. And if he kills him, he will become an enemy of all the frontier guilds, and he asked arrogantly if he thinks he can deal with everyone. In the real-world building, James walked into the office and shouted that they had a serious problem. The girl at the table calmly asked what he was talking about, and James said that she urgently needed to check something. He reported that all their agents defending the entrance were destroyed, but the identity of the person who killed all the agents, she inserted a flash drive into her laptop. In the video, someone was shouting, "Stop, bastard," and then there were screams. The girl looked at all this in horror. And we are shown a video in which Sam Oliver himself killed 2 soldiers who were standing at the entrance. She asked in horror what the hell was going on here. Now she was worried that she had been too cruel to him. She wondered why he did it. After Sam killed everyone, he told Ken that it was over, and so that he wouldn't forget about their deal, James said that he didn't expect Sam to betray them. The girl was shaking. She thought that this was an emergency. If Sam Oliver betrayed them, knowing who was behind him, then she was finished. She decided to personally get rid of them before they found out about it. We are shown someone's car parked on the street. In the car, Locke said he had nothing to worry about. The cleanup had been successful. Sam said he was glad to hear that, and since the current task was finished, it was time to move on to the next step. Locke asked if he was planning on doing anything else, and if he was going to make so much noise in the Frontier Guild, then it would be better for him to lie low for a while. And Ken, who was wearing Sam's mask all this time, said that he knew everything himself because there was no better place to hide in the dungeon. We are shown a past conversation between Ken and Lee, where he asked for one thing he had spoken about earlier. This thing turned out to be a mask with Sam Oliver's face. It's a little creepy to make such a mask, but okay. Ken in the car said that the right scene for the release from the second-level dungeon appeared just in time. He took out his phone and told Locke to get ready. Locke asked him angrily why he needed it. Locke started shouting that he didn't even need to hide. Why should he go with him into this dungeon? But Ken was already on the phone and asked how things were with the border. Avin replied that so far no movement had been noticed. It seemed that Chief Naomi was trying to finish this matter on his own, without reporting to his superiors. Ken replied that if that was the case, then it could be said that not the entire Frontier Guild was involved. Oven agreed, but said that while they couldn't be sure of that, she could be an informant for the Messiah Guild they were hunting. The Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. It seems that the Messiah's dirty paws have not yet reached the foundations of the frontier. Even in Sam's memories, there is no information about the leaders, except for Naomi. Alvin said that in any case, everything had already gone wrong because Sam Oliver had betrayed them, and Chef Naomi would try to resolve the incident on her own before Vincent showed up. If Vincent found out the truth, it would be more than just a headache, so he asked him to hide in some dungeon. Meanwhile, Oven would be scaring Naomi with the ghost of Sam Oliver, and Ken said that he was just about to do it himself, and Oven asked if he had already chosen which dungeon he would go to. Of course, an A+ rank dungeon in Taiwan. Hearing this, Oven did not seem happy with his choice of dungeon, and asked why he chose this one out of all of them. Oven told him that there had been 23 unsuccessful attempts to clear this dungeon. Poor Locke had already begun to shake with fear, thinking that he was crazy, but Ken listened to him calmly. He continued that the Messiah had tried to clear it out 4 times, and none of the attempts had been successful, and that the other guilds had also temporarily stopped their attempts to clear it out. He asked if Ken, who already knew about it. Ken remembered that even before his trip to the past, it had not been completely cleared. The last number of failed attempts that he remembered was 43. Endless failures. Eventually, most of Taiwan's territory was filled with monsters because no one could close the dungeon gates. There is a level limit to enter this dungeon, so even Lei, the Messiah, couldn't do anything. Ken decided that he couldn't clear it either if his level was over 60. It was crazy that Ken wanted to go in there. So if there is anything in this dungeon that could help in the fight against the Messiah, it will pass by him unnoticed. The information he has is not enough to deal with them. Owen said that knowing him, there was no point in stopping him, because he would still find a way. Locke continued to keep his fingers crossed that Owen would be able to dissuade Ken from this idea. But then Owen just said that they would do something crazy again, and Locke lost all hope, poor guy. Alvin asked him what he thought his chances were, and Ken said so calmly, less than 10%, even with precise calculations. Not enough. Owen decided that he probably meant the chance of failure. And laughing, he said that this was enough, and Locke fell down in fear, thinking that it was all over, a 10% chance of returning alive, and did not listen to anything else. Ken said that as long as he owned Percival's spear, he had no equal at the second level, but Locke's spirit had already left him and he hadn't heard anything. Owen said that he would prepare everything, and it would be easier if he used the American's mask. Owen asked if there was anything else needed, and Ken asked how about asking for specific support for the Messiah through public pressure. The Messiah couldn't handle it, so why would they spend the money? There are already a lot of articles in the newspapers about Americans who intend to go through the Taiwanese dungeon, the frosty forest of rigidity, and on the internet everyone is also talking only about this. The most interesting thing is that they openly ask for help from the Messiah, and the comments were different. Some people from different countries, having learned about this, decided that they could not miss this opportunity. As expected from hypocrites who are now suffering from their own notoriety, they said they would help with equipment. But Locke said that they couldn't handle this dungeon with just one unique item, and that they should at least give them a legendary one, since they were going to clear the dungeon they couldn't handle. Owen reassured him that if things continued to develop this way, the Messiah would have to fork out for more expensive items if they wanted to save face. But more importantly, due to this incident, the price has definitely gone down. Locke didn't understand anything, and when Lee entered the office, she said that the cost of clearing the 2-level dungeon of rank A+, which the Messiah failed to cope with, had changed to a unique class item. And now if someone else clears a dungeon of an even higher rank for the Messiah, they won't be able to get away with just unique items. Lee approached the guys with a suitcase on her back. At this point, Locke finally realized what they meant, and he happily said that they would now be able to get legendary items for clearing 3-level and higher dungeons that the Messiah had failed to handle. Owen thanked Lee for the explanation. Lee handed over the folder with the details they had requested, details of Sam Oliver's cover route, and the final expense report. And they leaked some clues to the frontier to find his false route. This should save them a decent amount of time. Owen thanked them for their excellent work and suggested that they should be on their way. Locke asked Lee if she was working in the field today. She pushed her suitcase forward, and Locke looked at it in surprise. Alvin asked if he was joking. Why did Secretary Lee need to go there, since he was the one who had to go to the dungeon in Taiwan? That same evening, Locke and Ken set off for Taiwan. They were put up in a nice hotel, and Locke said that they were well-respected people here, and that he knew that after the mission failed, there had been no players willing to challenge and clear the dungeon. But still they got together so quickly, Locke said happily. He turned to Ken and said that the support was encouraging, and asked him what he thought about it. Ken replied that most of the players were in a guild that failed to carry out the cleanup, and from the outside it might seem like they were there to avenge their fallen comrades. But not everyone has good intentions. If 23 attempts to clear the dungeon with a maximum of 80 players failed, this means that there are items buried there from about 2,000 players. Among them, there should be at least one legendary item. Ken is sure that there will be people who care more about their own gain than clearing the dungeon. A man entered the office and asked them to get ready. There was 1 hour left before entering the dungeon. Ken raised his hand for some reason, and the man ran up to him. Locke became noticeably nervous and wondered what he was trying to do. Ken said something to the man, and then we are shown him walking onto the stage. At this time, outside the chief's office, Naomi was screaming that this couldn't be, that the traces would simply disappear. James said that given all the circumstances, it was clear to them that Sam was being helped by someone, considering that their intelligence could not locate him. Naomi screamed at them to do everything they could to keep Sam and Ken in one place. If that didn't work, then it was better to get rid of them so they couldn't meet Vincent. And in Owen's office, Secretary Lee approached him and told him to look at something and handed him a tablet. This was a video of Ken's statement to the world. He was saying the following, that he was grateful to everyone who took part in the cleanup. It was an honor for him to be here next to them. But I have only one goal, to save the world by finishing the game, and I will do everything possible to achieve this goal. So don't stand in my way. The video has already spread around the world. Secretary Lee was nervous and asked what they should do, which was not in the plan. It is no longer possible to block the video. Oven said that he is not going to mess with those who interfere with him. This is an open statement of war. The guys entered the dungeon, and other players looked at them from afar. One of them asked what else he meant by not getting in his way. Did he mean that they were in his way? And the guy said that there was nothing surprising about that, because he was on a different level than they were. The player said that he saw in the Firefox's dungeon how strong he was, words cannot describe. The player's looks were becoming more menacing and angry. The guy said that they would see for themselves that they were real monsters. Locke whispered, asking why Ken did this. Now because of this unnecessary provocation, everyone is staring at them. Ken said that some people are hard to convince in a good way, especially if they are bloodhounds who have come to take away the items of dead players. There is only one way to convince such people, by showing superior power. And having suppressed their will, Ken called upon his skeleton warriors, and they surrounded him and Locke. So he gets rid of the slightest resistance, calling his warriors. He showed them who was boss here. The guy, seeing the skeletons, thought that these were the same famous skeletons that everyone was talking about. He thought that he needed to find this item before him. He turned to his partners and said they were moving out, suggesting they search the other side before dark. Evening came, and each group gathered with their own. They sat in front of the fire. Someone said that Ken is an absolute monster, and he can't believe it, even though he saw it with his own eyes. He said he was furious when he was told not to touch him, but now he seemed to understand why. The others said that was what he had said. Trying to help was the same as hindering him. The man asked his leader what happened today. Even though they searched all day, they only found the bodies of 2 players. He replied that at first he suspected that other guilds might have stolen the item, but after searching for a whole day, he came to a different conclusion. The scary guy said that there were a lot of monsters on the first level, but he didn't notice any strong ones. In other words, he doubts that a player of level 50 or higher could die here. The thing they are looking for should be on the second level. Then Van Gogh's bracelet should be there. Seriously, they are looking for Van Gogh's bracelet. The guy heard something and jumped onto a tree. On one of the branches of this tree lay a skeleton. He was unhappy because he heard that the sounds were coming from here, but it couldn't have been his imagination. Enraged, he hit the skeleton. Apparently, he was not surprised that the skeleton was there. Their leader asked him what was the matter when the guy returned to Earth. He apologized to him and said that it must have been him making the sound as he swayed in the wind, pointing to the skeleton. He then threw the skeleton aside and sat down by the fire. They continued to say that they had to find this item for the Kunlun Guild even if they had to go up against this monster. Of course, this skeleton was Ken. He left it there just in case, but thanks to it he had useful information. Van Gogh's bracelet. He had never heard of such an item before, but if the Chinese Guild, one of the 5 strongest guilds, sent its bloodhound here, Ken broke the connection with the skeleton. He realized that Van Gogh's bracelet was not a simple object. Now Ken has also decided that he must find Van Gogh's bracelet. Locke complained that it was taking them longer than they expected and asked if they were the only ones fighting. Ken said his guess was correct, since more than half of them were hyenas who only wanted the treasure of the dead. Locke was angry and said that he was glad that many players had gathered, but apparently, the dungeon would have to be cleared again by them. Ken told Locke that once they reached the second level, they would have some time to rest, which surprised Locke and he asked what had gotten into him. As soon as they entered the second level of the dungeon, all players were hit by a strong wind. One player was angry that it was much colder here than he thought. Others were also angry about the cold. The guy said that his body was turning to stone from this frost and wondered how they would fight in such a state. The Chinese are also frozen, the temperature is low, but it is clearly not the only reason for the goosebumps. And also because of the trail of fear left by the monsters. Poor Locke's teeth were chattering from the cold, and he said that he couldn't see any monsters nearby. There was no way a monster that used that much fear was on the second level. This is bad. Even Ken said it might be more difficult than he expected. The body of a living creature freezes when exposed to the fear of monsters. It doesn't last forever, but in a life or death struggle, a second's delay means death. It's not a dragon since they are in a 2-level dungeon, but if you exclude them, then there aren't many monsters that use fear. How strong would it have to be for the emanation to be felt from that distance? The man shouted that his guild would inspect the surrounding areas. Others also started shouting that they were going to explore the area. How greedy people can be. Locke was angry and said that this was what was called a treasure hunt, asking, I'm sure, Ken if he wanted to intervene so that the fighting force would not be dispersed. Ken said that there was no point in fighting with people like that anyway. It would be better to come up with a plan without taking their existence into account. Locke agreed with him, and Ken said that they should move out too. The Chinese team searched every corpse of the players but found nothing, so their leader said that they should move on. Another player saw them and thought that they had already been beaten and that they should hurry. He ordered his men to search each player, and they found the items that those guys had left behind. The man wondered why they left these items untouched. Then he realized that they were looking for something else. He ordered his men to leave everything for now, others might be faster than them, and told them to move on. They couldn't let them take everything that was most valuable. And now we are shown Locke, who was looking at Ken with displeasure. Locke thought that just recently he was talking about hyenas, and now he's already checking which one in order. The Eye of Anubis closes. Ken thought that he finally found a member of the Kanlun Guild. His surviving allies died on the western side. Ken called Locke over to him, and they continued searching for the Chinese guild players. He found another one, and Locke wondered what the hell he was doing and what he wanted to achieve. Ken activated his Eye of Anubis again and began to look into his past. There were screams of what was this monster doing in a 2-level dungeon, this shouldn't be happening, and one of them was grabbed by the monster. The monster squeezed the guy, and Van Gogh's bracelet fell onto one of his horns. His last thoughts are that he must keep the guild's treasure, Van Gogh's bracelet. The Eye of Anubis closed and Ken found out all the information. The guy's skeleton had no arm. Locke shouted that no matter how cool the item was, there was no point in treating a dead person so roughly. He tolerated this for a while, but before finishing, Ken called him. Then Locke got angry and started shouting that he had done something wrong and that he would not have done such a thing. Ken smiled and called him a nice guy, and unlike Ken, he is. Locke didn't expect such words, so he simply froze in place. Ken said that before the battle started, he would explain their plan while he was burying that guy. There was still hope for him. He then summoned a saw-toothed wolf in the form of a skeletal warrior. Locke was impressed. He came up and kindly asked to ride him, and Ken surprisingly immediately gave the go-ahead. Locke immediately climbed onto the skeleton like a child on a toy horse. He was happy and asked when he had time to prepare such a thing. While he was saying that Ken could only summon humanoid skeletons, Ken threw him a spear. Locke said uncertainly, was his plan to put him on that bony wolf and make him attack the main monster with that spear? Ken just chuckled and said that he had learned to understand without his explanations, but there was still no hope for this guy. A Chinese guild has found the grave of a fallen player. One of them said that it didn't look like it was done by anyone from the guild and asked if it would be better to dig it up just in case. But the guy said there was no point in digging and wasting time on it if it wasn't their brother. After that, they all left at once, not knowing that this was the grave of their brother, who tried to fulfill his duty to the guild until the very end. And our guys were already on their way to meet the monster. Locke asked that it wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be so easy to pierce his thick skin with a weapon, but Ken said that he was more worried that he had already become a hunter. Locke didn't understand, and Ken began to explain to him that if the dungeon is not cleared, the killed monsters will respawn again in the same quantities, but the surviving monsters become smarter and stronger due to the experience of meeting players, just like Ken himself. Monsters that have been through battles are not very common, but there are exceptions. While the dungeon remains undefended, the boss monster gains combat experience every time the player fails a task. At some point he must have noticed that players often gathered around fallen comrades, and it seems he began using them as bait, as this monster survived 23 times. Locke asked in surprise that Ken was sure that the boss was here, the ogre that instilled such fear, and how could he be sure of something he had not seen? Ken said that up until this point they had been gathering information. Locke sighed with relief because he thought that Ken was acting like those bloodhounds. But then Locke thought that he didn't understand anything, even after he looked at them. We are shown some player who was happy about the pile of corpses lying next to him. They rejoiced at the corpses of people like crazy, and ran up to the corpses like hyenas. Their leader understood that something was clearly wrong here. Dead bodies rarely lay next to each other. If other bloodhounds had gathered them nearby, they would have taken the items too. And there is also this bloody trail, of a strange shape. It looks like the bodies were dragged from somewhere. When it dawned on him, he started shouting to his subordinates that it was a trap. One of them did not understand him, but before he could finish speaking, his body was enveloped in an unknown fear. His body stopped moving and he froze in place. Bad luck for the guy. Unfortunately, the monster managed to kill his partners, and their bodies fell to the ground. He barely turned around and saw a huge orc who was already swinging at him. The bracelet was still in his possession. Their leader managed to climb up, and jumping up, he dealt the ogre one blow with his sword. But when he landed, he saw that his sword had simply broken from the blow. He thought about how a unique class blade could break so easily, but now his body was also enveloped in fear, and he lost the ability to move. Ken and Locke were already running towards this monster while the screams of that man were still heard in the area. The monster killed this man too. Ken looked at him and turned to Locke, telling him to act according to the plan. It's not like Locke likes Ken's plan. After all, he always uses it as bait. And yet, like a faithful comrade, he ran on his dead horse, straight towards the monster. The creepy monster saw him and turned on his ability, and the whole place was covered with this curse. Locke had no choice but to enter this smoke, his body enveloped in an unknown fear. Lancelot's ring freed him from this fear. Locke was glad that the ring was not useless. The unpleasant trembling simply disappeared. But then he noticed something. His skeletal friend stopped obeying him. And now Locke is extremely close to this monster. The moment the monster struck the first blow, the skeleton warrior suddenly ran in the other direction. The expression on Locke's face was simply priceless. Ken reassured Locke that everything was going according to plan. Locke was surprised. He started shouting that he had been controlling him all this time. It was risky, but he didn't have time to finish. He told Locke to hold on tight and keep running. I think Locke will age sooner after such adventures. They jumped on this huge monster, and Locke pierced the ogre. Locke was surprised by this because he thought it was a simple spear, but it was able to pierce his skin right through. The ogre's ability to recover was greatly reduced, and Locke said that while a lot of gear was good, it would still take a little time. Locke asked when the skeleton warriors would appear, but Ken told him to deliver 10 more piercing blows. He'll take care of the rest himself, Ken said with a grin. Okay, apparently he wasn't joking. Behind Ken stood a whole army of skeleton warriors armed with weapons. He used the bloody weapon skill, the ability to create weapons using the caster's blood. At this time, the Chinese guild felt fear, and the leader thought that if such a strong fear spread, it meant that the attack on the boss monster had already begun. While he was thinking that the attack had started faster than he thought, his comrades ran up to him and reported that they had found something. They found the player's corpse and said that the armor was inscribed with the secret language of their guild. Meet the brothers sleeping in the west and find the property of Kunlun. The guy thought that there was nothing in the west, but he remembered that they had seen a grave in the west, which they had taken for someone else's. The ogre's health was significantly reduced. The ogre's resistance was also significantly reduced, and skeleton warriors surrounded the monster. Another blow was struck, and the blood poisoning began to spread throughout the ogre's body. And Locke thought about how amazing Percival's spear was. He couldn't even imagine that it could pierce such thick skin like that. Locke told Ken that no dungeon could stand against the combination of Percival's spear and blood reflection, but Ken wasn't so optimistic, and said that it was possible if it was only a 2-level dungeon. He himself thought that in 3-level dungeons, the monsters were much stronger, and this combination alone would not be enough. Besides, to deal with a real monster, he needs to become much stronger. The ogre was defeated. The achievement Frost Forest Hunter of Cruelty was obtained. The messenger of the underworld sends a catalog. Locke was surprised and asked that they received a gift from the mentor again. He was angry that his mentor was not sending him anything. Because he was the one who did all the dirty work, he shouted that this was discrimination. While Locke was angry and shouting that he wanted to change his mentor, Ken was climbing on this ogre. And he took out Van Gogh's bracelet. After all, he was the first to receive this treasure. When they emerged from the dungeon, a corresponding crowd of enthusiastic shouts awaited them, and only the guys from the Chinese guild were unhappy with this result. The guy asked what they should do, since they couldn't take Van Gogh's bracelet to the dungeon, and that if it fell into the wrong hands, then they were in trouble. The leader of this group said that for now they could only report this and wait, but he himself thought that being in a dungeon, in a situation where they were close to losing their legendary items. They are the Kunlun Guild, leaving clues in a secret language for the brothers who come after them. So if you don't know the secret language, it's almost impossible to get Van Gogh's bracelet. But if anyone was lucky enough to carry him out of the dungeon, he hoped it wasn't that American. Meanwhile, a satisfied Ken thought that such a thing would be hidden. It was worth it to enter such a dungeon for the last time before heading to the 3-level one. The maximum number of items a player can use is 5, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you wear more, item effects are applied within the set limits. However, Van Gogh's bracelet is an object that breaks the existing order. It allows you to use the effects of all rings worn on 5 fingers. The only downside is that the rings cannot be removed. Initially, rings are items that can be worn alternately. Experienced players often prefer to change rings depending on the situation, but now he must carefully choose which ring to wear. Locke, who knew nothing about the bracelet, asked Ken why he had such a serious face, that something was wrong. Ken was about to answer that everything was fine, but suddenly he got a call and he answered, it was Oven. He asked if Ken could return to the base right now. Ken calmly replied that he could return without any problems, but asked what was the matter, and Oven replied that he was back. Oven said that Taiwan and Korea are causing trouble right now. The headlines are switching from Ken to his return. Ken asked Oven that by him he meant Vincent, and so it was. Vincent returned from the 6-story dungeon. His reputation did not lie. As Vincent's reputation grows, so does Ken's defense. He said it was good news and they were moving forward. But Locke had other plans. He asked that since they were in Taiwan, they could eat noodle soup, beef, xiaolongbao. He continued listing dishes, and Ken stopped him saying that they were flying to Korea right now. Here, poor Locke froze in surprise. He could not believe it. Then he was carried away and began to shout that they had come all this way and could not eat a single Taiwanese dish. Ken was already tired of his huge appetite and said that he could eat on the plane. Ken was sitting in Vincent's office. He looked menacingly at Ken and asked why the Frontier Guild dared to deceive him. Ken turned on the cutie and said that he himself barely survived, but was wounded and could not move. Besides, he didn't know who to trust, so he hid and waited for Mr. Vincent to return from the dungeon. These are the materials subject to the investigation team sent on the day of the incident based on Ken's testimony, although there was little evidence left in the dungeon itself due to the fire. Judging from the statements of the other surviving players who entered the other dungeon, the Frontier Guild was the instigator of this provocation and attacked first, despite the fact that they act innocent and pretend that it was a simple accident. Vincent was visibly angry. He thought that those damned bastards had done all this while he was away. And then he said that given the circumstances, it was clear that they were trying to find out the size of their forces, and Ken asked what he was going to do next. "They will pay for what they did to me, so there is only one thing I want to do," Vincent said. Suddenly, Secretary Kim put some box on the table. Owen was smiling from ear to ear, and a tired Locke asked how much he paid to smile like that, and Owen said that he dropped as much as he could, because it was him. Locke asked, "Is this Vincent, and how is Owen going to get his skill page back? Because no matter how much he loves money, he hasn't forgotten how hard it was to get this skeleton knight skill." Owen told Locke that he didn't have to worry about it, because the person who would return their items was already in Vincent's office. As always, it dawned on Locke later, and at first he didn't understand what he meant, and then he remembered his beloved partner. Ken left Vincent's office with a suitcase in his hands and called Owen, who immediately asked how everything went. With a smirk on his face, Ken informed him that Vincent had just handed him the Skeleton Knight skill page. On the internet, everyone was already discussing that Vincent had given a skill page to an American player, saying that the Phoenix Guild promised to support him. Paula bit her lips and thought that Vincent was flirting with them from afar. If Vincent becomes a crowd favorite, it will be another problem for her, as it could make her job more difficult in the future. "Since this is the case," Paula said, "you must take responsibility when you contact Naomi." And at Vincent's house, Secretary Kim said that they would return to this issue after she discussed it with her boss. She was talking on the phone and Vincent, who was reading the newspaper, asked if she had spoken to Ken. Kim confirmed that it was Ken. He handed over the skill page entrusted to him, and sewed on what further instructions there would be. Vincent said that Ken was not stupid, because now that he was looking for new members, Ken must have felt the instability of his position. He continued that, since he worked so hard, as a gesture of courtesy he would let him die in a 3-level dungeon. A C rank should be enough. What a freak. Although Ken had foreseen this. Vincent said that he would be given normal support, he would calm down and leave, and if not, he would have to surprise him. In the evening, the players gathered together and discussed Ken. They considered him a weakling, but one player reminded the others that he had excellent skills, and it seemed he had joined Vincent's group of subordinates by clearing out one of the uncleared dungeons. But the girl named Eugene only laughed that if he were strong, he would go there himself, but that is not the case, since they asked to accompany him. Like a child, she began to stamp her feet while her partners calmed her down, saying that this was an order from the guild. But she only complained that since Vincent became the guild leader, there had been too much politics around, and that she was already thinking about moving to the Messiah Guild. Another player said that it seems that he has a patron who is a messenger of the underworld, and his main ability is the skill Poisoned Blood, but since this skill can be dangerous for allies, he has been traveling alone until now. The girl thought that since he had poisoned blood he couldn't summon skeletons, and she was told that no one had seen him use other skills. They don't know that those who saw his real power are long dead. And finally, the man about whom so much had been talked about arrived. She noticed his car and said that his thriftiness deserved respect, and that she would give him a little break. They entered the dungeon and Ken thought about Vincent, who had sent him 3 escorts, even though it was only a 3-story dungeon. While he was thinking about this, the girl came up to him and asked if this was his first time in the 3-story dungeon. She said that he was of little use in this dungeon, so she began to threaten to finish him off if he got in the way. Eugene ordered him to try killing a couple of monsters so she could see what he was capable of. Ken asked what kind of monsters he should kill and how many. She thought that he was already rebelling against her, but still answered that he should not show off and kill as many as he could. When he said he needed time to prepare, she turned around and said he was on his own, and left. In Owen's office, Locke learned that Ken had entered the dungeon again, and asked if he had some kind of unhealthy attraction to them. Owen began to scold him that he liked to laze around all day, but Locke just yawned and said he wanted to relax while he was gone, and complained that working with him was a nightmare. Owen began to say that earlier he complained about the lack of an experienced partner when all 3 received a notification. An emergency situation occurred. A monster broke out of the dungeon and began to destroy everything in its path. Locke asked which guild was watching this dungeon and how they allowed this to happen. He started to say that the same situation happened a few years ago, with a dungeon controlled by the Messiah Guild, but Owen motioned for him to shut up. Here Locke himself realized what a mistake he had made and covered his mouth. Owen turned to Secretary Lee to see what condition she was in. Apparently they will show us Lee's past. We see an ordinary Korean school. Lee, still a schoolgirl with long hair, frowned at the desk in front of her, on which was written Paula's name. Suddenly there was a loud explosion and all the students ran to the window. One of the high-rise buildings exploded and began to collapse. Lee, seeing the building collapse, began to cry and scream in pain. Apparently she immediately understood everything. And now the same situation happened, and she was probably overcome by those same emotions. She put her phone down and said she would step away for a minute. On her desk was a framed picture of herself smiling sweetly next to her father. Locke had already regretted 1,000 times that he had let it slip. Owen was also sad and began to scold Locke, telling him more than once to watch what he was saying in the presence of Secretary Lee. Locke said he didn't mean to mention it, then said that Owen knew her father, and asked what kind of person he was. Owen began to remember an old friend. He was talking to him in a restaurant about some business. Lee's father said that there was risk in this business, but he was always willing to take risks for the sake of his family. He talked about wanting to make the world where his daughter goes to school a safe place. And when he died, Owen came to him. It was clear that the death of his friend upset him. Clouded by past memories, he said her father was an incredible hard worker and an easy target when it came to his daughter. At this time in the dungeon, Eugene killed a lot of monsters and thought that since it was a C-rank dungeon, there were no particularly strong monsters here. While she was thinking that at this rate they should be able to move to the second level by tomorrow without any problems, a guy ran up to her and said that she should take a look at Ken. She asked with displeasure if he couldn't handle even one monster, even after asking for extra time to prepare. The guy said he got it, but she should still take a look at it. She didn't like the noise he was making and ordered him to show her the way. When she arrived, she was surprised by what she saw. She remembered that he asked for time to prepare. She realized that he had spent all this time setting traps. It was strange that no one else had done this. Eugene thought that although he tried hard, such traps would not cause much damage. At most, they would scratch. They jumped into the tree branches, and from this view we can see all the traps he had built. Here Ken himself appeared. Monsters ran after him, and when they ran past, they touched Ken's traps. Eugene became worried and thought that he would definitely die this way, and asked what he was trying to achieve by leading a crowd of monsters into such a simple trap. She took out her bow and was already preparing an arrow, but the guy told her to wait and look at his plan. But she just started saying that this guy clearly didn't have any plan, and that Vincent would kill them if he died here. But the guy didn't answer her and only pointed down, asking her to look at him. Ken jumped onto one of the tree trunks and was surrounded by monsters. Eugene saw him surrounded by monsters and decided it was too late to save him. But Ken had other thoughts on this matter. He activated the underworld messenger skill Bloody Mist. The orcs were poisoned by the poisoned blood skill, and one by one, they died. Eugene didn't laugh at Ken now, and thought that he combined the poisoned blood with the blood mist, which meant that it was correct to use the poisoned blood skill. The guy said that it was amazing, and that he was seeing something like this for the first time. Ken had already killed 100 orcs this way. And Eugene's eyes lit up, and she thought that he deserved Vincent's favor, and that she would win him over to her side, no matter what. She saw only a part of his abilities and already elevated him to the throne. And Ken stood in front of a pile of corpses, and the messenger of the underworld admires his ability. The rank of the Bloody Mist skill increased by 1. Ken walked up to one orc and touched him. The underworld messenger's blood absorption skill was used. He thought how good it was that he could replenish his blood supply with this skill. Eugene turned to the guy and told him to go and tell him everything. He didn't understand and asked what to tell him, and Eugene pointed to the battlefield and said that he had definitely passed the test. That evening, Ken was sitting by the fire when Eugene came up to him and apologized for her behavior. She enthusiastically told him that his skills were incredible and that she never thought that poisoned blood could be so deadly. Did Ken really have a fan? The girl praised Ken's skills and said that she wanted him to join her team, and Ken replied with 100,001, the cost of each time he uses poisoned blood. The word cost really angered a miser like her. Ken responded that his supply of poisoned blood was limited, so it made sense that the team would pay the player to use the absorption skill during a dungeon run. Moreover, the side effect of this skill is bleeding. He should get at least that much. Eugene became more and more angry, but replied that of course she understood everything. They should pay him since he sheds his precious blood. She started bargaining and said she would pay 30,001. Ken said that was too little and gave a generous discount of 1,001. Eugene continued to bargain and also became generous at 31,001. Ken answered 98, but Eugene insisted on 32,000. The player began to worry and wondered why Ken continued to play along with her in this argument while the two were bargaining. I liked the cute couple. The next day, Ken watched the battle and thought that the Phoenix Guild's teamwork was much better than he thought. Ken thought that even the leadership skills were good. But then the team leader started yelling at her kids to point out the price tag of each weapon. Ken was surprised by this, which was quite rare, and he hoped that she had not decided to behave so openly because of money. They moved on to the second level. This time they had to survive for 6 days. Eugene reminded her team that survival quests usually have a lot of monsters, so they had to hold out. Then she turned to Ken and said with displeasure that since they had unexpected expenses and they needed to be sure that they were paying for their money, Ken also became nervous. One of the players informed Eugene that they would go to scout the area to determine the number of monsters. But they didn't find any monsters in the forest, which is strange. The guy thought that something was wrong here. There are never few monsters in a quest, and the dungeon is small. Another guy suddenly they found huge footprints that were clearly not left by an ordinary monster. Here the guy realized that this quest was not about fighting a lot of monsters. It looks like they'll have to fight one boss monster for 6 days. The second guy started shouting that this was bad, that quests like this had a low survival rate due to the difference in difficulty compared to the initial rank of the quest. At this time, Eugene was discussing the dungeon with her partners, that the area of the dungeon was smaller than normal dungeons, more like an island. She thought that since they had Ken's poison blood, they would be able to defeat even the strongest boss, but in order to increase the survivability of individual team members, it was necessary to avoid exhausting equipment. Eugene is a good leader who cares about her subordinates. She warned everyone to avoid meeting the main monster until they figured out what kind of monster it was. Suddenly, screams were heard from the forest, and a huge white troll emerged from the forest. Eugene ordered everyone to disperse, and taking out her bow, she shot at the white troll. The silent hunter's skill multiple shot was used. The arrows pierced him. Regardless of his regeneration ability, Ken's poison skill will buy them some time. But surprisingly, the arrows simply jumped out of the troll's body. Was there really too little poison? But the poison was definitely spreading from the place where the arrow hit. Ken watched Eugene continue to perform her duties as commander and wondered if he should intervene. After all, it was time to show Vincent his usefulness. After everyone was able to escape the monster, Eugene gathered all the players in a circle. But she didn't see Ken. She became worried and asked where he was, I wonder. Ken appeared next to her and she asked if she could increase the amount of blood she bought. He agreed on one condition. He explained his condition and said that he understood that it was not easy to make such a decision, since the lives of the entire team were at stake, so even if she refused the proposed strategy, he would continue to cooperate, but at this rate, the number of casualties would be at least more than 4, regardless of whether they fought or ran away. Ken used the Underworld Messenger skill Bloody Weapon and created a small arrow. This item is made by condensing his blood, making it more effective than poison blood applied to an arrowhead. She grabbed a bag of arrows and warned him that she would personally finish him off if any of her comrades died because of his strategy, and announced to her that they had a new plan. But the players started to doubt the plan when they had to take off their armor. They would need to dodge it, not block it, and so they needed to increase their mobility, which is why they needed to take off their armor. Here comes the white troll, and the guys activate the Immortal Fighter's provocation skill. The troll was then attacked by the mages, using the skill of the Master of the Source of Knowledge, Flame. And when the troll was surrounded by flames, Ken ordered everyone to get ready. We are brought back to the previous conversation. White trolls are immune to fire magic, but Ken knew this. White trolls have some resistance. Ken wants to use the fire not to damage him, but to use the fire to cloud his vision. All the fire has to do is give players the opportunity to make a cut on its body. After one of the players struck, the leader Eugene fired straight at the target before the wound could heal. The white troll is affected by the poisoned blood. Even Ken thought her skills were not bad. When the arrowhead hit the wound, it began to dissolve and be absorbed into the body, so even if the wound was instantly healed, it would not be able to stop the poison. At this time, all the players with different abilities use their powers to attack this troll. By the time the dumb troll notices that the same attack is repeated over and over again. As Ken expected, the troll did not notice that he was wounded, and the players were able to take advantage of this and defeat the white troll. Eugene couldn't be happier that they were able to defeat this troll without any losses. The screen immediately appeared for all players. It said that the achievement of the White Troll Hunter was received. The messenger of the underworld granted you power. When they got down from the tree, Eugene asked Ken why he was really there, and he said that they could talk about it outside the dungeon, whether our Ken was asking her out on a date, although that was unlikely. But then he ruined everything by reminding her that they had used his poisoned blood 217 times, and he expected them to pay him back upon leaving their dungeon. A curmudgeon like Eugene clearly didn't like this reminder, as can be seen from her expression. Meanwhile, a dissatisfied Vincent tapped his fingers on the table and asked what she wanted to compensate for this incident. He said that although nothing could replace the fallen guild members, he would listen to Naomi Spell, the head of the Frontier Guild. After the entire team emerged from the dungeon, they held a conference where they answered questions from journalists. One of the reporters asked if it was true that a white troll appeared out of nowhere in the 3-story C+ dungeon, and he was curious how they got out without a single loss. Eugene replied that they had achieved this result thanks to the hard work of each team member, and that the cleanup would not have been possible without Mr. Ken's poisoned blood skill. This surprised all the journalists. They couldn't believe that they were able to defeat the white troll thanks to the poisoned blood skill. At this time, Ken was in his car and talking to Owen about the Dead Forest dungeon. Owen was a little worried that he was going there because it was an American dungeon and he was going there undercover. Ken said that if he could go there as someone else, they wouldn't have to use Vincent. Owen reminded him that even the Messiah had only gone to the American dungeon a couple of times, and at the moment the country didn't need anyone's help. Since many experienced players have emigrated to this country, and the fact that they have found themselves in this situation means that this dungeon can be quite difficult to complete. While Ken was talking to Owen, Naomi and James came out of the elevator. She scolded him for something as they got into the car. Since the Frontier Guild screwed up pretty badly in front of Vincent, they will be able to enter the dungeon without any major problems. Vincent was reading a report in his office about the dungeon where Ken was. He asked the secretary if everything written in the report was true. The secretary said that she had contacted all the players involved in the cleanup, and this report contained reliable information. The battle with the White Troll, in this battle Eugene was in command, but it was said that Ken suggested the strategy. The secretary continued that Eugene even paid Ken extra for the use of his poisoned blood. Vincent was glad that he immediately realized that he was an unusual guy, but he did not expect that he would be so good. Vincent's commercialism soared. He began to say that Ken turned out to be an interesting person, and that he should have been accepted earlier. From now on, he should be treated with due respect. There was a meeting about the Dead Forest dungeon, in which the Great Guild and the Frontier fight together, and that a foreign player wanted to enter this dungeon. Kari Rowana, the master of the Great Guild, asked everyone what they thought of the foreign participant. The man started shouting that they couldn't trust a stranger to clear such a complex dungeon. For him it was absurd. He was afraid for their honor, no matter what it meant. Another said that he was not sure what the guild's opinion was on this matter, since they had already given their consent and the government had also begun to ask their opinion, but he thought it would be better to oppose it. But Kari suddenly laughed and stood up and said that the reason the government forbade them from trying to clear that dungeon again was not because they doubted their ability to do so, but because they were concerned about the potential damage to their own country's guild. It's even better because now they can use this reason to get government approval. Kari wanted to raise the stakes. Kari decided to announce a reward that would interest anyone: King Arthur's ring. In the car, Locke handed Ken the skill page. He said that Owen asked him to give it to him. He thinks this skill suits him. Locke told him that he didn't need this skill, because Ken kept his skeletons in the Book of the Dead, but Owen insisted that he pass it on to Ken. Ken liked this skill. He asked to convey that the skill would be useful to him, and that he would definitely use it, since the Book of the Dead could only store a limited number of skeletons. The power of the Pharaoh: one day there may come a time when he meets an opponent who has more warriors, and then his position will become extremely disadvantageous, but with this skill, he can probably cope. Locke interrupted his thoughts, asking if he really was going to clear the Dead Forest, and if he would be able to do it, since this was the dungeon that the Frontier and the Great Guild had failed to cope with together. Besides, since it's a dead forest, there must be living dead there, which is a bad combination for Ken, since he can't sacrifice undead to skeletons. Ken started to say that he was a little worried about it at first, but then he said that Locke would be fighting the undead in the front lines. It seemed Locke was not aware of this. That's when Locke lost his temper and started yelling at him, but Ken's phone rang, and Owen said that the government had agreed to let him participate in the dungeon, but there was a problem. It seems that anyone can take part in the cleanup, not only him and something else as a bonus. They said that they will reward the guild with a legendary item. Ken immediately realized that they were confident that their player would receive the prize, and asked what item they were offering. The internet literally exploded with this news. No one could believe that Arthur's ring was being offered as a reward in this dungeon. Finally, the guys flew to San Francisco, and Locke, while he was eating, said that it seemed like the Great Ones really wanted to clear out this dungeon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered Arthur's ring. Ken replied that it was a provocation. They thought they would take the prize themselves, and Locke laughed because they didn't consider Ken a serious opponent. While Locke ate his burgers, as always in huge quantities, Ken thought that the Great Guild understood that one cannot carelessly underestimate one's enemies. And they are not so stupid as to just provoke other guilds. There must be another reason for their confidence. Kari was informed that all raid members, including the leader Ellis, had successfully entered the dungeon. The man asked if it bothered her. He didn't doubt Ellis's abilities, but the reward worried him. He continued that there were rumors, including within the guild itself, about the master's decision, but for some reason, Kari smiled creepily. Turning around, she said that she offered the ring as a reward, but did not say that she would not use it. And we are shown someone putting on King Arthur's ring. Everyone entered the dungeon, and a girl came forward and introduced herself as Ellis Heighton, and she represented the Great Guild. She said that before she starts the cleanup, she suggests that all the guilds come to an agreement. Locke asked with displeasure what she wanted to negotiate about. She was certainly not going to negotiate about not fighting each other. Ken said that she wanted to determine the order in which guilds would attempt to take down the boss, and that order would depend on how much the guild contributed to each level of the dungeon. Locke asked what kind of contribution they were talking about, who would kill more monsters. Apparently Locke was not going to cooperate with them. While Locke was asking what he was going to do, Ken's original plan was to just watch and not interfere. Ken noticed something. Ken saw the skeletons lying next to the tree and said that now it was a competition, so everyone would reveal their cards. Since everyone showed their abilities, Ken decided not to stand aside, and the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the power of the pharaoh, was used. The monsters killed by others can be used as a sacrifice. The small group began to discuss their actions. Someone said that everyone was in a hurry from the very beginning and asked what they would do. Ellis said they can't stand still while these brats are running around. Looks like Ken was right, that everyone will show their true strength. She put on Arthur's ring first, and then pulled out Merlin's item from her inventory. Merlin's item increases her power. The hidden condition of the Arthurian legend has been fulfilled. The Arthurian legend item set has been activated. King Arthur's ring enhances the effects of the Knights of the Round Table items. Her magical power literally overflowed, while Ken watched it through the lizard. Ellis said she didn't see the point in dragging things out until the second level. She decided to tell everyone who was in charge right now. This is the trump card of the Great Guild. No wonder they were so confident. Ken expected King Arthur's ring to be used in the dungeon, but he didn't know that Ellis also had Merlin's item. Merlin's item is a legendary item, something like a symbol of Paula, who led the Knights of the Round Table. But this does not mean that it belonged to her from the very beginning, the fact that the item passed from Ellis to Paula. So there is a direct connection between the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild, so it would be even better if Ken got hold of the item before it fell into Paula's hands. The effect of this would be greater than any of Ken's attacks against the Messiah, while Locke suggested that Ken analyze the opponent's strengths, but Ken had another plan. Ken thought that they wouldn't be able to give priority to the Great Guild that owns Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, and told Locke that they would give it their all from the start. Meanwhile, Ellis, using the skill of the listener of all creation, called the Fire Spirit, burned all the orcs in her path. The player was impressed that, as expected from a great guild, with such a level of firepower, it was impossible to attack the fourth one at once, when suddenly he noticed something. It was Ken, who was not inferior in strength to the great guild. The path was already blocked, which didn't make Ellis very happy, as she didn't expect Ken to do so well. Ken used the skill Messenger of the Underworld. The power of the Pharaoh, the monsters killed by others, were used as sacrifices, and he was able to summon a skeleton warrior. The player didn't like that Ken was feeding his skeleton the monsters they killed, but Ellis told him to calm down and check his score. With a score of 1,500, the Great Guild is in first place, the Messiah is in second place, Ken and Locke are in last place for now, and the player just laughed at them. Ellis ordered her subordinates to move to the next zone. Ken thought that at this rate their firepower would outpace them. However, such power does not mean a quick hunt, because they do not have the weapons that Ken has. Ken had an idea. He told Locke that they were the only guild that could use this strategy. Of course, this was only possible because Locke existed. He tried to press Locke again, but Locke said that since this strategy was impossible without him, he would do nothing. But then he agreed anyway, and asked this time that he would feed him after the cleanup. And then Ken decided that it was worth speeding up, and a skeleton warrior on a horse appeared. It was a skeleton knight, a skill that Vincent gave. In the real world, people on the internet couldn't calm down because of the reward that the Frontier Guild was offering $2 million for the Dead Forest. Owen was glad that other guilds also started to place bets, because he thought that they would be the ones to win. Alvin asked what Ken's lead was, and Secretary Lee replied that it was 3.28, and he would have to see the rest for himself. The Great Guild has revealed the characteristics of Ellis's item, which is also located in the dungeon. Apparently, they gave her Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, Lee said. Owen was surprised that she was using items that would allow her to go through 5- or 6-story dungeons. And then it dawned on Owen that these two items gave a boost effect, which meant they could lose. And the miser Owen immediately began shouting for Secretary Lee to cancel his bets, but Lee said it was too late. Owen was angry and scolded that the Great Guild was cheap, and they should play fair and square instead of relying on items. But in the dungeon, when Ellis looked at the score, she saw that Ken was in first place with 5,704 kills. It was amazing how quickly they were able to overtake everyone. Ellis wondered how they were able to do it, because they could not find anything better than Merlin's item or King Arthur's ring. Ellis approached Ken and Locke and said that the rumors were true, and asked what his secret was, and Ken said that he was just lucky. And all thanks to Locke and his immortal body. No matter how strong the firepower is, after defeating all the monsters in one zone, you have no choice but to waste time moving on to the next one. On the other hand, they were able to focus on the battle because they had gathered all the monsters in one area. Ken decided to play with their pride a little and asked what specific effect King Arthur's ring gave. It looked like it would be his after the cleanup, so he wanted to know in advance, Ken said, offering to give it to her right away. And then they will do everything possible to avoid harming the Great Guild in this dungeon. Ken continued to press her and said that the chance of winning would increase if the strongest one was in possession of the item. Ellis, after his words, asked if he really thought he was stronger than her. Ken continued that, for the sake of clearing it, he would gladly give his items to a player stronger than him. She got angry and said that because of a small gap, he became arrogant. In the end, the Great Guild will clear this dungeon, and left with these words. The player from the Frontier Guild looked at this squabble and was glad that with this scenario, new opportunities would also open up for them, the Frontier Guild. The battle continued, each guild using their abilities to take first place and defeat the boss first. The Great Guild had been fighting fiercely all this time, burning and killing a bunch of corpses, and Ellis asked how the situation was with the places. The player checked the score and became nervous when he saw that the results had not changed and the difference had only increased. Ellis didn't believe it and checked the score herself and only became more angry. The gap only grew, despite the fact that their clothing power was working non-stop. And suddenly the scout returned to his team. Ellis immediately pounced on him with questions about Ken. The man, as soon as he caught his breath, said with horror that there were 50 skeleton warriors there. Moreover, skeleton warriors stronger than any ordinary player. Ken was checking at this time if he could summon another skeleton, but at the moment this was the limit of his magical power. He decided that he needed to conserve his mana to use other skills, so he drank a potion that helped him restore his mana. And poor Locke was cursing at Ken as he ran towards him, with a crowd of monsters running after him. And Ken just smiled when he thought that Locke had learned to pick the perfect timing. Here Ken put on his mask and joined the Skeleton Knight. I think he understands perfectly well that he is cool. A real war between skeleton warriors and monsters began, led by a skeleton knight with Percival's spear. While the skeleton warriors were fighting, Ken also used the Underworld Messenger skill corpse explosion several times. They cleared the first level of the dungeon, and Ken's score continued to increase. Ellis announced the results, saying that based on them, further competition was pointless, and asked if anyone wanted to object to Makosha's guild, Ken's guild, trying to fight the boss monster first. All the participants in this competition did not object to this. Rules are rules, they said. The man did not expect Ellis to lose and decided to change his plan because he could not just let King Arthur's ring go. Ellis shook Ken's hand and admitted that she had underestimated him, but reminded him that there was still a second level, and if he lost, they would be next. Moving on to the second level, players were met with a thick fog, and in this fog they had to find and defeat a land turtle. I don't understand how a turtle can be a monster. Ellis ordered her players to split up and search the area when a player suggested that she relax a bit as she looked scared. She of course sent him away. That player turned out to be Jay from the Frontier Guild. He offered her to join forces. Jay continued that the Great Guild and the Frontier Guild had already worked together, although the plan had failed back then, but now they couldn't just give their wealth to some random guy. Ellis seemed interested in this proposal, and asked how exactly he wanted to combine their forces. He said that accidents often happen in dungeons, such as a group of monsters attacking from behind while you're fighting a boss monster. Ellis started to object, but Jay said that this was not a situation where there was room for arguing about what was right and what was wrong. If King Arthur's ring floats away from them, then the pogroms will not be directed only at her. There is not much time left until the cleansing of which level, Jay convinced. Surprisingly, she just laughed and asked if he really thought she would agree. Jay started to get nervous and told her to think about it, because she didn't want to just give the ring to that guy, and asked what she would do if he actually managed to clear the dungeon. She got angry and asked him that if they had priority to fight the boss monster, they would have tried to pull the same trick behind their backs. Jay didn't deny it and said that given the current situation, it would be better for them to join forces. Ellis said she would pretend not to hear anything, but warned that from now on, if he interfered with them, she would make him regret it. And during their negotiations, Ken had already destroyed the land turtle and cleared the dungeon. Such speed was hard to match. Next to the dead land turtle, Locke fell to his knees and clutched his side. Ken asked how he was, to which Locke replied that his ribs were cracked. A skeleton could handle such tasks. No need to overload Locke. Locke started yelling at Ken, asking if he would be okay if he were in his place. Continuing to scold Ken, pointing out that they were still alive thanks to him, because another would have died long ago. He stole treats from the inventory and ate them. The blessing of the river. Styx was applied and his health was fully restored. He noticed that during the time he was with it, the blessing of the river Styx had increased by 3 levels. Afterwards he stood up and asked where they were going in such a hurry, since the first attempt was already theirs. Ken replied that they were in a hurry so that those bastards who were constantly trying to cheat them wouldn't have a chance to catch up. So they moved to the next level, and they were surrounded by an ominous aura, like in the previous dungeon with Van Gogh's bracelet. The players gathered in a circle and asked each other who dealt with the land turtle. They don't even know who found it. Here they were covered in fog. The player thought that this fog was even worse than on the second level. And this black fog used its power and slowly began to absorb their life force. Luckily, Apophyse's power was activated, and Locke can no longer be poisoned by that black mist. Lancelot's ring activates a powerful resistance to the black fog. Locke looked at Ken in surprise, and thought that he couldn't have thought that everything would be like this. The players became despondent and began to complain that from the very beginning there was a poisonous fog that was everywhere, and Ellis ordered everyone to calm down and take the antidote. She expected this and prepared in advance, but this does not mean that the antidote will be enough for everyone, for half a day at most, if everything goes well. But they can lose their life force even before the battle. Using the antidote didn't help much. The poisoning status was lifted, but temporarily, and Jay was walking towards them, also complaining about the poison. He again suggested that she think about his offer again. This might be the only chance before the Mokosh Guild made a mistake, and she would have to fight the boss at the limit of her strength. While he was convincing her to join his guild, Ken, his skeletons, and Locke headed towards the boss. Ellis thought that if he succeeded, she would lose the ring. Even if he lost, they would have a hard time. She decided she had no choice and accepted Jay's offer. Jay thought that now his chances of getting King Arthur's ring had increased. He tore it off. The antidote was enough for them for more than half a day. It would last for about a whole day. The guys reached the dungeon boss, a skeleton warrior on his horse and with his army, probably the most terrible boss of all. Locke looked at the huge crowd in horror. He asked if Ken was going to tell him to just stand. Ken said that the appearance of the saboteur is inevitable. They just need to pretend that they are hunting. If they leave the front lines, the rest of the guilds will have a chance, and this is exactly what the group that is harassing them wants. As time went on, they had the advantage in the black fog. Ken decided that he would make them beg to clear this dungeon. Jay and Ellis exchanged glances, and Jay ran to prepare an attack. Ellis convinced herself that she had no choice. She was tormented by doubts, but she repeated that it was for the sake of protecting the others. They needed to win and leave here alive. In another part of the dungeon, the battle between Ken and the boss monster has already begun. Of course, Ken stood to the side, and Locke pushed forward straight towards the skeleton on horseback. As Locke made his way through the crowd of skeletons, a bunch of monsters ran out of the forest, but Ken was waiting for them. He used the Underworld Messenger Skill Corpse explosion. Jay clearly didn't expect this when he noticed the explosion. Jay said that this couldn't be. He realized that Ken had managed to prepare for this attack. At this time, the other players were getting worse and worse. One of them supported his comrade, telling him to be patient a little longer, because you can't die like that. There are more and more dying, the player reported, and that they are at the limit. They have less and less left. He asked her to make a decision. She thought that the supplies of the prepared antidote had run out. Now they would have to put up with the leaking forces, and she was angry at Jay because he was delaying the attack. And then Ken came back, and Ellis was glad that he had finally given in. Ellis ordered her players to prepare for battle, as it was now the turn of the Great Guild to show its might. But then Ken suddenly turned around and said that he would leave it to them and return to the battlefield. Ellis didn't understand this, and started shouting that the moment he appeared here, it was their turn, the Great Guild. She stated that he had wasted half a day, so he should let them deal with it, and she asked if saving the lives of everyone present wasn't the most important thing. But Ken calmly replied that he was merely returning the wounded on the front line to safety. She didn't notice at first, but there was a player from the line lying on the ground. It was Jay. He had burns on him. Ellis thought he planned it all, but he failed the attack. Ellis screamed that it didn't change the rules. He was back, which meant it was their turn, because he had left the battlefield, which meant his attempt had failed. As she continued speaking, Ken turned to her and with a sly smile told them to wait their turn. He said that even now his partner continues to fight bravely. They have no time for useless arguments. He must immediately return to the battlefield to help him. The other participants forgot about his partner. It's a shame that he, Locke, does so much, but they can't even remember him. Ken continued that most of her guild members were poisoned, and if they fought in that state, it would be difficult for them to survive, let alone clean up. Ellis still argued that they still had time. She stated that if they were in the same conditions, then it would be better for their team to enter the fight earlier, because they had the resources to do so. But Ken admitted that the dark fog had no effect on him. Everyone remembered that he had defeated the spiny snake. Ellis remembered that he was the first hunter to defeat the spiny snake. Ken stated that if all the guilds had cooperated from the beginning, the current crisis would not have arisen. He said that they still had a chance. They just needed to defeat the Dullahan as quickly as possible, mobilizing all their remaining resources. Ellis wanted to say something else, but her partner told her to stop. The situation was too serious. All the players turned against the Great Guild because they were the ones who proposed this stupid argument instead of fighting together from the very beginning. They said that instead of thanking him for saving her own ass, she starts arguing with him. Ellis became increasingly worried when everyone repeated that she herself had spoken about the value of life, and now she was behaving selfishly. Our fox just smiled and said that she would need to be trimmed in her next decisions. He said that she probably already knew the answer. Everyone present would witness the noble request of the Great Guild. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the dead continued to appear from underground, and Locke thought that his energy would run out before he even started fighting the Dullahan. Ken finally returns, praising Locke for holding them back, and we see that he is holding Merlin's staff. Merlin's items have increased his magic power. The hidden condition of the Arthurian legend has been fulfilled. The effect of the Arthurian legend item set has been activated, and King Arthur's ring strengthens the power of the round table items. Locke was shocked and asked where he got all these items from. Ken replied that he received all the prizes in advance. Merlin's item was a bonus. He said it so calmly, as if it was a trifle. However, Locke continued to doubt that with only 2 items they could change anything. And then Ken summoned the golem. Then the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the power of the pharaoh, was used. Monsters killed by non-casters were sacrificed, and skeletal warriors were summoned. Ken used Gawain's necklaces. The hidden condition of the Arthurian legend was fulfilled. The effect of the Arthurian legend item set was activated. The king's ring strengthened the power of his round table items. The duration of the necklace skill greatly increased, and Ken used the aura fields again. Now Ken has a manageable army of the dead and golems, and also the items of the round table. The battle to clear the dungeon began. The dead jumped on the golems first. Locke was impressed by the battle. He admired how the golem fought alongside the skeletons. In another part of the forest, where the rest of the dungeon participants were waiting for the cleanup to be completed, the healer helped Jay, but still asked him not to move, since it was impossible to completely cure him because of the fog. The doctor said that he was very lucky because Ken saved him. Jay did not expect such a turn of events. Ellis and her partner were wandering in the forest, and the latter stated that in their current state it would be dangerous to encounter a monster that had decided to leave the battlefield. She knew it herself, but Ken had fooled them, so she decided to find out what was happening on the battlefield. Of course she was angry, but she also didn't want to know what the other players would have done if she hadn't given the items to him. Then not only the items, but also the pride of the guild and the lives of its subordinates would be lost. Here they finally reached the battle site. The skeletons and the golem were holding the dead while Ken and Locke were next to the dungeon boss. They are in a circle to isolate the Dullahan and will hit the target right on target. If he drags, they will be surrounded and under threat. But it's not like things are easy for the guys now. He spits out icy air that freezes when touched. The skeleton uses its head as a gun. The energy of the dead is increased by an unknown force, but Lancelot's ring reflects the energy of the dead. The situation turned out to be quite complicated. Even Ken realized that it would not be so easy to defeat the Dullahan. Before returning, he heard from his comrades who had attempted to pass through this dead forest. Defeating a Dullahan requires a raging fire force. At that time, the only person who had such power was Lay. This will be less than Lay had then. Ken decided to use all his items. Using Percival's spear, the effect of the Arthurian legend item set was activated. The penetration ability of Percival's spear was greatly increased. Locke realized that Ken had decided to pull an ace out of his sleeve, but he too had not yet done all he could. He ran up to the dead man's horse and fearlessly began to beat him with all his might. The skeleton was angered by this, and he raised his sword and tried to hit Locke, but he managed to hold back his attack. Ken ran to the skeleton in time and thrust his spear into the skeleton's head. The spear became covered in a layer of ice, and Locke began to worry that even Percival's spear was not able to pierce this ice. But fortunately, the skull cracked and finally an explosion appeared. The Dullahan was defeated. When the boss monster was defeated, the skeleton warriors began to disappear and the sky opened up. Locke noticed that Ken froze for some reason when he looked at what he found in the skeleton. The skull was hidden with the ring of Hercules. Ken was surprised by this find. The more achievements the ring gains, the greater the influence of the ring on their characteristics. Locke tried to get attention and shouted what he was going to do with the ring. Ken was very pleased with his new acquisition, and then he was able to summon the Dullahan as a skeleton warrior. Meanwhile, in Korea, Owen was beaming with happiness when he read in the newspaper that Ken had hit the jackpot. But Carrie, having read the same news, on the contrary, became incredibly angry. This news made Vincent happy, because the newspapers began to write that it was he who had found the hero who was ready to save the world. His thirst for wealth grew as he thought that investing in this player was a great decision. As he becomes more active, the price of Vincent and the Phoenix Guild's shares continues to rise. At this point, Kim comes in. Secretary Kim said he was getting a call from the Makash Guild, Ken's fictitious guild. Ken arrived in Korea and immediately called Owen. He said that they could move on to the next step. He asked if he had prepared what he had asked for, and Oven said that of course he had prepared everything, but told him to use it carefully because the durability was still low. Ken finished talking to Oven about business, and Locke got into the car and said that he would go first because he was so hungry that he was going to die. After all, they never had lunch together. This didn't bother Ken at all. He thanked him dryly and said goodbye. And Locke deservedly got angry and started shouting that when people are grateful for someone else's work, they buy them something. Then Ken seemed to promise him that he would soon have something to eat, and he could choose whatever he wanted from the menu. He would buy everything. Hopefully Locke wasn't relying too much on that promise. Locke was shouting after him to buy him food now. At this time, Paula was yelling at someone, "Why can't they be present? Don't they understand what situation they are in now?" She said that they could no longer delay the attack on the 7-story dungeon, but the man said that he also had a problem that he could not delay. It was a master from Japan. He said that Ken killed several of his students, and he would not cooperate with them until they killed him. Because the guy from the Mokosh Guild, under the patronage of Vincent, was able to pass through the dead forest, and all the attention of the public was focused on them. And right now, they are planning to ruin their business with such a banality. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices, Paula said. This offended the master, and he said that they thought he shouldn't take care of that newbie who easily passed through a 3-story dungeon. He added that they might be watching the wrong guy. The second master archer said that he agreed with him, and it was a pity to see them worrying about such insignificant problems. Paula wanted to continue arguing with them, but Lei stopped her and said that if they were really so worried about their students, let them do what they wanted. This did not suit Paula, and she said that they could not delay the attack on the 7-story dungeon. But Lei looked at her menacingly, and she immediately became nervous and apologized to her master. The masters thanked them for the time they had given them and ended the conversation. Then the guy grinned and asked if the glory of the Messiah was not as good as before. He continued that perhaps the promises were initially exaggerated, that previously there were active key participants at each level, but now there is no one. Even the other members begin to act independently of the guildmaster's will. It's really a mess. The guy turned out to be John. John said that he was sure that they did not bring him here to show him something like that. Paula tried to defend the honor of the guild when Lei interrupted her again. He looked at John with a creepy expression and asked what he could do about it. Apparently he began to use his power to scare John, which of course he succeeded in doing. However, we were returned to Ken, who was sitting in Vincent's office, and asked why he had called him here. Vincent replied that thanks to Ken's advice to help the Mokosh Guild, his business had improved, and now he had one more request. He added that if Ken succeeds in doing well in what he asks, Vincent will take care of a worthy reward. Vincent stated that one player wanted to be his raid partner in a dungeon to see his skills. Everything had to be done to make sure he remembered it. He said he just needed Ken to go with him. After a minute of silence, Ken asked who the player was who wanted to take him on as a partner. Proud Vincent said that this is the same player from the American Guild. It's funny how Ken plays pranks on everyone in his path. In front of the gates of the dungeon, Vincent was waiting for Ken, who came out of the building. Vincent asked him how the meeting with the Americans went, and Ken, a swindler, said that he described the test to him and showed a report about the dungeon. Vincent, with a serious look, reminded Ken that this task was incredibly important. He had no idea that Ken was the American from the Mokosh Guild, under the hidden name of Isaac. While he was telling him this, a car drove up to the gates of the dungeon, and Vincent was glad that he had finally shown up. The leader of the Mokosh Guild, Isaac, actually got out of the car, although it was probably a stand-in. Ken and False Isaac shook hands and asked each other to take care of each other out of politeness. Afterwards they entered the dungeon, and Vincent, noticing Isaac's smile, said that he was a little different from how he imagined him. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Ken has a more sinister aura, and the guy imitating Isaac is too friendly. The guy pretending to be Isaac turned out to be Locke, who began to boast that he played well and was able to deceive Vincent. Locke laughed and said that he was just a fantastic actor and that he should think about an acting career. Not surprisingly, Vincent noticed Locke's goodwill, which no mask could hide, and Ken dryly praised him, and finally decided that he would no longer use a stunt double. We are shown Ken and Locke discussing their plan, and Locke was apparently nervous that Vincent would also be at the meeting. Locke asked what they should do if Vincent went into the dungeon with them, but Ken said that he would only be at the entrance to the dungeon, and he would not go inside. It hadn't dawned on Locke yet that he would be playing Isaac, so Ken had to explain everything. After Locke realized everything, he declared that Ken would not get rid of him with pork, and that he needed to order beef. Ken agreed to buy whatever Locke wanted to eat to keep his promise, and a happy Locke shouted to the chef that he wanted beef, but something tells me that Ken is being generous for a reason. When Locke finally had his fill, happily wondering how much all this beef would cost. Note: beef is very expensive in Korea. Locke sweetly admitted that Ken is a better friend than the others. He wanted to say that if he needed anything, he could ask him to do it for him, as he noticed the card Ken was paying with. Locke shouted where he got this map from, and Ken calmly replied that Vincent gave it to him specifically for the meeting with Isaac. A big question arose in Locke's mind. Ken promised to repay him for his hard work with food, but he pays for it with a guild card. Now it is clear where Ken's generosity comes from. Ken reminded Locke of someone, but it was no surprise that such a miser was waiting for the moment when Vincent decided to treat Isaac to treat Locke to food. In the dungeon, the battle with the orcs continued. The skeleton knight with Percival's spear attacked everyone with one blow. The level was raised, and the messenger of the underworld smiled at his overwhelming power and transferred some of his power to him. Locke was surprised and remembered that during the fight with the Dullahan he was unable to see, but now that he sees everything, it is impressive. Ken, with a sour face, thought that this was the first time he had used it correctly without considering the individual capabilities of other people, but even he didn't expect that these items had such power. Magic power remains even after using all the skills he has, so it means he won't be able to get the most out of items since it remains. Ken realized that in this dungeon he would not be able to test their power to its full potential, and Locke did not care, because the skeletons do everything themselves, and the level continues to rise. Locke said in a relaxed tone that soon he would not even be able to match his skeleton warriors in strength. Ken was irritated by Locke's constant flippancy and glared at him. Locke got scared and asked if he was going to make him do it again, and stated that he was Isaac now, and if he kept acting like this, he would tell Vincent that he had failed the test. But Ken wasn't scared at all. He looked at Locke with his creepy gaze and admitted to him that he was going to fail this test anyway. After the dungeon, Ken called Owen and he asked how the test was and if Ken passed the test. Ken said that Owen himself understood this perfectly well, while the angry Locke sat in the car and asked if there was any news. Owen replied that the Messiah Guild had announced that they were postponing the attack on the 7-story dungeon. The exact reason why the attack could not proceed as planned was not disclosed. Ken thought that since they even decided to move the rail, it meant there was some kind of problem. He remembered that besides Lei, only a master archer and a master swordsman could act like that. He told Owen that it seemed like there was an internal conflict within the guild. Owen thought the same. There had been many unpleasant incidents recently. The most suspicious of them was the master archer, because he had deep connections with the guild. This is just his guess, but before attacking the 7-story dungeon, he first needs to sort out his personal problems. Owen asked what he would do, and Ken said that first of all, he had to finish what he started, and Locke continued to sit silently in the car with a dissatisfied face. But his face immediately lit up as soon as Ken showed him the map. Ken told Owen that he would think about the rest after eating. Owen was surprised and asked what other business he had. Ken replied that he had to meet with Vincent. At the Phoenix headquarters, Vincent sat with an arrogant look when he learned that Ken had failed the mission. He repeated what he had told him earlier to complete the mission no matter what. Ken apologized and said that Isaac recognized the power of his blood poisoning technique, so that's who should become an actor. He continued that Isaac said that he lacked skill. However, he asked if he could help if he suddenly needed help. After these words, doubts overtook Vincent, because Isaac asked for his help when necessary, with mixed success. Ken looked like a guilty puppy, a rare sight, and reported that he overheard Isaac talking to a colleague, and it seemed they were trying to recruit people from another guild. And he hinted that this meant that he would soon leave his guild. This interested Vincent, because then Isaac would become a free player. While he decided that he couldn't be sure based on this information alone, it should only be interpreted as information that they were trying to make the same move as before. Which meant he wasn't just testing Ken for nothing, Vincent thought. Vincent then asked Ken if he could pass his test again if he suddenly had the chance. Ken looked up and told Vincent to trust him and give him a little more strength, and next time he would definitely succeed. We are shown who defeated the huge dragon. It was the dragon hunter Francois. In the car, the man told the dragon hunter that there was an urgent request from the Japanese government and apologized because he had just finished with the dungeon. Francois was flipping through the dungeon report while the man was saying that an A+ rank dungeon was found. Francois noticed that the boss of this dungeon was a baby dragon. He asked what they wanted from him, to recommend players who could complete this dungeon. The man realized that Francois already had such players in mind, and Francois confirmed this. He said that it had been a long time since he had crossed the 100th level, but he was tracking active players who were able to pass the 3-story dungeon. A little nervously, the man asked what would happen if he recommended someone to the master, and that player refused. But Francois replied that this would definitely not happen, and that he was sure of it. The newspapers kept writing about Isaac's plans to join the dragon hunt. Vincent thought that no one wanted to join a performance where Isaac played the leading role. The more reckless the challenge, the more noble it was. He was glad that he had managed to invest in Isaac when Secretary Kim reported that Ken had written in a message that thanks to the skill he had given him, he was able to pass Isaac's test. This news only made his smile grow bigger, and he remembered that he had given him the skill as an advance payment. Vincent then warned Ken that this would be the last chance. There would be no other, and this time he definitely had to pass the test. If not, he didn't know what he would do with him. Ken left the office and the secretary came in, and Vincent ordered her to call Isaac and ask him to do the test again. She asked what to do if he refused. Vincent replied that then he would need to offer a bribe, a page of fire golem skills, and a wizard's skeleton. Secretary Kim said that Isaac would like to go to this dragon hatchling dungeon with Ken. It's a 3-story A+ dungeon, just like the Dullahan dungeon, but even if they force him on as a cub, he's still a dragon. These creatures are difficult to attack, so no one wants to deal with them. However, since this is a young, not yet mature dragon, the chances of a successful attack will increase a little. And if Vincent's bodyguard Ken joins Isaac and the attack is successful, it will be a big plus for Vincent. Mr. Vincent's commercialism soared, and he ordered Kim to gather journalists to write an article. The article came out right away. It wrote about Isaac's new comrade from the Phoenix Guild, and about how Vincent promised to support Isaac. Alvin read this article and was glad that, as expected, Vincent did not miss this chance and took excellent advantage of it. Even if he later finds out that he was used for their own benefit, he still has nothing to lose. Owen asked Lee if she had conveyed what he asked for to Ken, and she answered positively. She said that she even checked the goods to make sure there were no problems. Lee said that around this time he should already be inside the dungeon, and he was probably already using it now. Locke was feeling Ken's mask that he put on the skeleton. Locke couldn't believe that it would work. Owen complained that it cost him a lot. It looks even more real than just putting on a mask. Locke looked at the skeleton so sweetly from all sides, and said that the more he looked, the more surprised he was, and asked if Ken had ever seen his double, a monster with the ability to transform and create a copy of the appearance of other creatures. It is not easy to find, because it usually hides in the dungeon in the form of other monsters. The skin tissue of the doppelganger is sold at a very high price on the black market. Using this skin tissue, one can create an object that can perfectly camouflage itself as the face or appearance of another person. Ken told Locke to stop playing, because if he breaks it, he will tell everything to Secretary Lee. Locke immediately stopped everything and said that it needs to be put in the inventory. Locke asked if he would have to deal with all the monsters again while holding the skin tissue of the doppelganger in his hands. But Ken told him that he wanted to leave him on the 3rd floor. Strange. Ken took Merlin's staff out of his inventory and said that he could handle the 1st and 2nd floors himself. And he summoned the skeleton warriors from the Book of the Dead, the fire golem, and summoned the skeleton magician. Ken put on Van Gogh's bracelet, and the bracelet was on his body. The number of rings that can be worn increases. King Arthur's ring is sealed and cannot be removed, just like the ring of Hercules. He gained strength and improved his attack skills, and Locke asked what he was going to do. Ken turned around and said that there was no need to waste time. They should go straight to the 3rd floor. They were already on the 3rd floor, and Locke remembered how Ken had said he would handle everything himself, but ended up destroying everything to hell. Loku even feels sorry for the monsters in the dungeon. Ken is no longer just a lone player. He has a powerful legion that knows no fatigue and is not afraid of death. Ken already has his own guild, you could say. Locke continued to stare at Ken and was afraid to stick his head out. Ken noticed this and asked if he had anything to say, because recently he continued to look at him like that. Locke immediately became frightened and said that he still did not fully understand the attack strategy he had explained earlier. Ken said that once they start, he needs to leave everything else to him and attack only the flanks. Locke needs to not let him get airborne and escape. Locke asked what Ken meant about not overdoing it when he was on the ground, but just staying on his back. The flapping of the folded wings will be twice as hard as when they are unfolded, so the attack will not work at all. To make him spread his wings, you have to hit him hard enough to make him feel the danger. Basically, he has to wait on his back until Ken gives him a sign. Suddenly, a large dragon flew in with its prey, where Ken and Locke were waiting for it. While the dragon began to eat its prey, he, being a smart creature, immediately noticed the changes in the nest. It was a little late, but Ken used the underworld messenger skill to make the corpses on the mountain explode and the rocks fell on the dragon. While the boys were running towards the dragon on skeletons, Locke asked what he should do if the dragon managed to fly. Ken told him that he could cut his wings if they were open. His job was to bring him back down to earth. Locke started to grumble about what would happen if he fell with it, but Ken simply said that he would trust him with it. Skeleton warriors and golems attacked the dragon at the same time. Locke also climbed onto the dragon and was angry that its scales were so thick. The dragon was also angry and began to attack back furiously with his flames. Ken used the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the power of the pharaoh. The monsters that the magic caster did not kill can be used as sacrifices. The blessing of the sun was activated. Ken also used the aura fields. The Dullahan received all this and, filled with power, he jumped onto the dragon. And the baby dragon, which can hardly be called a baby, was poisoned with poisonous blood. But then the dragon decided to take off. On the dragon's body, Locke looked so tiny. The force of the dragon's wing flap was so strong that Locke was unable to hold on and fell to the ground. Amazingly, Locke did not give up and jumped back onto the dragon at breakneck speed. Locke managed to climb onto its wing and hold on with the help of a spear. Ken kept shouting at him from below to hurry up before the dragon rose any higher. Locke complained and still continued his work. He descended with a spear right along the dragon's wing. He managed to cut its wing, and the dragon began to fall sharply, but he did not take into account that he himself would also fall. And Ken was pleased and thought that if it weren't for Locke, he couldn't even imagine such a strategy. With Locke, half the job was already done. Although the baby dragon fell to the ground quite hard, it did not die, but only began to spew fire even more furiously. Even if they succeeded in the plan with the wings, one should not forget that this is a dragon and it is dangerous in itself. You need to be vigilant until Ken completely subdues him. It's good that the skeletons are not afraid of death and go straight to the dragon. The skeleton Dullahan and another skeleton warrior together stabbed the sword into the dragon. Its scales are hard, so it won't be easy to hurt it. The dragon noticed the skeleton warriors on his tail and wanted to spit fire at them, but the golem pounced on him in time and grabbed him by the neck, and the flame that was about to come out returned back into his body. Thus the dragon blew himself up with his own flames. The immortal fighter's skill, Blessing of the River Styx, activated as Ken approached Locke. Luckily, Locke survived. Thanks to the skill of the immortal fighter, he jumped out from under the ground screaming loudly. Ken said it took longer than expected. Locke didn't get up for a long time, and Ken already thought he was dead. All wounded, Locke stated that he couldn't be killed like that. He was just resting because his stomach was empty. Locke asked how the dragon was doing, and Ken proudly stated that while Locke was resting, he was able to defeat it, although he admitted that it was all thanks to Locke. And finally, the moment I had been waiting for came. Ken called Locke partner and extended his hand. What a touching moment. Locke stood up and told him not to try to buy him off with words as soon as they left here, and ordered them to buy him food. But Ken said that first they need to figure this out. It turned out that the dragon was just exhausted but not dead. Now we were returned to the real world, where the masters from Japan were playing Go. The master swordsman asked how many days had passed since Isaac and his group entered the dungeons. The man said that exactly 10 days had passed, and he said that many, like him, believed that the chances of success were extremely low. The master said that he personally hopes that they will cope, because then they will be able to remove them with their own hands. The baby dragon was defeated. They got the Dragon Slayer achievement. Locke happily shouted that he was now a Dragon Slayer. Locke pestered the little skeleton again and praised him for his hard work. He also wanted to praise Ken for his work, but for some reason Ken looked very sad. Locke said they had just defeated the dragon. So what about his face? Ken started saying that as soon as they got out of the dungeon. Ken finished by saying that he would have to die anyway. He continued that as soon as they left here, they would be sent to attack a 4-story dungeon. Locke didn't understand, and Ken explained that starting from rank 4, dungeons are a stage for high-level players above level 100. It can be said that this guild is at the top, of course. Such people enjoy enormous political and economic privileges. But this is not enough for them. They created their own cartel to get more profit. They defined each other's territory so as not to invade, so that those who possessed excessive power. One day, uninvited guests will appear on this territory. And if among these named guests, you see a face that has previously shown itself to be a thorn in the side, and then it's not hard to understand what they will do with this man. Apparently it's time for Ken to die so that Isaac can continue the business. When Ken or Isaac, Locke, and the fake Ken came out, the reporters gathered around them and asked questions. Everyone noticed Ken and started taking pictures of him as the new member of Isaac's band, asking what it was like working with him. Locke was nervous and wanted them to get out of here quickly before anyone realized that he was just a doppelganger. To support the legend, Locke hugged the double and said that no one could stop them. Suddenly, a man from the crowd ran out with a knife straight at Ken. The man, who had dodged Locke, ran up to the false Ken and plunged a knife into his stomach. Ken started bleeding, and the reporters ran away because Ken's blood is poisonous. After he killed Ken, the man ran towards Isaac to kill him too. But the master swordsman killed the man first, probably wanting to pretend to be a hero. The master swordsman remembered the conversation with the man before the attack. He apologized for entrusting this task to him. The man began to say that it was a great honor for him to be useful. One could feel the dedication of the Japanese. He continued to say that even though his life was insignificant, he would definitely kill him to calm the souls of his comrades who had passed away earlier. Also, our Ken died, and Locke took off his jacket and covered him with it. Mr. Asshole told Ken, Isaac, that he came here as a representative of the country to congratulate him, but he didn't expect this. Of course, in front of a bunch of cameras and a staged scene, the master swordsman apologized to him. They didn't delay with the news and told about Ken's murders and the master's apologies. And in the office, Vincent went on a rampage and smashed the computer. The news apparently did not make him happy. Secretary Kim asked him to calm down, but he shouted, how can he calm down in such a situation? Death for Vincent was just a waste of his money, and nothing more. He got even angrier and hit the table, breaking it into 2 pieces, and ordered that they find that terrorist. You can't mess around with that guy. In the restaurant, where all sorts of delicious things were lying on the table, Locke was drooling. The master swordsman called them here and said that he was sorry about their fallen comrade. Ken looked at him with disdain, but said that it was okay because players were always haunted by death. And since Ken pretended to be a foreigner, the girl translated everything to the swordsman. The swordsman was pleased by these words, and he offered them his best drink. While the freak was saying that it was a pity for the dead, of course, but we had to go on living, Locke became so angry that even his veins showed. Then he hit the table with his fist and said that he didn't intend to listen to him anymore. It was strange that Locke left without eating. Locke screamed that his comrade, with whom he fought side by side, had died, and asked how they could behave like this. And before he left, he said that he was disappointed in Isaac. Apparently another scene had just taken place. Isaac pushed the glass back and said that they should stop eating and that he would think about the dungeon that the swordsman had suggested. The swordsman said that they had never been in a 4-story dungeon and that they alone would not be able to clear it. Isaac agreed and asked to prepare one gift that would change his comrade's mind. The master swordsman, left alone, was thinking about something and suddenly asked if Sakura was here. The door swung open and Ninja Sakura answered that she was here. The swordsman admitted that he wanted to win Isaac over to their side and asked if there was a way. She said that even though they got rid of Ken, Isaac's friend now hates them. Besides, because of Ken's death, Vincent is furious. If he lets Isaac go too, the coronation with him cannot be avoided. Plus, if the Messiah finds out that they want to lure Isaac over to their side, Paula won't let it go that easily. In the current situation, Isaac's defection to their side would do more harm than good. The master swordsman decided that since he was the one they couldn't get, it would be better to make it so that no one else could. He ordered that the Nemean lion be brought to Isaac as payment for sending his comrade on his final journey to the underworld, the Freak. Locke and Ken were sitting in their car, and Locke was talking about how angry he was at these hypocrites. Ken thought he was angry because Locke hadn't had time to eat, but Locke shouted that he wasn't so pathetic that he would sell himself for food. Locke was angry when he saw the faces of those who brazenly held out their hands after pulling such a dirty trick. Ken said he could understand it to some extent. He didn't think they would contact them right after they did it. But Locke's anger came in handy. Ken thought he would be obsessed with food. Of course, Ken had a few scenarios just in case. It dawned on Locke that he could have sat and eaten a little longer, and he became very upset. Then an interview with Isaac came out, in which he said that the death of a comrade would not stop the hero. Owen followed the news and told Ken that he was a good man for preparing in advance. Otherwise, there would have been a big problem. Ken admitted that he did not expect that they would make their move so quickly. Apparently, Ken had angered the Japanese guild so much that they got rid of him so mercilessly. Owen warned Ken that they didn't know if there was anything else they could do. Owen asked if it was true that if the attack was successful, they promised him an additional reward in the form of an Aegis shield. While flipping through the materials that Lee had prepared, Owen said that the guys were so funny. After looking through the materials, Owen doubled down on Ken, asking how they were going to reward you with something they themselves didn't have. Ken stood on the balcony overlooking Mount Fuji. Owen reported that the shield was currently inside a dungeon on Mount Fuji. The day came when players entered the dungeon, players from different guilds from all over the world, and there was a live broadcast. One of the first to enter was Isaac from the Mokosh Goddess, Mother of All Living Things Guild. The journalists continued to discuss Ken's death and the consequences of the murder. The reporter began to say that the Japanese government had already paid reasonable compensation when an explosion occurred behind him. There was a large explosion at the entrance to the dungeon. Other players started running away in panic, and the reporters also didn't understand anything. The wounded reporters noticed that the entrance to the dungeons was sealed. I don't understand at all what is happening now. The news went crazy. Everyone was writing about the worst disaster. Isaac's group was stuck in the dungeon. They had almost zero chance of success. That crazy bastard was glad that the strategy of isolating them inside the dungeon had worked. But he wanted to send 5 people with them when the girl asked if all this was really necessary. This is their first 4-story dungeon, and it's also an A+ rank, so they're probably going through real hell right now. Even they tried to clear this dungeon several times and failed, and there are only 2 of them. The girl said that she did one prank. She put the Aegis shield as an additional reward, but it is inside the dungeon. The swordsman stood up and began to say that recently more and more people were wondering about the whereabouts of the shield, because it was one of the legendary items with incredible power. He continued that if people realized that even with this item they failed in clearing, people would become wary of this dungeon. The better their clearing goes, the lower their reputation will drop, so they decided to offer a shield as a reward to anyone who clears the dungeons. This false information will serve as both a bait and a trap, as the dungeon will become a grave for players to see how terrible a person can be. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Locke was upset that only they were able to enter. Locke asked how Ken could have foreseen this. Was he really a fortune teller? Ken remembered how in the past, the Messiah dealt with interference right in the dungeon, or dealt with those who were difficult to compete with face-to-face by isolating them in a dungeon alone. This terrible method using explosion is one of those that the master taught him in the past. Locke continued to ask Ken how he could have foreseen this, but Ken said that they had to move forward and there was no time for talking. And in the 5-story dungeon of rank B plus Monster Forest, another guild passed through it. The guild managed to survive for 10 days, and now they are heading to the 5th floor. In this dungeon John George fought, he received the Book of the Dead. In the book, the dead will be able to increase their characteristics. And in the dungeon where our guys were fighting, Locke was lying on the ground. He said that he shouldn't have underestimated the enemy. The little skeleton crawled out and said that he didn't expect him to fight so hard. Amazing. Players who challenge a 4-story dungeon most often die on the 3rd floor. But Locke didn't want to think about that now, and he stood up to fight the monster. In front of the monster, Locke looks small, but he is still strong and managed to anger the monster. The monster began swinging its fists, and eventually managed to hit Locke, one of its arms being the size of Locke. From such a blow, Locke flew towards the rock and crashed into the wall. Ken crawled out through the skeleton and said that he had no choice but to tell him everything. Most of them try to save their strength to clear the 4th floor and end up losing on the 3rd. When attacking dungeons, it is very important to properly distribute resources and stamina. Trying to save strength when fighting the boss of the 3rd floor, Thunder, is tantamount to suicide. Locke started complaining that Ken knew perfectly well how to defeat the monster, but he just abandoned him there and ran away. But Ken replied that he knew for sure that Locke alone could easily handle the ogre. Plus he was wearing the skin of a Nemean lion, so there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Apparently, Locke didn't immediately realize that he had never used the Blessing of the River Styx skill, even though he had already received several strong blows. Ken started teasing him, saying that if he was having a hard time dealing with him, then he was wrong and would now send him support. Of course it worked, and Locke shouted that he could handle everything perfectly well on his own. Locke confidently told him to leave it to him and go about his business. With these words, he pounced on the monster boss and the battle began again. And Ken stood at the entrance to the cave and said that he was finally able to find it. Having lifted the skull, Ken used the Yalak of Anubis and began to look at the past. The man said that since they have the shield of the Aegis, then there is no need to worry about anything. But a little later, he thought that he should have done everything possible from the very beginning, but he was dragging his feet. His subordinate apologized to him that he was saving his strength, and because of this the captain suffered. But his captain said that he had nothing to apologize for, because the boy followed his orders, and handed him the shield so that he would kill the hellhound and return it to the master swordsman. So the Aegis shield should be on the 4th floor now. They gathered the strongest players, and even gave them a shield, but in the end they failed. Ken began to wonder if there was any other reason for them to worry in this dungeon. After all, this shield is one of the strongest armors, and it will definitely be able to block the attacks of one hellhound. But what was more interesting was that when he came out of the dungeon with the Aegis shield, Ken thought about the expression on the swordsman's face. Paula followed the news that 17 days had already passed since the passage to the dungeon where Isaac was located was closed, and everyone began to write that Isaac's successor would be John George, who had successfully passed his dungeon. She reported that Ken from the Phoenix Guild had been disposed of by the Master Swordsman, and Isaac's squad had been isolated in the dungeon. And John George acts according to plan, and public opinion also changes in their favor. Paula said that everything turned out in their favor, and they didn't even need to interfere, because the strategy was correct. But Lei said he found the whole situation funny, and Paula began to fear again that she had made a mistake. Lei continued that it has been 3 years since the gate appeared in Central Seoul, and there was one guy who wanted him dead. So he must have been sure that Lei wouldn't be able to get out of the gate alive. We are shown the guy that Lei is talking about. This guy is Lei's father. Instead of dying that day, his position was strengthened. Lei believes that it was this guy who made him who he is today. Lei thought that he should probably be grateful to him for this. He was amused by the death of a man. He must really be a monster. He looked at Isaac's photo and thought that he had a feeling that they were similar. Lei scared Paula by saying that she probably thought the same about Isaac. He decided that if Isaac was to ever get out of the dungeon, he would have to meet him in person at least once. And our Locke was able to kill the ogre and raised his level. He worked hard. Ken had already approached him at this point and said that Locke had done it faster than he thought. He brought him 2 warrior skeletons just in case, but now he doesn't need them. When Locke saw Ken, he got angry and said that he almost died here while Ken was hiding somewhere. Ken asked if he looked like the type to hide, and besides, he told Locke that if things got tough, he should call, and the skeletons would immediately come to his aid. The main thing is that Locke is alive and they have completely sorted things out and can move on to the 4th level. The skeletons lifted Locke in their arms and dragged him to the next floor. Owen was in his office, saying that everything was going as he thought, and Lee was surprised by this. He explained that everyone thought that Isaac was already dead, even the newspapers wrote so. Lee asked in surprise, is the Hellhound's dungeon really more dangerous than the dragon's? She seems worried. Rumor has it that the hellfire that spews from its mouth is incredibly powerful, and that it will not stop until it has reduced the player to ashes. Among the legendary items, there are rare armors with the absolute protection effect. In addition, the dog's body's regulatory ability is higher than that of trolls. The balance between attack and defense is almost perfect. Lee was truly worried about Locke, but Owen reassured her, saying that although Locke looked like the boy next door who only thought about food, at the right moment he showed his true face. Owen said that they need to trust him, and besides, Ken is with him in the dungeon. Ken climbed out of the crack in the ground with the Aegis shield. He still managed to find it. He was exhausted after such an adventure, and thought that it took time to find the shield, since it was in such a problematic place. And if it weren't for the Eye of Anubis, then even if they had passed the dungeon, the shield would have remained buried here. Locke was fighting the monster at the time and shouted for Ken to help him. He complained that Ken always made him fight monsters, and he himself walked somewhere while Locke fought. Locke shouted that he also felt pain when he was wounded. He criticized Ken, that he had been chasing treasures since the 3rd floor. He didn't even notice how the sky turned purple while he was complaining, but Ken quickly reacted and protected them with his shield. The Hellhound finally showed itself. It's good that the shield is indestructible. Ken confidently told Locke that this was the shield he was looking for, and began to tease him by asking if Locke thought Ken was just wandering around. Locke, of course, began to make excuses and say that he was just sad, and that's why he said all sorts of nonsense. Ken wanted to tell him something again when the sky was painted brightly again. The Hellhound was definitely on the other side. Ken saw it with the Eye of Anubis. This is the reason why others couldn't get through the dungeon even with the Aegis shield. That's because there are not one, but 2 Hellhounds. Bad news. The Hellhound attacked the boys again, and Locke protected them. But there was only one shield, and there were 2 of them. Locke asked what they would do. Locke got angry. He shouted that he thought Ken was standing behind him, which is why he blocked the blow so hard. Ken replied that as Locke said nothing would work if they stood next to each other, he asked that Locke had a shield and would he be able to handle 1 dog. But then the Hellhound attacked Locke again with its hellish fire. Locke survived, but the fire still caught on Locke's sleeve. He was struck by the unquenchable flames of hellfire. Locke began to panic and threw himself to the ground. Ken shouted at him to immediately remove the armor. Locke quickly removed and threw his armor on the ground, but it continued to burn. This is the danger of the Hellhound, that the fire burns until it completely incinerates everything. The other dogs also ran to the boys. Now they had more work. If things continue like this, simply being careful with hellfire won't be enough. Ken rushed forward, easily cutting through all the dogs in his path. The Hellhound reminded Ken of the old days, how he used to fight. An 8-story dungeon that he attacked along with other members of the Messiah. The boss monster Cerberus belonged to the Hellhound family, the number of Hellhounds that died at his hands. Confident, Ken continued to destroy all the dogs in his path, because even in the past he killed 23 individuals. At this time, Vincent learned in his office that Ken was still alive. Secretary Kim confirmed this and handed the letter to Vincent. The letter stated that since Japanese terrorists continued to threaten his life, he had to fake his death, and he would give more details to the guild after he had a chance to get out of here. To cross the border safely, he needs money. Vincent said that even if the guy is thrown out in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, he will return alive. Vincent told her to be careful and not let the information leak and to send the funds immediately. But Kim was worried and said that he was acting too suspicious, no matter how life-threatening it was, and it was strange that he still kept everything a secret from them. She asked if she really trusted him, but Vincent said that he never trusted him anyway, and he was just a tool needed to realize his ambitions. Surprisingly, Vincent was glad that he was still alive, because that way he would be able to get his investment back. Vincent wants to make him pay in full for deciding to deceive him, but only when everything is over. Strangely, Ken told him the truth. Locke watched Ken in shock, thinking that he had climbed in there even without armor that could block the hellfire. He thought he just decided to give up and go there to die. Ken finally showed his abilities. Ken moved quickly, as if he could anticipate every attack from the Hellhounds in advance. However, as far as he knows, this is the first time he has encountered these creatures. Locke looked at the mountain that was damaged by the Hellhound's flames. It turns out that despite all the power of the hellfire, he simply dodges it without any problems. Ken calmly turned around and said that there was only one left. He was just like a beast. He dealt with the Hellhound so easily. Weapons made from dragon bones melt quickly, so he chose dragon bones as his weapon. Ken said that he had prepared enough bones. A pile of bones grew out of the ground, spears made of baby dragon bone. The attack power is not high, but it boasts of its durability. Having done everything he set out to do, Ken confidently said that they could now call it a day. But for some reason, Locke ran up to Ken, shouting at him to wait. He said that he couldn't continue to be such a slacker, and that he had pride too. Locke looked confidently at Ken and asked him to leave the last creature to him. He handed his shield to Ken. picked up one of the bones and said that he couldn't stand being a burden to anyone. Locke was reminiscing about his past when Lee ran up to Owen's office, wounded. Owen immediately ran to her. Locke thought that he had people he had to protect. Lee fell to her knees in front of Owen and cried. The poor girl was so sorry for her. Locke said that he should become stronger than he is now. Now it is clear why Locke was so furious in Ken's past. Now he is stupid and funny, and in Ken's memories, he was fierce because Owen was killed. We are shown several players who were held at gunpoint. Shakira Guild Birdhead handed over a suitcase with the words that about paying the bills. All the players were killed at once. The man said that this was a reward for killing local players near the entrance to the dungeon. The man said he was grateful because they made their business much easier. But she threw the bill back and shouted that he really thought they were risking their lives for that kind of money. She asked if the director hadn't told him that they only paid in skill pages or items. The man said that he was informed of this condition of the deal with the Thunderbird Guild, but recently he has been having problems with the supply of items. Even with the money, he has a hard time on the black market, and the dungeons that remain nearby are only the dangerous ones that they cannot touch. But the woman got angry and stood up and said that in this lawless zone of the Amazon, the word of the leader is law. She grabbed him by the collar and began to threaten that she would rip out his tongue if he said anything more. But before she could do anything, lightning suddenly struck him and incinerated him. A man entered the office and told her not to waste her time. He brazenly asked why she was torturing herself and trying to negotiate with insects. Morning has come, but the hellhound is still alive, with spears from the dragon's skeleton sticking out of it. The blessing of the river Styx was activated, and Locke returned to the world of the living, and immediately began to attack the dog. But he fell to the ground, incredibly tired of this hellish dog. Locke asked what happened to the hellhound while he was unconscious. He asked if Ken had dealt with her, but he only pointed at the dog. Ken said he didn't do anything, and Locke dealt with her himself. Vincent sat in the office and said that this was not the first time he had surprised him. He said he didn't know he could trick him, and it was true that Ken was sitting in the office. Vincent said with a terrible look that he really thought he was dead. Ken apologized and said that people say that if you want to deceive your enemy, deceive your friends first. Vincent warned Ken that from now on he better not try to fool him because such jokes irritate him, and he doesn't even know how much Ken has been fooling him all this time. He took a newspaper out of the locker and pointed at John, saying that this guy was bothering him, that the media was deliberately creating rivalry. Vincent said that this did not fit into his plans. He needed Isaac to shine alone. He ordered Ken to persuade Isaac to trample John. Ken asked what he needed to tell Isaac to get more attention. Vincent said he needed to get the most out of his investment in him. Then Ken asked him to give him a formidable and gift. Sakura bowed to the swordsman when the swordsman learned that Isaac asked for Solomon's ring instead of a shield. The swordsman was clearly not thrilled, but said that since he wanted to get another item in return, it was an unavoidable procedure. But suddenly he became angry and with a fierce look asked how Isaac knew that Solomon's ring was in their hands. Sakura began to beg for forgiveness, but the swordsman said that he did not doubt the students, but the information leak was as if there was a rat among them. She started shouting that she would deal with Isaac, but the swordsman refused this idea. The swordsman said that he had to wait and now he would have to cut them with his own hands to get satisfaction. Shakira asked if she was looking at a ghost or a zombie. Ken was sitting in front of her. Ken said that a ghost suited him better, and Shakira asked what he was going to do pretending to be dead in front of the world. She surprisingly knows everything about Ken. She asked if he was going to spend his life hiding behind Isaac's shadow, but Ken simply replied that it didn't matter. Ken stated that he came here to be brought to the head of this guild. She didn't like Ken. She thought he gave off an unpleasant feeling. Ken asked if Grozny worked through exchange. Ken asked what he could get if he sold Isaac to the Thunderbird Guild, so I don't understand anything anymore. This angered Shakira, and she stood up and started screaming that he was just making fun of them. But then that psycho, the leader of that Thunder Guild, appeared behind Ken. He asked if it was worth buying by the kilo then. Thinking about it, it was strange that this man was using the ability even though they weren't in the dungeon. Ken was not particularly impressed by these threats, and stated that they would hardly need Isaac without one limb. In the dungeon, while Locke and Ken were having dinner around the fire, Locke asked if he was really going to do this. Locke said that they had just come out of a 4-story dungeon. They were even on the verge of death. But Ken only asked jokingly if it was true. Locke said irritably that he agreed to go to the 5-story building, but he thought it was a hasty decision. Ken began teasing Locke again, apparently his favorite pastime, asking if the player was afraid of the dungeon. Locke finally realized that Ken was just provoking him and said that he couldn't do that all the time. But Ken noticed movement in the bushes and told Locke that someone was there. A girl came out of the bushes. She was a little shy. She introduced herself as Michelle from the Messiah Guild. Tomorrow they will be participating in the dungeon clearing together. She said that she is a fan of his and therefore wanted to greet them. Ken looked surprised. She was part of his team in the past. He finally met an old friend. In the past, she died in a dungeon. Everyone was saddened by her death. It was clear that unlike other players, they did not care about treasures, and they protected each other and did their job honestly. Locke was delighted and said with a smile that since she was a fan, he should give her an autograph. But Michelle walked up to Isaac and handed him her notebook, which even surprised Ken. It's a funny picture of Michelle rejoicing, Ken's melancholic face, and Locke's offended face. 3 guilds approach the dungeon. The Messiah is Ken's former team, the Thunderbird Guild and Mokosh. The Thunderbird Guild leader asked that, contrary to what everyone knows, Isaac is actually being controlled by Ken. But Shakira didn't believe it and screamed that he was definitely lying. Ken said he heard he likes collecting items and skill pages. He said that he could help attack the dungeons they needed. If they used Isaac, there would be no dungeons they couldn't enter. The man said that the way he spoke made it seem like he wanted something specific from him, but Ken couldn't convince him, and he stood up and said that he didn't do obviously unprofitable proposals, and added that if he wanted something, then let him offer something more interesting. Shakira was glad that the deal had fallen through, and she asked if she could take it up with the boss. But Ken said that a Cyclops dungeon appeared in the Amazon, and he heard that he was forming a team to attack it. Ken said he would send Isaac there to clean up, but the man said it was a funny joke. He said that he was going to send Isaac, who had just graduated from the 4-story, to the 5-story, and it was also the A+ dungeon. This really made him laugh, and he started shouting that he had incredible confidence. After the hysteria, he agreed to listen to Ken if he could clear the dungeon. Ken then asked what they would offer Isaac, but the man said he was not going to buy it. He said he decided it was wiser to buy Ken rather than Isaac and offered him the chance to work under him. He took an envelope out of his jacket and put it on the table and said that they could begin bargaining. Vampire skill, legendary rank. Using the skill, you can turn into a vampire, an interesting skill. It was the first day in the dungeon, and while fighting, Locke asked what he would say to Vincent, since it was obvious that they were on Grozny's side. Locke asked if he had a plan, but Ken replied that he had no plan, and that he would tell Vincent everything. After Locke easily defeated the monster, he approached the skeleton and told Ken that he was crazy for admitting that he accepted the Terrible One's offer. Ken said that Vincent would understand everything perfectly well himself, and that the best option was to tell him. Locke began to tease him, saying that he thought Vincent would simply say, okay, and let him go to the Formidable One. But Ken approached him and said that maybe Vincent would consider them traitors, or maybe he would think that they were betraying the Terrible One. Entrance to the Cyclops Dungeon, Day 23, 4th floor of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The Messiah Guild continued to fight the goblins in the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Thanks to Michelle, they were able to destroy all the blood goblins. The difficulty here is quite high. The player said that most likely the monsters will continue to appear in droves until they reach the main hall. While he was talking about how the narrow passages were dangerous, one of the goblins was still alive and was preparing to attack. The goblin pounced on Michelle to kill her, but Isaac ran to her in time and killed the goblin first. They wanted to thank him, but he asked why they did not finish the job to the end. It turned out that many of the goblins were simply pretending to be dead, but when Isaac cut down several of them, the others ran away in fear. Isaac reported that blood goblins differ from other goblin species in their intelligence. The Messiah Guild had volunteered to clear the dungeon together, so he expected more, Isaac said. Isaac called their team worthless, and Jordan, the leader of this team, got angry and wanted to contradict him. But Michelle stopped him and shook her head so that he wouldn't scream. Isaac continued that the guild leader was responsible for the safety of his members and was on guard at all times. He said that the leader should have learned about the blood goblins in advance and prepared properly. For some reason, Isaac continued to mock Jordan and his team, which of course angered him. Kyle, another player, told Isaac to stop and that they had figured it out. He stepped forward and sensibly said that there was no need to involve unnecessary emotions. They were still united to clear the dungeon. Michelle supported Kyle, adding that they were grateful for his help and asked why he was there. She asked that he wasn't here to argue with them instead of being with his team. Isaac replied that they had a problem. His tank, Locke, had injured his leg. Kyle and Michelle immediately ran to him to help. They were so sweet, no wonder Ken missed them. Of course, it was just a plan. Locke's leg was fine. He was only worried about his reputation as a real man. Michelle even offered him her potion. These guys sincerely want to save the world. Jordan began to tease him that he himself did not keep an eye on his team and came to them. He confidently advised him to do his own duties and not interfere with others. As Jordan continued to tease Isaac, it only made him laugh, and he was glad that his old friend hadn't changed at all. Isaac stated that unlike the others, he was not careless, and he, that is Locke, injured his leg due to his own carelessness. Locke, although he cursed Ken, still played along with him and said that he had disobeyed him and rushed forward, and there was a cliff there. Jordan said that the dungeon wouldn't work without a tank anyway, and that she probably came to them for help. Isaac agreed, but then said that as soon as he saw the state they were in, he began to doubt. and he offered to let his team work under his command, and if they obeyed his instructions, they would come out of the dungeon safe and sound. Jordan wasn't too thrilled with the proposal, but he said that if he wanted to team up, they would agree. But he doesn't like working under his command at all, and he decided to fight Isaac, but the place of the group leader is at stake. In the real world, the Messiah Guild still decided to go to the 7-story dungeon. Everyone in the boarding school was talking about nothing else. John, who was sitting in the office, started laughing when he saw how nervous Paula was. Apparently, she posted this article while Lei was gone, and one of the players told John to shut up, because while Lei was gone, she was the leader of the Messiah Guild. We are introduced to a new character, Charles, also from the Messiah Guild. Charles warned John that if he crossed the line, he would not stand idly by. But these threats did not frighten John in any way, and he brazenly asked what this pathetic bastard would do to him. Paula silenced them and said that they were doing everything for the master. But then the swordsman said that apparently the master himself was not aware of these matters and said that they had gathered here to discuss how to kill Isaac. And he asked if the information that Isaac had entered a 5-story dungeon was reliable. Paula confirmed this and said that there were witnesses who saw them enter the dungeon. She said that they do not yet share the same opinion as them, so they were not given any assignments. The swordsman said that Isaac was not the type of person who could be dealt with quickly and easily, speaking from experience. Paula felt confident again and said that because he had intervened, he himself had become the bait for the entrance to the dungeon. The location of this operation was Egypt, in a 6-story dungeon. And in the dungeon, the duel between Ken and Jordan had already ended. Of course, Ken won. Locke remembered his duel. He understood how Jordan felt. He was the same. It had been a long time since they had been fighting, and Jordan was already exhausted. He asked Michelle to use her abilities with a fire strike. Okay, now you can see why they have such a hard time fighting. That huge minotaur looks terribly strong. Kyle also did not stand aside and attacked the huge minotaur, inflicting several wounds on him at once. Meanwhile, the skeletons continued to chop off his legs, the best way to disable the huge monster. Jordan had already regretted 1,000 times that he had been reckless and argued with Isaac. He was distracted and didn't notice how the minotaur was swinging at him. His leg got stuck in the hole, so he couldn't move. His comrades were already scared to death when the monster almost killed Jordan. And of course it was Isaac who saved him. How cutely Jordan became embarrassed when he realized that he was picked up in arms. Isaac, like Jordan, asked to be released to the ground, and his team ran up to him. While they were asking about his condition, Isaac was already getting ready for battle since the tank was out. But Jordan disagreed and said that he would go into battle even with such a leg. But Isaac said that it would be suicide, and who would be responsible for his team then? As Isaac left, he told him not to think that it was cool when a leader sacrifices himself, but that they should train harder to avoid such a mistake. Isaac rushed into battle, telling Jordan to watch because he would only show it once. Meanwhile, in Owen's office, someone came to him. He joked about him, calling him a ragamuffin. A dragon hunter, Francois, whom we had already seen earlier, came to Owen. It seems they are not particularly friendly. Owen asked why he showed up here, because he wouldn't have shown up here without being asked. Francois replied that of course he had business with him, since he had not flown here from a distant country to look at his bald head. But before he started, he asked about those words about saving the world still being a priority for Owen. Francois said Owen made this decision when Mr. Lee died. Owen immediately turned around to check if the secretary was okay. Then he nervously began to shout that of course he still wanted to save the world, and that if he had made up his mind, he would definitely do it. Wolverine didn't understand why he looked at the secretary before saying anything. Then Owen declared that he would calmly repay the benefactor twice as much, and the insult fourfold. In the Minotaur's dungeon, Jordan watched in amazement as Isaac dodged all the attacks without using the physical strengthening skill. Ken himself admired the fact that his opponent seemed to know all his actions in advance. But if you just avoid all the time, you can't count on success. Ken stopped and the Minotaur rushed at him. Jordan thought that even though he was harmful, he shouldn't die like this. He began to blame himself, repeating that it would have been better if he had sacrificed himself, then everything would have ended with his death. What a wonderful person. But the skeleton warriors quickly ran up to the Minotaur, and Jordan wondered how they could still move. It's obvious that Ken Isaac is still alive. The Minotaur just got stuck in the wall with his horns. Ken pounced on the Minotaur and pierced his eye with his sword. The master of the labyrinth was poisoned by the blood. The Minotaur, enraged by the pain, climbed out of the wall. Ken hoped that he would be able to buy some time, but it seemed that he still had strength left. This monster has intelligence, so you can't drive it into the wall a second time. The Minotaur went berserk, but now it only plays into Ken's hands, because in this state he will only look at what is ahead. So Ken decided to change his plan of action and defeat him with one blow. The skeletons threw bloody goblins at the Minotaur, probably to distract him. When the goblins were close to the Minotaur's head, Ken used the Dark World representative's skill, Dead Man Explosion. The skeletons did not wait long and pounced on the Minotaur with their swords when he fell to the ground. John, who was still sitting on the will, asked why he was left here alone. He asked if she wanted to ask him out on a date. Paula ignored the thing and asked what was up with the last order. John said in a relaxed tone that if she was talking about the sword, then it was found by a man who had gotten ahead of him. Paula was surprised, and it wasn't a pleasant surprise, because someone other than them was hunting for swords. Charles said he couldn't listen to this anymore and took out his knife. He said that only then would such a piece of trash understand what politeness was if you put a hole in his head. Joanna was only amused by this, saying that he was their precious bait, and laughed that Charles thought they could defeat Isaac without him. This angered Charles, and he shouted that he would kill him and fly to Egypt, but Paula made him stop. Paula admitted that there was no better bait than John to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion at the same time. In the dungeon, the guys managed to get to the 5th floor of the Giants. As Ken stood with the others, another player approached him and said that he had heard about his excellent abilities, and that thanks to him they were able to get to this place safely without much effort, and Isaac simply asked what he wanted. The player whispered to him that he just wanted to check if he remembered his promise. Locke overheard their conversation when the player said that Isaac promised to give them a reward from the dungeon. Jordan stood back and was angry with himself when Michelle walked up to him and asked if he was okay. He waved it off and said that of course he was fine, but Kyle immediately understood this and told him not to think too much about what happened in the last battle. Michelle also decided to cheer Jordan up and said that it wasn't his fault. Isaac was just an incredible, outstanding player, although this only hurt him more. After the encouraging words made George feel worse, he still thanked his team for their support. Ken remembered his past where they fought a monster together and their embroidery percentage was about half. But now everything will be different, because Ken has prepared a strategy to minimize the damage. Ovan was already tired of Francois and asked him to stop beating around the bush and get down to business. Francois drank his coffee and said that if Ovan really decided to save the world, then he had one thing. He pulled out a huge sword from his inventory, probably the one Paula was talking about. This was the very sword that the Messiah Guild had been secretly searching for, and if his research was correct, it was the only sword capable of killing the Savior. Ovan simply beamed at this find and asked if he would give it away for free. Francois flew out of Korea, and Ovan asked if there were any problems with his takeoff, and Lee replied that everything went fine. Lee turned to Ovan and told him that he didn't have to worry about her opinion. Ovan began to worry and began to deny that he did not know what she was talking about. She said that she spoke to him herself. She asked what exactly happened on the day her father died. Ovan only became more nervous and broke out in a cold sweat and asked if she was okay. Lee looked very fierce and said that she was not okay at all. The team arrived at the cave and Jordan asked incredulously why they had come here. Jordan said that they can team up with the Thunderbird Guild to win. Isaac remembered how a player ran up to Isaac and said that the monster was already here. Another suggested killing the monster right away. He said that it would be better for everyone to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. But Isaac was against it and ordered them to simply hide separately and sit quietly. This monster cannot be underestimated. If they want to survive, they should listen to Isaac. The player was angry and thought that, as he said, they were able to come here without unnecessary losses. But he decided that if they managed to destroy the two-headed Cyclops with their own hands, he should get rid of Shakira and become the leader's right hand. Isaac told Jordan not to think about the Thunderbird Guild. They had to sort this out first. Jordan got angry, but Michelle immediately tried to calm him down. Isaac approached Locke and asked what condition he was in. Locke immediately replied that he was in excellent condition. While they were talking, a whole crowd of ant monsters emerged from the cave. Isaac said that everything was going according to plan and ordered Locke to get ready. Locke put on Solomon's ring. When using the unique skill Solomon's command, the user can control a lower-level monster. With this ability, Locke took advantage of Solomon's order and began to control the monsters. But for the Thunderbird Guild, things are not going according to plan. Monsters have already surrounded them. He continued to swing his sword to kill the monsters when suddenly he fell and saw a completely different picture. The player did not understand what was happening because he had just fought with monsters, and then suddenly all the monsters disappeared. He didn't seem to understand what he had just done. He kept wondering why his people were dead. But he was so confused in his thoughts that he did not notice how the Cyclops approached him. Isaac was looking at the Cyclops from the cliff when Jordan approached him and expressed his doubt. He was worried about these ant monsters. I don't understand why, because they are so cute. And Locke finally found himself pets. Jordan said that they now have an item that allows them to control the ants, but what if they lose it? Surely the effect has a time limit, if suddenly during the battle they get out of control. But Isaac did not let him finish, and asked that he still doubted him. Jordan immediately brushed off such a statement. Isaac began to say that he knew that he would not be able to control them forever. But during the time they manage them, they can do their job. Sweet Locke raised his hand and gave the order to his ants to move forward. Just some ant-man, Marvel is resting on the side. The ants immediately moved forward and climbed onto the Cyclops and began to bite him. Jordan watched in amazement as such monsters easily dealt with the A+ rank boss of the 5th floor. But the Cyclops used his ability, and now the ants began to fight each other. Locke was angry. Why did they start fighting with each other and did the ring stop working so quickly? Isaac said that he has 2 demon eyes with different skills. The left one has a chaos effect. Due to this, the object loses the ability to distinguish between friends and enemies. This is what happens when you run madly ahead, thinking you are stronger, and Locke asked what they should do now. Locke said that if they ran there, the same fate awaited them, but Isaac disagreed because there was a skill reload time. Jordan was surprised to hear that Isaac seemed to be seeing the Cyclops for the first time, but he already knew about the demon eye and the reboot time. Then Locke asked what he could do right now. Go and finish him off. Jordan was surprised at how quickly he believed in Isaac. Isaac refused and said that he would go there alone, since he still had his right eye. Jordan started shouting after him that if the right eye was also the eye of a demon, then he would die. But Locke said he wasn't worried about it, since Isaac wasn't an ordinary guy. Isaac is not one to do anything without a specific plan. But Isaac was discovered by the demon's eye and the petrification skill was used on him. Isaac's body was already half turned to stone. Isaac had only one chance left. Lancelot's ring activates strong resistance to the petrification skill. Cyclops is unaware that the demon's eye has no effect on him, so he is vulnerable right now. The left eye's overload time is not over yet. The right one needs to be dealt with first. As Isaac plunged his sword into the Cyclops' eye, the second head aimed its fist at him. But Isaac took out his Aegis shield in time, and therefore the Cyclops' attack did not injure him in any way. Suddenly, an explosion thundered right on the body of the 2-headed Cyclops, while Isaac was preparing to defend himself. It turns out that his former team did it. They decided to help him and ran to him. Locke came up and said that it was their turn now. Isaac said that he would deal with the one on the right and the rest with the left. It must be destroyed before the eye's reboot time runs out. The whole team fought the boss monster. I think Ken felt nostalgic. Together they were able to destroy the 2-headed Cyclops, and they obtained the eye of the Cyclops demon. But when they all came out of the dungeon, someone was already waiting for them at the gate. There were armed soldiers standing in front of the team, aiming directly at them. Jordan realized that this was the Thunderbird Guild, the same legendary Shakira and the leader, the Terrible. He started yelling at them about what they were going to do, but Shakira said it was none of their business, so they should just leave quietly. Shakira confidently said that Isaac had probably killed the boss monster, and now they were waiting for a reward. Michelle also expressed dissatisfaction that they risked their lives in this dungeon. She naively assumed that everyone wanted to save the world, so she scolded them for being so rude. This visibly amused the guild leader, who stated that he believed he was being polite simply because he had not turned them into wasp nests. He continued that, judging by the fact that the dungeon was destroyed and no one was returning from there, it seemed that Isaac did not care about the safety of his people. The leader said that they were good-for-nothing bastards anyway, but their contract didn't say anything about them anyway. He just wanted the item. Isaac agreed, which surprised Locke. He whispered to him if he really wanted to give it to him. But Isaac said that they had to give it up if they wanted to get what they wanted. Isaac took the demon's eye out of his inventory and walked up to the formidable one. Locke was sorry to give away what they had gotten with such difficulty. After they got their item, they just left. Fortunately, the guys all survived. Michelle bowed to Isaac, saying that even though it was short-lived, she was grateful to him for everything. Kyle also did not stand aside and, holding out his hand, said that they had learned a lot. Ken probably missed these guys. While Michelle and the others laughed and talked, Jordan stood to the side, embarrassed. Isaac noticed this, and Michelle said that he just has a very strong sense of self-worth. He is not a bad person. He walked up to Jordan and said that he was a good leader and that these guys should continue to follow him. They will fight together because Jordan is their best comrade, and with these words, he extended his hand. Jordan, a little embarrassed, extended his hand in response, and his team was happy about it, but it seems Locke is jealous. Locke began to complain that he was saying things that didn't fit with his image, and he said that he thought he didn't like the people from the Messiah Guild, and the team happily left, chatting nicely with each other. It's great to see really good players supporting each other and really wanting to save the world. Everyone on the internet was writing about Isaac returning from the Amazon and about the Messiah Guild, offering him to participate in a 6-story dungeon. The Master Swordsman asked why she had called him now and whether the plan had failed. But she just smiled and said that everything was going according to plan, and she called him to completely eliminate the chances of failure. She took out some armor from her inventory and told him to use it in the dungeon. Vincent sat contentedly when he read the newspaper about how Isaac and John would meet in a 6-story dungeon. After all, for him it meant only profit. Then he returned to reality and asked Ken about the deal with the formidable one. Ken replied that everything went smoothly, although there were a few issues. Isaac asked the formidable one what he had heard, that he was not one of those who break promises, and whether he had brought the goods. Grozny said that even in such a situation he thinks about the product, he approved of this. Taking out the envelope, he handed it to Isaac. The skill of summoning a lich. The effect summons an immortal magician after sacrificing 100 monsters. Grozny warned that the level limit was higher than 180, so it was better for him not to die before that moment. Vincent decided to find out the reason why Ken was telling him everything so openly, because he had received a good offer. Ken, playing innocent, said that Vincent had told him before not to try to hide anything from him. Vincent was satisfied with this, and said that he now saw that Ken understood him. He called someone and said that Ken must have guessed what he wanted from him. Ken replied that he would need to report all of Grozny's moves while Kim entered the office. Secretary Kim placed a box on the table, and Vincent told him to give it to Isaac. Isaac's gift was the Osiris ring. Ken apparently didn't expect Vincent to give it to him. Vincent said that he didn't want Isaac and John to fight, and that since this was the chance, they needed to persuade Isaac to finally deal with this guy. Cairo, Egypt. Finally, John and Isaac met. Journalists, of course, kept filming them. John extended his hand and declared that it was a great honor for him to fight with him. Isaac first pierced him with his gaze, then shook his hand with a fake smile. John noticed this look, and thought that Isaac was looking at him with contempt. While the boys were fighting the monsters, John came up to them and admitted that Isaac was not bad, as they say, and each of his skeletons was also strong enough. He also admitted that his skeleton warriors were not that strong, which meant there was something to learn. Isaac replied that he was not bad in his own way either. John asked in what ways he was stronger, and Isaac turned his attention to his crowd of skeletons. He said it was all because of this ring of Hades. By using the skills of this ring, he can make the skeleton warriors summoned by another person into his soldiers. Bad news for Ken, he didn't know such an item existed. Probably the Messiah Guild was hiding it. John looked like a madman, although he may be a madman, and said that he was not going to touch his skeletal warriors under any circumstances. After all, he only uses those who are recognized by his people standing behind him. Ken realized that it was useless to order his skeletons to attack John. He looked at the crazy guy and thought that sometimes openly displaying one's power works much more effectively than hiding it. Everyone was eating around the fire together, but John was sitting at a distance and talking to someone about food. He told those who belonged to the afterlife that they must be sorry that they cannot eat. He continued to mock them, saying that they could neither eat nor talk. John seemed to be hysterically saying that he couldn't kill Isaac yet, because only he could kill the boss of this dungeon. While he was going crazy, these ghosts, let's call them that for now, cut up his dinner. It was the 21st day of the dungeon attack, and everyone had reached the 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon. John said that the floors before this were quite easy, which means that the 6th level is simply terrible. Ken thought that John was right. After all, this is an A+ rank dungeon, and still without a victim. It means that the boss monster is quite dangerous. And the whole world already knows about Isaac's fighting ability. It's unlikely that they were the only ones sent to catch him. Invisible enemy, it looks like Paula has laid out her treasure. Ken's guess was correct. When everyone entered the 5th floor, John asked if they would first move towards the thicket. But Isaac said that first they should destroy the killers who were chasing them, and then go to the monster. John pretended not to understand anything, but then 2 of his skeleton warriors rushed towards Isaac. He was protected by his skeleton warriors, and he and Locke ran into the forest. The player decided to catch them. But John ordered to leave them alone, and to catch the golem and other special creatures. Ken, hearing this, realized that John George was a smart guy. Regular warrior skeletons can be recreated in the dungeon, but with special creatures, things are different. The summoning conditions are too strict. If they are broken or John takes them away with the Ring of Hades, it will be bad. And since the loss of strength on his part would be indescribable, Ken summoned the Book of the Dead. Ken used a reverse summon, and all of his creatures returned to his book. The player asked if they should catch up with them, but John shouted that he had retained a significant portion of his strength, and they would definitely not survive in the forest. John was angry and wondered how Isaac could have guessed about the murderers. Even if they destroyed all his skeleton warriors, things would only get more complicated. Locke said there didn't seem to be any pursuit, and Ken said John wasn't as stupid as those who had fought them so far. And of course Ken had his own plan, so he put on the Ring of Osiris. The ring was imprinted, and now it can't be removed. Ken already has 3 rings. Locke asked where he got the ring from, and Ken said he had a sponsor who spared no expense. Ken looked up as Locke cursed him not to speak so cryptically, as it scared him. There were dragons flying in the sky, not as big as before, and Ken said that Locke had fallen before. Locke began to worry when he realized what Ken was hinting at, and asked why he would have to do it again. And in the distance, a boss monster, similar to a sphinx, climbed onto a rock in the dungeon. Ken and Locke approached the monster. It turned out that it was not a dragon but a serpent. Locke wondered if he wanted to summon him as a skeleton warrior, but they would only be bones and they wouldn't be able to fly. Or maybe Ken has an ability with the ring on his hand. Ken used the Osiris Ring's resurrection skill and was entrusted to return to the world of the living, but they have a ring that can control monsters. They could use it. And now that they have a monster to fly on, they fly to the boss monster and attack it. But the monster didn't just sit there. First he stunned them, and then he attacked them. Ken told Locke that this was just the beginning and ordered him to hold on tight. They flew away at incredible speed, but the boss monster can also fly, and he began to pursue them. John heard something and stood up. Maybe Ken wants to throw this boss at them. And as soon as the boss monster opened its mouth, Ken grabbed Locke and they jumped off the monster. While the guys were falling, Ken fell more elegantly than poor Locke. The boss monster fell rapidly on the players. The monster landed in front of the players, holding the poor monster in its teeth. John thought that fighting a boss monster without any preparation was doomed to failure. As I wrote, Ken landed calmly and beautifully, while Locke was already stuck in the hole. He started yelling at Ken as soon as he came to consciousness, yelling at him that he had prepared a shield for himself. Let's watch this beautiful picture, Locke dying of fear, and Ken's grin with the shield. While Locke continued to sulk about Ken doing this to him and sat in his hole, Ken sweetened him up by saying that he believed in his abilities. Meanwhile, the boss monster had already killed a bunch of skeletons of John's warriors, who survived by the way. He lost his skeleton soldiers and also several people. And when John said that they would immediately go in search of Isaac, the ghostly murderers wrote it on the ground, what it meant. John replied that they would not be able to clear the dungeon alone and would die here without him. An angry John said that they should kill Isaac first and offered to act as bait. Isaac will be able to act calmly only when he destroys John, and the Phantom Killer wrote that he will entrust this to him. John began to say that first it was necessary to carry out order, and said that for more than 20 days because of Hades's helmet he had not slept or eaten. He continued that no matter what super skills he had, it was impossible to use his strength to its full extent on an empty stomach. The Master Swordsman took his advice and took off his helmet. It looked terrible. As soon as he took off his helmet, John shouted that Isaac was right behind him. But it was just a trick. John ran up and grabbed the helmet. What a child. While playing with the helmet, he laughed at the Master Swordsman for playing such an easy trick on him. Then all the remaining skeleton warriors surrounded the Master Swordsman. And in another part of the forest, Ken left traces on their path. When Locke asked why he was doing this, he answered that they would soon have a guest. But Locke didn't understand him, because there were only monsters around, and then their guest showed up. John George came and threw Hades' helmet to Isaac and Locke. Isaac named the helmet, and John said that now it was clear how he knew about the killer. He decided that there was an information leak. Locke personally knew nothing about the helmet. Isaac asked why he was giving it to him. John replied that Isaac had won and that this was an offering to the winner. Locke admired the helmet. This item allows you to become part of the underworld and completely hides your appearance. John raised his hands and said that he surrendered, so he asked for guarantees of safety. Not only here, but also outside the dungeon, John asked. Ken thought that he seemed to have decided that the Sphinx could not be killed so easily. He was quick on the uptake. Locke became angry and asked incredulously, what about his subordinates? Sick bastard, he said he dealt with them by pulling them over before he came here. This angered Locke, who hated such people. Isaac stopped him and gave one condition to John. Isaac ordered that Hades' ring be given to him, and John took off his ring. The distraught John took off the ring and said that he could not even go against him. In the morning, the swordsman was found to be alive. He barely fought off John's skeleton warriors. The swordsman was angry and thought that he hadn't liked this little freak from the beginning. He ran through the forest, but the monsters had already caught up with him. After all, this was an A-rank plus dungeon, and it was extremely difficult to survive alone. The swordsman definitely won't be able to kill the boss in this state, but he doesn't plan to die like this either. Locke was deep in the forest, and suddenly a master swordsman came down from a tree. Without wasting a second, the freak cut Locke into pieces with his sword. Isaac, who was sitting by the fire, heard the sounds and immediately ran into the forest, which surprised John, who for some reason calls him Mr. He and John ran to Locke, who was killed by the swordsman, who said that he was late. John was angry and wondered how he managed to survive, because a wave of monsters was chasing him. The swordsman said that he understood when John betrayed him, but he did not think that he would join Isaac. The tired but furious swordsman declared that he could not leave them alive. He said that without a tank, the two of them would not be able to get out of this dungeon, and that they should prepare for their final battle. Isaac said that he agreed to play with him, and John also began to prepare. The battle began, and Isaac was having a hard time, despite the fact that the swordsman was definitely not in the best condition. Even a huge skeleton fought with him, but it didn't bother the swordsman much. The swordsman is truly incredibly strong. With one blow he created a crack in the ground, although he had not eaten or drunk for so many days. While John was thinking about the swordsman's strength, he appeared right in front of him, but John managed to jump back. The swordsman spat out the core of the turtle man. This item allows one to live for a long time without food and water, but it does not quench thirst and hunger. It turns out that the swordsman is full of strength, but because of hunger and thirst, he is ready to climb the walls. The swordsman recalled how John had said that they would die in this dungeon and suggested that they approach him and not hesitate, but John cowardly hid behind Isaac. He looked sick and said that before they died, they should swing their swords properly. But Isaac confidently said that this dungeon would be the last one only for him. The swordsman said that Isaac shouldn't be so confident because he was alone when suddenly his hands were cut off. Thanks to his ability, Locke was able to survive, plus he was wearing Hades' helmet. The swordsman couldn't believe that Locke was still alive, and Locke began to curse that the swordsman didn't even know the basic rules of decency. The kid immediately felt confident and said that he didn't think he would have the core of a turtle man. John continued that this was an excellent plan of Mr. Isaac, and now they could go after the Sphinx. While John continued to mock the swordsman, he took his sword in his teeth and flew towards them. Even in this state, the master swordsman attacked 3 players at once, but Ken managed to get his shield. However, the boy was still touched and he could only say, "Mr. Isaac." In his last moments, he scolded Isaac for promising to save him, but Isaac only said melancholically that it was his mistake. Locke began to tell him not to be so offended, because his people, whom he killed, experienced the same thing. The half-dead swordsman said that their end awaits them too, so there is no point in being smart. There were only Isaac and Locke left in this dungeon, so the chances were slim, the swordsman thought. Isaac walked up to him and remembered how he tried to save the world with him in the past. His comrades with whom he fought felt the same. Isaac asked the swordsman if he ever dreamed of saving the world, knowing that it was a foolish idea. The swordsman, like a madman, began to shout that this was nonsense, and that even if he could clear all the dungeons, this rotten world would abandon him. He laughed and said that after this the world would only become worse. The world was so rotten because of people like the swordsman. The swordsman continued to spout nonsense about money and power for a while longer, when Isaac told him to shut up. Isaac finally told him that if he had a chance to return, he hoped that he would become a worthy swordsman. Noticing Isaac's gaze, Locke wondered what connected him with the Messiah Guild. Isaac called Locke over and used the skill of a representative of the Dark World vampire. Locke was frightened by Isaac's appearance. Understandably, Isaac said that since there were only 2 of them here, he had no need to be embarrassed and that they could leave here. Miss Lee entered the office. She looked very sad. She remembered her dad, the day she cooked him a ton of food. Lee talked to her father and said that he would soon be leaving on a business trip and that he must be very busy. So he can leave the dishes like that, and she will clean everything up herself after school. This touched her dad, and with tears in his eyes, he hugged her, repeating how proud he was of his daughter. When she was about to leave, her dad told her not to get sick while he was gone. And then, like a caring dad, he began to list every little thing, about cars, about strangers, and so on. Then he suggested that she become friends with Paula, called her the most beautiful daughter in the world, and said goodbye. Everyone in the crowd was saying that Hanson's stock had recently gone up a lot. While she was thinking about the news, Paula called out to her, and it was immediately obvious that she had been a hooligan from the very beginning. They continued talking like normal school children, and Lee asked why she was going to school so early today. But she said that she wasn't going to school, and reminded her that she had recently become a player, and that a gate had appeared in the basement of her father's office. While the news was talking about Hanson's Messiah project, Paula said that there might soon be a rupture in the dungeon, and she was going there. She said that her father should not make an exception because she is also a player. Paula said that she would definitely become stronger than Lei. It was funny that she was so sure of it, and now she was groveling to him. Then she said that it was enough to talk about such things, and dragged her into the booth where they took this photo. Paula, like Lei, hung on her wall, where she was apparently investigating her dad's case. On social networks, everyone was writing about Lei, and that the Messiah Guild had broken into a 7-story dungeon. Paula was noticeably nervous. Apparently now she didn't want to beat Lei, who asked about Isaac. In the battle with the Sphinx, Ken jumped on it and used the Bloodsucker skill. The Bloodsucker skill increases health recovery by 100%, plus the Bloodsucker skill has been combined with the Vampire skill. Then he activated the Blood Mist skill and summoned a Blood Golem. Paula reported that she sent Isaac, John, and the Swordmaster to the 6-story A+ rank dungeon. The Master Archer yelled at Paula, asking who was responsible for all this, and Charles tried to defend her. Paula replied that it was all her fault, but added that she had a plan for such an eventuality. She said that she gave the Master Swordsman the helmet of Hades, the boots of Hermes, and the role of Bait is played by John, who is a very capable guy. Apparently a huge surprise awaits her. Paula confidently stated that no matter how great Isaac was, the chances were that he would survive and get out of this dungeon. Vincent, who had just arrived home, saw Kim running towards him. She said that something unexpected happened. Someone was waiting for him in the house. Something truly unexpected happened in the dungeon. John used the skill of the Dark World representative to bring back the dead. Vincent looked menacingly at Grozny, who offered him to clean out the 7th floor of the dungeon together. He asked why he should accept this offer. Grozny said that he also didn't want to see headlines about Lei, who single-handedly cleared the 7th floor of the dungeon. He added that he just needed to join him and clear out the dungeon where Isaac would be sent. This offended Vincent. He said that he came to his house and now he is trying to hurt him. Vincent's aura surrounded everyone with incredible power. Shakira did not expect that Vincent was so strong. Grozny also did not stand aside and turned on his electricity. Mr. Pikapu and Vincent continued their staring contest. Oven sat happily and said that nothing could replace 3-in-1 coffee. For some reason he continued to praise cheap coffee. Lee thought that Oven had obviously brought the paper cup and instant coffee from the meeting at the Phoenix Guild. Secretary Lee reported that she had learned urgent news. Grozny and Vincent had met, she said. Oven was interested in this news. He said that everything was becoming interesting. Now one could imagine how the situation would develop in the future. Lee stood up and got ready. This surprised Oven, and he asked where she was going, and Lee replied that she was meeting a friend. In an alleyway at a black market in Cairo, Egypt, one man passed something to another. He thanked him and said that the thing had been useful to him and that he had no longer hoped that he would keep his promise. It was John who said that he first thought that Isaac would turn out to be a traitor. Isaac took the helmet and said that a promise is a promise. When John was resurrected in the dungeon, he saw a helmet with an inscription to return the helmet after he uses it. John said that it turns out Isaac already knew that he had the skill of summoning the dead. He stated that nothing would surprise Isaac and asked how he knew about it. Ken remembered that because of this ability, he had to kill John twice. But he told him not to think about such a trifle, and the dissatisfied Locke dreamed of leaving him in that dungeon. John started praising Isaac, calling him super cool, and his type, "My face is like Locke's in the picture." Locke is tired of the abnormal people who surround him. I understand him completely. Isaac pushed the glass forward and informed John that he was now considered dead, so he should live quietly. But something was troubling John, and he jumped up and asked Isaac to take him with him. Poor Locke did not expect that. Everyone on the internet was wondering why Isaac couldn't save John, and Paula was biting her nails even harder when there was a knock at the door. Of course, Lee came to her ex-girlfriend Paula. Paula said she disappeared without warning and that she was worried. She said she was surprised when she suddenly suggested meeting. Lee said she wanted to ask something, which surprised Paula. Paula began to say that she probably had a lot of questions since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she was a little offended because she hadn't asked how she was doing. As she continued speaking, Lee interrupted her asking if she killed her father. Paula was in shock. It seemed like her life was not sweet at all. Paula was indeed sitting in front of Father Lee's corpse when Lei approached her. She felt shocked, but then simply said that she didn't understand what she was talking about. Then she started shouting that she had appeared out of nowhere and was asking such questions. Paula continued to say that her father died due to an accident during the dungeon break. Lee is clearly upset by Paula's lie. She tried to convince Lee that she had been misinformed. Lee got angry at this obvious lie and told her that she still couldn't lie, then threw the envelope on the table. The envelope was about people who suffered from the rupture of the Hansen Group dungeon. Lee said that she knew about her father. Lee said she knew it wasn't the monsters or the explosion that killed her father, and it seems her conversation with Francois gave her new information. She stood up and said that she had hoped that Paula would tell her the truth, but she had been wrong. Paula also stood up and began to scream that she had appeared 3 years later and was now claiming that she had killed her father. She screamed that Lee had hurt her head because she believed some papers more than her friend. Paula burned the envelope and asked if she was going to take revenge on her, knowing how much power she had. Lai calmly replied that she knew her location very well. She was the director of the Hansen Group and also the deputy master of the Messiah Guild. Then she said that she should wait a little and she would see for herself how she would take revenge. But let's return to Vincent's office. After a minute of battle, Grozny said that it was time to stop wasting time on useless bickering. Grozny said that he simply wanted to negotiate with him before he got down to business. He suggested that Vincent write a will here and now. Grozny said that it would be a simple will because even they cannot be sure that they will survive on the 7th floor of the dungeon. The will be for the other guild members, so that one of them will join the other if one of them dies. Kim got angry and started yelling at him. Grozny continued that the Messiah's guild was the first to clear the 7th floor, so the whole world will now revolve around them. And the problem is that both of them can't watch this calmly, and going alone is tantamount to suicide. Whether he likes it or not, they have to join in and there is no need to pretend. Grozny stated that he was an ambitious man, so he had no intention of dividing the reward and glory equally after clearing the dungeon. He said that Vincent is the same as him and knows that he can stab him in the back at any moment as soon as he gets to the 7th floor. That's why a will is needed, and he said that they should write a will and go to the dungeon. While Vincent was thinking about this, Ken suddenly appeared and said that he seemed to have a lot of doubts. This surprised Vincent, who did not even sense his presence and asked when he arrived. Ken said he just arrived. Now he looks even more scary. Vincent asked if he had gone to Egypt with Isaac, and Ken replied that he had given him a special mission. Ken lied that he had a hard time hanging around Isaac and trying to deal with John, and that even in the dungeon he stood his ground and it was not easy to persuade him. Vincent said that he was certainly a good guy for dealing with John, but he himself was thinking about how Ken not only persuaded Isaac, but also went through a 6-story dungeon with him. He scolded him for causing a stir, but Isaac does not provide the press with any excuses about John's death. Ken said with a grin that he didn't know what Isaac had in mind either, and that after waking up he cleared the 6th floor in one leap. And what is impossible to understand is what is in the head of such a genius. Ken behaves rather unusually. Ken probably reminded Vincent that Isaac was not his subordinate, and he could not give orders. Vincent was also pleased that Isaac simply took out John, and then told Ken that they should sort out their relationship. Ken thought that Vincent was worried, because very soon he would have to meet the formidable one on the 7th floor. He said that although Isaac is not Ken's subordinate, he still listens to him. Vincent hinted that if he, Grozny, and Isaac cleared the 7th floor together, his status would rise. Vincent, of course, remembered that Ken only worked for a fee and showed him the key. A portal opened behind Vincent and he told him to follow him. He told him to choose a weapon for himself, one that would suit him and Isaac. Ken smiled sarcastically. How could someone like Vincent not see how he was being deceived? And in the office, Owen asked in surprise if he understood correctly that Lee had broken into the Hansen Group company. This is not like her, he thought, then said that he valued her, but this time he could not turn a blind eye to such behavior. He asked what they would gain by angering Paula, but Lee remained silent for now. Then, putting the coffee on the table, she said that it was not yet clear what the consequences would be from the fact that she had angered her. But it seems that Paula doesn't care about her now, because the arrow flew right in front of her head. It was the master archer who fired, clearly furious at the news. Meanwhile, Grozny was heading somewhere. Shakira opened the door for him and bowed. He asked how the preparation of the 7th floor was going, and Shakira replied that she had selected a dungeon with a difficulty level of C+. It is located in Pakistan, and especially around the gates there are armed terrorist groups. She was informed that among them there was a player of quite a high level, and in connection with this, even the government was unable to get close to that place. And she was also informed that Ken had arrived at headquarters, although he was already sitting in his office. He stood up and shook his hand, and Pikachu used his ability and called him Vincent's dog. Ken asked what he meant by a dog, because if he were, he wouldn't be here. Poor Ken's hand, but he endured the pain and said he was embarrassed by such a warm greeting. Grozny asked if he had fulfilled his request. Ken thought that his calmness was not a bluff, and it is officially known that Vincent and Grozny both cleared the 6th floor. Ken said that he had done everything, but he himself thought that Vincent was inferior to the formidable one in strength. On the top floor of the dungeon, Isaac will kill Vincent, Ken said. The day of entering the dungeon came, and when the man saw the tanks, he ran to tell his boss about it. But as soon as the man told about the strangers, he was immediately killed. A few minutes later, the second man was also killed. It was Shakira. Grozny was pleased and asked about the estimated time before the invasion of the gate area. She replied that 10 minutes would be enough. Isaac and the others had already gathered at the entrance. Lay wrote that the first attempt at a joint cleanup of the 7th floor following the Messiah Guild. What is the position of the Messiah Guild? He asked Paula if they should make their position known by making a statement. Then he walked up to her and said that she had a familiar expression on her face. Lay reminded her that she had the same expression on her face now as when they met. That day they first met, and he thought they were very similar. But it seems I was wrong, said Lay, and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was not worth talking about the past. He stated that this time she was on her own, and it had nothing to do with him. This is the work of terrorists who hate players, Lay said. Owen, as usual, was in his office reading a newspaper. He got angry and threw the newspaper on the table. Lee became worried and asked what had happened again. Owen pouted like a child and said that the Messiah Guild had started to show its teeth. They claimed that their building had been attacked by terrorists from other guilds, and the government had given them permission to investigate. He shouted that this was unacceptable. They had received the right from the government, which meant that they could now use force even against ordinary citizens. Nobody has any idea what's really going on in the minds of those Messiah Guild freaks. He complained that if things continued like this, all power would end up in their hands. Owen started teasing and pretending that Lay's fans would beg for their protection, and Lee watched this performance with a tired look. Lee thought she had heard this 20 times already. Owen couldn't calm down and was screaming when the phone rang. Francois called him and Owen greeted him playfully. Francois said that the gastric juice of the golden dragon has arrived in Pakistan. He asked if he knew how to use it, and Owen replied that he himself did not know anything. He was simply asked to get it, and that's all. And Francois, as expected, began to scold him for ordering such an expensive thing without knowing its use. Owen calmly replied that his client said that he would kill him. Will he kill? Francois asked again. He was asking who he was going to kill, how he got into the coverage area, and the connection was interrupted. And at the entrance to the dungeon, all three guilds gathered, and Ken appeared again. Perhaps this time Ken is played by John, but this is only a guess. At such a place and time, a boy came with a package for Mr. Isaac. Ken told Isaac that he would handle it himself. Apparently it was John pretending to be Isaac. The guy tried to do his job and said that the owner should personally receive the delivery, but Ken made it clear to him that it was better to give it to him. Ken picked up the delivery and started to open it. Locke asked what he ordered. It was the gastric juice of the golden dragon that Francois found. Locke, not knowing his actions, said that he thought it was something bad, so he decided to take a look and asked why he needed this thing. John said that he had heard somewhere that the dragon's stomach juices could reveal the true appearance of a sealed item. But John himself did not see this, so these can only be rumors. John started teasing Locke that he didn't know anything about it, and Locke got angry as usual. Now Locke was being teased by two people. Locke started shouting that he knew everything, and John continued to tease him playfully, and Ken apparently got tired of these guys. Then Locke asked to leave this guy here and go to the dungeon without him. He reminded him that this guy had killed all his guys and that they couldn't trust him. But John lifted his sleeve and showed the seal, and said that now he could be trusted more than anyone else. Locke continued to shout that there could be anything worse than a man who had already died once and come back to life again, but John only smiled. We are shown the day John asked to be taken with him, and how Locke scolds him. John said that he did not know why Isaac hated the Messiah, and that he did not care what would happen to this guild. This madman dreamed of seeing Isaac and the Messiah guild tear each other apart. Of course, Ken asked why he should trust him, and what guarantees he had that he would not betray him. While Locke asked in unpleasant surprise if he was really going to take it with him, John put an envelope on the table. Sole submission. With this, you can bind yourself to another person. John will be dependent on Ken and will not be able to betray him. Locke called him an idiot and asked him what he would do if he asked him to die. But John said that Mr. Isaac had many opportunities to kill him, but he did not. He is not one of those who love to kill in vain, and he will not harm me, said John. Ken thought that John tied the knot around his neck himself, because this skill is not useful to him, as Locke swears at John in a funny way. But Ken couldn't figure out what was going on in this strange guy's mind. There was no time to think about it, because it was time to enter the dungeon, and Ken told everyone to follow him. John happily followed him and asked what sealed thing he wanted to find. Locke immediately shouted why he needed this information, and John said that since he was on the team, he could ask. On the first night, Locke was already sleeping like a log while Ken was reading the dungeon's conditions. To get to the second level, you need to kill 111,111 goblins. Ken thought that the conditions were the same as last time. And on the last 7th level, the Goblin King will sit. Then he looked at his level 176, achievement 158. The battle continued on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the dungeons. And now the time came to go to the 4th floor, and Vincent saw the Mokosh Guild. And on the 4th floor, the Thunderbird Guild leader asked Ken if he had spoken with Isaac. Ken said he had relayed everything and asked when exactly they would start working. Grozny replied that when they got to the 4th floor, they would first act with the Phoenix Guild and Isaac's team. He said that Ken would use the commotion during the battle, and together with Isaac, he would move to the rear of the Phoenix Guild. Grozny said that Ken needed to give him a sign, and then he would deal with this Vincent. While the guild was fighting, one of the players asked if he could ask Vincent a question. He asked if he believed in Ken. The player continued that Ken says that he twists Isaac as he pleases, but he could just be mistaken. The player was worried and asked what if a battle with Grozny happened, what if Isaac took their side. Vincent said he never trusts anyone enough to put his life on the line. Vincent said he trusts himself and the situation. In this dungeon, he decided to kill the formidable one with his own hands, and they would capture the Thunderbird Guild. Meanwhile, Ken finally reached level 180. The representative of the Dark World is delighted with his abilities and sends him a gift, a catalog. Ken got another skill, and Locke immediately ran to him with questions. How cute! Ken's face is so funny, as is Locke's, who was happy about the skill as if it was his skill. Envelope with Banshee skill, Cursed Soul Effect, Banshee Summon. Ken said that this is the first time he has seen such a skill, so he himself does not know whether this is a good or bad skill. Confused, Locke thought that Ken always talked like he knew everything, so he decided that he knew. John said that Isaac is above any player who has the status of a representative of the Dark World. Naturally, no one had ever seen the skills he would be receiving, and Locke was angry that John was being clever again. Then Locke came up with something and said that the kid seemed to know something, but not everything. Locke stated that Isaac wasn't that strong, and for some reason this angered John, and Ken, not paying attention, tore up the envelope. Ken gained a new skill, and Locke told John that it was Ken who had the power. And Isaac is actually John. It seems the kid wasn't aware of it. That's right. John thinks that Isaac just wanted to hide his identity, and this is not the real Isaac. And then Ken finally finished off the baby by saying that he was real. And at this time, Grozny and Shakira were alone, and Grozny asked what was bothering her so much. He asked if it was because of Ken. Shakira said she doesn't like his look. He's openly spying and working for Vincent and the boss at the same time. She said that, frankly, they couldn't trust his words about cooperation. Grozny said that it was quite possible that it would be worthwhile to deal with Vincent and Ken, and even Isaac in one fell swoop. He said that they had already analyzed their combat capability. Isaac could summon a maximum of 200 skeleton warriors, but even if Vincent helps him and these scum, they still won't be able to stop him. Grozny stated that even if something changes, they will get nothing anyway. He warned his men waiting outside the gate that if he died in this dungeon, they would kill everyone. Ken used his skill. Banshee lets out long screams, and the frightened goblins begin to lose their fighting spirit. Locke admired the Banshee. He said that he didn't even need to interfere with it, but Ken said that wasn't enough, and Locke sadly asked if he still had to intervene. Ken was talking about a skill. He meant that this skill is not very effective. Too much waste of magic power for a skill that doesn't directly damage the enemy. John asked if this meant they would not use Banshees in future battles. However, Ken said that no matter how low the efficiency of a skill is, there is always a way to make up for the shortcoming. This was a Lich summon. The required level was above 180. That skill he then exchanged for the Cyclops' demonic eye. Ken gains the Dark World representative skill of summoning a Lich, and now has a new achievement for summoning a Lich. There was an explosion, and a dark-colored fog covered the sky. Locke asked what was happening and if Ken knew this would happen. Ken denied it and replied that he himself did not expect it. Some black smoke appeared in front of him. A huge demon appeared before him, and demanded that he make a sacrifice. Ken pointed confidently at the monsters and asked if that was not enough. During the thunderstorm that was caused by Ken, Shakira noticed it and pointed it out to Grozny. Shakira said that this place is supposedly where Isaac's guild is located. Grozny suddenly remembered the moment when he made a contract with Indra. He began to worry that perhaps Isaac had gained power comparable to Indra's. Grozny realized that this could interfere with their plan and ordered Shakira to follow him to eliminate this obstacle. Vincent's guild also noticed this thunder, and the player asked if Isaac's zone was there. The player suggested that maybe he had lured a new skill. Vincent said that it was not uncommon for a dungeon to let you level up and get a new skill. However, Vincent himself understood perfectly well that this was definitely an unusual skill. Suddenly, lightning flew from the forest straight at Vincent, but the player was able to quickly protect him. Of course, it was Mr. Pikachu who threw the lightning bolt, thinking that Vincent had decided to stop him. Vincent also looked at Grozny with fury, and reminded him that until he destroyed the boss monster of the 7th floor, he had to help him. But Grozny said he thought about it and realized he didn't have to do it. But Shakira noticed something, and all the other players turned around. It was that incredibly creepy demon. Lich used the summoner's power. The number of all summoned creatures doubles. Shakira naively assumed it was Ken and he kept his promise. But Grozny thought that it seemed that the strength that Isaac had demonstrated so far had doubled, in which case there was no point in him currying favor with him and Vincent. He didn't understand why he hid his strength, and wondered if perhaps he had been seeking a three-way conflict from the very beginning. But Ivan the Terrible decided that no matter what, Isaac's plan would not work, because he has his own plans, and he is going to carry them out by any means necessary. He decided to deal with Isaac after killing Vincent, and activated the Divine Punishment skill. Vincent, of course, did not intend to die here so easily and prepared for an attack. But as soon as he got ready, Locke ran up to him and protected him with the Shield of the Aegis. Vincent said that it was Isaac's assistant, but Locke got angry, and even at that moment began to complain that no one knew his name and nickname, Sheba. Vincent, of course, ignored this complaint. He did not understand what was happening. But then Gungnir activated the Divine Punishment skill and struck Locke. This was, of course, a blow from Grozny, and only now did Vincent understand how strong Grozny was. The skill blessing of the River Styx was activated, and Locke jumped out of the pit, shouting Sheba. Shakira was shocked that he was able to parry such a blow and survive. She wondered why Isaac's assistant decided to help Vincent. Grozny thought that it seemed that he wanted to destroy him by conspiring with him, and wondered where Ken was. While he stood there wondering about Ken, the ghost made his way through all the players. Of course, he took advantage of this chance and attacked Grozny. It was Ken who put on the helmet and was able to become a ghost. He was unhappy with his attack. Locke was happy to see Ken, but Vincent was completely confused. Grozny managed to survive the attack. Although he received fatal damage, he had 1 health point left. And then Indra nailed it. The effect of the skill upon receiving fatal damage, Indra descends from the heavens, enters the owner's body, and incinerates everything around. This Indra possessed Grozny, and now he became much stronger. Not Pikachu, but Thor. The monster was also angry and said that he would destroy all the pathetic people. Everything got out of control. The monster began to destroy everything in its path. Even the experienced Vincent had never encountered anything like this. The monster began to shoot lightning at everyone indiscriminately, even at its own players. Luckily, Ken somehow managed to survive and asked with a smirk why he was so angry. Ken pointed up and said that his real enemy was up there on the rock and that he was just following Isaac's orders. John continued to look at Ken naively, wondering why. The master points at him. Ken told him to stop killing everyone indiscriminately. This only angered the monster, and he attacked Ken. Both Locke and John were very surprised that Ken just stood there when he was shot. The enraged monster continued to scream for him to die, and after several blows, he said that it finally became quieter. The thunder reached its maximum, and suddenly lightning flashed from the smoke. It was Ken who was able to unlock the power of the Thunderer. The real Thor turned out to be Ken. He raised his hammer and held the lightning. Everything is going according to his plan. We were taken back to the past where Locke was angry and told Ken that they needed to talk. Locke screamed that how could he tell him anything and start acting. It is unclear why Locke moved away. Since he was still screaming, Locke asked what he was going to do with the dragon's gastric juice. Ken reminded Locke about the item from Vincent's arsenal. That strange thing, Locke replied. Then Ken opened a flask of gastric juice and poured it onto the strange thing. Ken unlocked the sealed power and became the master of Mjolnir. Locke only now realized that Ken had prepared and, having foreseen this, had bought gastric juice. Grozny didn't know what this object was, but he realized that the hammer was absorbing his attacks. So he took out his trident and attacked him. Ken realized that he changed his attacks when he realized that his attacks weren't working. As Ken himself said, Grozny is much stronger than the others. He is on a completely different level. He understands perfectly well that the spear is longer than the hammer and skillfully uses this property. However, Ken fought off his attack and Ken flew up to him and hit him. In the past, Ken was originally an infighter, a style of boxing in which the boxer prefers to fight at close range. Locke was worried because Ken was in the air and it's hard to dodge punches in the air. But luckily Ken had Hermes boots, which allow him to walk without touching the ground. Grozny began to say that he doubted it, but now he knows for sure that Ken does not work for Isaac. Vincent is also surprised by Ken's skills. He has been haunting him since his trip to Egypt. He looked at Ken with a furious gaze and thought that he had raised a tiger cub. The monster terrible said that he admitted that he had underestimated him too much. It was his mistake. Then Grozny said that he would now fight with full force. Grozny shouted to Ken that when he got to heaven, he could brag to everyone that he had fought with someone like him. The monster cornered Ken, and Grozny began to mock Ken. Grozny was still able to slightly touch Ken, and he used the Dark World vampire skill. And after that, I used another skill of the Dark World, Bloody Fog. But Grozny laughed and said that such cheap tricks did not work on him. He managed to completely evaporate the fog with his single touch. Ken was able to hit him once, but then Grozny responded with a stronger blow. And then he began to mock him, asking if he saw the difference between them. Grozny confidently thanked Ken for such a spectacle, but decided to end it. However, Ken stood up and said that he too had not had this much fun in a long time, fighting such a superior opponent and using all your strength. Ken said that it had been a long time since he had fought without someone's help. He couldn't even remember when it was. Skeleton warriors ran towards him, which Grozny destroyed with one blow, and then Isaac appeared. Ken stated that he had already told him that his real enemy was not him. John thought that while the master was stalling for time, he had placed people right under Ivan the Terrible's nose. These are certainly not skeleton warriors, but with these guys they can finally put an end to this. But Grozny shouted that this would definitely not help him, and struck his first blow. And when Grozny struck straight at Ken, but Locke ran up and protected his comrade. Locke shouted to Grozny that if he wanted to strike his comrade, he would have to kill the tank. Ken was lucky to have such a friend. He pulled Merlin's staff out of his inventory. And the Lich's magic flows in abundance, and the Lich summons additional skeleton warriors. Vincent thought that Grozny was almost invincible, but now he has taken a defensive position. He decided that when Ken was in a critical situation, Isaac came to his aid. Like his comrade, Vincent realized that this had probably been planned in advance by Ken. It was already morning. Indra's coming was cancelled. Restoration was impossible, as he did not have enough magical powers. Grozny was completely exhausted and fell from fatigue onto the skeleton's armor. Ken, on the other hand, was full of energy and said that there is no infinite power in the world. Grozny said that he was so exhausted that it was even funny, and reminded Ken that although he spoke like that about magical power, he himself constantly summoned them. Ken didn't answer anything else and just left, and one of his skeletons with a sword ran up to Grozny. Shakira was shocked by the death of the leader and fell to the ground, like the rest of the players. She looked at Ken and thought how this freak could betray them, and decided to deal with him with her own hands. Isaac approached the players of the Thunderbird Guild and said that they needed to choose a successor to replace Grozny. Shakira was surprised by this. She only realized that he had no plans to kill everyone. Then she stood up and said that the boss didn't say who would take over the guild after him. Therefore, she suggested that Isaac be chosen to be the one who would represent the Thunderbird Guild. Shakira herself thought that there were no idiots who did not know that she was his right hand. She decided that they needed to survive the dungeon first and then deal with Ken. But her grandiose thoughts were interrupted by Ken when he said that he would take over the management of the guild. Ken stepped forward and said that before going to Egypt, he had made some sort of deal with Ivan the Terrible. For killing one person, he promised to give him a high position in Thunderbird. He stated that he had accepted his offer and fulfilled his part of the agreement and therefore had every right to the boss's position. Ken said Shakira was there too when Grozny offered him a deal. But Shakira started screaming that he was talking complete nonsense and that there was no deal. Shakira thought that the boss was dead. Even if he lied, no one had proof. If the differences were not resolved, most likely they would have to fight. But she is not stupid and understands that in the event of a fight, Isaac will kill the entire guild, and admitted that there was such an agreement. She was angry and said that even if Ken had the right, she was the one who was always by the boss's side. Shakira screamed that when the boss was running the guild, she was there and that Isaac should appoint her. And then other guild members will accept it, and it will also be beneficial for clearing the dungeon. Poor John was already starting to worry, but then Vincent appeared with his guild. Vincent asked who came up with the idea of appointing successors to the leader of the Thunderbird. Since Grozny was dead, according to his will, the Thunderbird should go to his guild. He told Isaac not to interfere because these points had been agreed upon between him and Ivan the Terrible in advance. Ken approached him, and Vincent cursed that it was not enough for him to break into the weapons warehouse. Now he was encroaching on his property. But Ken replied that he seemed to have misunderstood everything. He himself did not know that it would turn out this way, and most importantly, he destroyed Grozny as he had instructed him. Everything went wrong because of Isaac's stubbornness, not his will, Ken lied. He tried to stick to the plan even if Ivan the Terrible died. Naturally, he also felt sorry to miss such a chance, so he did not refuse him. In gratitude for the support he has given him so far, he will give one piece of advice. There was no point in continuing to be stubborn, and he suggested that he forget about the Thunderbird, and if he didn't do it, then Isaac will kill him, because he is one of those who goes to the end for his goal. Ken is such a liar, but oh well, they're already on the 7th floor of the dungeon. He no longer hid his strength. Ken now had Thor's hammer and Odin's spear. Mana costs for maintaining the skill have been halved, and the Thunderer's strength skill level has increased by 200%. Ken ordered his skeleton warriors to battle, and the battle between the skeletons and the goblins began. Vincent stood below and was angry at Isaac because of this guy he had disgraced himself in front of his people. He decided that now he would do as he wanted, but for today's insult, he would ask him for tens and hundreds of times more. The plateau area in Pakistan. The dungeon is cleared, but a surprise awaits the guys at the entrance. Shakira and the Thunderbird Guild were the first to emerge from the dungeon. Shakira approached the soldiers and ordered them to stop all actions. She said that from now on, according to the last order of his boss in the Thunderbird Guild. And from that moment on, a new guild leader is appointed. Ken stood behind her and smiled slyly as Shakira talked about the new leader. In the dungeon, Ken feigned an apology to them and stated that Isaac had appointed him as Grozny's successor. And he said that since that was the case, before they left the dungeon, he would give one warning. Ken ordered them not to tell anyone that he had been appointed successor. He said to keep an eye on his people, and Vincent asked if they really looked like idiots who would go around chatting about this. He then asked why he couldn't talk about it. If he were him, he would want to tell everyone that he became the guild leader. Ken said it wasn't his idea, but Isaac's, who had his own plan. Therefore, at the entrance to the dungeon, Shakira said nothing about the new successor and ordered a meeting of the leaders to be held. Isaac gathered the journalists to give a statement. He began by thanking the players. He continued that he was very grateful to be able to stand there. After a long discussion, they came to one conclusion. They decided to merge the two guilds into one. Forward, the new guild will clear dungeons, fight monsters, and save the world. Without seeking any reward, a banner was unfurled behind Isaac. Isaac announced the founding of the Savior Guild. The people who heard Isaac's statement were delighted with the new guild. Owen was beaming in his office, thinking that now he could become a worthy rival to the Messiah Guild. He was angry that it took him so long to take this step. His lofty thoughts were interrupted by the crunch of chips, and he began to yell at Locke to eat in his house. But Locke ignored his advice and said that he was a national hero who cleared out a 7-story dungeon. And he said that if he behaved like that, he would go to another office. This provocation did not frighten him at all. Alvin himself decided to make fun of him and told Lee that Locke wanted to move to another office and ordered him to help him pack his things. Lee decided to play along with him in this and thanked him for everything. Poor Locke got nervous. Owen laughed and asked what the people's hero would do now. Ken returned to his hideout and opened his box with his items. He managed to collect quite a few. During the battle with Grozny, the summoned lich was stronger than Ken thought. However, this is still not enough to defeat Lei, and Vincent in his office did not look as elegant as usual. He said that he was some kind of son of a bitch who should only obey his orders. Vincent shouted that he no longer recognized him and asked how he had the conscience to appear before him. But Ken approached him and said that he was still a subordinate. It was just that the boss had changed. Vincent looked at him silently, and Ken said that there was no need to be so upset because he had always wanted to go beyond the Messiah's guild. He continued to say that now the Thunderbird and the Phoenix are under Isaac's command. Ken was pleased with himself and said with a sly smile that finally a force had appeared that could resist the Messiah guild. This enraged Vincent, and he smashed his glass of drink, asking Ken what he even knew about him. Ken, without thinking, answered that he knew that he was one of those who walked over people just to get to the top, and he couldn't get to the top because Lei was stronger. A loser, always second, Ken continued to mock him, calling him a weakling. He said that Vincent pretended to be a strong man, but in reality, he was a coward who had a lot to lose. And Ken added that he now had two choices, to remain angry until the end of days, or follow Isaac and become a real hero. Vincent leaned back in his chair, feeling sorry for himself, thinking that he was Vincent and that he could lose everything in an instant like that. He wondered what he had done wrong and where he had made a mistake. Vincent did not understand anything. But the world did not stand still. A huge dragon appeared in the city, repeating the scene from Godzilla. The news reported that yesterday, at around 8 o'clock in the evening, an explosion occurred in a dungeon in the center of Paris, which led to numerous losses. At the request of the government, a team of dragon hunters arrived at the scene and eliminated the monster. Francois easily dealt with the huge dragon and simply left. On the internet, everyone was writing about dragons. Everyone was writing about a dungeon with dragons. This did not please Francois at all, and his funeral director said that perhaps this news put him in an awkward position. Francois replied that it was more than just an awkward situation, and looked at the crowd, all demanding that they clear out the 7-story dungeon. He replied that he did not want to put the lives of the townspeople at risk. He was trying to soberly assess his strengths. The assistant agreed with him and said that they were not ready for a 7-story dungeon. Francois himself understood that if he did nothing, the people would become increasingly dissatisfied. Having reached the building, Francois thanked his assistant when suddenly he noticed Lee at his building. He thought she was still as diligent as ever, so it seemed he wasn't too late. Lee greeted Francois and he thanked her for making the difficult journey from Korea. They went into a restaurant and it turned out that Francois had rented the entire restaurant for her, so besides them, there were only workers there. He doesn't look like Owen, who was ready to fight for a penny. He turned around and saw Locke, who was devouring all the food in a second. Locke noticed his gaze and shouted angrily, "Hadn't he ever seen a man eat?" Francois stood up and walked up to Locke, asking what he was doing in the restaurant he had rented. Francois approached Locke, asking who he was that he was sitting in the restaurant he had rented and eating as he pleased, and Locke had already begun to answer. But then Secretary Lee interrupted him and said that it was just her colleague from work, not allowing Locke to boast of his successes, and Francois decided that they took on newcomers so that he could gain experience in a foreign country and at the same time work as a bodyguard. Poor Locke was already upset at being called a newbie, and a bodyguard at that, but then Lee finished him off by ordering him to sit quietly while they talked. Then Lee put an envelope on the table and said that now she would like to talk business. She checked his proposal and the materials he sent. The document summarizes all the conditions on their side, and in short, for clearing a 7-story dungeon in France, they want a page of Death Knight skills. Francois read the document, and Lee added that as he himself knew, the Death Knight skill page was not of legendary rank, but of unique rank, and if they put in a little effort, they would be able to obtain it themselves. He started to say that he understood the rank of this skill perfectly well, but Lee asked him to listen to her a little longer since she was not finished. Lee said that the last time he came to Korea, he gave them something. And the director said that he would give a discount, taking into account the cost of that item. It seems that Francois did not expect that. Francois replied that it turned out that his friend had a little conscience left, when suddenly Paula came in and noticed that they were all gathered there at such an early hour. Paula also sat down at their table and laughingly asked if her Messiah guild really had to compete with some rabble for the right to clear a dungeon in France. She laughed and said that she was speechless from such absurdity, and asked the dragon hunter if he was trying to make jokes. Paula said that their French government asked her guild for help and started yelling at Lee, asking her if she understood who she was going to compete with and what her situation was now. Here Locke could not stand it any longer and butted into the conversation, shouting that even a newbie like him could no longer remain silent. And if she doesn't like competing with them, then she can return to Korea and the right to clean up will pass to them. Locke said that he knew that the Messiah guild had never dived into a dungeon above B rank. And the dungeon that appeared in France recently is of A rank. It turns out they have no experience in clearing such dungeons. And if their new savior guild gets around them and successfully clears out the raid, then they won't be so overconfident anymore. Then Lee stood up and said that she had already told her that she would soon find out everything and left, leaving Paula shaking with fear. The next day's news was all about this, namely that the Messiah's Guild had a branch office in the center of Paris. Now that the Messiah had a competitor, people watched what was happening with excitement. While Paula was in the spotlight, Francois watched her in the shadows as Lee and Locke, also hiding their faces, approached her. Lee asked if the journalists had noticed him, and judging by the fact that there was no fuss, it was clear that the journalists had not noticed him. They hadn't seen each other for a month. Francois asked how she was doing in Paris. Lee thanked him for his concern and replied that everything was fine with them. Francois handed her the package and said that thanks to her, they had managed to resolve urgent problems. The condition she was offered was to clear out the 7-story dungeon, but she didn't say that the Savior Guild would take part in it. Thanks to her intervention and influence on Paula, the French government managed to carry out a joint operation in a very advantageous location. Moreover, the Messiah's Guild announced to the whole world that it would personally intervene. Now it's just a matter of time before the dungeon is cleared, but it's not over yet. Lee will gratefully accept this gift from the Dragon Hunter. In the end, the Messiah's Guild lost the right to clean up, and Locke was in a bad mood because he had been killing monsters for a whole month. He was used to stir up public opinion. Lee checked what was in the package. Of course it was a Death Knight skill, and thanked Francois. Francois was about to leave, but he stopped and said what he wanted to say. To be honest, he still doesn't understand anything. It was the competition and the fight for the right to clean up that made sense to them. So why did they give in so easily? Francois asked. Francois asked if Isaac himself was afraid to enter the 7-story rank A dungeon. Lee calmly said that there would be a press release in a few hours. It seems that Locke himself did not know anything. And Ken at this time was in the North York Moors National Park. The Savior Guild must enter the dungeon as soon as possible, namely the 7-story dungeon of A+ rank in Britain. It seems that both Francois and Locke were unaware that another 7-story A+ rank dungeon had appeared 3 months ago, inside a 7-story C rank dungeon, after the very battle in which Ken was able to create a new guild. Shakira, Locke, and Georg left after Ken ordered them to, and he used his Eye of Anubis skill to look into Grozny's past. Ken himself didn't expect that the merger of Grozny was so great, who knew that he would hide from everyone the existence of a rank A+ dungeon in Britain. Apparently Ken got lucky once again. While he was rejoicing, they called him. Picking up the phone, the voice immediately asked how the weather was in Britain. It was Owen at Ken's. He said that the locals don't even carry an umbrella with them in the rain. Ken replied that he was not a local, but a Korean. But Owen jokingly said that Isaac was not Korean, but American. Ken asked how things were going at the moment. Owen replied that this was not their first day working together, and naturally everything was going according to plan. Everyone was amazed that the Savior Guild had only been founded a month ago, and they were already heading to the 7-story A-rank dungeon. The guys from the Messiah were probably furious. As they expected, large guilds began to offer their forces. First, their applications need to be approved. The Chinese guild Kunlun said that they would send 18 high-ranking players from the Great Guild. Carrie, Rowana, and Ellis, whom Ken already knows, will come. The Border Guild will also come and send Jay Jackson, and players from the Victoria Guild, considered the best in the British Royal Palace, will join. Ken replied that he had assembled a good lineup of players, but Owen added that it was not over yet. Despite the fact that they need to clear a dungeon in France, a request to join was received from the Messiah Guild. It looks like they want to send their people by any means necessary. Owen said that he probably knows him, Chad. He is from Paula's inner circle, one of the members of the Round Table, of which there are not many left. Ken replied that it was even good. Owen started shouting why he was saying that everything was good. Ken replied that they would still regret that they had dispersed their forces. Great Britain, the day of clearing the 7-story rank A dungeon. All the participants gathered. Even Vincent put aside his pride and came. The Great Guild from America, the Chinese Kunlun Guild, and of course the Messiah Guild. Already in the 7-story dungeon of rank A, everyone received a notification that they had destroyed the master of the Minotaur Labyrinth. The Messiah Guild was fighting in the dungeon. Leigh asked what day it was today, and Paula replied that it was already the 10th. Leia apparently wasn't happy with this because he told her that he would go ahead on the next floor. Paula was confused and said that the guild members would suffer then, but Leigh interrupted her and said that the growth of the guild members was important, but it was too slow. Leigh said that the Savior Guild had most likely already entered the A-rank dungeon. Leigh was scaring Paula. He said that they should finish before them, and when they exited the dungeon, they would immediately begin preparing for the next one, possibly an 8-story dungeon. Leigh hoped to meet his main rival there. Isaac read a message that said that in order to move to the next floor, they must hold out for 10 days. Isaac was happy that the survival quest was starting from the first floor when Chad approached him, asking if he was Isaac. He gave his name and said that he was from the Messiah Guild, adding that he was glad to meet them, extending his hand. Isaac shook his hand and said his name. Then Rowana came up to them and asked if they wanted to leave without them. Rowana pointed to Ellis and Jay, saying that he already knew them. It was a long time ago, but they saw each other in the dungeon of Durakana. Now these guys weren't acting so arrogant, and Ellis even greeted Isaac. Isaac himself thought that Ellis had become calmer than before, and said that now he remembered her, which is why they seemed familiar to him. He decided to make fun of them by saying that he was glad to see them again. Of course, the two of them weren't very happy about it. Suddenly, the guys from the Chinese guild said that he finally found them. He said that they would have to fight together for some time and get to know each other better beforehand. A player greeted everyone on behalf of the Kunal Guild, and another player also greeted everyone on behalf of the Victoria Guild. Only Vincent stood aside and was angry that they had arranged some kind of meeting of friends and whined again about why everything turned out this way. Isaac said that since representatives from all the guilds were gathered here, he wanted to propose a bet to raise morale. The boss monster on the top floor of the dungeon is a dragon, Isaac said. Therefore, all other monsters can be considered as guardians, protecting the dragon's lair. As they all know, unlike normal monsters, they will unite with other races and form armies to attack players. Everyone probably already saw that there was a survival quest on the first floor, which meant that a large number of guardians would gather there. Chad asked what kind of bet he was offering. Isaac replied that it was simple. They had already done this before, and since those who had participated then were gathering, the explanation would be brief. The guild that destroys the most monsters will be given Merlin's staff by Isaac. But it won't be free. Those who want to take part in the bet must bet an item of legendary rank, approximately equal to this staff. The Chinese guild player thought that this was Isaac's style, but all 5 guilds, including the Messiah Guild, had made a secret agreement to maintain their fighting strength all the way to the top floor. He hoped there would be no unexpected obstacles in their plan, as he noticed that Raona had spilled. Raona told Isaac that he must know that this staff he was holding was the property of their great guild. Ellis thought Raona looked like a monster, while Raona told Isaac that this was clearly a provocation. Isaac, of course, sarcastically replied that he wouldn't dare do such a thing, and Raona only became more angry. Locke stood further away so he didn't understand anything. But then Raona decided to calm down and said that if he wanted to return Merlin's staff to them, then there was no reason to refuse. She decided to accept the bet, but said that they also had a condition in return, and Locke had already run to Isaac. The condition was that he would have to promise that neither Merlin's staff nor King Arthur's ring would be used during the competition. Isaac asked why did it really irritate them so much when he used these items in front of others. Raona admitted that this was true. However, that was not the whole reason. Isaac's abilities and powers could be compared to Master Lei, and if he wants to make a bet with them, then they must make this concession. Let me remind you that Raona herself used these items in the same bet, but Isaac agreed to such conditions. Locke thought that without King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, the effectiveness of the items on the course table would greatly decrease, and he was worried whether Ken would be able to cope with this. Then a Chinese player ran up and asked who gave them the right to make this decision alone. But Raona looked at him with such a look that he immediately shut up, and Raona said that he seemed too self-confident and asked if she could add one more condition. They will bet on how many guardians will be destroyed by the Savior Guild alone and how many by other guilds. That is, the Savior Guild against all other guilds. Locke started shouting that this was too much, but someone said that it made sense. It was Chad, saying that Isaac had been the one to suggest the bet in the first place, and trying to motivate them to get to the top floor as quickly as possible. While it may sound a little disadvantageous to him, Lady Roana's offer makes sense to Chad. Locke only grew more angry and wondered what they had done. Whether they were taking them for fools, he believed that Isaac would not agree to these terms. But then Isaac said that he would like to add something if he wins this bet and gets all the legendary items, which the players have, so that later there won't be a single objection. It seems he really believes in his victory. Meanwhile, Lee was watching the news, which reported on the restoration work on the Hansen building that had been destroyed in the terrorist attack. Suddenly, the light came on, and Owen appeared in the room. He apologized and said that he didn't want to scare her. Owen approached her and asked why she hadn't left yet. Lee didn't give a clear answer, and Owen thought that something must have happened to her. Then he noticed that she was reading articles about the Hansen Group and the Messiah Guild, apparently all because of her old friend. So he hurriedly said that it was already late and suggested going to the corporate party today, and asked what she wanted for dinner. Owen patted her chest and said that he would treat her to an expensive dinner of her choice. Lee remained silent and continued to look at Owen, and he began to get nervous, but then Lee finally agreed. They went to a tent snack bar, of which there are many throughout Korea. Owen said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. She always saw him as skimping on everything, but she didn't have to eat that kind of food. Lee replied that she knew he had a lot of money, the money he won from bets he made on clearing dungeons, since she was the one who looked after the accounts in Isaac's name. He probably doesn't act like this because he's obsessed with money, but Lee would just like to help him because she knows that both he and she have the same goal. Then Oven, after a short silence, asked about her father. This dragon hunter told her everything. 4 years ago in Seoul, Father Lee was in his office when he was called by the chairman. The chairman swore when he saw his stock price plummet, shouting that he had told them earlier not to let reporters in. Neil, apparently Paula's father was the chairman of the Hansen Group, he scolded the director for the information reaching the journalists. Lee's father also read all the articles about their group, while Neil shouted out what the government man who proposed working together knew. There has been chaos since the morning. People have been rioting outside the Hansen Group building, demanding an investigation to see if they are experimenting on players. Neil took all the documents and threw them at the director's face, asking if he thought he had the right to occupy his post and stand here. The man continued to apologize and bowed to the chairman, who promised to sort out the situation. Father Lee stood up and asked the chairman to calm down and said that the director would not do all this to them on purpose. After all, he had worked here for so many years. And he himself probably had a hard time. Because of all these incidents, the director's nose started bleeding from the blow from the chairman. Jin's father Lee approached the principal and said that he didn't have to bow so much and that he hadn't been having a good time lately. He said he would talk to the chairman himself and let him get on with the job and asked the nervous Neil if he could go back now. When the director left, Jin began picking up the documents that had scattered all over the floor while Neil shouted that you can't be too nice to your subordinates. If you indulge them, they'll start to think they can make a mistake next time, Neil said. Jin was silent for a moment and then asked if he could give him some advice for old time's sake. Neil, a little embarrassed, asked if he was going to nag at him again. But Jin told him that this was an unpleasant situation. On the contrary, it could turn into a good opportunity. Neil asked if he was saying that this crisis was their opportunity. Jin replied that that was not what he was talking about and asked Neil what he thought was the biggest problem with working with the government and the Messiah Project. The biggest problem, no matter how you look at it, is the players. They just yawned and one fine day, they had an awakening. Neil complained that they pretended to be the best and did not listen to their superiors. The chairman said that if they were a little less valuable, he would have found a way to get them to do the same. Jin replied that he was absolutely right, but at the moment, there was a certain Lei among them, which is the biggest problem. Just at this time, Lei was standing below. Lei said that before they monsters started appearing from the gate again, they had to chant the gate from the inside, so one of the players created a double of himself. Silent hunter skill. Double and ran inside and Lei asked if he could see anything. The player said he was looking for the boss monster. The player just said that he didn't see anything. Someone grabbed him and started dragging him. Then he stopped and said that it seemed like there was some kind of flying monster behind the gate. Moreover, it was the first time he saw such a kind of monster. Other players tried to calm him down. The flying monster, seen for the first time, Lei said that he needed to talk to the director and delay the cleanup time. At this time, Jin said that the special security team, including Lei, they all abandoned all their duties. Jin said that they keep delaying the gate clearing time. Lei stood at the door and listened to Jin say that if the player were to push back the gate that was still being held back in the Hansen Group's basement might rupture and spread outward. Jin said they had to make a decision. He was flying to France tonight. In order to hire a player to replace Lei, Neil asked if he had anyone in mind. Apparently the narcissist Lei did not like this. Jin said that there is one guy who has been the focus of attention from all over the world lately. The only survivor of a quest called Dragon. Lei's ego took a huge hit from this. He opened the door to Neil's office and immediately said that he had something to report. Jin said that the chairman was talking now and asked what he was doing. Lei replied with a smirk that he had an urgent matter. Jin replied that no matter how urgent it was, he was being too rude. The chairman couldn't resist and threw a glass at Lei, but he of course dodged it. And he said arrogantly that the chairman shouldn't worry so much, it was bad for his health. Neil shouted, "How dare he come here," as if it were his own home. Jin ran over to calm him down while Neil shouted that who was he to decide what was urgent and what wasn't. Neil complained that once you treat the players normally, they no longer understand what's what. Lei only became more angry and attacked the chairman, who then immediately fell silent. Jin noticed the blood on his face and protected him with his body, saying that Lei had crossed all boundaries. A sullen Lei replied that if he had crossed all the boundaries, the chairman would now be lying on the floor, cut in half. Then he said that now there is a different generation, and it is the chairman and the director who do not understand the situation here. And also, all the members of the security team guarding this building are under his command, and he doesn't think that there is an idiot among them who would want to help them. The bastard said that if they said any more nonsense, they wouldn't get off with a light cut. Jin didn't answer. Lei said that since they were very busy people, he would say quickly. Lei sat down at the table and said that there was a problem at the gate on the 4th underground floor. A flying monster that he had never seen before appeared. Until they determine what danger lies beyond the gate, they cannot continue clearing it, and it will be necessary to delay the passage inside. Jin said that he had just suggested last week that they delay the start of the cleanup until the dungeon was destroyed, since monsters would continue to appear from there. He asked how much more time he needed, and Lei brazenly replied that he himself did not know, because it was unknown. Then Lei said that he had told them everything he wanted to, so he was leaving, and at that time Paula was just about to enter the building. When Lei left and Neil continued to shake and sat down at the table, he told Jin to do what he had said earlier. He told Jin to get everything ready and head out right away. Jin replied that he would do so and that he would return with a contract. Already in the car, Jin was asked if the chairman had given his approval. We see a familiar bald head, apparently Oven. Oven said he would take him to the airport at full speed, and Paula didn't have time to open the door before the man pushed her away. Suddenly, one after another, the others ran, and one of the players said that there was a civilian here. The player said that he had no time to explain everything, and if she wanted to live, she needed to leave here right now. He just extended his hand to Paula, but suddenly he was crushed by a huge troll. Suddenly Lei came down and asked Paula who she was. Of course Paula recognized him. But she didn't answer, and Lei went down to her, when suddenly, the player crushed by the troll activated the immortal fighter skill. He has spent his magic powers and his health is slowly recovering. Lei approached him and told him not to waste his energy, then said that he would be leaving for a while. There were already trolls running all over the building. Lei took out his sword, ready to attack. But then Paula used the Flame Knowledge Source Master skill and attacked first. Players started saying that she was that rare class of mage. Lei said that he had never seen such a skill before. Suddenly one of the trolls ran straight up to Lei. Of course he killed him with one blow. His sword swing was so powerful that it damaged one of the pipes and gas leaked out, creating a huge explosion. Jin sent a message to that same player, namely Francois. He was supposed to meet him. Oven took him to the airport and wished him a safe journey. Then Jin told him to drop by his house sometimes and visit his daughter because she was like a niece to him. And then the radio announced that there was urgent news in the basement of the Hansen building. For unknown reasons, a fire broke out. The entrance to the building is blocked, and the question is whether new gates have appeared there. There are still workers in the building who were unable to get out. Jin got back into the car and told Oven to turn around. Meanwhile, Neil was running in his helicopter when he suddenly received a call and picked up the phone. It was Lei. He said that he needed to check the photos he sent him, and if he flew away now, he would regret it greatly. Neil did so, and saw photographs of Paula fighting in the building. Lei said that the face seemed familiar to him, and judging by his reaction, it was definitely his daughter. He said that she grew up capable, unlike her father, who was nothing special. Neil shouted at him to get her out of there immediately. Lei replied that he would be glad to, but it would be a bit difficult. And it is unknown what might happen if he leaves this place. This bastard specially waited for that very monster to come out of the gate. Neil told the jerk to wait for him and ran out of the helicopter to save his daughter. But before that, he took an axe out of the firebox and decided to finish off this bastard. Jin arrived at the building and got something and was already heading inside, but Oven stopped him and said that he shouldn't go in there. It was madness. He asked to entrust the situation to Lei, but Jin replied that he couldn't do that, and it seemed that Lei himself had no intention of controlling the gate from the beginning. And if you leave things like this, the damage will only grow, and most importantly, the school his daughter attends is located in this city. Jin said that he couldn't trust others with the future of his loved ones and asked Oven not to worry and left. But Oven said that he would bring people who could help and asked him to wait until he returned. Meanwhile, Paula was amazed by Lei's abilities, and she thought that his abilities were not so ridiculous that her old man would ignore them. She thought that if he trained her, she would quickly become stronger and then famous. The player approached Lei and asked if they could begin the operation. Lei replied that they would leave everything as is for now. Paula said that if he left it like this, the monsters would come out, but Lei interrupted her and finished saying that the monsters would come out due to the dungeon being broken through. He was interested in how the situation inside the gate would change. Lei brazenly said that it was of course a pity that the residents were in danger, but in order to clear the next dungeon, it was necessary to first ensure their safety. You can't demand an unconditional sacrifice from your players, and the useless lives of those who didn't become the chosen ones can be worth something if this sacrifice is divided between them. He asked if she really thought that the lives of those reborn like them and ordinary people had the same value, the words of a true narcissist. At this time, Lee was at home and listening to the news about the explosion in the Hansen group. Lee texted her father asking if he was on a plane and asked him to text her as soon as he read the message. As she watched the explosion, she wondered if Paula was okay and hoped that she was no longer there. However, both her dad and Paula were in the building. Jin asked what Lei had just said. Lei replied that they couldn't start the cleanup now. Jin said that it was necessary to start a cleanup operation to stop the monsters from breaking through. Then Lei said that he had a question. Does his words mean that he allows the death of all members of the Messiah Project? What kind of manipulator is he? Jin said that he didn't mean it that way, but if necessary, he would do it. If the power was given to them to protect people, then Lei told him to stop hiding behind big words. Lei replied that it didn't matter to him whether they died or not, but for the sake of saving people, he wanted them to go into the dungeon anyway. Jin grabbed Lei and said that Lei himself knew that he meant something else. The Messiah Project was started for the sake of protecting people, for the sake of raising players who have a calling and are ready to sacrifice their lives to save the world. Or he thinks it was started for his own safety and well-being. Jin orders him to go into the dungeon and deal with the situation before something even bigger happens. Lei said he would have to take responsibility for those words. Then Paula stepped forward and Jin asked what she was doing there. Then Lei began to manipulate Paula again, saying that Jin was offering them to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the lower races, who could not even protect themselves. Jin asked Paula not to fall for his tricks and said that it was dangerous here and asked her to come to him. As she turned and walked away, Jin ran after her, when suddenly the monster destroyed all the floors and burst out. Paula's father continued to run towards his daughter, when suddenly that same monster noticed him, so he died on the 44th floor because of the huge monster. Jin, hearing the noise, said that there was no time to waste, and taking something out of his pocket, said that there was a lot of explosives under their feet, and if they don't continue the cleanup right now, he'll blow everything to hell and block the breakthrough. Lei said that even if he did that, the gate wouldn't close. Jin replied that he would be able to destroy everything around. It would be enough to buy time, Paula shouted. Was he crazy? Because this way they would all die. Jin apologized and said that he didn't mean to involve her in this, but if he didn't, there would be big trouble. Lei told him to stop and ordered everyone to go down to the basement and begin preparing for the cleanup. And only Paula remained, so until the very end she and Lei were with Lei's father. According to testimony from members of the Messiah Project, this information is accurate, Lei said. Now Lei understands why he hid the whole truth from her until she met the dragon hunter in person. Lei said she felt like she now understood what she needed to do and was quite happy with the answer. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Ellis was already exhausted when suddenly her strength increased again and the speed of magic recovery rapidly increased. Rauna helped her, and Ellis thought that when there was a master of additional skills, then Isaac was not a problem for them. Fully recovered, Ellis once again used her fire powers to win the argument. And in another part of the forest, Locke, seeing the fiery clouds, sullenly asked if Isaac was going to play the game with the pet. Isaac asked what he was talking about. Locke replied that he was leaving the last blows to this skeleton, so the hunt took too long, poor skeleton. Locke opened the information and told him to look at the results. They were the ones lagging behind. In fact, they were in third place. But this did not calm him down, and Locke screamed hysterically that they were definitely finished, and that they would lose the legendary items. And he still gives this skeleton all the loot, as if he is trying to raise a pet out of him. While he was screaming hysterically, Isaac tore the envelope, mastered the skill of the representative of the Dark World, the Death Knight, then touched the skeleton. And so he doubled his power and summoned a Death Knight, and instead of the old skeleton, a huge one appeared in armor. Locke immediately said that it seemed his colleague had his own plan from the very beginning. The knight approached Isaac and dropped to one knee, then Locke asked if they would proceed with the brutal murder. But Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead and placed this knight there. Locke asked why he returned the new weapon that he had managed to make with such difficulty. Locke asked if he wasn't planning on using it to deal with the other guilds. Isaac said that he had finished preparing to attack the top. Now he needed to focus on the first floor. Victory did not depend on the Death Knight, but on him. And Jackson said that it looked like the monsters were scared and that's why they started running away. Ellis, on the other hand, was doubtful and asked if he saw anything strange here, but he naively said that they probably knew that they would not be able to resist him. Unless, of course, the monsters had high intelligence and chose to run away to avoid being caught. But this situation was different from what she had seen before. It turned out that the monsters ran to Locke, who was again turned into bait. A few months ago, on the 6th floor of the Sphinx's dungeon in Egypt, Locke said that they barely managed to destroy the monster and asked if they had found anything useful. Isaac threw him the Death Echo Box. It absorbs the user's life force, spreading the echo of death over a wide area. Locke said that he didn't need such an item. He didn't want to waste his life force and be prepared to die first. But as we see, Locke again had no choice, and Vincent approached Isaac and said that he had again proposed a useless argument and everything had only gotten confused. As brilliant as he was, and the result could not be changed, Vincent said he did not understand what he had planned. But he is quitting and does not want to involve Vincent's name in his senseless plan. Who knows, maybe something will go wrong and his reputation will be ruined. Including their alliance, as if Vincent's reputation was good, Isaac said that he could do as he knew. Vincent was shouting at Isaac to stop acting so confident when he suddenly saw the entire crowd of monsters. Chad's subordinate said that it suddenly became quiet. Chad thought that something was clearly wrong here, as if all the monsters had just disappeared. Suddenly one of his players noticed a crowd of monsters and pointed at them. Chad wondered where they were going in such a hurry, and he decided to see where all the monsters were running, and when he reached the edge of the cliff, he saw a real war. Rauna came up and said that this was the Death Echo Box. She had been walking around the black market for a while. At that time it seemed like a meaningless thing to her. They say that Isaac is such a stubborn and wayward man that there are no people who would sincerely want to obey him, but he had a man who was ready to sacrifice his life, having enough determination to use a wide-range provocation skill while going through a 7-story dungeon. Vincent thought Isaac was a complete psychopath. He almost died and decided that this was how he tried to remove him. Meanwhile, Locke was rejoicing at his awards and said that apparently his efforts were not in vain. Isaac opened the spreadsheet and saw that they were in first place with a score of 179,000 monsters killed, and said that if you compare all their results, the difference is insignificant. Chada thought the bastard was just making fun of them until Isaac said he just wanted to give them a little encouragement, so he offered a bet. He said that he himself did not believe that he would win, but a bet is a bet, and he would use these items for a good cause. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was Galahad's shield. He didn't think that he would get his hands on something that belonged to the Knight of the Round Table. If you think about its options, it looks more like a weapon for attack than for defense, and it is not very beneficial for the user. Isaac's thoughts were interrupted by a player from the Chinese guild who said that this dispute was invalid. Isaac put down the shield and asked if there was any problem, and the player began to make excuses. He said that the monsters they were fighting suddenly, for no apparent reason, began to flock to the place where the Savior Guild was located. The player was yelling that it was as if he was trying to stop everyone else from hunting monsters, so this argument cannot be considered fair. Isaac responded that what they were saying was that using an item with a taunt effect to direct a wave of monsters at a tank is unacceptable. Okay, this item had an effect on the entire map, and it may have caused interference for the others. Then Isaac said that he had a question for them. With this monster-filled place that formed after using the item, is there a guild that could handle them? Then Isaac apologized and said that he felt like he had gathered them here and was scolding them. There was no need to be so upset. He opened a message to all players, stating that the remaining 4 of the 10 days of the Scorch quest had been completed, thus opening the gates to the next floor. The survival quest was completed ahead of time, and other players began to rejoice, all thanks to Isaac. Isaac approached the Chinese player and said that he would consider there to be no further objections to the bet. In the real world, the dragon hunter Francois was in the desert, thinking that just a few years ago this place produced the best wine in the world. And now it had become so abandoned. His subordinate asked how much longer he would wait here. Francois replied that he himself did not know, and added that the damn idiot had left the gate in this place. And all he can do is just stand and watch. The man asked him not to be too upset, because he did everything he could. The fact that the players of the Messiah Guild were able to enter there is also a result of his hard work, and the public will someday recognize his merits. Francois replied that it was not the matter. He himself no longer knew what he felt. A few years ago, a Korean appeared who wanted to meet him. If only he had put everything aside then. And he went to Korea, and now it might not be Lei inside. But him, these were the thoughts that were in his head. Francois said sadly that in the end, he turned out to be as much of a hypocrite as the rest of them. The man shouted that everything was wrong. He knew that it was wrong, because he had served him for so many years. Whatever choice he makes, the world will eventually find out what kind of person he really is. And in the dungeon, the battle continued. They passed the 2nd floor of the dungeon, the 3rd floor, and also the 4th floor and the 5th. So the doors to the next floor opened, and Chad was the one who opened the doors. Earlier, a Chinese guild player said that they would finish clearing the 5th floor tomorrow. The next floor is the last one, where they have to pretend to help Isaac. He asked, as planned, they will go up to the 7th floor and all together attack Isaac. Traitors, he could have killed them all more than once, but he did not do it, and they continued to make their dirty plans. Rauna replied that given the fighting strength of the Savior Guild, they couldn't handle Isaac on their own at the moment. Chad also said that it was true. Even if they managed to destroy it, the losses on their side would be too great. Besides, it is unknown what kind of dragon will be on the 7th floor, Chad added. Then he asked, he doesn't want them all to sacrifice their lives for the sake of Isaac alone. If they could get rid of Isaac here, that would be the best option, Chad thought. Or you need to find at least his vulnerable spot. The most important thing is to survive and get out of the dungeon. As soon as they entered, everyone received a notification that they needed to destroy the boss monster in order to proceed to the next floor. Suddenly everyone froze in fear when they saw a huge dragon that was on this floor, which is strange. Surely everyone was wondering why the dragon, which should be on the 7th floor, appeared here. The Chinese player thought that there was no point in even planning on Isaac and was angry that the dragon appeared on the 6th floor. While this may be even better, the red dragon is enough for Isaac to spend a significant portion of his strength on it. Isaac noticed his intense gaze and asked if he wanted to tell him something, but of course the pathetic coward lied that he was thinking about how to attack the dragon. And he added that naturally his guild would also join, and said that Isaac would be in front, and they would be behind. It's too easy to understand what's going on in their heads. Each of them is pursuing their own goal. But if they want to stay alive, they will have to give up their plans, because on the next floor, a monster much more terrible than this one awaits them. Of course, Isaac and Locke stepped forward, and Isaac decided to call upon his Book of the Dead. And Locke happily asked if it was finally time for a new weapon. Isaac replied that he would do so. Isaac resurrected the Death Knight from the Book of the Dead. He resurrected the Skeleton Warriors from the Book of the Dead. The same formidable knight appeared, and he called Isaac commander and asked him to give him orders. Locke was shocked that this knight could speak, which meant he had consciousness. Isaac said that his first task was to fight this lizard and show his strength. Suddenly, another demon said that the summoner should give him some task too. Isaac told him to just watch for now, pointed at the knight and said that he was currently performing in a one-man show. The knight said, "How dare that damn magician talk to the king in such a tone?" The magician asked, "Some pathetic knight doesn't dare call him a damn magician. We have never seen such a squabble before." Cool. Even with the Lich, the Death Knight does not split into two, which upset Isaac. There will probably also be a Skeleton Knight added here, who was originally a Death Knight. Locke shouted that how much longer would Isaac wait? The other guilds had already started the battle, and indeed the magicians were already attacking the dragon with fireballs. Raona was shouting for them to tie him up so that he wouldn't fly away. They continued to strike the dragon, and the mages tried to restrain the dragon by freezing the dragon's wings, but its tail was free. The dragon's tail almost killed Ellis, but Jackson ran to protect her with his shield. However, it turned out that others were not so lucky. The dragon's tail killed the remaining players. Rauna thought it would be difficult to defeat him, but then she activated the recovery skill and saved the players. And then the players immediately began to attack the dragon. Chad was able to make a couple of hits, but of course, it was not enough. The dragon began to breathe fire, and the Chinese player suggested that the Messiah Guild retreat for now. Chad shouted what he was talking about, and the player replied that they couldn't count on winning. First, they needed to reload their gear, then, in a short skirmish, they would figure out the dragon's weaknesses. Then Chad told him to stop talking nonsense and think about attacking while he had the opportunity to fight on the ground. Once the dragon spreads its wings, about half of their forces will be unable to do anything and will silently watch, but if anyone ends up participating in the battle, they will be the first to pay. Chad said he didn't care about Isaac. The main thing for him now was staying alive. The player got scared and asked him to calm down and put away his sword, while he scolded him in his thoughts. Suddenly, a Death Knight walked past them and used the death chain, taking it out of his armor. The knight swung with all his might and grabbed the dragon's neck with such force that it started bleeding. Everyone was so surprised because the knight was able to hold off a huge dragon single-handedly. As the players silently watched the knight hold the dragon, Rauna shouted out why they were frozen in place. Rowana ordered the mages to attack the dragon. Chad also did not stand aside and his players attacked him. The humans looked like bugs compared to the dragon. The Chinese player thought it would be crazy if they continued to attack him. And then the Death Knight jumped onto the dragon's head and cut his eye with just the smell of his sword. Isaac realized that the knight had wounded his eye to limit his vision, then moved into the line of sight of the damaged eye, dodging the blows. And now, he is aiming for wings. In this he is similar to Isaac, the same strategic mind and cruelty. Then the magician appeared and asked how long they would just stand and watch. He asked if the army of death wasn't waiting for a fight. Isaac replied that he just wanted to test their effectiveness by finishing off this lizard. And only in the morning the battle with the dragon finally ended. Locke said that it was a difficult battle. And Isaac approached the dragon's corpse, thinking that, after all, an adult dragon is very different from a cub. 5 guilds spared no effort in the attack and did everything possible. But the damage was still quite significant. Then the other players approached Isaac, and Locke became nervous. Chad said there was one problem left. There was a monster stronger than this one waiting for them on the next floor. But they've already taken a lot of damage, Chad said, so they probably want to use Isaac again. Chad told Isaac to distribute the Savior Guild players among the other guilds, since he could summon more skeletons and replenish the fighting forces. Isaac wondered why he wanted to split his army on the 7th floor. Locke also didn't understand what the players from the other guilds were up to again. However, Isaac agreed to send his players. Chad replied that this decision was worthy of his reputation, whatever that meant. Isaac added that he had a condition. They would split into 2 squads. He and his partner and the Messiah Guild would be on the same team. And the rest will be on another team. This news did not make Vincent and the other players very happy. Chad thought that Isaac was choosing to enter the tiger's den, and he would have to change his plan. Isaac extended his hand and asked if he agreed, adding that he thought that would be enough. Vincent stood there, and then Shakira said that if he had something to say, let him say it, and he asked her what she thought Isaac was up to. Shakira said that it doesn't matter now, and it's unknown what will appear on the next floor. Then Vincent asked if this meant that she was ready to rush into any life-threatening place if he ordered her to. Vincent assumed that Isaac had divided the camp to get rid of them, the trash, and saw no other reason. Shakira also thought that Isaac decided to get rid of them, but still they entered the next level. Only Isaac and Locke remained. Locke said that they were the last ones and it was time to go to the next floor, but Isaac replied that they still had business here. Then Isaac walked up to the dragon and Locke happily asked if he had decided to do it. He couldn't do anything with the needle snake because of his low level. And with the baby dragon, we had to abandon this idea in order to find material for the weapon. But now he could do it. Isaac used the skeleton warrior skill and summoned a dragon. And while the rest were on the Dragonland, on the very top floor, everyone was shouting that it was necessary to prepare for battle. The ground was covered in clouds of smoke, but it was slowly dissipating and Ellis tensed as the monster approached. Suddenly, out of the fog appeared not a dragon at all, but a monster that looked like a man. Ellis thought that she was lucky that it wasn't a dragon, so she didn't have to be afraid, and she threw a fireball at it. Then she told everyone to pull themselves together, but the owner of Excalibur tests their hostility and dispelled the fireball. Then, the owner of Excalibur began to battle them, and all of their stats decreased by 25%. A huge monster ran up to Ellis and attacked her, but Isaac ran up to her faster and protected her with a shield. Isaac then pulled out his sword and tried to attack the monster, but he managed to dodge it. Excalibur's master checked his hostility, and all of Isaac's stats decreased by 25%. King Arthur's ring begins to resonate with Excalibur, so the decrease in indicators is cancelled. Isaac thought that Excalibur was causing memories from his past life to pop into his head. And judging by his memories, this item should have appeared much later, the Dragon Hunter, who at that time owned a Balmung. Several times he was on the verge of death because of the Dragon Knight and his sword, but then he cleared the dungeon and the sword passed to him. However, for some unknown reason, the hunter was never able to use it. Now Isaac understood what the reason was. Most likely, King Arthur's ring is the key that determines the owner of the sword. The Dragon Man attacked Isaac, but the rest of the messy guild players also attacked him first. But of course, they couldn't kill him so easily, and Chad's stats dropped, and the Dragon Man cut his sword into 2 pieces. And when Chad was ready to die, Isaac ran up to him and protected him with his shield. Isaac said that he would cover him, and he should go on the attack with his players. Locke asked what he needed to do, and Isaac replied that they were dealing with the Dragon Man for now. Let him take the others and deal with the situation upstairs, and then everyone raised their heads and saw a cloud of fire. Rauna raised a large barrier to protect the players as the massive black dragon landed. The master of the dungeon, the black dragon, appeared. The poisonous fumes of the black dragon gradually penetrate the field. The player's life force is slowly decreasing. Now everyone understands who the real master of this dungeon is. Chad realized that there was no point in attacking the Dragon Knight from the very beginning. It turns out that the main blow fell on everyone else. He looked at Isaac, who was protecting him, and thought that no one was covering him from behind. Isaac had just saved him, and he was already thinking about how to kill him. Chad thought that once the purge conditions were met, he would stab him in the back, that bastard. While Isaac and Chad continued to fight the Dragon Knight, the dungeon boss, a huge dragon, struck the people with its flames. Isaac's skeletons and the rest of the players, led by Locke, fought the dragon to the last, and they managed to kill him. Rauna shouted to everyone that before leaving the dungeon, they first needed to take care of the wounded. Vincent said that first they needed to rest and then decide how to divide the reward. For him, money comes first. He thought it was more profitable to have as few survivors as possible after the cleanup. Items from just one dragon corpse will cost an astronomical amount. It is clear that the distribution of the reward will begin with Isaac, who finally managed to cope with the Dragon Knight. Isaac approached the knight and Arthur's ring resonated with Excalibur, and so he became the new master of this sword. It is this sword that is suitable to put an end to the last days of the false messiah. As soon as Isaac managed to level up, Chad sneakily attacked him from behind. Chad started screaming that Isaac didn't even know that the most dangerous enemy is always behind you. Suddenly, he himself got wounded and fell to the ground. He did not understand what was happening, because there was no one else here except them. But then Georg appeared, having taken off his helmet, and said that this idiot thought that he could kill his Isaac. Chad looked at the body lying there and saw that it was a skeleton. Isaac used the skill Deception, with which you can create a double and switch places with him at any time. Then he started shouting how they dared to deceive the Guild of the Messiah and asked where Isaac was. Chad turned to see Isaac, who was saying that they were just like him, always predictable. And now he had a reason. Georg came up and with a crazy look, said that now he could deal with him. Suddenly the gates of hell appeared from underground. This is Georg's skill, and the doors of the gate opened. chains flew out of the gate, binding the enemy and causing additional damage. Isaac thought there was no point in looking at Chad's memories. He already knew what kind of relationship he had with Paula and Lei. Finally, the time came for an all-out war with the Messiah's Guild. Owen sat in his office and read about Isaac's success. They finally reached the 8th floor, and if they could clear it out, only the 9th floor would remain. There is only one dungeon in the world with 9 floors, and once it is cleared, this game will end. Suddenly, there was a knock at Owen's door, and Lee walked into the office to tell him that she was going to go. Owen noticed that she had a guitar case with her, and getting nervous, said that when this business was over, they would have a big corporate party this time. On the 8th floor of the dungeon, a notification came that they had destroyed 222,222 monsters. Then Isaac called his skeleton soldiers. All the skeletons lit up with light. Locke thought that the skeleton warriors had destroyed 220,000 monsters, and for one death knight, approximately 40,000 heads were needed as a sacrifice. As Locke continued counting, the death knights had already appeared in front of Isaac. Not bad, Isaac said, and Locke thought with amazement that this guy could rule the entire world by himself. Isaac said that it was still not enough, and took a hammer from the armory and threw it on the ground, telling him to take the weapon and stand in line behind. And now Isaac is ready for war. He has been collecting so many weapons and monsters all this time, just for this moment. Lei was in his office, looking at his empty round table, calling everyone they saw worthless bastards. He thought that their peace and salvation still depended on him alone, when suddenly he saw a glow. That's probably what Lei thought, but he saw Jin rise to his feet and only glow even more. Then, instead of Father Lee, a life-size figure of Isaac appeared, and then Lei sat down at his desk. And Paula came to him, informing him that all preparations were completed, and Lei thanked the Master Archer for coming. However, the Master said that he did not wish to cooperate any longer, but the matter had to be completed. Paula said that the Master Swordsman's apprentice, Sakura, also agreed to help them. The news showed that the Savior and Messiah guilds had entered into a cooperation pact. Also, the Dragon Hunter agreed to participate with them, and today all the heroes have gathered together to save the world. At least that's what people think. Reporters reported that residents of the city gathered behind the security line to wish the heroes a speedy return. The players continued to arrive one after another, and Isaac appeared with his subordinates. Dragon Hunter Francois, Vincent, and Shakira were already waiting for the guys at the very entrance. And finally, the Messiah's Guild arrived with the Master Archer, and Lei approached Isaac, and the 2 strongest players met. Already in the dungeon, Jordan thought that he was finally in an 8-story dungeon. He needed to clear it out, and only the 9-story one would remain to be passed. And he was lucky to be here with the Masters. He thought it was such an honor for him that he couldn't hold back his tears. At least someone in the Messiah Guild was sincerely trying to save the world. Locke was worried that everything would be okay, when Francois came up to him and said that he was worrying too much and suggested making his face simpler. Otherwise, it looks like he's going to die. Locke pretended not to know him, but Francois knew Locke was wearing a mask and told him so. And Shakira told Vincent that wasn't he the one who said that Isaac would use them and leave them. She said he probably thought it was some kind of strategy, and she added that, whatever the case, Isaac trusted them. He even sent them to meet with the Messiah's Guild, and also brought them here to this important place. Vincent thought that even though he didn't trust them completely, it seemed like he was sorry to lose people. Lei told Isaac that, as they had agreed, the 1st floor would be cleaned by the Messiah's Guild. Then they both turned and were about to leave, as Lei said that he thought, and it seems they missed one detail. Lei said that there was no need for each guild to take on a particular floor, and as soon as Isaac turned to face him, Lei stabbed him with a spear. This monster did not delay his plan, and pierced Isaac with the Spear of Longinus. Lei said that from today onwards, the Savior Guild will leave this world. He took out his sword and swung it at Isaac, but one of Isaac's skeletons ran up first and protected him. Locke also ran to Isaac and tried to hit Lei, but he was able to jump away. He immediately asked if Isaac was okay, and as soon as he tried to approach Isaac, Paula activated the barrier above Isaac. Now there is no way to approach Isaac while Paula holds this barrier. Paula then ordered her mages to attack Isaac to finish him off. However, all their blows were reflected, weapons were sticking out on the ground, and everyone who was nearby fell to the ground. The blows were parried by the Dragon Hunter, who came up and said that he had of course foreseen that this would happen. But they really did cross the line. Paula thought that the Dragon Hunter had sided with Isaac. She ordered her subordinates to attack Francois and told him to prepare himself because the Messiah Guild had become his enemy. Paula thought he wouldn't be able to do anything unsurprising anyway, so she froze his legs so he couldn't move. However, Francois used the skill of a stern fighter for life, the Dragon Scale. And only Jordan and his friends did not understand anything because they believed that they came here to save the world. But then one of the players from the Messiah Guild shouted for them to stop standing there rooted to the spot and start fighting. From now on, players who go against the Messiah's Guild will face death, but Isaac's former friends did not understand what to do. However, the others also did not understand why they would simply attack the other players, but they still decided to obey the order. Vincent fought with Shakira. He shouted what was going on here, and Shakira replied that we saw that they were all going to be killed. The player asked if they thought they wouldn't be betrayed, and said that scum like him did it all the time. Vincent and Shakira were finished off and passed out. The player thought they were holding on for a long time, fighting so many enemies. And when he was about to kill them with his sword, Locke ran up and hit him, saying that he did not dare to swing at his people. Locke started shouting that even though they were weak and even though they were stupid, Locke didn't know how to raise the spirits of his players. He said that despite their shortcomings, they were a guild first and foremost, and the Messiah players began to attack him. Of course, Locke easily dealt with them, and said that they were nothing, and quickly defeated them. But there was little time left. Isaac was still surrounded by a barrier, and the spear was in it. And when Locke was distracted by Isaac, a bunch of players started running to him, who appeared out of nowhere. He thought that it was over. A strong player would be attacked by a crowd, and he began to easily deal with them, when suddenly something stuck into him. And Locke fell to the ground, and the master archer came up to him and told him that he knew that he would not die from this. Locke rose and tried to strike him, but the archer jumped aside and shot 2 arrows at him. He then activated the Silent Hunter's cunning skill, and the arrows began to glow. Those arrows exploded right on his back, but the archer didn't even think of stopping, and fired again, but this time Locke turned away from the attack. The archer said that, to be honest, he didn't think he would be able to dodge at that distance, although if he had died from that, the guy would still be alive. The archer then ordered the Messiah player to kill him, and everyone attacked Locke at once. There were indeed many of them, but with Ken he had found himself in situations even worse. One of the players approached Clay and said that most likely everything would end soon. The deputy head was currently fighting a dragon hunter, he added. And the master archer with Isaac's assistant, but most importantly the master destroyed all the skeleton warriors. And now all that remains is to wait for the barrier to be unlocked and check if Isaac is alive. And then it will all end. Even if this bastard is still alive, he still won't be able to do anything. Lay said that all this was uninteresting. Then he ordered him to go back and help the deputy and the archer. And the darkened Lay thought that he was so terribly disappointed in him. Turning to Isaac, he thought that he would be stronger. At this time, Locke was already full of arrows, and blood continued to flow from his wounds and from his mouth. But Locke pulled them all out and said that he couldn't kill such a strong guy with such toothpicks. The archer said that even after such an attack, he was still standing on his feet. The archer thought that this meant he had not dealt him a fatal blow, and decided to act more forcefully. Suddenly he noticed that he was taking something out of the armory, and thought that he was going to use the weapon, but Locke took out his candy bar, thinking that he had lost too much blood. And soon its limit may come, but the pine tree is not yet hopeless. I fully understand the archer's bewilderment. The archer said that he apparently underestimated him, and decided to shoot him again. The moment when the shooter is unprotected is precisely now, when he has no arrows in his hands. The archer was surprised that he was running straight ahead and not even dodging, but Locke did not stop. Locke received another arrow and the archer used his skill and blasted Locke once more. However, this did not stop Locke. He continued to run, and having hit the archer, he broke the shield that Sakura was holding. Apparently she had been hiding next to the archer all this time. That's right, she used her Shadow Strike skill, which allowed her to remain hidden all the time. Sakura asked if the teacher was okay and asked for permission to give him the finishing blow. The archer did not think that he had been suffering all this time to strike extraordinary strength only from the blow. His arm was broken. But when Sakura came to kill him, she noticed that he was smiling and turned around to see that the archer had been knocked down by a sword. And Locke told her that everything was going according to his plan, a phrase Locke had wanted to say for a long time. George took off Hades' helmet and threw it on the ground, then everyone could see it. The archer lay on the ground and thought that he must have gotten old since he couldn't foresee this. Sakura immediately dropped her katana and hugged her teacher. She began to cry loudly. Loku felt sorry for her too, but a bastard like Georg didn't care about their feelings and killed Sakura. Then Locke started shouting at him about what he was doing, and Georg calmly told him to pull himself together and said that they wouldn't thank him if he took pity on them. On the contrary, this girl was just waiting for a chance to finish them off, and she could shove her pity somewhere far away, said Georg. Then Locke thought, what was he thinking? Because war is still war. This is a war that encourages killing for some item or skill to end the damn game. At this time, the dragon hunter's strength was already running out, and Paula's abilities corresponded to her rank. However, the protection of others is another matter. How stupid it is that all this is because of Isaac, who has nothing to do with it at all, thought Paula. Paula decided that he had long since overstepped his bounds, and now she would put an end to him. Francois remembered the day when he saw Lee, and they talked about the new 7-story dungeon. He said he felt embarrassed that even he, who is called a hero of France, had delayed clearing the 7th floor in order to save his life. Then Locke shouted that Isaac's goal was the same as his, so he must choose a side. And he added that if he continues to run away despite the fact that it is shameful, he will either become a real hero. Locke confidently stated that it was natural. A real man would die and still become a hero. Remembering Locke's words, Francois perked up and activated the tenacious fighter's skill, Battle Cry. Then, with his weapon, he launched a huge blow towards Paula, and the player was able to dodge it. And having reached him, the player and his partner plunged their swords into Francois. They were already rejoicing in their victory, but he said to turn around and they saw Paula fall. Paula thought she was going crazy because she had put up a barrier in front of his blow, and when she fell unconscious, the freezing magic spell was cancelled. The player shouted at Francois how dare he attack Paolo and swung his sword at him, but before he could do this, he and the other players were chained and dragged to the gate. Meanwhile, Jordan and his team continued to help others instead of attacking. However, as Michelle tried to heal the injured man, another player ran up to her, and Jordan punched him to save Michelle. Jordan asked if she was okay and reminded her that he had told her to be careful. The wounded man begged to be saved because he did not want to die, but before Michelle could do anything, the player died. Michelle asked why they had to point swords at each other. They couldn't even unite. She didn't understand why they would kill each other. Jordan himself didn't understand it, and when he turned around, he saw Paula falling and that Isaac was still alive. Locke remembered how before entering the dungeon, Isaac said that the Spear of Longinus, this spear alone was much more dangerous than Leigh's strongest skill. And it would be sheer suicide to fight him, said Isaac, and George said that they should think it over then. George suggested using Hades' helmet and cutting off the bastard's head. And if there are problems, you can use their skill of deception and get away. Locke thought that in this case, perhaps they will win. However, Isaac said that Leigh was not affected by their skill. He had a clairvoyance skill, like the Eye of Anubis. The Eye of Isis, the metropolis of all living things, which governs the whole world, can reveal any deception. So there was only one way left. Isaac decided that he would be bait. Isaac recalled that Leigh was a terrible perfectionist. As soon as he showed weakness, he would definitely immediately pull out the Spear of Longinus. Once he was sure he was defenseless, Paula would immediately lock him inside a magical barrier, Isaac said. And then they will want to deal with the members of the Savior Guild, who were left without their leader, and the Dragon Hunter. Before entering the dungeon, Isaac told Locke that he entrusted his life to him. Locke could already imagine Isaac thanking him for being such an amazing comrade, someone he could trust with his life. Isaac apologized to Locke, and he immediately blushed and said that they were comrades, and there was no need to apologize. However, Isaac was not apologizing for this. He sank his fangs into Locke using his bloodsucker skill, and thus restored his health to the maximum. And Locke, who fell to the ground like a piece of paper, immediately activated the skill of a stern fighter for life. And the priest began to curse Isaac out loud, but Isaac said that he had told him that he trusted him with his life. Then he went up to Francois and thanked him for his help. And then he got ready for the real game. Leigh, of course, was already waiting for him and said that everything should be exactly like this. He thought he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, his only rival, and was already waiting for Isaac to show him. Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead and thought he had no more reason to hide his powers. For the first and last time since he returned to the past, he is going to give it everything he has. All his powerful monsters came from the Book of the Dead. The dragon was, of course, the most spectacular. Even the Dragon Hunter was surprised by the number of skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, dragon, and black mage. The Messiah players thought they already had a difference in ground forces, and now a dragon has appeared. Isaac gathered all his assistants, whom he had been collecting for a whole year, and even the very first skeleton of soldiers was next to him, and thus the battle began. The players thought that there was no way they could win, and one of them asked Leigh to give them an order, but instead, Leigh swung his sword himself. With one blow, Leigh destroyed the fire golems, and then the players thought that with him, the guild would never lose. Then Leigh said that let everyone fight as best they can. That was his order. Then he immediately went to Isaac, then the Death Knight blocked his way, and the Death Knight told Leigh that he forbade him to approach the Master. Then Leigh started fighting the Death Knight, and it wasn't that it was hard for Leigh. Then another skeleton soldier with Thor's hammer jumped in and started fighting him. Isaac thought that perhaps teaming up to fight Leigh would be a good idea, but not particularly effective. Also, without the power of the Death Knight, the other guys wouldn't last long, so he decided to change the plan. Isaac said that it was necessary to put an end to it, and then he activated the Knights of the Round Table item set effect. Now Isaac had used all of his items, and now he really stopped holding back. He then ordered the Death Knight and the Soldier Knight to return to him. Leigh had already dealt with the Death Knights with ease. Then he stuck his sword into the ground and waited for another attack. The Death Knight approached Isaac and, kneeling down, asked his master to give him an order. Isaac ordered to split up and help the allies, and the knight immediately began to carry out his order. Leigh asked if he was going to fight him personally. Leigh said it was funny, even if he had legendary level items, his pride would eventually kill him. The Guardian of Light shows interest in this battle, and the representative of the Dark World also showed interest. Excalibur challenges a hostile wall enemy, and all stats of the hostile wall enemy are halved. Lei has lured the Light Guardian skill, and the stat reduction effect does not affect him. The resistance power has increased by 100%, and the defense power has also increased by 100%. Lei used the Light Guardian skill, and the damage dealt during the skill increased by 1000%, but Isaac managed to take out his shield in time and protect himself. But Lei struck him again, and then Isaac used his vampire skill and turned into a swarm of bats, which were not so easy for Lei to deal with, and in the moment when he was distracted, Isaac bit him on the hand. Locke was worried that something would happen to his friend, but Isaac said that he could handle it alone, but Lei turned out to be too strong. Lei looked at his bite and said, "It's time to stop, it's just getting disgusting." Isaac feigned an apology for feeling disgusted, but he would have to use everything he had to fight him. He poisoned Lei with poisonous blood, but Lei had resistance strengthened by the blessing, and it suppressed the poisonous blood in his body. Lei laughed and asked if he had used all of his techniques. Isaac replied that he had not yet. Isaac used the Dark Force representative's skill, Bloody Mist, and it surrounded Lei. Lei was poisoned by blood poison, but he immediately suppressed the blood poisoning, and Lei said that he continued to use useless skills on him. Then Isaac used the Ring of Solomon, and then ants appeared from underground and began to attack Lei. Lei only got angry, telling him to stop joking, and with just one blow he destroyed all the monsters. Then Lei said that if he had nothing more to show, then let him die. Isaac used the Dark World skill, and the corpses of all the ants instantly caught fire and exploded. But Lei easily parried all the blows and responded with his own blow, grabbing Isaac by the head and throwing him to the ground. Isaac thought that it seemed like there was no escape from the difference in indicators with the warrior. Isaac flew a long way away, and Lei said he had acted so confident that he was even a little disappointed. Georg tried to help Isaac and opened the gates to hell, but Lei cut off all the chains and cut off Georg's arm and legs, and when Lei approached Isaac, he was wearing a mask. Lei said he expected more from him, but when he turned around he saw a skeleton with a spear rushing at him. He began to fight him, thinking that his attempts to use skeletons on him were stupid, but then Isaac himself stood up and cut him with his sword. The skeleton pierced him with the spear of Longinus, and Lei thought that he should quickly pull it out. He thought that in this world, there was nothing that could kill him. But then, all his indicators dropped sharply, and his defense still couldn't be penetrated by any weapon in the world. Lei said it was a good blow, but it still wasn't strong enough to cut his head off. Isaac replied that he knew this, so he prepared something else. He took something out of the armory. Lei tried to block his attack, but Isaac managed to stab him with his knife, and Lei was cursed by Balmung, reducing his resistance by 90%. The representative of the Dark World was pleased with the results of the battle. Then everyone froze when they saw that Lei had fallen. Isaac managed to kill Lei. Then he told everyone to lower their weapons. All players, including the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, will no longer be at odds with each other from this moment on. There have been too many casualties. The direction they must move in has been determined. It is necessary to heal the wounded and arm all the warriors as quickly as possible. And then go up to the 8th floor. Everyone listened attentively to Isaac. The only enemy they should think against with their swords is the monsters that are upstairs. Of course, Jordan was one of the first to throw down his axe and said that he too would no longer fight, since they had not entered the dungeon to die. Michelle also said that there was no point in them fighting each other, and then all the players dropped their weapons. On the 8th floor, Locke asked if they could trust the guys from Messi's guild, since Paula was still alive. Especially these security guys who are very loyal to Lei, Locke said. Isaac replied that if they were truly that loyal, they would still be fighting, but they had laid down their arms. Their loyalty was not that strong. Locke agreed, but still added that the problem was whether they could be trusted to fight together. Isaac replied that it was not so important because they had comrades and allies who would never betray them. After about 2 months, the dungeon was finally cleared, and reporters were already waiting at the entrance, ready. Everyone immediately noticed that Lei was no longer with them, and Isaac went up on stage and said that the great hero Lei had met his end inside the dungeon. And dying he left his will. He is very sorry that he could not reach the end of the game. Isaac decided to save the good name of Lei, for the sake of people. Isaac said that the dying Lei said the following words. The day will come, he, the guild savior and messiah, someday they will get to the boss of the 9th floor. And they will put an end to this game. Owen looked at the news in his office and thought that finally this day had come. Isaac continued to say that Lei had a tremendous will, and they would always remember him. Apparently, Isaac decided to leave Lei in people's memories as a hero who was going to save this world. Then he walked down from the stage and Paula followed him, but suddenly Lee called her. Lee asked if she could now tell her the whole truth about how her father died. And after that, perhaps, then they will be able to trust each other. Afterwards, Ken took Locke to a diner, and Locke complained that after that battle, he could have taken him to eat beef. Ken told him to start ordering food already, and Locke asked if he was sure he was going to pay for it. Then Locke thought that he wanted to get away with it, but he just wouldn't leave him alone. And he started ordering everything on the menu. Then Oven sat down with them. This is the first time Ken sees him. Oven asked Ken if he had thought about what he would do after the game was over. Then the first order arrived. Then another one, and Oven continued trying to talk about plans for the future when all the players lose their abilities. Ken replied that he heard that Oven founded Pandora and was preparing for the chaos that would come after the game ended. Oven replied that it was true because all the players would become unemployed after the game ended. And so that they do not go down the wrong path, he will provide them with new jobs. This is how they will be able to maintain peace throughout the world. Locke, who was already eating his fill, said he thought Oven wanted to set up a fund and keep all the money for himself. And he got a hit on the head for his words. Oven said that now he can calmly clear the 9th floor and return from there alive. Ken said that he finally sees the end of this game. Oven replied that he had been thinking about it lately too. All this happened thanks to a creature that they didn't even know about. It is still in heaven and watching them from there, and judging by the behavior of people, it seems to him that at this rate the end will not be achieved. Especially a character like Ken usually doesn't listen to what he's told and doesn't strive for completion. Oven asked what choice he would make. Ken replied that he would log out of the game, log back in, delete characters, and start over. Oven laughed and said that was exactly what he thought, but Locke couldn't understand anything. Then Oven pretended that someone had urgently called him and quickly ran away from the establishment. And Ken also lied about needing to go to the bathroom. Locke seemed completely out of it while he was eating, and it was only after they had both left that it dawned on him that they had left him alone. Blue, dungeon, and monsters appeared at the same time, giving people abilities, after which players appeared. In the minds of people, there were two concepts about the Radiance. They took it for an all-powerful deity capable of resisting monsters. But it was also for them a catastrophe that would destroy the world. One part of the people who carefully studied this strange phenomenon. I assumed that this could be a simple entertainment of society or special people. Among the 6 lights, the most famous were the following. The one who made contacts with different aces, who could grant the power to control destructive magic with the help of spells. The fighter for life, endowed with extraordinary strength, the silent hunter, and so on, were also representatives of the dark world, giving power over curses and dark magic. In order to catch Lei, Ken chose a representative of the dark world, following his path to the end of a long road. Ken managed to get revenge, and now has only one goal left, to put an end to this game. The news said that the director of Hansen Group left her post. Oven watched the news. Alvin thought that Secretary Lee should be fine and decided that Lee could handle it. Paula came with Lee to say goodbye to her father. Apparently Lee decided to give her a chance. Let's go back a little, where Paula, with tears in her eyes, said that Lee was right and all this happened because of her. Paula begged on her knees for Lee to forgive her. On the one hand, she sincerely apologizes, but on the other hand, she caused a lot of pain to Lee and the others. Back to the present, Lee said she thought a lot after that day about whether she could forgive her, and it seemed she couldn't. Lee said that she didn't feel like she could do that right now. And Paula was surprised that Lee was trying to forgive her, despite everything she had done. Paula looked up and saw Lee holding a business card. Lee said that if she truly regretted her actions, she should prove it with her actions. Lee suggested that Paula come to them in Pandora, a company that was created by the will of her father, in preparation for the unrest that will begin after the game ends. Lee said that if she still has those she cares about, then they can take care of their future together. And maybe someday, their relationship would be the same. Lee told her to think about it and then call her. In the news, Oven, and in general, everyone listened to how finally, for the sake of clearing the last dungeon, all the players gathered in front of the gate to put an end to this game, this time for real. In the car, Georg mocked Locke when he noticed that he was nervous. Locke, of course, succumbed to Georg's provocations and began shouting that he had never been worried in his life. Isaac thought that he must have been overexcited, although anyone would have behaved the same way. After all, this is the last floor of the last dungeon. Even Isaac, who is Ken, who almost died there, is a little worried, and yet he was interested in what was behind that door in front of which he was killed last time. The beginning, all the players entered the dungeon after Isaac, and Locke looked at Isaac in surprise, thinking that he was telling the truth then. Not long before, on the 8th floor of the dungeon, Locke complained about his back after the battles, and Isaac praised him for his work. Locke said that the 8th floor was so hard and he could imagine what it would be like on the 9th, and asked if he knew anything about the next dungeon. Isaac replied that he didn't really know what was there, and Locke scratched his head in irritation, saying that he thought Isaac would definitely know something. From the 1st to the 8th floor there is a continuous cave, and also a huge door, but Isaac himself does not know what is behind it. Locke asked what cave, what door he was talking about, but Isaac lied that he thought it would be like this. And then he just walked away, and Locke ran after him screaming how he knew all this. While everything was going well, Isaac stood up and said that they would begin a briefing on their plan of action. But before Isaac could say anything, a system error message arrived. Then the same messages started pouring in one after another, stating that all levels had already been completed. Of course, no one understood anything, and Locke tried to ask Ken what was going on. But of course, he himself didn't know. While everyone was perplexed, the door to the end of the game had suddenly opened. Isaac had never heard of a system error before, and he was truly worried this time. But Locke shook him on the shoulder and said that it seemed that Mr. Isaac was worried and added that he should not be afraid because he was next to him, and that he would protect him. Although his own legs were shaking badly, of course Isaac noticed this, and only smiled from his support. After all, the only sweetest one here was Locke. Yet it helped Isaac, and he said that this time he would put an end to everything, and so the final battle began. But when they entered, they saw nothing. But suddenly the candles lit up, and everyone saw the corpses of monsters lying on the ground, and at the end of the cave, a man was sitting on a throne. The corpses of monsters were laid out near the throne, and a man sat on them, who told them that they had come too late. Some random character appeared. Everyone was terrified because they didn't understand anything, but before they could get their weapons out, they were attacked. With just one blow, everyone except Isaac and a few of the boys were dead, and the man said he thought one blow would be enough to take care of them all. Isaac became very angry and immediately called his subordinates and went to him, asking who he was. But the man just said it was funny, and with a snap of his finger, a huge wave of energy appeared. Isaac managed to raise his shield to protect himself, but everyone else disappeared, or rather died, in an instant. The man turned to Isaac and said that he was such a pathetic little bug, but he was acting like God knows what, and asked how he dared to interfere with his fun. "You can't end it so quickly," he told the men, and asked if he should call him Isaac or his real name, Ken. Ken asked how this idiot noticed him, and the strange man replied that he had nothing to say to such a pathetic creature. And he told Ken to screw him next time, and raising his finger, Ken hit the ground with all his might. So Ken died, again, and the game started again. Ken was brought back to life once more. The man asked how he could come to life again, since he was already familiar with this feeling. He asked if he had experienced something like this before, hadn't he? Apparently, he had turned back time. It seems Ken has now begun to understand who he is, the unprecedented force that caused the death of the entire squad. A system error that he saw for the first time, and also hostility and anger directed at Ken. It's probably him. Ken said he doesn't look like the Shining. He got into trouble because Ken killed Lei. Ken realized that this was the Guardian of the Light who had helped Lei throughout the journey. He became angry and asked if he thought he would be embarrassed by some little man. The Guardian of Light said that Ken was being overly impudent, although it might spoil the mood a little. He said that his mood was really spoiled now. He raised Ken, the Keeper of Light, decided to take out his anger on Ken. After Ken started tossing from side to side, and the Keeper of Light said that people enjoy squashing bugs. And for people like him, people are toys. Ken has already managed to die 15 times during all this time. He clearly didn't expect the Radiance to intervene personally, but even if it did, perhaps its representative would appear. The Angry Glow said that Ken seemed to have a lot of thoughts in his head, and asked if he really thought that these were pieces of garbage that would fall apart just by touching them. He thought they could help him. Then he said that Ken had only one way to get out of here. He let Ken go down on his knees, then laid his head on the ground, saying that Ken was required to kneel and bow his head. The Guardian of Light declared that Ken was obliged to beg him for mercy, and it was barely noticeable that part of his body was missing. Ken realized that the figure became somehow blurry for a moment. Apparently it was his fake body. First, it was worth provoking him a little more. Shining saw that Ken was smiling, and said that apparently he had gone completely crazy. Ken replied that he just found it funny that he had such power, but could not make a person dance to his tune. Ken said he was puffing and pissed, just like a human. Then the Glow got even angrier, and said the bug just wouldn't shut up. He stood up and said that Ken could start begging him, but that wouldn't help him anymore, and now he would die over and over again. The Glow literally erased Ken, and when Ken opened his eyes, he was in some strange space, and he saw light. A representative of the Dark World descended from the heavens and appeared right in front of Ken. Ken said he was a little late, and the Dark World representative asked if Ken knew he was coming. Radiance said he looked pretty relaxed. Ken replied that this psycho was so crazy on the outside, and he knew that the Radiance would not sit still. The Radiance responded that he knew that it was not in vain that he chose Ken. Ken asked what he could offer him right now. The Glow pointed to his heart and it lit up. The Radiance said that for now, he could only give this. Ken replied that this would be enough. The Radiance said that he must have many questions, but first, urgent problems needed to be resolved. Then they would talk to Sana. The Guardian of Light was angry that this bastard was trying to provoke him. And when he tried to summon him again, he couldn't do anything. Apparently, he was running out of strength. Then Ken came to life again. Only now everything was different. The Keeper of the Light realized that another Radiance had also intervened. The Keeper of Light took over and asked if he was proud that his representative had helped him. And he added that it wouldn't change anything anyway. Ken didn't agree, and he took out his sword, and the war began. Ken managed not only to repel his attack, but also to respond to him. Now they can fight on equal terms. It didn't seem to him that the cycle was getting shorter and shorter, and his appearance was also being lost. But the Guardian of Light said that this was not the end yet. But he himself understood perfectly well that his strength was running out, and Ken said that his assumptions turned out to be correct. And when the Keeper of Light turned around, Ken dealt him the first blow in the shoulder. The power that comes out of his wound, and also this strange reaction, and several times his body became somehow cloudy. It turns out that his body is limited in the use of power. It gradually falls into disrepair. Even for the Shining, controlling space and time is not so easy if its powers are limited. Ken summoned the Art of Hell, and chains bulged out from it and bound the Keeper of Light. He had to hold out until his strength gave out, Ken thought, as the chains caught fire and he broke free. The Guardian of Light said that he recognized his insight, and he had long wanted to meet him in order to kill him, because he had disturbed his fun. All he could do was to be reborn in a spiritual body. He wanted to play with him a little, and then finish him off. But now he has changed his mind. He is going to kill Ken before he loses his powers. Ken noticed that his spirit was different from what it was before, and the Guardian took out his spear and pierced Ken with it, saying that he was just about to pierce his heart. Suddenly, a stern fighter for life met Ken, and in exchange for life, he transferred part of his power to him. Then Ken took the spear in his hands and calmly took it out, and said that it seemed like he had allies. Ken pulled him towards him and hit him with all his might, saying that it seemed like he was only doing whatever he wanted. Then the Silent Hunter looked with an indifferent gaze at the Keeper of the Sacred Light and gives his powers to Ken. Ken said that otherwise, the other lights wouldn't hate him so much and hit him again. The one who hears the sound of all things glances sideways at the Keeper of Light and transfers part of his power to Ken, and huge thorny plants appeared from the ground and tied him up. The Guardian of the Sacred Light was truly angry and said how dare they treat him like that. The Lord of the Source of Wisdom transferred some of his power to Ken, and a pentagram appeared under the Keeper of Light. After the big explosion, the Keeper of Light could no longer stand. Ken approached him and told him to pull himself together. And he added that this would not work. He took his sword and pierced the Keeper of Light. Ken said that he was putting in so much effort that he was speechless. Then he asked the Radiance how he could face death, and said that it was the first time he had felt this. Then the Keeper of Light said that this was the complete end, and begged him to show mercy just once. I remind you that earlier, he said that Ken would leave here only if he begged him for mercy. But Ken couldn't do anything, and the Keeper began to beg him and promised that he would never appear here again. Then Ken couldn't stand it any longer, and asked the other Radiants what they were going to do now. After that, a black hole appeared, and in it were all the Aurori that helped Ken. One of them told Ken to leave the punishment to them, they would handle it themselves. Ken asked if he was by any chance the tough fighter for life, and the Radiants replied that he recognized him immediately. He said that he had failed in his last life, but he had succeeded in this one, and added that if Ken didn't mind, they would deal with the bastard themselves. After all, he is not the only one who has any claims against him. He did something incredible, so the punishment will be merciless. Ken said he could do whatever he wanted, and the tough fighter said she would tell him the details. The representative of the Dark World said that she could finally tell him everything. It turned out that it was a girl, not a guy. She said he must have a lot of questions and asked where to start. Radiance said that we should start from the moment when Lei killed Ken. She said that he already knows that the world is in Lei's hands, in addition to the monopolization of power, abandoned dungeons, and the appropriation of objects. There were no exceptions even for ordinary people if they did not obey him. He acts as if he thinks he is a king, no, even a deity, and the Radiance was not happy with this behavior either. Besides the Keeper of Light, of course, after long discussions they made two decisions. Play the game from the beginning and choose a player who is able to resist Lei and reach the end. Ken asked why they chose him. Radiance replied that a player who has a great desire to take revenge on Lei and has the skills to do so. It was very difficult then, because even for them it was not easy to preserve the memories of one person, to turn back time and space. Ken asked how that crazy glow could continue this, and he could only control this dungeon. His actions did not affect the outside world in any way, but this time it was an exceptional case. Not only did the Radiance personally descend and contact the player, but it also interfered with the flow of time. But thanks to this, a small gap was created, and they were able to help Ken at least a little. Although they would have found a way to help him deal with it anyway, he may have foreseen their intervention to some extent. Ken replied that it was just one of the hypotheses, and luck was on his side. Then Ken asked what would happen to the Guardian of Light now. The Radiance replied that he had lost the rest of his power, and then they would place him in this deep hole. Ken asked what they would do with this world where the game ended. Radiance replied that she hadn't thought about it. Maybe everything would go its own way. Just like before, when they started interfering in the affairs of the world and asked if that wasn't enough. Ken said that they only cause damage. Radiance laughed and said that they have always been like this. They don't even think about cleaning up after themselves. But he has nothing to worry about. People will find the answer themselves, as they always have. Radiance said that she asked Ken just in case if he feels sorry for his abilities, which he will soon lose. Ken said that he had already achieved his goal, especially since he had loyal comrades in this life. He had nothing to regret. Siania said that she understood, and it was time for her to go, and asked if he had anything else he wanted to say to her. Ken surprised her by thanking her for everything she had done for him, and that if it weren't for her protection, he wouldn't have been able to get revenge. And he added that he had nothing more to add, so she could get lost, and the Radiance, before leaving, said that she would give him one last gift. When she disappeared, light appeared everywhere, and everyone slowly began to rise. Locke ran up to Ken and asked if he was okay and where that guy had gone. Then everyone received a notification that the game was over. Vincent looked at Isaac in shock and thought how he was able to destroy that monster. The item's effect wore off, and they were removed from the users, and then Ken's mask disappeared. And now Vincent realized that Isaac had been Ken, his former subordinate, all this time. Locke's mask also disappeared, and in a panic he began to scream what was happening here. Ken no longer listened to him and went to the dragon hunter and said that he had one request. Now they finally came out of the dungeon, and in front of the press, Francois said that after many sacrifices and efforts, they managed to reach the 9th floor and kill the boss. They finished the game, but their savior Isaac, who was quickly leading them, and his colleague died during the clearing of the dungeon. Just before he died, he told him his last words. "When this game ends, chaos will surely come to the world, for which it is necessary to prepare." And for this, he had a capable person in mind. Then Owen came up and said that he was the director of the Pandora Company. In order to be prepared for the disasters that will come after the end of the game, Spaniel Isaac, director of the Hansen Group Gene, who died in the fire, and Chairman Neil contributed to the creation of his company. Owen said that he promises to do everything to maintain peace throughout the world. 6 months later, the girl said they had checked his application to the Player Employment Support Fund. Financial support will be transferred to their account during the day today. The man thanked them with tears in his eyes for their help because he could not find work when the dungeons disappeared. The girl replied that the Pandora Company makes a lot of efforts for people like him, when suddenly a man in the next window hit the table. He shouted why they weren't putting him in such a difficult position, and he was told that unemployed people like him were given benefits. And if you sell the existing items, they will also pay for them. The worker began to explain that he had criminal records in his file, so the process takes longer. But the man did not stop and shouted for them to give him money. Then Locke appeared behind him. The man tried to hit him, but Locke calmly grabbed him by the shoulder and threw him to the floor. Locke said happily that he should have listened when he offered to talk. Later, he went to see Lee and saw a pile of papers on her desk and told her to remember to rest. Lee said it looked like he was on shift and asked the support department if there were any problems. Locke proudly replied that he had caught one idiot, but he had dealt with him quickly, since he was the protector of the world. He started waving his arms, showing how huge the man was, and said that his abilities were gone, but his reflexes remained. Locke joked that he even missed those times, and Lee decided to tease him and suggested that he could join the mission. Of course, Locke replied that that was not what he meant, and asked where Ken was now. Lee continued to mock him and said that at the very least she was wasting her energy where it was much harder than here. Now they show us where Ken is, and Georg said that they have sorted everything out here. These guys turned out to have quite a few items that they had been hiding all this time. There are no abilities, and these idiots continue to buy items. It's almost finished here, and you can leave. They returned to the city and gathered in Owen's office. He praised everyone for their work. Owen took out the photos and said that this man still had a bunch of items. Locke asked if there were still rumors that there were still items that had retained their properties. Lee said that there are rumors that some organizations are collecting items from all over the place to eventually sell them in Pandora. Owen said sadly that they would have to take care of it, and the expenses were just growing and growing. Ken asked how much he needed. Owen looked a little confused and replied that the more the better, as always. Then Ken replied that he would deal with it, and we see Vincent, who is still working. When Ken came to him, he immediately became scared and asked what he was doing there. Kim apologized for not being able to stop them, but Vincent said that everything was fine and she could go. Ken said that he knew for sure that he came for money. Vincent started shouting that he thought that this was how you could burst into his place and ask for money. Then Ken responded that many organizations did not take long to start providing generous support to such a hero, and it would be a shame. If the hero turns out to be, he appropriates all the funds, falsifies reports, and generally indulges his own selfish interests in every possible way. Vincent started shouting that he was talking nonsense and that he also had no evidence. Ken asked what if he had them. Vincent wondered why the hell he suddenly showed up and started threatening him. But he didn't believe that he knew about the existence of his secret safe. He said that Ken was bluffing, and now he had no abilities. Vincent called his guards and shouted that he thought if he brought two scumbags, he would immediately turn tail. The two scumbags are apparently Locke and Georg, who are stronger than him. Of course, the guys easily dealt with the guards. Locke and Georg moved the table and found several accounting reports. Ken praised him and told them to take everything in the safe and photograph all the documents. Now they have Vincent on the hook, and then Vincent very happily donated a lot of money to Pandora. Georg said that they were given the location of the next mission. The estimated departure time is midnight, but it could still change. Ken replied that it meant he would have to work, and standing up, he said that he still had some things to do, so they would see each other there. Locke finished his speech and went out to Ken, asking what was wrong with him. Ken suggested that he go get something to eat. But Locke asked incredulously if he was going to leave him alone like he had done the last time. Ken said that if he didn't trust him, then he should just drop the whole thing. How sweet. While Locke was saying that he would go with him, Ken noticed his old friends in the hall, who looked happy and smiled. They went to a restaurant and Locke asked if it was too much and Ken told him to order whatever he wanted, no matter the price. Locke looked at him incredulously at first, but then he ordered food, and Ken stood up and said he needed to step away for a while. He left, and Locke continued to eat happily, and then it dawned on him, and he stood up and screamed that this scoundrel had abandoned him again. He approached the worker and asked if he had seen such a cheeky guy. The worker replied that he had just left. Locke had already started cursing at Ken with all sorts of words when the worker handed him a note from Ken. In the note, Ken wrote that he had urgent business to attend to, but he had already paid for the food, so he could take the rest with him, which even made Locke cry. In the evening, Paula came to Lee and greeted her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and apologizing for disturbing her at work. Paula thanked her for the offer but said she wasn't sure people would forget so easily all the things she had done. Lee said admitting one's mistakes and getting on the path to correction is not an easy thing for anyone. And now she is taking her first steps in this direction. Lee told her not to be afraid because she will help her on this path, and if she begins to selflessly help people and opens up to them, people will definitely believe in her sincerity one day, just as she believed in it. Already in the morning, Lee went into Owen's office and said that she wanted to introduce someone to him. Paula came into the office and introduced herself and said that she was glad to meet you. Owen was surprised, so he responded a little late, in kind. Lee put the documents on the table and Owen whispered if that meant she had succeeded. Lee ignored him and told him to take a quick look at everything and make a decision after lunch. Owen sighed and said that she continued to act indifferently towards him, as always. Having seen the report, he asked to call Locke to him, and when the poor fellow just entered, documents flew in. Owen shouted that he was aware that people here are trying to make money, and he spends it all on food. They spent $2,000 on food alone this month. Locke replied sweetly that people need to eat, and if you work hard, such a big appetite will awaken. But Owen continued to yell at him for his appetite. Locke said he would try to eat half as much, but Owen shouted that he would eat a quarter of his previous ration, and poor Locke sadly walked out of the office. Afterwards, Owen's phone rang and he picked up the receiver to ask how his friend was doing. Francois replied that thanks to the people sent from Pandora, things had become calmer in France, plus the information Ken had sent had been very helpful. Thanks to Ken, they managed to shut down the entire illegal trade in items. He will soon send everything to them, and asked if there was any more information. Owen replied that Ken was very helpful to them, but added that what bothered him was that sometimes Ken knew too much about everything. Francois asked what he meant, and Owen said that Ken's information was too accurate, as if he had seen it all himself. But Owen added that Ken is a nice guy, so he is not too worried, but he still feels like he is hiding something from him. Francois just laughed and said that Ken should do what he wanted, and suggested that they go out to eat together. Owen asked if he was treating, and Francois shouted that he always paid and asked him to say hello to Ken. Back to Ken, the Duke asked what these guys had done that made them turn to him for help. Ken replied, illegal sale of items, kidnapping, torture, dubious experiments and so on, in general nothing good, and it's time to end it. They went down and Ken ordered Georg to cover him, and this psycho started shooting with a machine gun right at people. Ken of course dealt with everyone easily, and when they entered the barn, they saw that exhausted people were sitting in cages. Then he got really angry and took out his knife and dealt with these freaks in an instant. Georg took out his radio and transmitted that the situation was under their control and they were painting over the reinforcements. He also ordered that an ambulance be sent as soon as possible because people were on the verge of death. Then Ken said they had more work to do. He had discovered the location of their base and asked if everything was ready. Having received a positive answer, he ordered to leave immediately. When he turned around, his eyes glowed the same blue color that he had before when he used the Eye of Anubis. It turns out that the Radiance made more than one gift to Ken, resurrected all the players, and left Ken's abilities to him, so he continued to use them to save people. The end. Dear YouTube viewer, please don't forget to leave your comment, because I tried a lot for you. Thanks for watching.